greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understand it when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me.
Yeah.
Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I made mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Reason the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow him away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar that just dropped like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, now I make the rules. Close to
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello everybody and welcome to ESL One Bangkok 2024 as we are getting into the very first day of the broadcast. My name is Nomad, I'm joined by T-Governor. We're here on the B stream to watch some tremendous Dota 2. T-Gov, how you doing, my friend?
Great. We've just started going live and instantly, do you know like when something like hits your eye and you're going, oh, you know, that literally just happened. So I am currently squinting in my right eye, but it's okay. We'll get through it. It's
we'll get you.
As if like a sea of flies have just attacked me mid-cast, but I'm in a closed room, so I have no idea how it's happened. But if I'm squinting, you know why. But hello, good morning.
Hello,
we have group stage. There we go.
Yes, indeed. Yes, of course, as all good events do, we'll be starting on the group stage. And in fact, we got a little video for you guys. So sit back, have a watch at this group stage teaser video.
The journey is about to begin. For these competitors, there's no room for flair and magic. Only pure focus will make the difference. Underdogs have broken their limits to be here, defeating former champions in their way.
Gaming Gladiators knocked out.
Veterans are back on land to prove they still have what it takes to be at the top. The best teams in the world will have to fight to keep their title. When it matters, can their strength stay consistent? With so much of the unexpected already taken place,
GG called Avulus qualified.
there's no telling how the battle will go down. But what we do know is that they'll do whatever it takes to come out triumphant.
Get the fuck out!
The 12 best teams in the world, here to prove they're worthy of joining the list of players who have lifted the ESL One trophy. Will these players find the path to become legends? It's time to find the answer.
The path does indeed start now, and if that didn't make you hype, then, you know, what are you doing? It's 4:40 in the morning here for me and Mr. T-Governor, and we're excited to cast some Dota, so, you know, you guys have no excuse, and it is going to be a pretty cool tournament, I think. But what is it about this tournament that you've been looking forward to, T-Governor? When you've seen ESL One Bangkok in the future, what is it about this event in particular that's making you a bit interested?
No, I feel like it's the fact that we have a lot of new teams coming together. You know, of course, you know, the format, as we already know, you know, it's like this big group stage of best of twos that then kind of pushes towards, you know, this like playoff, then there's like EPT as well. Like, again, like every TO nowadays has their own kind of like little thing, you know, their own little way to look at Dota, which I think is a great post-DPC approach, right? Like we've got, you know, again, not to list every single TO and how they do it, but, you know, everyone's doing it in their own style. And, you know, ESLs, it's like this hearty group stage into then the double elim. So you really get to see like every single strategy that a team has for a tournament, you see by the end of it. You know, some other tournaments, you might not see all the playbook. They didn't have to reveal everything to really get that far because of, you know, the way it works. But for ESL, it's like you need to be ready to show everything to even get close to the kind of that top 3, top 6. So no, yeah, I feel like it's quite nice. Yourself though, Nomad, what are you, any team or anything you're specifically looking for?
I mean, I kind of feel the same way as you. Yeah, like we have a lot of teams, but unlike previous tournaments of the year, we've had a lot of new teams coming in through kind of like admin, you know, like another team couldn't make it, so they get to come or something like that. This is teams which have proved themselves already in qualifiers, and pretty tough qualifiers as well. So really like Gaozu, Boom Esports, who we're actually going to get to look at soon, Shopify Rebellion as well. Shopify Rebellion did qualify when Nouns was still a thing. So this isn't like a, you know, just kind of like, oh, there's nobody left to play against. Actually, no, they did qualify against Nouns this one. So it is going to be exciting to see them here playing at ESL One. We'll see how they can do. Sorry, go on, T.
Just saying, technically speaking, it was Atlantic City, and they were about to disband. So if there was a time to beat them.
That is a caveat, which some might bring up, but I will not. I will not. But you absolutely can. But of course, we can have a look at the overview of this event and see exactly what it means and how we're going to get there and what all those wins mean and everything. And of course, formats of the event as well. So let's throw that up on your screens and take a little look at the overview of the event. So your EPT point distribution. Basically, we've only had Dream League so far, but we've got Bangkok now as well. Slightly more points available. And the more points you earn, the more likely you're going to be able to secure yourself a spot at the Esports World Cup, which is what it's all about for these players, T.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, again, we're only 2 tournaments in, but the fact that Eastern Europe is dominating the EPT at the moment, right? Like, of course, with Dream League, it was BB, Spirit, and Paravision finishing 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And you know what? I'm getting too excited because I'm already talking about the leaderboard, but luckily we can also show that to you, so I can reference that as well. But again, the key thing is each tournament, the points will scale up. So doing better at the later portions of the year will allow you to potentially snipe away that kind of like 8th position, that 6th position, right? Because only the top 8 get that automatic invite. So, you know, already, like I said, Eastern Europe dominating the top 4, 3 positions out of 4. Think about previous years, it was always Western Europe. So we'll see if that can kind of follow over, because the top 4 of the leaderboard also got invited to Bangkok. So if this is maybe a theme for future invitations for other events, then you need to think like, all right, I want to get to top 4, you need to lock in that next invite because you want to try and get those points. But yeah, at the moment, it's very early days, so not really too much to read from this leaderboard, but you know, finishing top 4 on an event might tick you over to an invite to the next one. And yeah, very, very early on. The fact that we're seeing like gaming not even in the top 8 yet, that probably will change as the couple tournaments progress. But yeah,
well, no, this event
either way,
because they ain't here.
Yeah, I mean, in the future. I'm talking very future. I don't mean today, but I mean, you know, if I throw myself down the
Astral
timeline,
project through time.
There we go.
Yes,
exactly.
Yes, we will. Yeah. We will see the return of Gaming Gladiators. I'm sure we will indeed.
Or not. Maybe they crumble and disband. You never know.
Maybe. Let's not think about such things. That would be sad. But we've already lost a couple already. And of course, what does this event mean? Well, it means we're going to see some awesome Dota 2. But of course, there is a lot at stake for this one as well. $1 million on the line. How is that breaking down? Well, have a look. It's right in front of you, dude. First place, $300,000 and 4,800 EPT points. My goodness. That is not a short invite to the Riyadh event, but it's a pretty good shot. You'll make it to the Esports World Cup with 4,800 points under your belt. You just need to get a couple more finishes to guarantee yourself a spot. So very important to try to shoot for that first. And then, of course, breakdowns all the way, except for if you get under 12th, then no money for you. You just get your you get a few points, you get a few you know, smattering of points to be going home with, but that would be it. So you don't really want to drop out early here, and dropping out early is of course going to happen in the group stage. So we can have a little look at the teams and we can start talking about those guys as well. We already mentioned some of them, Gaozu, Boom Esports, Shopify, but of course we got the big dogs here as well.
Yeah, I mean, of course we have Falcons, we've got Liquid. but I feel like, and Spirit, of course, even BB just winning Blast Slam, but you have quite a cool mix, right? Like in the bottom left-hand corner, you see a team that was locked out of a lot of tournaments in previous years or seasons due to, the likes of Falcons or even PSG Quest existing in the region. Now PSG Quest has disbanded and not a thing anymore. Falcons gets invited, therefore there's no competition right now for Nigma. Hopefully in the future we'll see like a Winter Bears or something come into play, and also above them, Shopify Rebellion, a team that was pretty much bested by Nouns throughout the entire year. Now Nouns have disbanded. They themselves, again, no real contender in the North American region, so we'll probably be seeing a lot more Shopify. But hopefully, in 2025, for Miswa and for North America, I hope just to see like that extra one team form, maybe even two is optimistic, but I think I'd like to see one team form so that we get to see that kind of clash between, the Nigmas or the Shopify's. But again, we have a little gander at groups. I'm talking about Shopify, talking about Nigma. Which group's going to look better though? Like not better, but harder, right?
Okay, well, let's throw up Group A and see exactly how this one looks. Then we got Shopify, Rebellion, Na'Vi, Boom Esports, Avalus, Team Spirit, and Team Falcons playing up in this one. So, not getting harder as we go down the board, I would say. Spirit and Falcons, the Sharks down at the bottom, snapping at people. But Avalus, no joke as well. I think maybe a lot of experimental teams, which I'm kind of anticipating will either sink or swim in this group.
This group's pretty fun to see, right? Because we're mentioning like new teams, right? Like Avalus, they are at lands, but not always there, right? They're kind of like a little gem that sometimes gets up, sometimes not. And then you have Boom, their big return, Na'Vi's big return, Shopify's big return, and then Falcons and Spirit. So it's like you've got quite a lot of new, fresh teams that you're excited to see, paired with some of the big guys. And then when you look towards Group B, you've got, Beast Coast, which is actually now M80, so hopefully that'll get changed on the future graphic. You have Gaozo, which is just like some big legacy players from China, but again, new stack, so mixed expectations. But then you have Liquid, Paravision, and BB. So it's like Group B, there are a lot more kind of like heavy hitters compared to Group A, but you can't knock any team out, right? You can't just go, they're just a new, fresh team to like tier 1. I don't have many expect. It's like that anyone can win a game nowadays in Dota. There's no real craziness like that. So I feel like Group B is maybe a little bit spookier. I also didn't mention Nigma, but they're back. They're here.
They're here as well.
The thing with Nigma, to me, it's like I'm excited by the prospect of the team, right? Like GH, Omar, Miracle, Sumo. It's just noob on the offlane for me. That's my only one query. It's like, how long will it take him to get comfortable? Because in the qualifiers that I was covering, building up to this point, he still had those growing pains and it was a little bit shaky. So it's like, if he can find that groove, then I'm ready to see them rise up. But until that point, I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna see what happens.
You're chill. Okay, well, if you want to find your groove and have a look at a different stream, then by all means, here's what's happening over the course of these streams. So, of course, we've got 3 streams going on right now. Over on the main one, Team Falcons versus Team Spirit is going to be your opening matchup over there. And if you do enjoy Team Falcons, then you'll want to stick with the main stream. And then, as they've got playing against Avalus a little bit later, and then we'll have Bet Boom versus Paravision and Bet Boom versus Team Liquid. So, really getting the heavy hitting matches out of the way first over on the main stream. Meanwhile, we of course have our stream. Wow, look at us. Avalus versus Boom Esports is going to be the opening match. Then we're going to join you for Na'Vi versus Spirit. After that, we'll switch over to Gareth and Wagamama, who are going to take you through Team Liquid versus Gaozu, and then Nigma Galaxy versus Gaozu as well. No bias, but personally, I like this is where all the kind of like big question mark teams are playing, and Storm as well also have some big question marks as well, with Na'Vi, Shopify Rebellion, Boom, Beast Coast versus Nigma Galaxy, and Beast Coast versus Paravision. Of course, that's not Beast Coast, that is M80. They did just merge the other day, so hopefully we'll get those updated for you and get the correct team in there as well. So,
okay, update. Hold on, fresh news. Nomad. They submitted a Beast Coast, so the admin, the paperwork, I believe they're going to probably run as Beast Coast for this event, and then the M80 merger might happen after. So graphics might not be updated, but it could just be Beast Coast. Either way, beautiful little South American team. Love moves.
Yeah, nothing's really changed about the team itself, right?
Same thing. Yeah. Identical. So it's just naming. I don't know. The thing as well with the format, it's like there's so many games where I'm like, ooh, which game do I want to watch? I mean, we have to cast it, so we need to look at one game. We can't have 3 games running and cast them. We have to focus on one. So it is a little bit unfortunate for us. But luckily for you guys at home, you'll be able to have maybe 3 monitors, maybe 2. I don't know what your monitor game's looking like, but you're gonna have to watch a lot of Dota. I think it's like 30 best of 2s in the next 3 days.
Wow, that's 10 best of 2s a day.
There we go.
Yeah, there's a lot of Dota too. So make sure you guys are keeping up and watching with all the fun. And of course, let us know what you think as well. We're always interested to hear what you guys have to say. Give us a tweet, hashtag ESL1, or comment on Facebook and Instagram. And yeah, we can have a look at your own comments and see exactly what you guys have to say about these games. What do you think about these new teams? That's what I want to know. What do you think about Gaozu, this kind of superstar Chinese team? I mean, superstar Chinese teams always do well, right? Elephant. Kind of the elephant in the room here, I guess. That was a great, huge success.
That was a great success. That's actually still one of the biggest upsets in Dota. You look at that team, you wanted it to do well because it had such like a Western pull. It dragged the fans into to want to care about Chinese Dota, and then it did nothing. So yeah, we'll see if Kazu can do better than what the remnants of a dead elephant was, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, can they drag that elephant out of the mud, save it, and make this team work? We're gonna find out. But of course, guys, we're gonna have a little break first, then we'll be getting into our first matchup of the day, so don't go anywhere as we prepare for Avalus versus Boom Esports.
Celebrate like we never had. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting. But don't chase it. You can't control the world. But I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world.
It's time for game number 1 here on the B string. We've got Avalos versus Boom Esports coming up as these two teams look to make a name for themselves. And any of these two coming out with a big 2-0 to start this one off would be pretty big news. But I think especially for Boom Esports, well, Avalos, we kind of have a pretty good idea of where they're at in terms of power ranking. You know, they're probably not going to be last, but they're probably not going to be making it particularly deep into those playoffs. I think that's fair to say too.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of feels like the case a little bit, right? When you think about Avalos, they are the team that they have to go up against such titans of Western Europe to even get here. So the fact they qualified is, testament to itself. But sometimes their strategies fall short when they get to LAN. Specifically, I think at PG of Lahia, they had a great kind of early showing, but then they kind of fell short, finishing 7th to 8th. They did win a online tournament. Again, it was tier 3, but it was $100,000 and they beat Paravision. And then they kind of fell a little bit short in Dream League 24. They qualified here by being second place, beating OG. So it's like they have a very up and down kind of situation.
And meanwhile, on the other side of the coin, we have a team which we don't really know if they're up or down because we just haven't seen that much of them. But I would say somewhat of a surprise making it through these qualifiers. I mean, there's just a lot of good teams in the SEA region, including Aurora, who have kind of been the gatekeepers for last year. But they managed to come out on top, Boom Esports, which is a great move for them. You'll know a lot of these players. You know that Mullet anywhere. Don't look at this guy and tell me you don't know who he is, because I'll be offended. Mullet got his back on land and in his home sort of region as well. Unfortunately, they don't have any Thai players, but still exciting to be playing in your home region. They'll have a lot of support here if they can make it to the main stage as well. So I'm sure it's a huge motivator for them. Practicing getting ready as we jump straight into the draft for this one. So let's get started. We've got Boom Esports versus Avalos, and we'll see exactly what's going to be picked up and taken out. So starting off immediately here, is there anything which you're particularly worried about either team getting their hands on?
Please hold, good sir. I had to fix a small technical problem.
Okay, that's all right. We can chat away about the draft here ourselves. So we have the Alchemist, the Beastmaster, the Naga Siren, and the Shadow Demon banned out so far from Boom Esports. Avalos, they're going to get rid of the Magnus, the Doom, and the Monkey King, and they're going to grab themselves up that Dragon Knight. So DK most likely going to be a carry hero. Let's not get too zesty over this one. DK, just pick up that Fire Dragon. Sure, he can go mid if he really wants. You can even throw him off lane if you really want to. That's why you pick it first, because you've got that layer of flexibility behind it, and anybody can kind of pick that one up.
All right.
Also, great names coming out from Avalos as well.
There we go. Hello, boss.
There we go. He's back.
My apologies.
That's okay.
Somehow I duplicated a tab somewhere, and I was like, I'm now hearing Nomad twice. That is
lucky you.
Yeah, no, I was like, again, I'll make the classic joke. It's a dad joke, but I got to say it. Oh, one's enough. Ha ha ha. But no, okay, we're back. We're drafting.
Great.
Let's have a little gander. So, ban wise, I apologize. I didn't hear what you said, so I might repeat. But I would like to start talking about Naga Siren. Have you covered Naga Siren yet, or not?
No, we didn't touch on him.
Okay, so I kind of feel like Naga Siren, at least at Blast Slam, was a little bit discovered. I feel like by the end of the tournament, the winning teams had understood how to beat it. Of course, during Blast Slam as well, we had Magnus go from being kind of not cared about too much into a first phase pick ban by the end of the tournament. So I'm kind of intrigued to see Naga still respected. Of course, these teams weren't at that tournament, so they probably didn't kind of experience it firsthand, kind of the development of those heroes. But of course, at least Magnus Avalos is respecting that one. And then still, to this day, DK, Phoenix, etc. Very, very strong heroes, so no kind of crazy stuff there. But I think, at least after day one, I feel like the teams that weren't at the last Tier 1 tournament will very quickly kind of remember, oh, that was the meta, this is our style, and then there'll be a new blend. So I think day one of this group stage will be the most kind of authentic to the team's identity, and then it will slowly start shifting to the tournament meta in the kind of the next couple of days.
Yeah, and it's about merging that identity with the meta and making sure that you know which of your own ideas are good and which you can keep. I feel like any team which just kind of commits fully to them. I mean, some teams will just commit fully to the meta and kind of forget themselves along the way. and it's kind of fine to do that.
Oh, okay.
I don't hate it. Wow, look at this. We're in the sticks here. This is,
if you had a
this
good
is
David
live
Attenborough voice,
footage.
that would be it's like a bird watching camera, and the guy's like, "I found the bird, run!" And he's
Look,
like running through the jungle.
The
now
red
he's gonna
map.
show
There we
smiling
go.
like,
Can you
here
frame
we
up?
go.
There we go.
Yeah, reframe. We're
Beautiful.
good. All right, and then 5,
He's so smooth when he gets on the
3,
player though, but
2, 1. Okay, guys, we've got to readjust. New player soon. I've
oh,
been on
new
this guy
player,
for 5 seconds.
We're bored now. Give us a new one.
Ah, boo! We're not getting a new
Sticking
player.
on there for a bit.
We are getting a new hero though, Pangolin. Again, we haven't really mentioned Boom's journey here, but they reverse swept Aurora Gaming, and in doing so, in the grand finals of the qualifier, and in doing so, pretty much kicked their carrion 5 position from the roster, right? So Boom single-handedly took down a classic, took down one of the bigger SEA teams in the region, both in qualifier and roster structure, which is impressive in itself. And also, Boom, we just haven't seen them at all. Boom are kind of like, they were slowly becoming like an SEA type alliance, you know? Big name, household name, but never making it there, you know, never qualifying. And finally, they're back. And their roster, it looks pretty cool, right? Their roster does look quite nice. Again, we could talk about that maybe during the game a little bit, but you know, draft-wise, Avalus with the Chen, the Lion, and the DK, they are looking to be absolutely formidable once DK comes online, right? Like you've got the initiation of Lion, you have the armor aura buff up, attack speed buff ups from Chen, be it from his spells, jungle, or itemization, right? Drum, Solar Crest, Pipe, etc. And then DK, who right now doesn't really die, right? Pango can control him a little bit. Phoenix of Sunray can be annoying. So now they're trying to answer it a little bit, but yeah, I think Boom's answer to this was trying to break the map early, because if DK gets to like Mask of Madness, Armlet, like BKB, he is just going to be able to free click in every single fight and not really care too much.
Shaker coming out for Boom Esports. So I'd love to see that guy coming down. Want to be a support? I mean, we don't really see Shaker on support very often these days, but there's a possibility. Could be mid.
I mean, you could. Oh,
here we go.
Where are we looking?
Documentary. Who are we looking? Who are we looking up to?
This is Eki. He's a sniper player in the wild. He used to play sniper a lot, but not anymore. Zoom out, frame it, beautiful, looking clean. There's a cable on the way, so move to the left. There you go. Beautiful focus.
Look how he keeps the face. Not in the very center of the shot. Okay, we're tasteful here at ESL.
Yeah, we've got that little bit of a blur with the cable on the right hand side. We're just keeping that frame popping.
You know, populating your foreground, okay? It's really important to do as a photographer, as a videographer. You know, you want to keep that depth, keep people interested.
Oh, and that's a nice
the
little
slow
bit
zoom as well.
Layering. I gotta go that Dawnbreaker. I'm sorry, but that's nice. Do you know how I said about the damage, the
layering in the
tankiness?
shot, layering in the giraffe. There's layers everywhere, folks.
Exactly, and then there's a Shrek reference in there too. But I already mentioned how DK soon will be pretty hard to kill. You put a Dawnbreaker in there as well, right? Like I think Dawnbreaker offlane has had quite a lot of perspectives thrown into it. All right, in pro play we've seen Blade Mail Rush. We've also seen like SMY and tankiness from Ace from Gaming Gladiators. So I think there still is kind of like a mixed perception on what you want to do. I don't really know which one I lean towards, because Dawnbreaker farms very quickly, so she can always get to like SMY plus 1 or 2. I don't think I like Echo Saber, and Blade Mail could be a little bit sacrificial. But of course games dictate. The key thing is, if you want to get Ags down the line, Solar Guardian plus Ags, even Solar Guardian without Ags, it's just so much like sustain and healing. Plus the Chen heal, like it's so hard to kill her. You need to be explosive, and luckily for Boom, they do have relatively good explosive damage, right? With the Shaker plus the Timber Saw. If they find a hero by themselves, like Echo Slam into Chakram, etc., Timber Chain, they will just be deleted.
Yeah.
But they kind of need that the big core to go up against the DK. I'm not seeing that carry versus carry right now, of course. That allows them to do it. Hence why Avalus are banning out a Morphling.
Yeah, so they're expecting one of these heroes to be moved to position 4, probably a Shaker, I would imagine. I don't really see. I mean, sometimes Pango 4, but
yeah, I could see. Yeah, Pango middle offlane, Timber middle offlane, Shaker 4, Phoenix 5 is my gut feel. But
as well.
there could always be some creativeness happening from Boom. Again, like, we don't really see them too often. Their qualifier was back at the start of November, so there's been like nearly a full month since, like, at least their kind of ESL Bangkok era has occurred. So there could be some new cooking occurring from them. And they go Invoker for Avalus. So the Stormstormer Invoker. Again, I'm not opposed to it. Like, the logic that I'm providing for their draft is like hard to kill, tankiness. Once you're online, you are just playing behind DK, and then now you have an Invoker to Alacrity to DK to disengage the fight. EMP against Timber Pango is so devastating. So even if Boom do get a bit of an early fight, you can be able to control it. So I think a Quaswax Invoker is pretty nice. You could even argue if there ever was a time to go Exhort, when you have this many stuns on Avalus, he could technically be a little bit cheeky and do it. But I also think just EMP is such high value that I'd prefer to see that. Maybe Stormstormer can convince him. He's like, oh, I want kills, and he just pops off. But if it was any other Invoker player, I'm like, just go EMP, right? But because it's Stormstormer, I'm at least entertaining it. But it's such a good game.
I gotta say, it's always really important when you're playing, when you're drafting in Dota, to have the stand-up guy, okay? Because there's only 5 seats, okay? Your coach is going to want to sit down and click buttons, okay? So somebody needs to stand up. Now, a lot of times we see them bring in an extra chair, and someone just sits awkwardly kind of behind, sort of part of the team, but not really part of the team, okay? It's not the best strategy, okay? It's an easy strategy, but it's not the best. But if you have a stand-up guy, you just go around, you know, like hit some shoulders, you know, a little tap on the head, make some jokes. It's sick. It looks great on the camera, you know, it feels great in the team. You just always got this kind of dude lifting everybody up. That's what Stormstormer is. So great stand-up guy for the team. We'll keep an eye on that through the tournament as well, who's got stand-up guys. You know, Mushi's doing a little bit of it here. And he's fist bumping because he just gave this guy a Razor. So we'll see what they can do on the side of Boom Esports with this Razor pickup. Does it really abuse anything on the side of Avalus?
It's all about timings, right, from Boom. I feel like they looked at the Avalus lineup and they couldn't find a carry that could outscale the Avalus lineup. And in doing so, they just had a very clear window. And I don't know. I'm not too impressed by it. I feel like nowadays in Dota, the team that scales a little bit better often is able to pull ahead. You don't break the map with first Roshan. It's often the second or third one that really gives you that kind of winning position. So even if you do crush the early game, do you really build like a 20k lead, 1 Roshan in, 2 Roshans in, right? Like, you don't, right? It's quite, you know, often a stalemate, especially with how Avalus can pick their fights quite nicely with, you know, Chen buff-ups, Dawnbreaker buff-ups. But yes, it does give them that momentum that we're looking for, right? The offlane Timber Saw, a mid Pangolier, carry Razor. If you were to try and list like active cores, these are probably, in their specific roles, probably like top 5, right? For active nature. Razor naturally buys BKB in as his like first or second item, big item. Timber naturally pushes into the map. Pango with Diffusal pushes into the map. So there is a lot of forward thinking from the cores. I guess my one concern from Boom is how will the supports function in this style of play. You know, Shaker, he's very good at like setting up certain fights with Fissure, but he kind of wants to get to that blink. He wants to, you know, sit back and hit a couple creeps to enable him. And Phoenix well needs levels in a lane, so it's like supports want to do kind of the opposite to the playstyle of the cores. But if they all get online at the same time, it will be a very, very aggressive 10-15 minutes pre the BKBs coming out. So we'll see if Boom can do that. And yeah, I am leaning Avalus draft though, but the aggression from Boom, it needs to be from lane to early game, and they just have to remind Avalus that, you know, that they are a team not to be joked with. And Tim's, we're seeing his Earthshaker, right? That's quite an iconic pairing, right?
It is
Top
indeed.
4 most played hero for him, 102 pro games. This is 103rd. Like, when you think about player hero combinations, I don't know. It's a pretty exciting one. It's quite a lot of legacy around this little lad and this Shaker.
Yeah,
legacy,
between that,
more
of course, Stormstormer Invoker as well coming out for Avalus as well, and even the FBZ Timbersaw, you know, a lot of comfort coming out. And I guess that's what you want from your opening game here at a big event like this. You know, just get yourself something, get yourself a rock you can play around. That's what I'd want. Nice rock. Lovely big boulder. So I think I'm actually leaning Boom Esports, you know, for the pure reason that I think their draft just kind of fares better in chaos. And if they can break the game down, life is going to be good and is the game going to be perfect here? I don't think so. We're opening game. It's going to be messy, I reckon. So I think if it gets messy, then things just look way more kind of straightforward for Boom Esports when it comes to execution and how their heroes kind of skirmish and fight.
Yep, there's a lot of just all-out aggro, and that's where for me it's like, if I see 1 or 2 games from Boom and they showed me the draft again, I probably might lean more towards them based on how they play, right? Like I've not been able to cover them on their events after the qualifiers, so I'm not really too clued up on what's the Boom style of play, how clean is their execution. But either way, we are seeing Shaker do the old fissure block. This is such a throwback. I don't know. We just don't see much Shaker support, and Razor getting a little bit pressured in bot lane as well. Of course,
A lot pressured, yeah.
the reason why Shaker support used to be a very strong thing is you just fissure block the wave, you push it under tower. As soon as that wave's under tower, naturally the creeps will then move to your offlaner. You block the small camp, you prevent pulls, and now your offlaner gets completely free levels. So that's pretty much what's happened here. Tim's already blocked the small camp, he's double fissure blocked the wave, and yeah, now Timbersaw will be extremely happy top lane.
And simplify a point even further. The reason they're doing this is because they're planning into a Chen and a DK. These guys are basically unfightable level 1. There's no reason to try and fight them. They'll just beat you. So you just don't play the lane. That's what Shaker's always been good at, is just kind of forcing the lane into a weird place and giving FBZ a better time with things.
Look at this build as well, right? It's such a Shaker specialty. 3 clarities just for the fissure, pulls another wave.
Bottom lane, they're going on to Jack Boys here. They might just have the damage to bring him down. The right clicks from Eki and Shibe will be enough, and that'll grant them the kill onto that Razor. Not how you want to be starting off a Razor lane, that is for sure.
Yeah, it's not the strongest lane from Boom, right? Phoenix and Razor. Razor kind of wants a little bit more control to help facilitate the link and his positioning. Phoenix wants damage over time, and then on the other side, you got just so much stun, so much damage. They're going to have to be very careful. The entire concept of Boom's lineup is win lanes, push forward. So if any of your cores start dropping in laning phase, it will just speed up the ability for Avalus to hit those unkillable timings that we are expecting.
TP out from Eki. That is a good move there. He was dead if he didn't try it. Does go all the way back to Fountain though, so it's going to be a long walk back for Eki, and this is going to leave Jibe somewhat vulnerable.
A little bit. Again, Fire Spirits will be on cooldown, no dive. So the 20 odd seconds that's not available is also Jibe not really caring about this lane too much. But some nice poking, some prodding.
Indeed. And over in the middle lane as well, the one we haven't talked about, it's Mac versus Stormstormer. It's Pangolin versus Invoker. It's a pretty straightforward matchup. These guys will generally just trade farm. Invoker get a little bit scary into the later levels, or does Pango just not really care?
Oh, I just realized I'm incredibly biased in this series.
Oh, okay.
Januel used my TI voice line, so...
okay.
Yeah. I remember I gifted him 5 subs. I was watching a stream. Big fan of the Januel stream. This was before he made his move to other platforms and stuff, when he was on Twitch. And I joined, and he was just there having a good time. Gifted him 5-10 subs, I think, and yeah. He was a big enjoyer of the voice line, so I am all about the mullet god in this game, actually. I'm not even going to hide it, I feel.
No, go for it.
Screaming enjoy.
Everyone's allowed to be biased towards somebody.
Yeah, no. And it's fair. I'm not a biased guy. I'm love the game, not really picking a side, but if Januel hits a good egg, I'm going to just pop off.
And happy birthday, Eki, as well. Did see that message in the chat from Max. I just wanted to double check, and it is indeed Eki's birthday today, so...
Oh, hopefully he doesn't lose. Might just sour the birthday.
Or, it doesn't matter. It's his birthday. He's going to be happy anyway. Go for a nice meal afterwards.
Yep, sorry, I said ooh to bait the observer. Just testing his reactions.
Always a fun one just to drop random excited noises. And not elaborate and watch the observer try to click around and find it.
I've not checked if PTP's on site or if he's remote. Because if he's remote, then it's like we can play more games with him. But if he's on site, then he's got the time buff.
Yeah, that's true. And he's got a team behind him as well to lock in and guide him, and Shibe taking a couple of hits down here, but Eki also not really enjoying life at the moment. Januel comes sliding on through, maybe enough to threaten anybody's life, but kind of winning the trade a little bit, although they got their cooldowns ready on the side of Avalus, and rotation in from Seneko. They weren't expecting the Chen to move across like this through the gate, and that's going to get them a kill onto the Razor. Great moves across from Seneko.
And it all started from Boom trying to walk down the lane to try and find that kill themselves, and doing so, they had no ward on either of the twin gates, which allowed a free move from the Chen. And another reason why DK is so powerful, right? Like, you hit the 5-minute mark, he's level 4 on the way to 5. He's just independent, right? It's just happy days, please continue farming top. You would expect Timber to maybe apply some pressure, but that doesn't really come into play until he's level 6.
Especially now Mac as well. Stutters out. EMP is going to land here. Is it going to give him the mana for the swashbuckle? He's got the one, so he does have the swash available. And now Tim's coming across for a bit of counter-aggression here onto Stormstormer. They're throwing everything onto the Invoker. Mac, he's just trying to bottle up on the side. Now jumps in. Oh, great stun from Eki, though. Cancels the crash and gets Stormstormer out of there.
Oh.
Goodness, that was close.
Close? That was... Mac is not going to be happy with that one. We'll see if he can get the 6-minute rune as well. They're still posturing here.
Yeah, he's going to sit for it. The creeps aren't going to chase him away, but it's going to be bottom side. So
yeah, that's rough.
Stormstormer gets the superior anime rune.
You know, instantly using the Ghost Walk, he's walking down. There's an Observer Sentry on the hill here. So again, Stormstormer not really respecting that potential vision there, taking the shortest path possible, but in doing so, is revealing the move he's trying to make, and now the creep wave hitting as well. He's very aware.
Look, Stormstormer's just he's not a subtle guy, okay? He's heart on the sleeve, you know, he's
loud.
Yeah. You know, play those stealth games as a kid and just winning guns blazing every time. Kind of guy he is. No sneaking around. Yeah, surprisingly low scoreline at the moment. Only 2 kills going the way of Avalus so far. I feel like we've had a lot of aggression, but no one's ever really dropped so far.
I was laughing because I thought you were about to misspeak. Then I was like, damn, son, it's been 7 minutes, but all right, we're good. Yeah, it's very farm orientated. I feel Avalus, they don't have that pressure on them, right? They understand that a farm game enables their draft heavily, so they're waiting for Boom to make those moves, right? And on the flip side, Boom know that if they make the incorrect moves, the counterplay potential will break down all of their aggression, and they won't get their draft online, right? Like an early move pre-BKB will fumble. So they have to be very, very careful.
Biggest movement really so far is coming from Seneko with that move to the bottom lane. Other than that, it's been chill on. Again, as you mentioned, not really punishable, so the DK's still super, super rich as a biscuit. And having a great time up in this top lane. Won't be punished if Seneko does decide to rotate, but we have a Rolling Thunder coming out. Mac, he's trying to come in here. Just looks so slow without that perf. They're going to throw everything onto the DK, but here's the Solar Guardian coming on through from Shibe and just tears FBC apart. Bye-bye, Timber Saw. And now Shibe looking in for more as he zones away, allowing them to deal with Mac as well. There's going to be 2 kills now going to Avalus. The aggressive play from Boom not working out at all. Tim's trying to get away with his life here, but there's no escape from this one. Turns around with the Enchant Totem, but the damage is in from Eki to get the kill. There's your birthday present.
That's a nice birthday present. I mean, he's doing pretty well. Some nice clean stuns, and I was just mentioning how Boom don't want to... I mean, they just need to be careful, right? Like that wrong move catapults Avalus to be even more confident, and they just not very clean. They go for a kill, it doesn't work out. Avalus respond very quickly, and the one thing I didn't want Boom to do, minutes later they're doing it, right?
I know. That's the one I kind of want to look at the replay at and see if that Dawnbreaker was like 5 coming into it and then hit 6 from a creep or something, or they just hadn't seen her in a little bit of time. It was really known factor, but if you have it, then that's obviously an issue. Seneko getting pretty low on the side, but not actually finished off here, so he's just going to be able to walk out. So Ice Wall coming down FPC, trying to be aggressive and make some space for Mac, but there's no play to be made.
Yep. We were watching a replay that entire time, so luckily Nomad did have you covered with the radio coverage.
Oh god, well nothing happened, so, you know,
that's
production
true.
team knew.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, that's true.
Double damage Eki, guys, like, what do you want? doesn't have finger yet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice little stun, just making sure Matt gets hit by that EMP. That's that kind of play which just makes you so mad as a Pangolier player. Dude comes under tower, takes like 3 tower hits just to get off a spike on you. Make sure you lose a bit of extra mana. Come on, dude.
Radiant are scanning.
Man, Smiling Knight is so rich. Look at this net worth.
Top tower is under attack.
He hits his armlet at 10 minutes. 10-10 was the armlet timing here. Whew.
I think it's going to get even worse for them. They're going on to the Timber Saw.
Very aggressive
no
here.
mana.
In comes the Starbreaker. They need a little bit more, though, and they're not going to find it. FBZ gets away, and now it's looking a little bit awkward for Zibe. Zibe is just going to slowly get beat down. Will he get denied by the neutrals? No, he will not. Januel gets the kill somehow, and that'll be Zibe going down.
The first kill of the game from Boom, and it's a pretty big one, right? Like, Zibe's relatively uncontested in the off lane. He's an off lane Dawnbreaker who's also going for an Orchid, right? Like the fact that he's going for like a super aggressive item.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter though. We are seeing a little bit of a bump of heroes in the mid lane. Lion and Phoenix were just hugging the trees next to each other for a very brief second. This is the thing. Every time you finish a move, Chen's gonna walk down the
sees
tower.
Tim's ult. Tim's
he's
the
so
Eki.
deep.
My goodness, he is just gone, trying to hide out in the tree line, but he's going to lose his life. Snako not looking too healthy either. Nice tornado across from Stormstormer to save his teammate, though, and that will get Snako out of dodge.
Is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling.
A little bit awkward, though, as once again, the aggression. You know, they get the tower, sure, but they do lose themselves an Eki in the process, giving away now 2 kills on the side of Avalus.
But they also used a smoke from Boom. So a little bit of a weird play there. They smoked up after the kill. Timber started farming Ancients. Phoenix started farming jungle. So wasted smoke from Boom. I think when you really look through that play, I don't think Avalus cares, right? They take the mid tower. Their Dawn was farming bottom. Their DK was still farming top. Sure, they lost the Lion, but it's like they have 2 supports and an Invoker pressuring the tower, forcing out 4 heroes of Boom. So it's another way just to kind of break down that economy. And now on the flip side, we see the smoke from Avalus. A much cleaner smoke. It wasn't seen by the ward, but they were by the tree line. And they want to find the Razor. Solar Guardian will be up in 2 seconds. But right now, Stormstormer on the minimap, he is drawing the line to go to the right-hand side. But the Razor, he's to the left, and they don't have a scan.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So it's a 50-50 to find him, and they just walk the wrong direction.
Yeah, this is feeling like
The Razor...
it's not going to result in a whole lot. Maybe they can get this bottom tower with the Chen showing up down to the bottom side.
Radiant's
They are twin gating top, so they're keeping the aggression.
Alright, Januel. Oh,
Do
do they see him? Yeah,
they do.
Alright. They were looking behind him, you know, they're like, we don't want the pigeon, but I'll take the pigeon. Down it goes Januel, and that'll be a finger charge back here as well. Maybe because it's his birthday, they're going to give him every kill and just make his finger massive. Still no Witchblade for this Invoker. Still no Orchid for this Dawnbreaker. DK, he's got his armlet, he's got his Mask of Madness, but that's just kind of farm city for the DK. It's not really aggressive timing.
That's a lot of jelly. That is a lot of jelly,
isn't it? Yeah. They're jellied up.
Inherently a very, very silly tier 1 neutral item, right? The idea just to get HP mana regen, and you get 5 charges on your initial pickup, so it just keeps you farming and active on that. It's, yeah, quite something. And we do see the return of the Cobalt. This isn't ESL One Birmingham though. It's actually Bangkok, so very different Cobalt storylines. We'll see how that one develops throughout the tournament.
Indeed.
And the Orchid is, of course, complete for Jibe, like you mentioned. I'm expecting them to be ready to fight.
Orchid and
but
Witchblade
again, it's
up.
like
They want to come top here.
they might find the Shaker.
Tim's acting like he knew. Might have just ticked there onto the slow Eki. I mean, he's daring them to come at him. He's like, hey, you can try if you want. We've got an Orchid ready to go, and that's going to be used now onto FBC. Right click's coming through. Great reveal, great bait here from Avalus.
Yes.
Incredible baiting.
Very good baiting.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hold on.
Eki has not stopped baiting though.
So much baiting occurring.
Too much, maybe? Maybe. He's going to die for this one. And nothing really gaining it. Oh, okay, Tim's just kind of jumped on the sidelines, trying to go for a cheeky slam on the side, but of course getting orchided up. But it does kind of free up the rest of the team to fight here. And now, Heck actually coming out onto the swell. He's pig-poled himself to try and get away.
Oh.
And he's just going to be dead as well, so... Not the greatest trade of all time.
I mean, the fact that the fight started with Shaker getting like jumped by an Invoker, walks away from Tornado, everything's fine. There's no problems. And FBZ then goes, I'm going in! Timber chains in, instantly dies to the Orchid that we already knew was in play, so very, very strange move there from Boom. And of course, Avalus do punish it. You need to be careful, like, the itemization from Avalus is to punish this window of the game, and FBZ, he's not chilling, he's not taking a break. He did see Eki place the ward though, so very nice D-ward there from Januel. But as soon as you show yourself, Stormflow is probably going to be running at you. They do have the Orb Sentry, so again, they do see him.
Well, to Mac Tim's as well, getting all of that mana taken away. Avalus with a no fun lineup, silences and mana being taken, but yeah, once again, looking at this Invoker, does he have a way out of this one? Oh, Static Link, the beast as well, coming on down, keeping the Stormstorm alive, and now a regen rune. That is a gift from Gaben himself.
There's been 2 mid-earth spikes from the Lion that have just netted just insane plays, right? He prevents Invoker dying mid lane, he then gets Arcane, moves bottom, applies pressure, he then earth spikes again to stop a shield crash, to then get a regen on the Invoker to stay on the map, right? Like, Eki in the right place at the right time to keep this Invoker alive, and boom. They wish they had one more stun. Several times now, Avalus have put themselves in a position where maybe they could get punished from their chase, but it's like Shaker versus the world at this point. Of course, Rolling Thunder, a little bit hit or miss in the early game, especially with how Mac's kind of been playing it. He's going to be throwing it out quite early. They just need that one cheap stun to set things up, and again, they just don't have it yet.
17 minutes, not the greatest timing,
right.
But we do have a Blink Dagger now on Tim, so that Blink Slam...
Have we seen a slam yet?
Not sure. May have just
been
one or two
very early
for,
on, but I've not...
Lockdown,
Yeah.
but... You know, none of those big, like, Echo Slam and down moments, that's for sure.
None for the highlight reel yet for the playoffs. If they do see one, we will clip it, ship it, and make sure that's available. If and when maybe Boom make the playoffs, it could just be a Tim's slam package for the for their kind of panel segment. Anyway, 5,000 gold lead now for Avalus. Boom. Their draft was meant to be aggressive. Was meant to be in the face of their opponents. Yet they haven't really been able to do it. And that is going to change though when BKBs come up. Tim's, ooh, blink out from the DK, yeah, there we go.
Not the,
if you look at the...
not the blink reveal you kind of fantasize about as an Earthshaker player, but, you know, one you'll take.
Oh, you can't teleport that back though. But anyway, like when you look at the wider itemization of Boom, the double BKB on Timber and Razor is very close. They are both a recipe away from completing it. Around 200 gold on both heroes. So that's what I'm expecting Boom to really kind of step up their game. Especially with Pango, I believe, just got his Blink Dagger. Oh, Januel though.
Yeah, he's going to have to egg here. Let's do that as, well...
Oh, the BKB, okay. That's a fuck you BKB
I guess.
For sure.
Yeah, that's 2 support kills. I did not know he had BKB there. And neither did they.
I mean, clearly Boom didn't either. Yeah.
Oh no. Well...
Okay, you know what's happening though, man? It's like
Boom are losing.
I say, Boom don't want to be aggressive because they need to chill for a little bit. They can get outplayed if they don't execute nicely. They instantly take a fight and lose top tier 1 fight, right? Then I'm like, alright guys, they got Blink double BKB on cores. They're so close to making a smoke to re-enter the game, and then suddenly their supports are just kind of running down the mid lane. Like every time I see Boom getting close to a nice team timing, something goes wrong, but through their own choice, you know? It's a little uncomfortable, and it is hurting their ability to really make a statement, but I feel like once they respawn, like they have, they need to just kind of connect the dots, bring themselves together in the same place, and utilize what they have. And FBZ now has the BKB. Has to be careful. Doesn't want to get picked off here by the Dawnbreaker in the line. He's trying to TP away. 1 second left. Yep, he's fine.
Neat.
So this is the moment for Boom, right? This is, if there ever was a moment for them to take a good fight, it is going to be now. Every single hero on Boom have an active item to take that next fight.
Yeah,
Mac,
everything
no,
is revealed, and yeah, I mean, Avalos just know this is free. What an unfortunate time to try and make a play like that.
It's at the daytime as well.
Yeah.
It was during the break of dawn from, yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, remarkably so. Jack trying to link up with the DK. DK doesn't care though. He's like, take my damage. I got plenty. I can offer you more.
He cares a little bit though.
He probably should.
Just
yeah,
a
his
little
teammate
bit.
is dead. They're backing away.
Right.
It's a play from Boom. It's not the big comeback moment, but you know, it's a bit of space on the map. Start building some more from this. Take your Tormentor.
But it's also another smoke now. So the last 2 smokes that I've seen from Boom have been after a fight, they insta smoke. Yeah, they're fine. They're fine. How many smoke? Sorry, how many smokes do they have left? I think they only have 1 smoke left. Yes, they have 1 smoke left on Boom. And they've just purchased it. So this is their last smoke of the early game, or kind of entry to mid game, to be able to really make the move on their own choice.
Really
because the last 2, again, they have wasted them.
Yes.
And when I say wasted, I don't mean like they've crossed the river and not got anything. They've literally pressed it. As soon as a fight ends, they press it and then go and farm. So I have high expectations for Boom. Hence the critique that is occurring. I want my Januel, my hyper-biased first-time cast.
Yes.
It's not really sounding biased. I said I'd be biased, and now I'm here just
No, you're
upset with them.
It just sounds like your expectations are really high. Yeah.
That's true. No, it's just one of those ones where it's like, when you pick the aggressive lineup, it's just your mistakes are very obvious compared to the team that has like insurance policies and scaling, right? You can see every move just hurting their ability to play the game. But they are smoked up. Like I said, this is their last smoke. They are looking to try and get a kill here. Timbersaw now TPing in.
Smiling like straight into the pit. This is abusable potentially. FPZ is going to get smoked up. Now Observer Ward is going to be seen. Avalos, that is the alarm bell rung for them. But FPZ is already in. He's found Eki on the backlines, but has absolutely 0 help.
That was Mac. Oh, I know he has no vision there, but we saw it. That looked exciting. But
I don't know, Smiling Light's so quick on the BKB though. Slowly, Roshan starting to get low, but Avalos feeling like, yeah, we don't really want to get Roshan low. That's going to make things awkward for us. Oh, jump in and Hex from Eki there, mid-timber chain. They're just going to melt down FBZ. Finger being used, the damage is there, and they will kill off FBZ. Now looking in for more, Tim's found on the sidelines, orking it up to make sure he doesn't really have an option here. Stormstormer coming in with the Tornado to make sure he goes down, and Tim's will die. And again, Avalos is just looking really straightforward for them at this point. You just find a couple of kills, yep, okay, nice. And there's no response, there's no aggression. I mean, that Rolling Thunder was already used earlier from Max, so what do you do?
it's clearly this kind of psychological hurdle Boom need to overcome, where they smoke up, they have position, but they know they don't really want to try and commit, as they understand that turnaround potential. It's like, do they have damage to jump a DK? They don't. Do they really want to jump a support? And then also it's like, Max started with Rolling Thunder onto a line, doesn't get the kill. Then the rest of his team, it's like everything in that play just felt slightly off, right? But then you can argue, okay, so who's meant to start the fight for Boom? Like, is it meant to be the Blink Slam from Earthshaker, then you pile on top?
That's kind of...
Or is it Pangle going first? Like, I don't think they know who really wants to go first, and also who they want to jump. Like, there's so many questions that Boom aren't answering themselves.
Like, my kind of analysis on that one is sort of either the communication wasn't good enough, but I think Mac just went a bit too far. I think he went a little bit too deep. His team couldn't really follow up. Like, yeah, they're pretty quick. You've got a lot of blink daggers, you've got timber chains, you've got Yashas and stuff, but ultimately, you know, running across that gap, giving up your high ground area as well, really, really uncomfortable for Boom, so they just made the call not to go for it. But ultimately, that costs them, I mean, a lot. It costs you Aegis, it costs you 2 kills, it costs you a lot of map space, it's going to cost you a tier 2 now as well, so I feel like even if the idea isn't perfect, you kind of just got to go for it if that Rolling Thunder's used.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
That will be something that Boom will need to utilize, right? When the game does get difficult, the high ground is going to be potentially on their side. But it doesn't matter for now. Razor, he does have BKB TP if he wants to.
Ooh, it's looking a little awkward, but Januel is behind, healing him up quite nicely. But Smiling Knight is here. Now your big damage is coming through. BKB is used from both sides, though. Who's faster in a drag race? And it does look like Jack Boys is just going to be able to outpace them here. Goes for the... Oh, no! The TP cancelled out because the BKB just wasn't long enough. Oh, dear.
Dire's bottom tower
Well, Gary's dead.
He is. He'll respawn in 36 seconds.
I like that answer. It's very positive. Anytime anybody dies, well, they'll respawn, you know?
No, I'll be honest with you. I'm just worried that Twitch chat's going to be saying that we're, you know, that we're leaning towards the a team at this point. You know,
I am
I'm gonna-
leaning towards the birthday boy effort. I don't care what you
I
say.
mean, I said I preferred Avalanche draft. You know, so it's fine. We covered that one.
I'm birthday biased. You're mullet biased. That's how it goes.
My head says Avalanche will win, but my heart wants Januel.
My hair.
He has all the hair that I don't have. I'm jealous of the mullet god.
Absolutely. I feel like if they make it to grand finals, then every panelist working grand finals should rock the mullet.
I mean, I can see that.
Every single person.
Sure.
Cool. I'm just laying down the gauntlet
Maybe
on that
I've
one.
got my mullet on now. Maybe when we go to the next segment. They're triple filling. They're trying to build up their economy. And normally when you look at Earthshaker lineups, you say the high ground is pretty hard to go into, right? Because you have Fissure with the charge or pumping out aftershocks. You then have that slam to instantly punish the core that goes up the steps. But normally you need the game to be relatively close in net worth for that to feel good. And Jimmy is so farmed. Second in net worth, BKB, AC, Orchid. Like, if he joins a fight,
Radiant's bottom
you know he's just gonna just crush whoever. Surely Orchid has fallen off a little bit due to the BKBs, but the AC to buff up the DK damage, BKB to hit an egg, or even just to swat away a rolling thunder or something. It really is just Avalanche's game at this point to close it out. As they are sweeping across the map, choking Boom where possible. Tims needs to be careful. He's just dead. No, he's not just gone.
A little bit brown bread. See you later, friends. That is a shaker, dead for 40. Not exactly an invitation to the high ground, but certainly a map closer. BZ trying to grab something with the smokes. The window wiper maneuver, as I like to call this one. You make a play on top lane, you immediately smoke and run down to the bottom lane. Super easy to predict when something's going to be going on here. And guess what? It is. Hi, FBZ. See you later, buddy. Chaining these kills up nicely. Avalos just feeling like the better team in this game one.
Just textbook Dota, right? Like, you have a draft, you know the timings, they've hit the timings, and they didn't really overplay their hand too much. There was like a one engagement top, but other than that, like tier 1 doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
We are seeing Rolling Thunder, they're going onto Eki.
They have found the birthday boy, but they're going to knock him down to the low ground here. Oh, they're not.
4 staff.
Wait, yeah. Oh, Tims comes in, really wants this kill, really wants to make sure that Eki dies, but Tims will trade his life for that one.
radiant structures are fortified.
Making
Did
it,
get deleted.
yeah, not super worthwhile, but I'll take it, I guess.
Don't want to be that guy, but no, it was not worth it, no man. No.
Not super worth it. Let's go with that.
Hi guys, out of 10, how worth was that? Oh, it doesn't matter, they're onto the Razor.
They certainly are, and they're going to be able to take him down, just no questions asked. He just wasn't ready for the blink jump in from Smiling Knight. Jesus, look at this. Look at this. DK, man. He's just clicking through buildings, clicking through creep waves. He's got a full data list, Tigo. Did you know?
Yeah, I did know.
Why didn't you tell the people?
Why don't I tell the people? Because they can see it. They can see the big red
Nobody
crits
knew.
ripping through the side of Boom. They don't need me to tell them.
Nobody knew.
I don't want to dig the grave of Boom that much, you know? I gotta...
Alright. Shaker coming back, though. I mean... Do they care? I feel like they don't care. There's a Solar Guardian available. They flashbang the minimap as well, so everybody on the side of Boom is blinded.
Just picturing. Imagine if that was, you know how like Mars, he removes the vision?
Yeah.
Like, imagine if there was an actual, like an actual flashbang.
Oh yeah, they should give Dawnbreaker a facet where one of them makes us see everything in the daytime, the other one, when it turns daytime, everyone's brightness just gets set to like 1000%.
Thing is though, like you might say, oh that's bad. You don't want that to happen in the game, but the fact that CS exists, right? CS2, CS:GO, like they have literal flashbangs. The technology exists. We can introduce it somehow. Doesn't matter though. Boom, the Hail Mary, right? At 20,000 gold down, 30 minutes into the game, we're getting a replay, but they are currently supposed to survive. We're gonna quickly watch that lion die, and hopefully this replay will end to see Boom's potential final play of the game. Actually, because of course, and then.
And then their buildings die, but we're looking, Tim, looking up the high ground here, and they're backing away.
I'm sorry. The intensity of that move, Boom was it felt like all or
nothing.
They were
going for it, yeah. Like
they were.
The last play of the game potentially. They're 2 bags down.
But then they realized a replay was showing, and they wanted the SEA fans to see their final fight, so they dipped back, they reset a little bit. Of course, for legal reasons, they did not know a replay was happening.
They did. We haven't even had to mention it because it's just never been a factor, but like the global save potential from Avalos is ridiculous as well. If anybody gets jumped and you don't immediately burst them 100-0, you've got a Hand of God and a Solar Guardian to help you out, so
yeah, it's
really hard to kill anybody. But that said, Boom just haven't really tried, so...
Yep.
It's just one of those drafts where, as I said, it's very brawly, it's very fighty, it's very kind of want to break the game down and just smash your heads into each other, which can work, but if you fall behind, then it's going to feel very awkward. It's very tricky to make these heroes work in a backwards position. And now...
I mentioned it during the draft, right?
Yeah.
It's like, the supports are out of sync with the cores, right? You have this, like, you want to go aggressive, but Shaker plays defensive on lane, and then Razor wants to be aggressive in lane, but Phoenix can't really facilitate that against a Dawn and a Lion. So everything is built around momentum, but the supports don't really create that momentum. They need their cores to do it, and then the cores need supports to do it. Like, there's this weird disconnect between what your supports do and what your cores do. And then technically you could argue, if you just hit creeps and chill, you eventually will create that timings around 15 minutes. But against Avalos' lineup, if you don't really break down the map early, or at least remind them that you want to be aggressive, they get tanky so quickly. So it's like, there's something just uncomfortable with Boom's lineup, their draft. And then the way that they played it, there's been 3 or 4 moments, very key moments, where if you're the coach of Boom, it's so glaringly obvious as a viewer that like mistakes are happening internally that causes the game to be difficult, right? Shaker just disappears to Jimmy. He just deletes
Blink,
him. So this is a really good learning game though. Like if there ever was a time for Boom to have a difficult game, I would argue game 1 of a very long group stage, multiple best of 2s. If you can understand how you lost and adjust, then it should catapult you into feeling very confident, right? It's not as if it was like a close game and you lost because my Razor didn't press BKB in a clutch fight, right? Like you just got outplayed, and now you can just during this time just dissect it. So I hope Boom can learn from this first game, because there does feel like there's quite a skill gap between the two teams, and the fact that we're saying that between, let's say, Avalos, who arguably their top result in this tournament should be around just top 8, I'd argue, based on power ranking. They easily could make a run, but yeah, either way. Boom, lots to learn. Avalos now get another Aegis. They have that, of course, available for 5 minutes. Currently chasing down FBZ. He does have BKB, but with the stun.
Jesus.
He gets deleted.
That
once
was
again.
that was 5 finger stacks, by the way. So
Yeah,
that'll help.
he gone.
Dead. And now into the middle lane as well. Trying to catch out Mac here. Mac trying to roll himself away to safety. Oh, and has the invis as well. Lovely.
Oh,
I'll get him out.
that's kind of scary. Imagine if Shadowblade Pangolier ever became meta. Just for like the invisible role.
Yeah, like, I can see
Obviously,
that
you want to
bullying
use-
like Herald games, you know. What's happening?
No, I'm not saying. I don't know. Like, we joke about it now, but of course we have like Terrorblade off lane, we have Naga support and stuff, right? Like,
Yeah,
there could be a world where invisible rolling thunders is meta.
yeah. There's just a lot of silly stuff in Dota.
Yeah. You know what also is silly? DK not getting nerfed in the ladder patch.
Yeah.
And him winning another game of Dota.
I feel like several ladder patches in a row, DK's kind of getting away with it.
Yeah.
One of
Somehow
Valve's just
Silencer
been having
catches
fun.
strays like every other patch for no reason. You know, it's like a unpicked, unloved hero, but he catches like that nerf. And DK's arguably like the best. Also, it's not even like the best. Actually, it is the best carry. It's just the most dull.
Yeah, well, he might be dead, but he's got himself the Aegis.
Yeah.
But that said, no Elder Dragon form when he comes back from the dead. So, potential fight here from the side of Boom Esports. I feel like this is probably their only opportunity to make something happen. They've got Rolling Thunder available in 5 seconds. Other than that, pretty ulti. I mean, they've got their big supports with the team fight ults. You got to try and force it here, guys. I don't know how, but you got to try it. Otherwise, this barracks is just going to fall. And,
It fell.
well, okay, it's just going to fall. Fair enough. And now Bangalore is going to fall as well. FPZ tries to make a play onto Eki. Eki falls staff away, keeps himself nice and healthy. I mean, they can just leave now if they want Avalos. Avalos kind of just free to do what they want. They've kind of won.
And there it
There
is,
you go.
GG. Yeah.
GG comes out. As I said, they kind of just won. So, Major Creeps are out. GG's are called. Game number 1 will go to Avalos convincingly as well. There was never really a point in this game where we felt that Boom Esports had what it took to kind of come back into it and threaten Avalos here in this first one.
Yeah, it's the difficulty of Dota nowadays, right? I think a lot of teams understand what they want to do on the map, how to apply that pressure. You don't break high ground in the first 20 minutes of a game, nor did Boom's draft really want to create that opportunity, but they had to be aggressive, right? And their lanes didn't go very well, the Razor struggled bot. Shaker wasn't really a pressuring hero, of course. We don't see it in the 4 position because of that. He's a very kind of absent laner, to where you could maybe argue a Timber could chase down a DK and laner by a little bit of pressure. The Shaker then deleted that and was kind of absent. And then Pango just goes mid and trades even. And then all the moves, like 3, 4, 5 moves in a row from Boom, it just felt disjointed. They weren't really on the same page. They wasted their early 2 smokes to go hit creeps. Like, everything was just uncomfortable for them. And normally after a game 1, it isn't this critical, right? But I feel at least for Boom, there's going to have to be a massive shift in how they want to approach this, because like this is like this move here, it tells so much about a team, right?
Yes.
Like, you know the type of timings that you have. You know Solar Guardian is impactful, but then you're jumping a hero without clean damage. You're enabling Avalos to create this timing of the game, this momentum. And at this point, like this 7-minute, 8-minute play, it happens, and suddenly from that point, it feels like Avalos don't stop like pressuring, right? It's like that single play was like the switch, and it was 8 minutes into the game. Like, that is so scary to think about. Like, if you make one blunder at 8 minutes, Avalos will then choke you out for the next 30 minutes of the game and then win it out very easily. It was and then this plays through it, like literally the 8-minute play and this play here, 18-minute blunders, very, very difficult.
Yeah, 2 major mistakes behind a draft where you didn't really want to make any mistakes in the early game, I would say. Maybe a couple of minor ones are fine, but anything massive and you're going to feel awful. So yeah, not good for Boom Esports for their opening matchup here, but you know, as we said, it is their opening matchup. This isn't a team with a lot of experience on LAN as of yet. Individually as players, you know, they've all had their stints on LAN attending teams, but at the moment, you know, just get a bit of practice in. Try to make it a little bit cleaner. I'm sure Coach Mushi will have words for Boom Esports, get them all kind of up to scratch, and hopefully fighting fit for game number 2, because the first one was very rough. In terms of standouts on the side of Avalos, honestly, like, It's a problem because everybody did their job so well. Like the DK was just so ridiculously mega farmed. 10 minutes into the game, he was 1,200 gold above the richest hero on the side of Boom Esports, which is sort of illegal. He had a ridiculously good time. Obviously, he was enabled by his support, the Chen, who also was 0-0-14 on Sneko. Ridiculous plays from Sneko, just making those key early game rotations as well on the Chen to extend their lead. Jibe, always there when you need him. Solar Guardians were on point. Interesting build as well with the Orchid. Birthday Boy Eki, always when you need him. Yeah, stun's coming through. It was honestly anybody's game, except Storm. I'm sorry. The Invoker was good, but not MVP worthy, I would say.
What the?
I can't include everybody, can we?
No, I mean, you could technically, but no, fundamentally, Avalus just very clean, right? This is one of those drafts where you know the timings. There's no kind of variables that you have to care about too much. Like your lanes are good, your players good. Like, everything becomes a problem if you're the ones overstepping your mark, right? And Avalus just didn't do that. So it's very, very good game from them. I'm very intrigued to know where Boom will go, but to praise Avalus a little bit because we have kind of harped on Boom quite a lot. Again, high expectations for the SEA qualifying team for the SEA event. But yeah, for Avalus, I would argue to kind of disrupt this a little bit. I feel like giving Smiling Knight a DK is a little bit of maybe also a draft blunder to some degree. I think that's one of his best heroes, at least, or at least the strategies that Avalus play. Like the ability to farm and fight on this hero. Like he goes for good itemization as well. Like he's going for a Blink Dagger to be active. Other carry players don't even want Blink too often. They want to go like Silver Edge and be a little bit more of that kind of move the fight to me rather than I start the fight. So I don't know. Even the Sneko Chen as well, like we haven't even mentioned that. That's like such a specialty. Like there's so many things that Avalus did well in this game, and I just hope for Boom's sake that they have pinpointed one or two things to improve on in this game too, because we can list 5, 6, 7 things to improve on. You can't do that in a game, like in a 10-minute break. So we'll see which points they want to try and improve on. Maybe it's simplifying the draft, enable their players to get a bit more aggression in laning phase to give their draft some more life, or maybe it's taking away some key heroes from Avalus, right? The Chen or the DK that we just mentioned, but there are some options for them to go down. This shouldn't just be, a down and out moment for them. They did look like they were outskilled a little bit in this first game, but I feel like with the experience that they have, I would hope that their adjustments should make the second game a lot closer.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I think there's a bit of adjustments to be made. You kind of trying out some styles. So like, hey, maybe everybody's playing this very structured Dota. Everyone's playing this very kind of clean-cut Dota 2. Maybe if we just go kind of aggressive and brawling style, maybe this idea can break that. Unfortunately, as we mentioned, we had some critical mistakes in the early game. And from there on out, the draft just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense if you fall behind this much from 2 big misplays at the start of the game. The puzzle pieces just don't fit together. And Boom Esports, unfortunately, are left with a very awkward first game where they just kind of have to sit there and wait to lose. That's the unfortunate reality we're living in. So hopefully, they don't let it get to them too much. They can just say, hey, you know what? We went aggressive. We made some critical mistakes early on. It's fine. Rinse, repeat, go game 2. Still a lot of Dotas to be played. Still a lot of group stage to come. And we'll see if they can come back in this best of 2 and 1-1 against Avalus, or whether Avalus will get the clean 2-0. We'll find out in a very short while.
talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better spacing. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. We can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. We can't control the world. What we doing? Baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it. Just trying to control it. Ay, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, let it out, let it Oh, I see it chasing fate. This world is yours and yet you wait. And everything you ever wanted fades. Take what belongs, go beyond, and I won't give you what you want. Stay away, chase the break, the point at which you can't go on. Carry on, go beyond, and I won't give you what you want. And I try to live undercover. I can't. It's not me. I'm just afraid it's distant. Take what belongs, go beyond, and I won't give you what you want. And when you can't go on, carry on, go beyond, and I won't give you what you want. And I try to live undercover. I can't. It's not me. I'm just afraid it's distant. Take what belongs, go beyond, and I won't give you what you want. Stay away, chase the break, the point at which you can't go on. Carry on, go beyond, and I won't give you what you want. And I won't give you what you need. Yes, I could. So stick around. Yes, I could. Yes, I
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
We had you go on there for a minute, didn't we, as we get back into this series. It's, of course, the first series here on the B stream, the best stream, as we are one game deep into Avalos versus Boom Esports. T Governor, we talked about what went wrong for Boom Esports, but what went right for Team Avalos? You know, what did they do good as a team?
I feel like they just know what each hero wants to do on the map at the right time, right? Like when we're seeing Invoker get jumped middle, Eki's there on the line to pressure. And then we already mentioned how Dawnbreaker itemization can be critical, right? It can make or break offlane Dawnbreaker. And in this game, based on how they're playing, like Orchid, it created just enough opportunities to kind of catapult everyone into the game. And I liked it, right? In other games, I think Orchid is very bad. But in this game, it was like perfect timing, perfect usage. And also not really overplaying his hand in where he was playing on the map. So if anything, I just think Avalos have shown that they are a relatively disciplined team. They know exactly what they want. But my only reservation in overhyping them will be this draft is very, not easy, but like it plays itself, right? Like you know what you want to do on the map. It's like Lion find hero. If jumped, use Dawnbreaker. If bored, Invoker find hero. You know, it's like everything kind of chills, and then DK farms, right? Like there's no complexity to it compared to Boom, where it's like with Boom, it's like I need this hero to have a BKB, I need this hero to do this, and then I need to play there, and there's so much happening. Whilst Avalos, it's just like some just like chill music, like you know, just walking through the fields, farming, chilling, you know, nothing's crazy happening. So I think Avalos had a very easy to execute lineup, and they flawlessly played it. So I'm hoping Boom disrupts that in this next game, because Avalos have shown that they do have the kind of the understanding of each other to execute on these styles. And again, of course the draft will be underway soon, but I don't know, yourself, Nomad, anything you were excited to see from Avalos, anything that you have high praise for?
I think I have a lot of praise for the Chen. Like I think we're looking at the DK who has this crazy net worth, you know. I think we're looking at this Dawnbreaker had a really good game, but ultimately like Dawnbreaker's kind of garbage in lane a little bit, really struggles to make plays. You're playing into a Razor lane. Now, firstly, they did get first blood onto the Razor, which I think was a critical mistake from Boom Esports, one we didn't really highlight too much. But then over the course of time, they started to equalize, they started to pull ahead again a bit. It was only when they were kind of almost dying on the side of Avalos, and then Chen makes a rotation and is able to punish that. Avalos connect really nicely with that. You know, there was also Neko, basically winning the safe lane and the off lane together with one hero pick. So I really want to see his Chen banned out in this second game here from Boom Esports. I think it was a pretty vital puzzle piece, and there you go. It is almost as if I knew. But no, 4 bans coming out for Avalos already. They've got the Magnus Alchemist, DK, and the Shadow Demon taken out. Boom, they're going to get rid of the Chen, they're going to get rid of the Doom, and we'll see if they choose to deal with the DK. Actually, they don't need to. Avalos already took it out.
Yeah, Avalos this time around our second pick. So this kind of shows that Avalos respect DK so much that if they aren't first pick, they are banning it out, right? Which is fair. It is a hotly contested hero. We'll see if other teams have that same value. I know at least, to be fair, I believe during previous events, it also was a if I'm not first picked style hero ban. And yeah. Of course, the counter argument with that, if Mag isn't banned, then you would leave DK in the pool, because it's like if they take DK, you take Mag, and then you're happy, but Avalos ban out both, so there's no kind of like draft logic to apply there. It's just simple, let's get rid of both of them. And boom, they're spending a hot minute on this this final ban, eating through their reserve time.
On a ban?
On a first phase ban, that is rare to see, right? Like the fact that you have 2 minutes 10 of reserve time and they go for the Naga Siren. So we'll see how it plays here. I think my favorite counter to the Naga Siren was the Lina that we saw during the previous tournament. I'll explain that in a minute, but we are going to see a Dawnbreaker, which, again, very good lane. Naga Siren is quite a weak laner when you think about it, right? Like you have it in the snare, you have the luge, like you've got some like chip, but you need your carry to do everything. And right now, from the carry pool, like it's not like a Shadow Fiend, it's not like a Luna, like there's not this like I crush the lane style carry to utilize Naga Siren. Like we've shifted into, like Auk can do it, but we've shifted away from the dominating ranged cores into a new kind of era of carry. Hence why Naga Siren doesn't feel as strong in lane. Of course, game is still good, but I think Boom need to be very mindful that Naga Siren can be a bait pick if you don't get the correct lane. And Dawnbreaker, very strong laner with a position 4 that can bully. Hence why the Lion and Batrider bans came into play, because they are formidable in the 4 position to enable Dawnbreaker.
Yeah. We'll see if they're able to do that without the Chen this time around then. It's an entirely different situation from the last game. And Pugna Dawn, not exactly that incredible combo you're really looking for here. Don't worry, I'll slow them with Decrepify so you can land your Starbreaker. That's not how that works.
It could be position 5 Pugna, right? That's, and most likely will be the case, but it kind of, if it is a position 5 Pugna, which I hope it is, it's the same logic as the previous game, right? Last game you had a Chen, now you have a Pugna. It's, you jump a hero, there's this additional buff up to keep them alive, right? Chen had armor, aura, plus heal. Pugna now has Decrep plus heal. And double heal available for Avalus, and boom, they now go for the Muerta plus the Primal. At least on paper, much stronger lanes, right? Like Primal and Muerta, very kill hungry, and can punish the Pugna well. So yeah, I don't mind it. It is a step in the right direction, I feel like, for Boom. Avalus are going to have to reveal something here, but they know it's most likely Primal Muerta offlane. So picking your carry isn't too scary here.
Yeah.
Or actually just go for mid instead.
Okay. Just laying down the gauntlet, saying we don't care.
They don't. Yeah. This is, to be fair, Stormstormer is pretty confident in most matchups, and the melee counters to Puck. Let me think. What's available? You've got. Void Spirit's not really too in play. I mean, Tiny isn't that bad in this game, to be fair, if you want to go Tiny. Jumping Puck and Pugna at the start of a fight will feel pretty good. This is kind of where you look towards Mac and you're like, alright, Mac, is there any mid laner right now that you can demolish Puck in early game? Because if Puck has no game, then Dawnbreaker has no one to jump onto, right, in the early game. Tusk and Pugna need to play, like, you can force Avalus's hand really hard if you stop Puck from having a lane. So I really hope Mac finds his hero to punish this.
Yeah, I do agree. I feel like this is kind of abusable from the side of Boom Esports if they're willing to get creative in the draft, but if they just want to stick to their own ideas, that's kind of okay as well if your ideas are good enough. It's either run the hard counter and try to play a bit more kind of abstract in terms of the heroes you end up with, you know, go a little bit off script from what you've practiced and what you're kind of used to by picking a hard counter, because that's usually what a hard counter is going to put you into the position of. No one's going to pick up something super vulnerable against something which you know that the enemy team is used to playing against, and you know, if they run the counter a lot in their drafts, then you're never going to just set yourself up for that.
And the thing is, okay, they do go for the Tiny that I mentioned, so it's not,
yep.
I mean, I don't mind it. Like, when you think about Puck, historically at least, you think of Void Spirit, you think of Tiny. If you just want to out farm and be annoying, you go like a Kunkka. Of course, Lockdown isn't there, but you have the farm. So I think Tiny, at least from the list, is the best at the moment. So they go for it. It will create that explosive play, and we just didn't have that in that previous game. So Boom's adjustment from game 1 to game 2 is when we find heroes, we want to capitalize on it. Now they've got silences from Muerta plus stun. They have Primal and Tiny for that, you know, that big entry. And then you can argue that the carry from Jackie should be able to pick and choose his fight perfectly, as there's so much aggression coming from the first 4 heroes, be it through both positioning and damage.
It does strike me as a very similar draft from game 1 on Boom Esports, where if they don't get that early advantage, if they make the same mistakes in the early game, then it's going to be a very difficult one to play back into. But I don't mind that. If that's your ideas, if that's how you play Dota, then that's fine. You know, like, just don't make mistakes like you did last game.
I don't think that's the case this time around for Boom, though.
No?
Last game they had those issues, but this time they don't. Having stuns helps, but Medusa's probably the pick. Yeah.
Yeah, I do much prefer the support duo, that's for sure. Much more active on the support duos, which is where the difference comes in. And yeah, they'll go for the hard carry as well. So, okay, very, very different from last game now.
Yeah, it's helps with lane, right? Like, if you we already mentioned how Naga Siren isn't going to be the strongest in lane, because we're expecting like Dawn plus aggression, And now at least Naga can
Smiling
buy
Knight is
like a couple
smiling.
mangoes. You can help. He's happy, but is there a hero here that can break them? I mean, you don't really want to. I'm trying to think of. Okay, is there a diffusal blade hero to create timings? But then they put Avalus on a timer, right? Like Slark is a bit too volatile, most likely. You don't really do diffusal blade on Ursa anymore, so you might just want to outscale him instead. But technically, you could go for like a Spectre type play, and then just keep picking off the map with like Tusk. You find hero, you jump in, you reset, you overwhelm the Medusa early on because you just keep every shadow step like 60 seconds, boom, 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 go, 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 and you make the game feel super pick-off orientated because you have like double global.
Yeah, I don't hate that idea.
It just depends on what Smiling Knight wants, because also the lane is going to be pretty hard, right? Like we already mentioned, how Primal Merch is a very strong lane, and then like the carries that I just mentioned aren't the strongest laners, so it could give Boom kind of free entry to that, and then you don't really get a game to play if you lose your lane, right? So I don't know, this pick's
Yeah.
actually pretty difficult for Avalus. Like you have to respect both lane of Primal and then the scaling of Medusa, right? It's quite an exciting little puzzle to solve, and you know, Avalus have 50 seconds to try and solve that.
Yeah, I'm going deep into the playbook here. I mean, maybe something like the Terror Blade could be tempting for them here.
I mean, it could be. Just stand your ground. But again, the lane could be very volatile. If they put Tusk in the lane, I think they can play it. If they put Pugna, then it could be absolute despair. Morphling's already banned out.
Yeah, a lot of stuff's banned in the carry role.
You could also go for bring back the Shadow Fiend carry. That could work, but okay.
Oh,
they go
Bristle. Cool.
So they are going for the timing. They are going for that. Let's just try and run over the map before Medusa comes online. And this is a big change of pace, though, from the first game, right? The first game, when we looked at Boom's lineup, we were like, okay, they need to be aggressive. But this time around, it's like they can pick and choose their fights, but as long as Medusa is farming the entire time, they're going to be pretty happy, right? Like Manta, Skadi, kind of Daedalus is the window of Boom feeling really confident on Medusa. So their entire job this game is create as much noise as possible and ensure Medusa's map is safe. Like if she has ancient stacks, don't allow just Bristle to run in there early, just start quilling them down and take them. You know, like you have to react. And Mac, he had a difficult game last game on Pangolier. This is his game to pop off, right? Like he has the mid lane counter against a puck. If he gets the rune control, an early blink, kills off Eki or Seneko a couple times, delays their ability to cross the map, then we expect Medusa to farm. So all eyes, I feel like, on Mac for me in this game too, to create these opportunities. And even FPZ, right? He struggled on the Timbersaw. I think Timber and Primal and Tiny, they can have excellent games if they get through laning phase. So yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to see this one. I'm happy that Boom has a lineup that I can see a path to victory with the lineup, based on them playing well, right? It doesn't feel like they need their opponents to make mistakes for them to win. It's not a difficult draft, right? So
No, it's
that
not,
in itself is a big step up from the previous game.
Yeah. At the same time, you know, if you do make the mistakes you made last game with any draft, then it's going to be really difficult. You're going to be relying on Avalus to make mistakes. But what's different this time around is that you're going to be constantly looking at timings. You know, you put 1, 2, 3 of these heroes together and you've got a kill squad, which I think is really important, especially when playing with Medusa as well. You want to be able to have these heroes with synergies inside of each other rather than having to just always be waiting for the full 5-man squad to be ready and raring to go, which is kind of what the last game developed into for them with these 2 supports they had with the Phoenix and with the Earthshaker. So nothing like that this time around. You know, you've got these Muerta, just a phenomenal support hero just due to the strength of Deadshot and Calling. That is all the hero is really. Against Pugna, you have a little bit of extra value coming out from Pierce the Veil, but just these 2 abilities, so damn strong. So yeah, I'm excited to see how they can run this one. I totally agree. I think this is a very even-looking game. That said, I also like what Avalus's draft does. Like, everything makes a lot of sense, and I think they're going to be a tough egg to crack this time around.
Mm-hmm. For Avalus, it really boils down to how quickly can Bristle rally his team around him, right? Like we've seen, Ag's Bloodstone builds, we've seen Ag's SMY builds. Like there's a couple variations on the carry Bristleback, but the real debate will be how quickly can he get those items and how does he play into those timings, right? Like if he's just leading the charge at like 13 minutes with some insane item timing, then there will be no damage from Boom to kill him off. We'll see if that comes to light. We are seeing a little bit of a scuffle at the runes. A massive trio match.
My goodness. 4 bounty runes going the way of Avalus.
It's pretty rough.
All right. 2-0.
Again, I'm sure there's a stat, right? I know I've seen it a couple of times, but for now, Medusa's got to be careful. She's getting tag teamed up.
Yeah, she is a little bit hidden. Out of mana completely, so looks healthy, but is not. But will now chase away Jibbe and Eki, but it's going to be a tough start to lane for Jack, especially... he's got a Mango, can maybe land a big Mystic Sting. That's kind of what you're hoping for now.
I kind of wish General started with a Mango as well. Like, I understand normally you don't go Mango and Nagasarin, but because you have that Medusa, like, he's opting for a Fairy Fire for himself. It's like, I kind of... Maybe it's just... I'm on like a hard position 5 perspective, but in these moments, like a clutch Mango onto a Medusa when they're diving you with tag team can be enough to turn it around. We'll see if it comes to light in a future engagement, if that can be a turnaround factor, but we'll keep note. We'll see if it is important or not.
For some reason, I just got like a very vivid imagery. If when we had those source filmmaker montages of like TI and stuff, with the axe cool and whatnot. I just got the image of like January just like throwing a mango over to Medusa, when she's super low. Medusa just catches it at the last second, eats the mango, turns around, Snake calms out. Oh my goodness, everyone's bogging. It's a good time.
The reason why I talk about this is because, I've returned to ranked, I'm on that chase for 12k. My journey there, I've had to play with Mason a couple times, and I know what he's like. So I go to lane with as many mangoes as possible when he plays Medusa. As soon as he gets jumped, I'm just force-feeding Mason just so many mangoes. It's like, please, man, don't give up. This death will not be game-ending. And then he lives, and then he continues playing the game. So, of course, that doesn't happen in pro play, but because of this instance, I've realized the value of having mangoes with your Medusa.
You're a smart man. Yeah.
Thank you. I just love force-feeding mangoes to my carries.
Got to be done. You can't... Sometimes you just got to pander, if you value your MMR, you just got to be like, all right, you're the carry, you're the big man, you're the boss.
Oh, no. Okay, you didn't see it, Top. We don't have to talk about it, it's okay.
Phew. Toss out to try and stop Puck getting the water rune. Doesn't work out. But credit to Mac, he's playing pretty good in the early levels into Puck, which can sometimes be a bit of a struggle for the Tiny, but he's just taking the fight to him, getting good trades going.
I disagree. I think Mac's actually not really doing as well as I would expect with the tree. I would normally expect him to have some more denies at this point. And if anything, I'd argue Stolzon was doing a little bit better than expected. Normally, I want to see at least 7 or 8 denies on this Tiny because of that tree.
Bright and breezy.
Yeah, prioritizing the last hits more than the denies at the moment.
Yeah, exactly.
That's for sure.
Tims, blood grenade.
Ooh, that'll be your first blood coming out after all. Tims does get just melted down. A lot of damage coming out from Smiling Knight once he gets those quills stacking up.
But also the Never Ward. He throws down a level 1 Never Ward, and Murta did like, what, 300 damage to herself with that? It was pretty rough. She's a very intense spellcaster, as Medusa is getting a little bit jumped in the top.
Yeah,
lane.
no mana left, but yes, not too much threat coming out. It is awkward without Snowball here.
They're gonna keep
They're
going.
gonna try and go for it here. In comes a tag team. Jimmy's gonna come across as well, and that should be your damage. Yes, it is. Starbreaker was just on cooldown, but doesn't matter. They've cut him regardless. Oh, I'm looking over towards Januel. Starbreaker a little bit off the mark. Eki's not stopping though. He's got the shards available, but Tower aggro is going to shift onto Jibbe, kind of forcing him out a little bit, but just slowly but surely they're looking to melt down Januel here. Januel trying to get away to the safety of Jack, and will be able to do so.
Help.
Nagasarin barely living.
Just so much pressure applied, and they're going to keep going. They're chasing down a little bit. Jibbe, he has the hammer. He's trying to bait top.
He doesn't quite have the mana for both. If anybody casts a spell though, then he very shortly, or once the cast spell comes out, yeah, he's going to be able to have it now. And that'll be Januel finally dead. It's almost more awkward that Januel stayed alive this long, because now Jack Boys is like, well, I just spent ages trying to keep you alive. I missed so much creeps, and now, oh, okay, all right, now they're on me.
Oh, his body blocked.
Oh, it's such a brutal. Creeps coming in, helping out as well. Jack, he's dead.
Wait,
or is he?
Not yet. Hold.
Hold.
Waiting.
Sharp.
Oh, he's dead. There we
Yeah,
go.
he's dead. He's dead. I'm never wrong, sadly. It's my blessing and my curse. Eki, gonna TP away. This will be an end to the aggression, but they just chained 3 kills together up here in the top lane, so absolute catastrophe for Boom Esports.
Despair everywhere. And do you know one of those moments where it's like, I don't want to say like I told you so, but like, do you know when they first picked Naga Siren and I said you have to be careful because it's susceptible to ruining lanes because it's kind of not as strong as before. My point in case right here, please. It's pretty dire. They're struggling.
It's a little sticky.
And now look at the CS difference though. 35, 32, 32 on the 3 cores of Radiant. And then you have 20 on Primal, 12 on Medusa. I've not seen like a beatdown this much in like laning phase for a hot minute.
They're just going again. They're just going again. Rinse and repeat onto Jackie, and he is gone dead for another death for the Medusa. Oh, Chanuel,
no.
he just can't do anything. He's just watching his carry die time and time again.
Yep. There's nothing you do.
Damn, Coil coming out of here onto Tim's, just trying to secure this kill. Puck trying to chase him down. Stormstormer, he wants it. Will they be getting it though? Nice dead shot catching out onto the Puckner, but Stormstormer keeps on chasing. Won't be able to dodge the silence. Gonna have to guess here a little bit with the orb. Oh my god, so close, but doesn't quite land it. But the right clicks will come through, and Stormstormer will eventually get the kill regardless.
It's 6-0 at 6 minutes 30. 4,000 gold lead. The
Oh my
Primal
God.
Beast is farming a small camp. That was a lot of farm, to be fair, but I am shook at how I'm trying not to swear because, like, you know, sometimes when you look at a game, it's like, oof.
Yeah.
This one's hitting some emotions right now. That is, yeah.
Especially when we were, we're so excited. It's like new dawn, new day, new life.
Yeah, no, it is another dawn. We've seen the previous dawn.
Matt getting beaten down. Can he get himself away? Right clicks coming through. I mean, they have lost Eki here. A lot being given up for this kill, and they're not going to find it. Right click won't finish the job. Matt lives. Turning around now to look at the Werter instead, but Werter's absolutely fine.
Craggy exterior OP. The multiple right clicks stacking up the damage reduction. And just enough, especially with the Tau Aura plus the bottle charges. Yeah, it helped out immensely. So Tiny is able to live. A glimmer of hope and light shines upon the side of Boom, in which their mid doesn't die. But hey, stop pointing out the fact that Bristle's free farming, alright? Observer's really trying to seal the deal here. To be fair, it's 2,000... Come on, Eki. Do it for the viewers, alright? Somehow, like, get 300 gold so you're higher net worth than Medusa. Or, like, kill her again.
Yeah,
do something.
Steal a farm. Just follow her and shards away her farm. I mean, she's farming, like, small cap. They need absolutely nothing. Oh, my goodness. Running forward here onto the Bristleback. Smiling Knight is going to lose his life. Very, very aggressive positioning from Smiling Knight as he tries to steal the stacks, and he's going to give his life for it. Now, Jibe comes flying on in here. Might just be another death. Beautiful pulverized from FPC. Stormstormer coming in the back, trying to help Jibe out of this one. Jibe on the run, and might not be dying here as the damage coming down onto Boom Esports is pretty significant. Stormstormer just getting a huge coil off onto everybody, but not able to really turn it into many kills, but still they do get FBZ, so it's something.
The lack of damage really kind of shined there for Boom. That was just beautiful though. Like 4-man coil, get a kill, reset.
Yeah, Starbreakers and those Celestial Hammers also doing work at the same time as well.
Yeah. It's like you have enough to kill a hero, but then that's about it for Boom, right? It's like kind of a one and done situation.
But still, it doesn't excuse the Bristleback dying there. Like, I think that's just a bit of a messy one from Smiling Knight.
Yep. Yep. No, for sure. And if anything, right, like you said, even killing a Bristle is going to be worth it in this type of game.
A little kill onto Eki again up in the top side. They're looking towards Jibe as well. The damage coming through thick and fast. Oh, Gorgon's Grasp not quite going to land though, but it got the toss back, but it's actually over towards Sneko. So Sneko, well, he's not going to be able to save him. Jibe goes down regardless. The snake comes in. The damage is there. Tims picks up the kill. Now they're looking towards Sneko as well. Max on top of him. Right click's coming through. Toss available. And it will be another kill. Go the way of Boom Esports. Okay. All right. They're coming back into it.
It's the Max show, right? Like, we wanted him to pop off. Look at him, top net worth now. Will he get the 10-minute rune?
Oh, nice silence. Beautiful silence from Tim. They're setting up on Stormstorm. But yeah, Eki helping out a little bit, but it might just be another death here for Eki by the looks of it. Although, the song on the side just holding back the puck. Oh Januel, beautifully done on the sidelines there, just looking down Stormstorm, stopping him from finishing off Mac. And now Mac and Gut run it. I actually come back in to grab the shield rune. Oh, that is so nicely played. Boom Esports. They've suddenly found a second win. They don't want to get 2-0 this easily.
And thank God we get a replay. That was... oh, it's of the Bristle dying. Ah, that's fine. We can watch him die there.
Oh, into a smooth transition into the...
That was a beautiful transition,
yeah. No dead air
okay,
here.
so... But what we learned here, right, is like, Boom kill that Bristle, and suddenly they have so much confidence, right? Like, they moved to top instantly, they punish top. A little bit of a blunder of play from Avilus. And then, of course, the layered spells mid. I don't know, I feel like it's still not great, right? Your Medusa is about to hit 4,000 net worth. She is struggling a lot, but the fact that your active hero from the Tiny is having a game, you need to use him in every single chance you have.
And here we go, more aggression coming out. I mean, it's just the supports trying to set up for the eventual entry by Mac, but here it is. The damage is there. The kill comes in. Jibe goes down. This is it. This is what we wanted to see, you know, and as we mentioned before, there's a lot of combos on this team, and just between the two supports, they're able to lock somebody down and get them low enough for the time just come in and scoop up the freebie. Exactly what you want to be seeing from this draft.
I mean, the supports are just playing so in the face of Avilus that they're creating these chances, right? Like,
yeah.
This playstyle can also fall very flat. If you die a couple times, then it's rough, but they're living in the enemy jungle, they're forcing... Oh, okay, they don't have enough there, but... They're just preventing stacks being made, and Blink is now coming out on Courier. For the Tiny, we'll see how he gets to use that one. They're using quite a lot of resources to try and kill off Tims here. He will eventually die.
That he will.
There it is.
Yep. But over in the middle lane, we have a bit of a party taking place. They're just trying to stomp down Stormstorm, but Stormstorm is going to get away. And now even throw back a bit of damage back towards Januel with the coil even coming out onto that Naga Siren.
What's the blink reveal though from Max? Unfortunately for Boom, their kind of big entry to, hey, my Tiny's ready to keep making plays, was met with a counterplay from both Puck and Pugner, keeping them alive. But if you're Boom, you need to keep being noisy, find those next poke, those next opportunities. As Medusa, she is catching up, right? Like, still bottom of the cause, but entertaining the fact that she was what, half the net worth of Bristle.
Oh, no longer bottom of the cause.
There it is. Congratulations.
Well done. Your own teammate.
Oh, it's because they're reacting,
valid.
right?
A next target. Yep, done. Okay.
Oh.
Jeez, at this pace, she's going to be top in like about a minute. And we have a fight taking place as well, as they managed to lock down both of the Smiling Knight and Eki here. Eki's going to be the one that die. Smiling Knight's still plenty healthy, but he's just here to try and take these stacks, and they're going to need to defend this one, Avilus, but they're going to try and respond with the song from Januel.
Are they staying for this?
I don't know. What do they want to do here? Boom seem a little bit unsure of themselves. Jeez. Max jumping in. He's going for the toss back as well on Stormstorm. The Stormstorm is going to keep on moving aggressively here with these orbs. Smiling Knight also looking over towards Januel as well. Januel getting himself back. And the stacks will be defended.
They had the chance of it being so cool, right? Solar Guardian was on cooldown. They have the song, like, you start with the Puck, you hit like a silence from the Muerta with the Tiny. Like, they could have maybe blew up a hero. They just didn't have the vision or the ability kind of to get back in as quick as the Tiny could, right, with that Blink Dagger. So, like, I respect the fact that Boom was thinking about it. Just the execution in the moment, slight little mishap there. And now Tiny in the river. Ooh, illusion rune to get over the shards.
That was cute, but will it be cute enough? The damage coming through from the Solar Guardian is there, but look at the response. Oh my god, Jibe tries to come in and save the day, but just ends up dying.
Yeah, this is so much more control and damage, right? Like, again, sorry to reference the game one, but last time Jibei would jump in, he just wouldn't die. But this time around, it's like if he jumps in, it's like he's getting punished. And interestingly enough, Jibei is actually still going for the Orchid, right? Like, I praised it in the last game because it was a timing-based Orchid, but this time around, the game's not as easy, so we'll see if that one hurts him a little bit. FPZ getting jumped, but the turnaround again from
Mac.
Mac.
A lot of damage coming out from Mac, but is it going to matter? They need a bit more follow-up, and it's not going to be there. Mac getting extremely low, but nobody's dying in this fight so far. They try to heal up Stormstorm,
nice
but
grab.
interrupted by the Pulverize, but Stormstorm gets the high ground regardless, gets himself away. Nobody dies. Nothing happened.
It was so low on Boom, though. It was so close. And Jackie about... Oh, there we go. Manta complete. What a glow up. Also kind of ludicrous to think that Medusa's farmed this quickly.
Yeah.
Can we go on a tangent real quick? Or is there still fighting happening?
I think we're tangent ready.
Okay, so you know how Medusa had her Venomous Volley nerfed where it doesn't apply like silly attack slow level 1 and it now scales up?
Indeed.
And it also doesn't work on illusions.
Indeed.
Somehow it then went to not being picked at all. Of course, Mana Shield did get slightly nerfed by 0.2 on Mana Shield per point. But it's like, she got nerfed, but I would argue she wasn't deleted from the game, like Eki was just there. And somehow no one wants to play it anymore. But the hero's still really good. Like, you're super tanky, you farm really quickly, you get to being like a kind of a moving fortress. Just because your Venomous Volley was nerfed, I don't think the hero should be going to like the bin as quick as pros.
Yeah.
Like, she was a 2,000 net worth Medusa when Bristle was 4.5k net worth. She had like 8 minutes of uncontested farm, and now she's #1 in net worth, right? Like, look at this graph. Not many carries can replicate what she did, right? There is a handful, for sure, but I don't know. I feel like people just don't respect Medusa based on a decent nerf, but again, I'm going on a massive tangent. It upsets me. Thank you. My TED Talk's over.
Thank you. No, I enjoyed that. Learned a lot about Medusa and balancing and a little bit about my own existence in the world.
A little bit. Oh, yeah, that's my next tangent.
Okay,
That's at
we'll
minute
wait a little bit
36.
longer for that one. Maybe day 2. But
Self-worth, day 2.
here we go. Medusa top of net worth. So, I mean, maybe there is a message about self-worth in there. She went from bottom to top in just the space of about 5 minutes as they try to engage here for Eki. It's very deep, though, from Boom Esports. Maybe too deep. I don't know. You tell me. Song's coming out, though. Catching out 2 heroes, but this is just going to be the reset button. And that's the thing. You can go too deep. You can overextend. You've got Januel. He's there. He's the ambulance. He just presses that siren and everybody's getting out scot-free.
We didn't mention it too much with the build, but Medusa is going for the Diffusal Blade, right? Disperser. The Dispel is very good. It does feel like Disperser plus Skadi will be her key timings here. Just trying to burn through the mana of a Dawn or a Bristle is very high value. It does mean they're going to be active. Does mean they're going to look for the next fight. Zeki has to walk through the silence to then find, so unable to get that TP cancel. Nice positioning there. How will Bristle enter the game though, right? Like, he has the Voodoo Mask for that spell lifesteal, he has the Aghanims.
Just gonna
Oh,
bring
and
up Seneko.
Yep. So it's just, and I feel like as we talk about the game, it's just Mac picking up supports as Boom continued to farm.
Somewhat, but Mac's looking for a bigger
he's not
target
messing
here. I
around.
don't think he's catching this puck, but you gotta appreciate the effort, right?
I mean, I respect the effort. I mean, what an adjustment.
Yeah, Mac and Januel just completely game 1.
I mean, I feel like everyone's a completely different player from game 1. Again, yet to reference Jackie there, just because technically the lane is spicy, but just the way in which they pick themselves up is very, very impressive. SPZ though will be going down a recipe away from
That's
BKB, but
it, though.
Bristleback, hold up.
They get the. You dangle
in the
the
middle of
carrot, you give
nowhere.
him the stick.
I mean, I don't know who's dangling the carrot because he was all by himself in literally the middle of nowhere. There was an entire Radiant jungle to farm, but he was like, no, I'm gonna steal some additional dire creeps.
Yep, he got punished that earlier. He got punished that again. The Forbidden Chalice, drinking from the enemy jungle. And Well, if he's going to give Januel a punch in the face, Januel not going to be able to land out the song this time around. We'll get finished off. Jimmy claims that kill. Mitos Muerta. Always very annoying. Grab that kill when you can. This time around, it is Tusk kind of awkwardly looking for the Blink Dagger, but very, very far away from it still. This is 20 minutes into the game as well, by the way, so...
Yeah, it's been a very aggressive fight. Don't forget, at some point, Tusk was 200 gold behind Medusa. And now look at bottom of the net worth. No, it's... I like that General's going for the Greaves on the Naga Siren. Like, we don't see mech too often, right, from Naga. Like, it's Drum, it's Solar. Sometimes you get mech, but in this game with the multiple silences, having that Greaves to dispel it, be it the Dawn Orchid or the Puck Waning Rift, is super high value to ensure your song goes off. And another death on Eki. It's just refreshing. Like, if I just forget the first 6 minutes ever happened in this game, I'd be impressed with how we were playing.
Let's see how this one kind of unfolds from now. Still just waiting on Smiling Knight to really come into this one.
Yeah.
Top tower is under attack.
Can he though? Is there really a point where he can never truly 1v1 the Medusa, right? Like, Bristle's job here is to play with, like, during the puck coil, utilize your quills or your Bristleback, sorry, from the Aghanims, and like delete 2 heroes mid coil, and then you have like number advantage. You keep annoying the Medusa, like you goo her down with the nasal goo, but you're also playing into a nice silence there, beautiful.
Yeah, he doesn't miss
From
those Tims. He does not miss those. Really kind of catching out the Stormstormer Puck. I mean, Muerta is a pretty good answer to Puck if you are good enough with the cooling, and Tims is definitely proving that.
Sure, I mean, Tiny got the jump, right? So Tiny facilitates the location. Tims then traces the silence, right? It's like certain spells are much easier when you already have the setup, and of course Tiny is creating so many setups that Tims is just having a free time, and also he has Atos as well. So
yeah, he's landed some freestyle though, you know, no training wheels required.
Yeah, it's true.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What's Medusa go for next? Okay, yet to really choose. She's got Silver Edge in a quick buy. Oh, the juke around the trees. All right,
Here we go.
Bloodstone on Bristleback.
Yes.
How can he present himself in the next fight?
It
0-2-3 on the scoreline. Right, it's a fight into Roshan. That's kind of the window of the game now for Avalus.
You can't force it too hard though. But if you don't force it too hard, then the song's just going to reset it. So it's a little bit awkward, I would say, for Avalus to force anything to happen.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not too long. Jackie is going to be able to grab himself the Silver Edge, and that's going to change things a lot as well.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
It's like a broken Bristleback trying to turn around with the Aghanim Scepter Bloodstone combo is just... It's still killable.
Not the one.
No.
Eki's dead. Matt's godlike. Whew.
Jeez.
9-0-6.
Yeah, just completely unchecked this game.
I don't know if we're giving out MVPs, but my guy's going to be getting an MVP if they win. That's for sure.
He is the Big Mac, that is for sure. He earns the title this game around. Yeah, Stormstorm is not really having the impact on the puck, unfortunately. Which, you know, he did kind of get... They picked the puck third, so you kind of expect it to be answered pretty thoroughly. And that kind of, like, you know, brings that question onto Mag or whoever was drafting for Avalus here. And, like, do you want to be showing this puck this early and putting Stormstorm in this situation in the future? They do seem to be struggling without him in a kind of commanding, game-deciding position, so... Let's see. Smoke up from Avalus here. They're going to try and break the high ground. I mean, this could potentially be a good opportunity, but of course, you need to get Januel. If you don't get Januel, then the song's just going to come out. Nice shards, and here we go. It's Song time, or is it? Or is it? Coil comes out. Stormstormer being helped on the sidelines. The Song is going to come down, but nice snowball from Eki is going to make it really awkward for Boom to actually disengage from this one. Never mind. Song's long enough for them to be able to just move back regardless. There's now no Coil as well. Stormstorm's going to keep it going here, but the park just gets annihilated. Oh my god. Mac BKB, turn around, kill him off, and now the Pulverize coming down onto Jibe as well. Jibe trying to make it up to the high ground here. Smiling Knight just not really much of an impact in this fight so far. Genuel gets thrown in. He's not really enjoying that one too much. AK tries to find an engagement here, but just gets reeled back into Januel. Smiling Knight all by himself now. This Bristleback, I mean, how much can he really do? He's got some stacks up, but not nearly enough to be any sort of effective. Snakeo.
Nice force. Oh,
Nice.
no, not nice.
Flying FBZ, landing on his head. They're pinging.
Look, they
they're pinging. They want it. They
Aaron.
really, really want it. They'll throw back the Bristleback, and they got it.
Oh, there it is.
My goodness. The Atos, the toss back, the Silver Edge. I mean, I think we're looking at a 1-1 here.
I mean, of course. This is why you never give up in a Dota
suspicion
game.
that this might be a 1-1. Call
Just
me
a little
crazy.
bit. The amount of people watching this game, right? And they would go, you know what? This is why we need a surrender button in Dota. This is why we need forfeit. Look at how bad the lane went. There's no way Medusa can win this. Yeah, well, I'm talking about people who use this as a reference point to, their own games. But the point is, you never give up. You find a path back to victory. Your lanes, sure, they were shit, but you fix them with a Mac rotation or two from the Tiny. And the fact that, if you compare 6 minutes to 26 minutes, it is hilariously different. And it might not look that big, right, based on the graph, but a lead like that at 6 minutes is insane. So no, fair play to Boom. What a stellar performance for sure. We are going to see a replay here. It's just the discomfort of the jump, right? Like, Stormstormer goes in, he's by himself, instantly gets hit, doesn't have phase shift, doesn't really have any tools to survive, and where was the follow-up? There was no sort of Guardian, the Bristle wasn't in position. And you compare that to the previous game, Avalus were always ready. There was always this perfect layering, this harmony of the fight, but this time around they are again just lost. They don't really know what they're trying to do in the fight. They don't have the tools, and of course, Boom, with Medusa being top net worth, she should not die in any of these engagements. There is just no hero that threatens her. Same thing for Primal, right? How do you kill a hero if you're Avalus? That was kind of rhetorical.
Wait.
You could hold.
Not like this, I would say. No, kidding, just like this. Perfect, beautifully done. Januel is dead, but Aegis has been grabbed by the Medusa, so this has to be a hit and run. And I'm not sure about the run factor of this, although Eki is going to be able to survive this one. Now, let me move towards Mac. Hello, Avalus finding another kill here. That's a godlike streak going down. There's a Stone Gaze Medusa coming, but she's not really doing a whole lot. And Smiling Knight, she's going to go and give her a few taps, but realizing that she ain't really taking a whole lot of damage. But Eki trying to find the jump on the sidelines. They're just going to keep on ignoring Jackie.
Oh, he
and
shot
killing off
himself.
every single one of her teammates as well, but they are trading a couple back the other way. Eki's going to go down. Song's going to come out from Januel as well. Allow Jackie to make a decision. Does he keep going for Snakeo? Does he try and help out with these core heroes on the side of Avalus? Stormstormer jumping forwards. They want Januel again. The second kill onto this Naga Siren may be coming through in just a second. The Bristleback coming in. Snakeo is dead. Bristle really trying to finish off Januel with Stormstormer here, and they will be able to do so, but Jackie's back, coming in. And even if they do turn this around, I mean, she's got an Aegis. There's not really any chance of swiping through this, but My Knight's going to try and keep it going with the Bloodstone. TP out, and not enough. They'll take him down. Too much break.
Yeah. Primal Beast is, of course, a very, very good counter to the Bristleback. Naturally buys a Blade Mail, an Axe with the break. He will then go Shivas as well for healing reduction. Every item that Primal Beast wants to buy is a threat for the Bristleback. On top of that, with the Medusa, with the Disperser for the Diffusal, the Mana Burn, they have a lot of good answers for the Bristleback. Again, this was a last pick Bristleback, and they tried to take a bit of a fight there. Still, the Aegis going the way of Boom should allow them to continue closing down this map. They've taken the bottom racks. They'll probably take top tier 2.
Yeah, the interesting
I
thing
am
to look at
expecting a high
here
ground
is the Aegis power play goal difference, because it's currently at a 2k loss. It was at a 3k loss just a second ago.
Sure, yeah.
But, you know, with 3 minutes left on the Aegis, they should be able to recuperate this. And probably a little bit more.
It fundamentally doesn't really matter, right? Like this net worth swing 1 or 2k, it's like whatever. Like you're still choking out your opponent, you're still moving the game
I
state
think
in your
that's
way.
what it kind of like signifies, though, is that you're controlling more of the map. You're, you know, the net worth change rather than the actual numbers is like they're controlling the map, they're controlling the farm, they're locking Avalos into their base.
Also just lost a couple heroes had streaks, so it's kind of like inflated by a couple pickoffs. But for now, Jackie will be stepping up the high ground shortly.
Smiling Knight is in a vulnerable position here. I'm not sure how he thinks this is going to work out, but let's see. In comes Jibe trying to help out as well, but they've got a Pulverize coming out onto the Bristleback to take him out. He has gone to 65 seconds now, moved towards the backlines to kill off Eki as well. Puck trying to make something happen, but beautiful fear landed by Tim's, catching out the Puck, and that's going to get them yet another kill. Avalos getting drawn out of their base and killed off with ease, and they're going to have to use one of these buybacks here. They've got another one available for the Bristleback if they want it. They really don't want to have to use this, but I'm not sure they have a choice. And here we go, just another throwback here onto Jibe. Jibe, though, going to get disrupted as, whoa, Bristol onto the front lines, just TPs into their faces and dies. All right, that's,
GG.
Yeah, that's one way out of the game. GG is cool. One of the TPs of all time, I guess, and yeah, tips coming to Mac. I mean, he giga carried this game. He was sick.
Insane, absolutely insane on the Tiny. Like in draft, we were like, okay, this Tiny, he has to pop off. He needs to do it all, and my God, did he do it all? Like, yeah. Of course, the positioning of Janduel on the Naga Siren, the layered silence from Tim's on the Muerta, greatly enabled the Tiny. But yeah, you need your supports to enable the mid. The mid took that advantage and ran away with the game. Right, 12-1-13, his final scoreline. And again, props to Jackie. Laning phase was really, really rough from Jackie and Januel. They lost top lane incredibly hard. Like, I've not seen a lane lose that hard in some time in Dota, but then they recovered so beautifully, right? They understood that mistakes were made. They didn't tilt. They focused up. They looked towards who was having a good game, and they enabled him very quickly, which then allowed Jackie to utilize the skill set of Medusa, split shot, farm speed, to then get into the game. So it's like, this game is a real show of character, I think, from Boom, because against other teams, they would take that lead they had from laning phase and they'd punish him. But Boom then kind of created opportunities quicker to then prevent that from occurring. So yeah, I think draft was really nice this game. Laning phase, again, shaky, but just the mental fortitude, the ability to bounce back and then crush their opponent so quickly was really, really impressive. So I don't know, I think we saw a lot from Boom. We saw a lot of struggles in game 1. We saw struggles starting in game 2, but then it all clicked. So yeah, I don't know. Impressive stuff, I think, in the second game from Boom, once we hit the mid game.
And perhaps a bit of overconfidence from Avalos as well, especially from Smiling Knight. A few kind of unforced deaths, just trying to overplay a little bit, trying to take some farm from the enemy in 2 occasions, which he just should never have been trying to do from the position he was in. I feel like that's kind of a key part of Boom's comeback into this one. But also just, yeah, I mean, Mac just being an absolute god on this Tiny was super fun to watch, and even here in the late game, just constantly tossing back as well. I do think there's some drafting issues to look at here for Avalos, though. Like this Bristle pick just seems not good.
It does player comfort, if anything, right? Like when you get to that pick position, right? We mentioned in the draft, right? It's a really, really difficult carry pick, right? Because you need to deal with the laning phase of Bristle Primal Beast. You have to scale against a Medusa. You either have to deal with one aspect and hope that it carries you through the game, or you try and find a bit of both, but then they kind of already got banned out, right? Like the Drow, the Anti-Mage, they both got banned out. So it's like you're asking for your carry player to pick one of the factors and then roll with it. They went for the laning aspect of Bristle. It kind of worked out. He had really good farm, but then as soon as the game clicked, it fell flat. So I think for Avalos, like, you could technically critique a lot of things, but it's like Bristle did win his lane. He was top net worth. Dawnbreaker did win her lane, was top net worth. Puck went even, but then everything fell very quickly because of the supports plus Tiny. So it's like, I think it's very easy to critique the Bristleback, but I think the strategy of Avalos fell short because they were just outplayed. But then realistically, I think you could argue that picking Bristle does put you on this massive timer when maybe you could find another carry, but they didn't have a lot of reserve time. It's like draft is so fundamental, and yeah, I agree. I think Bristle was a little bit of a volatile pick. You need to win pretty much every phase of the early game to feel good against the lineup of Boom, but yeah, hindsight is very powerful. It's a specialty for Avalus. They like this hero, and yeah, it just didn't work out.
Certainly didn't. Lots to reflect here for this team, but lots to kind of reflect on Boom as well. A very kind of volatile first series for them. Game 1, which kind of looked super depressing from the get-go, fell apart very quickly, and then Game 2, which looked great. I mean, to come back into this game in such a powerful fashion, it's got to give them a lot of momentum going forwards, and hopefully a lot of confidence in their upcoming series, because yeah, it's a fun series for them to play back into. Hopefully going to hype them up and give them a lot of energy, and especially in the supports as well. From Game 1, they just weren't able to do a whole lot. You know, the Shaker is just kind of waiting around for his blink. By the time he's got his blink, the game's kind of over. He's like, well, okay, not much to be done here. Very awkward. The Phoenix as well, just kind of can't really do much about the losing lane. Trying to enable a Razor as a Phoenix is super difficult. Then you kind of just spamming your egg out as like I'm going to take a little bit longer to die tool, which also isn't ideal. And then in Game 2, we just have like explosions, you know, fireworks. Both of them making sick plays, you know, both of them utilizing their spells, showing their skills. We had that really nice song, just lock down the puck and isolate Eki in that really awesome kind of early game fight. You know, from that point onwards, it's just like, oh, okay, these supports, they can click their buttons if you give them the heroes to do so. And yeah, Tim's from start to finish, you know, just on point with the dead shots, on point with the cooling. Those are the two spells which you want to be good with if you're a Muerta spammer, and indeed Tim's absolutely showing that he's a bit of a boss on this hero.
Yeah, it's quite something. But this is where now the argument is, do you like best of 2s, or do you wish we had a best of 3 right now? Because I think for this series specifically, a best of 3 would be quite nice to like complete the chapter between the two teams. Like, was it the draft that now allowed Avalus to win in Game 1? Was it the better drafting games? I feel like drafts were obviously key in both games. It's, you know, fundamental to Dota, but I think both teams who had the better looking draft won. There wasn't really this kind of like, oh my god, the team with the weaker draft outplayed, right? So I don't know. I kind of wish there was a Game 3 between these two teams just to really understand the kind of the power level between the two of them.
Yeah,
I think both these teams.
We can save it for later in the tournament, I guess.
Sure. It's just like. Again, I'm just getting greedy, you know? I just want more Dota, that's the thing. I want more Dota, especially I want to see more Mac Tiny, hence why, you know, best of 3 to enable Mac to play another Tiny game would be delightful. Our MVP of the game, so again, it'd be lovely to speak to him. Oh look, there he is.
Look at that.
Crazy.
Hello, Mac. I mean, what a performance, what a Tiny game for you. How was that one?
Yeah, feels good. Good to be back in LAN, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a little while, but yeah, I was going to ask, like, what's the team's kind of approach been, and how are you guys finding Bangkok so far?
I think they have good food, and the setup here is really nice. The PC and the food, so yeah.
Nice, ESL looking after you, no surprises there. So let's talk a little bit more about this series. I mean, we got to start with Game 1, unfortunately. What do you feel like went wrong in your first game against Avalus?
I think in Game 1, we're just keep reacting like we are not fighting them. That's why they just keep running us down. So we're thinking about the Game 2 that we should fight them ahead, like head on. So that's all.
Okay, T.
So again, Game 2. The start of the game, your Medusa and Naga die quite a lot. Was there someone in the team that was like lifting up their morale, or were they keeping their kind of their emotions like, well, like what was the vibes like when in the first 6 minutes? Because it looked pretty scary.
Yeah, I think we just have to think positively, like me and teams. We just keep chilling our carry, you know, like he's being whining already, like crying because he keeps dying 3 times in a row, but it's okay, all good.
I mean, and also your Tiny was fantastic, like it is incredible. Do you think teams will respect this now going into tournament, because you, again, incredible performance?
Yeah, I think so.
They're better. They're better. All right. Last one from me then. What are your kind of expectations and goals for this tournament? Specifically, you know, like what would you consider a successful finish for Boom Esports at your first big LAN?
I think it will be the learning experience because we've been like in C for a long time. Like we don't know about the playstyle of Europe, you know. Then we just have to learn from them because mostly the C teams are just keep farming, like not doing anything. So compared to Europe's, they're really good. So much like it's a big gap.
Yeah, I see. Okay, so you're just trying to adapt, trying to learn, and see how you do. I love that attitude. Mac, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament. See you.
Okay, thank you guys.
Cool, thank you. Huh, a pleasant LAN, very nice.
Yeah, and you know, I gotta say, like, I have no issues at all. You know, like, sure, you want to hear them say, like, oh yeah, we want to go deep, we want to fight hard, but also just to come in and be like, this is an experience. We're gonna learn, and see where that takes us. You know, and I think that's like, especially for like days 1 and 2, I really feel like that's super important because there's always that risk, which, you know, things are going to go wrong, and you don't want everybody to just be like, oh, first big LAN, get, you know, too overexcited about the ideas of a big finish or something. You know, you got to keep your head in the game. You got to be like all about trying to just play and learn and have fun. And yeah, that does seem like that's what they're doing. So that's good. I think the motivation is definitely there for this team.
No, it makes sense. I think it's realistic, right? I think that's often what you need for a team, especially from like SEA, where any qualifier, it feels like there's like 3 or 4 teams that could win it. The region often is locked into one slot. Unfortunately, their teams aren't strong enough to get invitations to events now without DPC. So it's like you have one team getting into an event, that team has to perform well. If they don't perform well, then the region will get kind of hurt because you're now fighting still for one slot. So it's like you're always chasing that one journey to open up the region once again to allow, you know, an Aurora or a Boom or a Talon or someone to get there. So yeah, I don't know, it's a scary position to be in. They have to learn a lot. They have to learn quickly to enable kind of the depth of the region to show itself at LAN. But yeah, again, early days. 2024-2025 season, there is so many tournaments that there will be many opportunities for these guys to showcase their skills. And of course, this is kind of the last tournament of the year as a building block to build it up. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. But that's our closing chapter for Boom Avalus. And we are moving towards, I think Navi Spirit is our next game, Nomad. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
I will not. Yeah, indeed. And we'd love to see you guys there. There you go. And we'd love to see your guys' thoughts on that. You know, how do you think Boom Esports are going to do for the rest of the tournament? Falling out from this starting 1-1. You know, what do you think happened with Avalus in game 2? And should they be happy with this series? Let us know. Get on social media. Hashtag ESL One, Facebook, Instagram, wherever. Just join in the conversation. We want to hear what you guys have to say. Get dirty in the comments. You know, get down into the pits and have some arguments as well. You know, always fun. And up next we got Navi versus Team Spirit. This is going to be an interesting one. Navi, yep, new and improved, picking up a already completed roster on the side of Park Champ and now rocking up. We'll see what they can do. Tigov, any quick expectations before we throw it over to a break?
Spirit should be looking good, but also fell short very quickly in Blast Slam, so could be a lot closer, but also Navi just got absolutely destroyed by Shopify. So yes, I don't know. Such high expectations, but also mixed results recently. So yeah, I don't know what to expect.
Absolutely. Alrighty. Well, I know what you're saying right now, guys. I'm saying, man, I really want to watch this game, but you know, I've got errands to do, which would take me approximately 25 minutes to complete. Well, my friends, you are in luck because we do have a short break coming up. So we're going to throw it over to a break. Then we're going to be back with Navi versus Team Spirits. Guys, we'll see you very shortly for this matchup.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the ride. We woke up, lying in a pool of shame. Tears and makeup printed on a pillowcase. It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find, try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up. Try to stop the flame, your love. But this has been out to wait. It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the ride. Yeah.
fire, burning up all my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understand it when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. All I need, understand it when I'm impatient.
Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Do you feel how they are dragging? Do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Do you feel how they are dragging? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to find. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Cross the line.
sometimes. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, la 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 la
I can feel it, I can feel it in my blood, through my veins like a melody. I can feel it, I can feel it, so alive, floating high, I can finally breathe. Lately, I've been feeling lonely. Want you to call me, promise me you'll always be there. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity pulling me away, pulling me away. Pulling me I can feel it, I can feel it in my blood, through my veins like a melody. I can feel it, I can feel it, so alive, floating high, I can finally breathe. I can feel the gravity pulling me away, pulling me away.
me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home. Another lonely night, sitting with my memories, haunting me for life. You told me if I just believe, it'll be alright. Do you believe it? Do you believe it? Yeah. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? It doesn't make you wrong or right, judging me. How do you decide? How do you decide? Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, 'cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river, and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river, and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Another phony lie, something you keep selling me, something I won't buy. I know that you keep telling me how to live my life. I won't believe it. I won't believe it. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? Will you ever let me be? Or will you just keep judging me? Keep judging me, yeah. Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, 'cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river, and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river, and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered?
Oh, I don't know how to put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. So stick around. Just
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back to ESL One Bangkok.
But it's okay.
As we are jumping into this brand new series. It's a new day. It's a new dawn. It's Na'Vi versus Team Spirit on the cards for this one. T Governor, you looking forward to this? It seems like we're having some
I can hear.
issue
My
here.
apologies, but I cannot hear Nomad. So Nomad,
Okay.
please take it away. I will see what the problem is. For some reason, I cannot hear Nomad. Can he hear me?
Yes, I can indeed
Hello?
hear you. Yeah, maybe you can. Yeah, okay, all right. We'll leave T-Gov to try and sort out things from his end, and we will just kind of. I'll introduce the show. It's fine. I can do this alone. That's all good. So firstly, let's have a look at some standings and see exactly what happened this morning, because we had 3 series take place, and the results of that are as follows. Shopify Rebellion, this a big surprise, to be honest here, getting a 2-0 over Na'Vi, as you can see them down at the bottom at 0-2. And Team
Nomad,
Falcons
we
also
good?
getting a 2-0 over Team Spirit. Yep, I can hear you.
There we go. We're back. Let's go.
All right, sweet. T
There
is
we
back
go.
in the room. And then Boom Esports and Avalos getting the draw, 1-1. So it seemed like there was only one good series, only 1-1-1 in the last round of best of twos. And I feel sorry for the poor chumps which have to cast Na'Vi versus Team Spirit now, the 2 losing teams. Ain't that right, T?
Yeah, I mean, it happens. Especially with Spirit's loss. Did you see the game 2 loss from Spirit?
I did not know.
So yeah, basically they were in a relatively decent position with Medusa. Then she like TP'd back to base, and then they instantly killed the Medusa. She then brought back and lost the game. Like, of course, there's a lot of factors, right? But like Spirit, who were doing like so much to get into the game because Falcons were leading, they finally kind of mounted like a bit of a comeback. And then like with split map play, Falcons constantly pressuring, they punished Satanic that one time. So it was a pretty sad way to lose a game. I feel like if you're Spirit, it's like you're losing the game, you start winning, one mistake and you've lost, right? So that was a pretty rough one. But it's also very nice to see the fact that we have 2-0s, right? I think a lot of times in best of twos, we have this like you win a game, I adapt, I win a game type logic. So it's kind of fun to see in our first 3 best of twos, at least 2 of them going into a winning position straight away. And yeah, so we'll see how that one can carry out, because like you said, we're covering now the 2 losers.
We are indeed, yes. We are looking at the losers as Na'Vi and Spirit face up against each other. So we'll see who has the better mental energy to come back into this one, rinse and repeat after their loss. I think it'll be somewhat easier for Team Spirit probably, because they actually had a pretty good series against Falcons, a 41 and 43 minute game. Shopify Rebellion versus Na'Vi. I mean, obviously we were casting, so we didn't get to watch it, but judging from the score screen, it looks like they got, I don't want to say like cheesed or taken advantage of, but they kind of got jumped a little bit by Monjq, the offlaner Shopify Rebellion, who's we don't really know much about, the $20 Liquipedia earnings player.
He's an annoying offlane player. I think his hero pool is pretty out there, and they're gonna have to respect him down the line. But for Na'Vi at least, I'd argue, the drafts that they had a really, really good showing in the qualifier, but at least in their opening series against Shopify, again, like I said, didn't look the cleanest. We're gonna have a lot of time to talk about that, but for Na'Vi at least, they did pick up PuckChamp, the roster that did qualify. Ukrainians in 4 and 5 position, and a coach as well, so it's like there's a tie to Na'Vi and kind of the Ukrainian org, but again, at least their first showing on LAN was not the most compelling.
No, but I think that's okay. As I always say, I'm never looking at a team's first LAN. I'm never looking at the second. It's the third and fourth where I'm starting to be like, okay, let's see some improvement here. Let's see some adaptation. You always got like the major issues to sort out in the first few, and then hopefully, if a team can take care of those fundamentals nice and quickly and set themselves up for a good future, then all of a sudden we cook it. We're looking at a team which is gonna make it deep, and I don't think any team should be looking for immediate success as well. Any team which forms up a roster and is immediately like, yes, we want to win majors now that we formed a team is foolish. So we'll see what they're able to do here. And this is the second LAN, so despite a rocky start from them, hopefully they can kind of take it into their stride, develop, improve, and come back in the next one. But of course, on the other side of the coin, we have Team Spirit. Now, you might be looking at these players and thinking, oh, that's not Team Spirit. That's not Team Spirit I know and love, but that would be if you haven't watched any Dota this year, of course. These guys looking
sometimes
pretty fresh, but these guys, they can play up to the best. They can take games off anybody, it feels like.
Yeah, they can string together some good runs, but you can still see that there's some training walls, at least a little bit, where there are mistakes being made that is preventing the roster from pushing really far, but you can still feel that kind of aura of class, of course, Poposhka has from the captaining role, and it's helping a lot of the young talent come through. Especially, I think this is an important series, so a tournament for Malik, because there are whispers and rumors of Collapse wanting to return back to the roster. Of course, we've heard from the manager of Team Spirit, where it's like Yatora might make another team potentially, and then you've got Collapse wants to play on Team Spirit in the new year. So it's like for Malik, the guy we see on screen right now, the front and center, he most likely will not be in this roster, right? Because of course Collapse returned. So will he join maybe like a Yatora roster? Will he maybe create his own team in Eastern Europe? Are other teams looking at him right now going, he's had a pretty good showing on Spirit. They want to pick him up. So it's like, this is his potential final, hurrah with the team. And he'd like to do his best as possible so that he can, get into another good star-studded roster. So
absolutely.
We shall see, of course.
Yeah, got to make sure you make a good name for yourself and kind of rise your stocks. It can be its own motivation, knowing that you're on borrowed time, knowing that now's your time. The worst thing is comfort. You never want to be comfortable as a Dota player. You always want to be looking for the next thing, looking for your next opportunity. But who do you think is your kind of standout performer on Na'Vi, and who do you think kind of needs to be playing well to lead this team forward?
I think I might go for a wild answer. Because during the qualifier, I feel like Boom stepped up immensely. They did a bit of a lower
Yeah.
bracket run, right? They lost their upper bracket round 1 to 1 move. They made this like epic lower bracket run. They beat Navi Junior, they beat VP, League, and 1W to then qualify. So it's like, and some of his shows, like he had a couple Beastmaster games, he had some Mag game, he had a Primal game. Like he just had real statement offlaners, and he was kind of commanding. I feel like a lot of times when I look at Boom as an offlaner, it's like if he's not commanding the game, he looks a little bit lost. You know, he's not as like confident at the difficult situations from offlane. Like he's not as stable as other offlaners. So it's like when he gets a good draft position and he's able to be like, you know what, this is my game, he does look very strong. He rallies his team around him. So I think that's still the big critique I have for Boom is like when he develops the ability to play the difficult games as well, that's when he'll become like the true offlaner. But at least in that qualifier, they created those moments of success for him. It does help that QBFY, the up-and-coming position 4 player from Ukraine, was playing Lion every single game, which is one of the best lane-securing heroes for the offlane, which gives Boom kind of that ability to enter everyone. So, yeah, I think Boom was my standout player. QBFY Lion was also very standout, but they are yet to find that groove on LAN. But, you know, some maybe nerves at least for QBFY. He did start playing competitively, I believe, this year. He played on Monty, jumped around a couple other teams, and now he's here. So it's like within the span of, you know, less than 9 months, he went from being online player to on-LAN player, which is quite an insane story, kind of arc.
Exactly what you want to see, yeah, absolutely. We'll see if he continues that success as a player and continues to rise as quickly as he has. Always fun to watch these kind of fresh players coming through as Push has a little chuckle to himself, always chatting, always laughing, always trying to lift up the players around him. That's a good
He needs to have
captain.
good spirits, right? Like, there's so many games happening in group stage that it's like if you think too much about the previous game, then it's like it's going to hurt your next best of 2, and then suddenly it's like you've lost 2 best of 2s, and now you're in a really bad situation. So I think it's like brush it off as quick as possible, reset, go again, and that is where we're going to see like kind of the support network of both Team Spirit and Na'Vi kind of come to light here, because they both had very kind of quite damning losses, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I'd agree with that. Like, sure, I mean, maybe not so much for Spirit against Falcons. You know, Falcons always.
That game too, specifically. Sorry, let me reference that.
Yeah. That's it was a rough way to lose, but you got to keep everybody in the right headspace. So we're going to open up with the classic Kaori Phoenix.
It's very good. He was one of the pioneers on showcasing that on position 5. If you see an item that you want, getting there by 25 minutes is better than buying cheap items and not having any progression. Specifically, like the Phoenix going for the Hex Rush. Of course, you have good farming tools with Spirits, but you know he has changed that playstyle a little bit. He sometimes now goes for like Auras or Solar Crest, and like he's plays to the meta, but he is a greedier 5 position in that regard. If he gets the opportunity to find those items, he will happily go for it. And an instant response of the Invoker. I like this one. Like, there's no real mid pressure from a Phoenix, so Invoker's going to be pretty happy there. Alacrity to kill Egg. You have all the team fight control, so pretty nice. And you know, interestingly enough, it's actually really cool to see that the coach Sword Art is actually sitting next to QBFY in the draft. Like, the kind of the fresh young talent that we're talking about for Na'Vi does seem to be the one who's at least most vocal with the coach. So that in itself is actually a pretty cool little knowledge bomb, I guess, from the kind of the structure.
Yeah, very interesting and unexpected. Wonder what that kind of relationship they have, whether they knew each other before the team or whether they're just.
I mean, he's the captain on Wikipedia, so it does make sense, right? But I kind of assumed that the captaining would lean towards like Boom or Kaori potentially.
Yeah, the more experienced players.
Yep. I can't remember who was drafting during the qualifier. It honestly could have been QBFY the entire time, but you just don't see it as much as obviously when you're on LAN and you literally see them. You're, oh, it's that guy.
Yeah, the little crown on the names when it's like a random nickname and they're in boot camp anyway. So you, one guy.
It could be anyone,
Yeah, you learn very quickly not to rely on that. Because then you're in an interview and you're like, oh yeah, so notice so-and-so was drafting. They're like, no, they're not. There's just someone else at their computer and you're like, oh, okay. So a few more bands coming out here. We're going to get rid of that Puck. We're going to get rid of the Dark Willow and the Enchantress on the side of Na'Vi, targeting the supports. Those lane securing kind of specialist heroes, which Team Spirit like to play a lot with.
Yeah. For Spirit opening out fades here, there's so many options, right? Like, you can go Ogre if you just want some casual 5. You can do, there's still Lion and Hoodwink. There's actually so many heroes. It's free choice. Hey,
What kind of style are you thinking of though? Like a Maposhka kind of like lane securer?
I honestly wouldn't be opposed to like the position 4, like an SD or a Hoodwink or some type of like, I know my lane will be strong because of this position 4, but I'm not revealing anything. And sure, they go for Muerta. Honestly, I kind of forgot about Muerta, but still, same logic as position 4. It's like, you just pick a strong position 4 here where it doesn't reveal much, because like a weak 5 punishes, right? Like, that's why like Naga Siren, right? It's like, if you pick Naga Siren, you're kind of enabling your opponent to go, okay, we can punish this lane if we have good heroes. But if you pick position 4, so it doesn't really reveal much in the draft, so logically, position 4 was the best pick to go there. And now Na'Vi back for the Lion. I feel so bad for QBFY. The poor guy just plays so much Lion. Of course he's happy, he's a pro player, he's on LAN, he's not going to complain playing his hero, but my guy is just farming Lion games like no tomorrow.
Oh, for sure. He's earning them finger stacks. If they were cumulative across games, then he'd be on about 1,000 by now. Alas, it's not that patch.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
But
Templar Assassin.
The buff is it's pretty funny.
Why is that?
Yeah. Just because it's like 11 Lion games and then one like Nyx or something. It's just
great. So you can't play
like
Lion,
Satanic.
you get to play Nyx instead. The Lion.
Yeah, pretty much. Satanic.
10 seconds remaining.
He's just really staring into the abyss right there. Do you think he's thinking about that TP on Medusa still? It kind of looks like he is.
That does.
That is the face of like, I've just lost a double down, and I'm pinpointing every reason why I lost a double down.
Just make this black and white, and then slowly like fade in the replay of last game. Oh no, Satanic, what are you doing?
Along those lines. Oh, they still go for the Ogre.
Ogre Magi coming out for Team Spirit. Again, a classic. Oshka loves this hero. Always has, always will.
10 seconds remaining.
Never gives up on a good chance to play a bit of Ogre.
5 seconds remaining.
And very nice for burning through those refractions somewhat. It's just long damage, so not bad at it. And another attack speed buff as well. So through the Invoker and the Ogre Magi, someone's going to be clicking.
They got plenty of options here.
Yeah.
Like, this egg should, in theory, not be able to survive. They don't even need any other heroes to go eggs. Like between Muerta, Invoker, Ogre, they're set, and they go back to the Dawnbreaker.
Anyway, you could do it. You could even Bloodlust and Alacrity, the Ogre Magi, and he could go in and kill that egg.
Yeah. This is Spirit have basically just made a statement to Na'Vi. It's like, you're trying to flex TA between mid and carry,
10 seconds remaining.
but you should not be able to play it carry, because like Dawnbreaker Muerta lane, you step up to try and meld strike, you're going to be dead short, you're inside silence, Starbreaker. Like, there's so much stuff for Team Spirit. There's so much kill threat. And we also saw in game 1 of the previous series where Phoenix Razor could do nothing to the Dawnbreaker, right? Like in a lane where you think, oh, Razor could punish melee here, you can't, right? Because of that, the Dawnbreaker's strength and that damage you do. But, I'd like to see Na'Vi maybe put the tier to mid lane, of course, against Invoker. That's very clear. It's a good matchup. It's probably what is most likely happening. And now find a carry that can try and punish the Dawnbreaker in some way.
Yeah, DK and Alchemist both banned out, so in terms of getting in carry, which can really abuse a Dawnbreaker, not sure how much that... Oh, the notes! Pan up, pan up, pan up! Goodness me. Don't want to be giving those away.
Show all the notes. I think the easy answer would be like this is now where it's annoying, because it's like, because you have a TA mid, certain carries don't feel good, right? It's like for lane, like a Drow's decent because you got Gust, but it's like, do you really want Drow plus TA in the same game where like they buy the same items? Do you then want like a Gyrocopter where you can just flack the wave and never really get pressured? Same logic. Then you have Gyro TA, big physical damage. It's like, it's not even the physical damage, it's the amount of farm required. And for now, they're going to continue ignoring carry. They lock in booms off lane. The Beastmaster, it's a staple of the qualifier when we were mentioning it. So Beastmaster Lion. Again, it's a very generic looking lineup, but it's very scary once it comes online. Yeah, it's like Lion secures lane for Beastmaster. DA will provide vision and also know when Roshan's up. So then Beast will always be able to take that Roshan with the Axe build if he wants to go for that. Like it's a very aggressive lineup, but it needs farm. It needs a lot of farm. And that is why the carry for me is going to be a real point of inquiry, where it's like if your carry's too greedy, then there is going to be a clear window of like punishment against Na'Vi. So just break the farm of all 3 cores, force them into the same jungle, and then they'll be starved.
Yeah, we might be getting into weird territory on carries as well, because we're just going to have 4 carries banned out here. So I'm imagining we're going to see Medusa, Monkey King both taken out. Obviously Gyro already gone. And then who else exists? DK and Alqui lost earlier. Morphling's also gone earlier as well, so we're really thinning out the pool here.
5 seconds remaining.
Kind of struggling to see what the Shad hero is going to be that doesn't cause the issue of we have 2 farming heroes, because like the Monkey ban from Spirit is wonderful, right? It's like a hero that can play aggressive by treads corrosion and then be aggressive enough to enable others. Oh, okay. That's a bit of a throwback ban there, but Shad is a CK enjoyer.
He is indeed.
He does fit the bill of aggression, and Spirit's kind of thinking the same line as me, where it's like they need a carry that's active, because if they just farm, Spirit doesn't care. But then it's just like everyone's farming. Who you make every smoke from Spirit, they control the early game.
5 seconds
I'm
remaining.
just looking at Shad's heroes. Most of them left are farming heroes now, not the semi-aggressors. We probably won't see
Na'Vi.
Again, it's a Battle Fury hero.
Yeah. They have the opportunity to ban anti-mage and pick Medusa, but then you're running TA Beastmaster Medusa. It's going to feel a little bit poo.
I got a wild one.
Yeah.
Wait, who has last pick? Let me double check.
Team Spirit has last pick.
Okay, maybe it's too wild. But I can see like a Bloodseeker or something for Shad could be kind of cool. It's rising up a little bit, but now with the Weaver ban, they probably aren't picking Bloodseeker.
Definitely
so ignore
melee.
that one. Okay, they just go for Drow.
Definitely range is what I meant.
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned Drow ages ago, but it's like, it's strong for sure. But my main concern with the Drow pick is if Beastmaster gets shut down, there is no front line. And now suddenly you have 4 ranged heroes and a beast that can't really stand its ground. I don't mind it, but so much pressure on Boom.
The thing is, it's so
Boom at any
easy
point-
to stand your ground when you've got a Drow behind you, like a Drow TA as well, of all things. Like, you don't have to live long before they're going to be able to come in and start dealing them damage. So, like,
Sure,
yeah, you
but
like
it's also-
misinitiation will lose some fights very quickly. It's a lot of pressure, but also you just need to
No,
go
it's
in and
more
raw
like-
something, and the fight should be good.
Sure, but it's more like you're talking about the game. We're not talking about like
Yeah.
the journey to there. It's like if Beastmaster shut down in laning phase, then it's like there is no front line for them to use, right? Because he's going to be recovering. That's where like Spirit with his carry pick, if they find a carry that can really shut down the Beastmaster, it'll bring life. And it's also now, when we really think about it, it's why the bans are pretty cool from Na'Vi, right? Gyro and Weaver are both heavy anti Beastmaster laning heroes that would have kind of shut him down. And they go back for the Medusa.
Yeah.
Interesting. I kind of wasn't expecting Medusa here in this position. I was expecting a little bit more like backline jump and aggression, but it does feel like they're trying to go for a okay, you know what? You want to farm, we'll farm. We'll just make sure we're breaking the map with Invoker early enough that our Medusa is like an item ahead at all times.
Yeah,
Or still behind.
I called it in the bans. And that's because, I mean, Medusa's just super popular at the moment, and that she was kind of last of the popular carries, so I'm not going to pretend it was like some sort of big read. I think it's always playable when you have lots of steroids, though. Even though you are sort of lacking damage pretty desperately in this draft, I would say, farm Medusa will make up for that. So, you know, you're putting your trust in Satanic, you say, okay, Satanic, get a damage item pretty early on, you know, just one Chrysalis or something along the way, and then as long as we get that Bloodlust and Alacrity out onto Satanic, like, he's going to be clicking, so... I do
It's
see
also-
potential damage issues for Spirit though, for sure.
Yeah, it's also not like the perfect Medusa game, right? Like Drow with uncontested positioning, freely right-clicking into Medusa does really well for Drow.
Yeah,
Like she doesn't
yeah.
mind this. So like
No,
for Spirit. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, I remember back in the day, I think like 3 years ago or so, when we had, actually probably longer, when we had like Medusa basically like being the uncontested hyper carry, and the only strategy which people could come up with which would work against it was Sniper or Drow. Those are the only two heroes which would work against it, because they're the only two heroes which could outrange the Medusa and fight her, because anybody else who kind of got within attacking range of the Medusa just had major issues. So that's kind of what I'm thinking back to now that we see this Drow in this game. I think Drow looks very different as a hero now compared to back then.
It's still very strong though. Like, but
Yeah.
it's all about like time and items and stuff. We'll see if it works out. If anything, I think Spirit's Medusa pick, like what we're alluding to, it enables Na'Vi to play a little bit more confident, because Medusa doesn't break the map, right? So I'm expecting Drow to have items. I'm expecting TA to have items. So yeah, I think should be a very close game. It really is going to be more about positioning, who gets their hero in the right spot. Maybe Medusa goes for a Blink Dagger to try and find the backlines to utilize Stone Gaze. It's a very, very Na'Vi lineup. And yeah, we'll see if it works out. But both teams currently sitting at 0-2. They need to get a couple wins under their belt if they want to look good in the group stage. And they already will start running towards the runes.
They will indeed. Yes, let's get into it. Game number 1 of Team Spirit versus Na'Vi here in the group stages of ESL One Bangkok. Both of these teams currently down one series, 2-0'd in both of their series before this one, respectively. So a bit of pressure now. You don't really want to be coming across pressure this early on in the group stages, but of course, you know, you need to get some wins under your belt, especially for the side of Na'Vi, I feel. Losing a series against potential underdogs, Shopify Rebellion, a team which probably most people didn't really have on their radars, that's going to set you off on the wrong foot. You know, those are the series you like. Not to be rude, but if you consider yourself a good
he's about to be
team,
rude.
you need to think of that team as like a free win for your team, and not as in like we're not going to prep for it or anything. But you need to think like, you know, we're so much better. Like it should be straightforward for us. And the fact that you then drop that series, you know, you need to then be like, okay, we got something fundamentally wrong, and we need to really kind of shake it up, because they are more experienced on the side of Na'Vi. Not by much, but they are a bit more experienced, and yeah, I feel like they should be taking that one. So.
For legal reasons, these were Nomad's opinions and not mine.
yeah, no.
Bulba's there, just like, God.
Just saying, if I was if I was managing a team and you know, for like Puck Champs caliber, you know, that's what I'd be saying to them at the time. You know, I'd be like,
yeah, sure.
Giving them that confidence. I mean, we know from the team talks as well that is how they like. In fact, they're probably much less respectful than that when talking about other teams. Starting things off with big blocks coming out, which is going to force Satanic to last hit under his tower. Never feels good. It's tricky for a Medusa as well, but Satanic's also very, very good, so that also helps make it a little easier. Yeah, not doing badly on the first wave, getting 3 out of 4 here creeps there, despite the block under the tower. But either way, it's not really about like disrupting the Medusa's farm so much. It's more about kind of getting Boom into the position where he can farm a little bit easier, and freeing up QBFY to go and make stacks as well. Because of course, when you're playing with that Beastmaster, you gotta make sure you're getting them stacks. I mean, while over at mid, it's La versus Sanctity. This is the Templar Assassin versus the Invoker. Sanctity very well known for his Templar Assassin gameplay, so I'm expecting to see some a bit of showmanship here.
I'd like to see the TA go for a more aggressive build, right? Like the idea of like Blink, Shard, Dragonlance, this type of like every time you get an item, you're trying to force it. And Drought actually dies in top lane. We did not catch that, but it's okay. And also QBFY dies in top lane.
Okay, a bottom lane actually.
Oh, bot lane, sorry.
So a kill on both of the side lanes.
Of course, our observer is a massive Na'Vi fan, so he will try his best not to show when Na'Vi dies to ensure that the coverage looks as even as possible, even though Spirit are currently winning the laning phase.
You'll see him switch to fancy points if the last hits on net worth looks too bad for Na'Vi as well.
Yep, there it is.
But yeah, Shad just getting a little bit caught out. It can happen into the Muerta Dawnbreaker combo. A dead shot back into a Starbreaker is just kind of death.
Yep. Always the way. And it's not what you really want to see, right? Like when we think about Drow in this game, it's like how quickly do you get to, let's say, like Manta or Hurricane Pike? Like, what's your first item you buy? But I'm expecting the Drow to be at least semi-active in this game. I don't want it just to be a complete farm fest like we were mentioning. I think there are pretty cool opportunities where Drow can showcase her sidestep facet. But for now, a little bit of a pressure getting applied.
I love sidestep. It's such a fun facet.
Yep, it's very good.
Just zipping around inside that multi-shot. Especially late game when you get like loads of movement speed.
And the real question is, do you think Shad will go for level 3? Will he put a point in Gust, or will he just go for like his normal damage build? So I feel like if there ever was a lane to get a point in Gust, it would be against Dawnbreaker, right? Just like completely destroy Starbreaker, prevent him jumping on the Celestial Hammer.
It depends how much you want to play into the lane, or whether you want to kind of just like go jungle, you know? If you're just like playing this lane until you can have an excuse to leave, then you probably don't put a point into it. If you actually think you can fight up, then...
Maybe on level 4. 3 is probably a bit early, but level 4 I could see it being there in Sanctity. You know, they're trading blows in the mid lane. What's Refraction? One's eaten through, but...
1 second, yep, has it back again. And QBFY's come in to just secure this water rune as well, which is very nice. Uh-oh. He might have to trade his life for it. Sanctity's trying to come in. He pings out onto Lal, says, hey, we can get a kill here, but nice dead shot. Gonna disrupt. Is it gonna do enough though? Lal right clicks coming on through, and they will kill off the Invoker. QBFY did die in the meantime as well, so move on to Rue, and Rue will fall. Damage coming through from Sanctity as he's able to take down both the Invoker and the Muerta.
So, yeah, nice rotation there from the Phoenix to kind of save what could have been a pretty disastrous play there.
Yeah, good TP across from Kaori.
Yeah. And now Muerta's back top. But Shadow, he needs to be careful here, of course. His supports went to mid lane. He's on top by himself. There is a window which he can die.
Oh, and they're going to see it here,
jumped.
immediately jumping in onto Shad. And Shad is gone. Very cool from Tigo.
Thank you very much. I've been in that position many times as support where it's like, I go to help mid lane, my carry doesn't respect it, he feeds, and the game gets weird.
Just the one last hit though, just from the trees. They'll never see it coming.
Yeah, unfortunately for Shad, it's like your small camp's available, right? And it's like, that's the discipline that you need if you're trying to, you know, progress yourself from like an online qualifying style carry player to being like a consistent LAN type player. Like, I think other carries there wouldn't have hit that creep, wouldn't have stayed. They'd have respected the fact that, you know, TPs are available for Spirit. They'd have walked to a small camp, pulled the camp, maybe even farmed the camp behind the tier 1 tower as well on the top side. But to kind of stay in that position, it is just opening up for punishment. Especially because he doesn't have a point in Gust. So, yeah, a lot of layering here, but Shad getting punished just a little bit. And something we didn't really mention is the fact that Lion, like, he TP'd top to then save, to then Twin get it back to the bot. So now Lion's completely off the map as well because of the carry death, right? It's this is like one little error that really compounds into many more. The 6-minute rune Sanctity does get the haste rune. Of course, neither mid laner really utilizes runes too well. They're not active spirit heroes. Of course, maybe an Invoker with a haste can run around and put an EMP down, but yep. Neither hero excelling from it.
Yep.
Farm-wise, relatively even across the board. No real, neither side really taking some crazy lead.
Yeah, I think kind of as expected. Like, maybe on paper I was expecting Na'Vi to pull ahead a bit. Just a couple of favorable matchups here and there. Hasn't really happened so far, but that's okay. I'm not expecting either of these teams to fall too far behind at this point, so we'll keep playing it out. It's going to come down to those rotations, and with Team Spirit having just kind of tanky heroes in the side lanes and the Dawnbreaker available for the rotations, I feel like we're going to hit a slow spot here where Na'Vi just want to hit their timings. And
yeah, for sure. I think the speed of play really boils around Boom and his Helm with Dom timing, right? He's a recipe away from it. And then also the TA, right? Will she go for Blink? Will she go for like Dragon Lance? Like, what's the build she'll go? But they're the two key timings that Na'Vi will want to use in the early game.
Lol, moving up on top lane here. Sees.
They're wrapping around. Hurry.
They're going right on the tower for this one. Oh, okay. Tornado going to completely disrupt things. That's absolutely fine. They'll kill off Kaori regardless. Lar just securing the kill for himself.
It is just critical to make these plays.
Oh, they're returning though. Immediately jumping the water and okay.
That was the haste rune he got at 6 minutes, by the way. That was like a really hold. All right, use haste rune. Now it's about to hit 8 minutes. That was a.
I love how they just like ran in as 3, really quickly killed the West, and just immediately ran away again. Now we have another engagement taking place here as they move forwards onto the TA, and with Malik coming down from the heavens, they're going to absolutely secure that kill. So no expense spared in killing off Sanctity in the middle lane.
Nice, it's a nice move there, respecting the rune timings and making sure you're ready to punish if they do go into the river. 2,000 gold lead on the Spirit. Like it felt relatively even, but every time you make a move away from Medusa, she will just creep up, right? 70 CS on her compared to the second place of 43 on Beastmaster, right?
Wow.
It's like, she's about 1,000 gold ahead of the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, that's no joke.
Absolutely crushing it right now. Ooh, that was a nice dead shot. Pew.
Yeah, I've learned to just like not single out any player at being good. That's just the standard of Moeta in competitive play at the moment. Everyone's just really good at this hero now. I blame Tofu.
Oh, we can blame many position falls.
I blame Tofu.
Fair enough. The cool thing as well is Kaori, back when he was like dominating on PSG Quest, often he just wouldn't get shoved out of the tower, right? And he'd be able to live at the tier 1 tower, he'd keep the kill the creep waves, he'd farm up like an extra 1,000, 2,000 gold. But nowadays, like with people using twin gates more, really trying to punish early on, we're not seeing that kind of like greedy position 5 being able to like prolong a tier 1 tower's life too much, right? And we kind of saw it here. He showed himself top level 5, he insta dies, tower's gone.
Yeah, Malik trying to go for him here, but there is going to be a Lion nearby to cancel out that TP, allowing them to get the kill. And Malik will indeed be falling. And a little chat coming out from QBFY as well. It's down to the bottom side. Boom, realizing that there might be some heroes headed his way. But he doesn't really see the path out, unfortunately, so it might just be slowly clicked down here. Raw's going to come out, trying to buy himself the time, but Lal coming in from the sidelines. Oh,
that's a pause and a half.
Yeah, not really going to matter so much. I mean, that tornado.
All right, we'll do it. Okay, we're going to do a Dota trivia just to test the MMR of Twitch chat. Will the tornado hit? Press 1, 2 if not. If you press 1, then you've shown that you are a herald. Gotcha, we found them, boys.
Oh, because they felt the need to validate their knowledge. Meanwhile, real professionals.
Wait, are we talking about you or the?
What? You said 1 if the tornado will hit.
I don't know. It was bad.
I was trying to save your bit for you.
Nah, it's fine. It's all good. I don't know. I panicked.
It's okay. Hey, it's all right.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna look up Twitch chat. Let's see if anyone types 1 in like a 2-second bit. Twitch. Where's the Ember stream? There you go.
Wow, this is a deep play onto Kaori here. I feel like this is punishable if Na'Vi want to TP in heroes, and they certainly do. Lal going to be pretty much a freebie here. I don't know what that was. I'll be perfectly honest, guys. Okay, let's go for a really tricky play where we clearly don't have enough damage in between a tier 1 and tier 2. I don't know. Maybe was there something else at play here? Something... Maybe I just underestimate the damage if the spells, if they're in range for them. I'm not sure. Either way.
Okay, this is it. This is the early game moment though for Na'Vi, right? The blink is now complete on the TA. Beastmaster's trying to rally his team with the Dominator. They have pretty good tools to poke out Spirit, right? Like you can hit a roar into a hero, force a Solar Guardian, then disengage, look to take the fight after. So we'll see if they are to utilize that or to continue farming.
You know, I think Helm of the Overlord should be able to build into yet another like yet another helm, which allows you to take over players. Just them games where you're
people have
mid's
spoken about
like...
this concept for many, many years, and it's always fundamentally broken.
No, only on your team though. It's just in case someone's running it down or dropping items or, you know.
Oh, I see.
Just
Okay.
take them over. Yoink. I'm sure that's the only purpose people would use it for.
You could just, yeah, sure. I feel like the griefer might just rush that item instead. Haven't you just opened up a better tool of griefing?
But then they have
It's
to
like
farm
mid
for ages,
or-
and then by the time they're done farming, you're like, the game's pretty close, and they're like, oh, you know what, I'll play. It's a trap.
I see, I see. Bang, got him.
Yep.
Dire are scanning.
Some big stacks here. Over in the
Nice, you
Radiant
them.
jungle. Malik very impatient, just coming to farm them straight away. Not gonna. Oh, he is. What a doubter I am. I should know better. He's also got the solar charged facet rather than the gleaming hammer. See, cooldown reduction. Very, very strong.
Dire's bottom tower has been denied.
If you get like a moon shard, is a moon shard basically an octane core and doing good?
I mean, along those lines, as you farm, you do get your spells up quicker, right? So,
Yeah.
not to say that's a build, but
No, it sounds like
logically.
a build. Sounds like a T-Governor
cooking.
approved build.
Oh, Satanic with the illusion bait. Oh, that was
it's nice.
beautiful.
Yeah, it's very nice indeed. And Boom is going to pay the price. Great
So
kill
he-
from Team Spirit. Very deep.
He popped Manta, sent one to jungle, and he had him and his illusion just AFK in the lane, basically. And Boom was like, oh, look at these illusions, he can't micro. And then bam, instant response.
Great
Like,
play.
Rory going off map.
Yeah, going off-roading a little bit. That will save his life. 2 Wisdom Runes gained by Team Spirit as well. It's really starting to look bad for Na'Vi. Not much coming together for them.
They need to play around their Beastmaster. They have a blink on TA, but they're yet to use it, right? They just know in the back of their minds, it's like, if you go for a jump, then there's a Solar Guardian you have to respect, then there's the Tornado MP from Invoker you have to respect, or a Stone Gaze. Like, there's so many defensive tools built into Team Spirit's lineup that Na'Vi's aggression is very scripted, right? We've already mentioned how Beast has his items, TA. Like, there's not layering to Na'Vi's aggression. It's just very face value. Wherever Beastmaster is, that's where the fight will happen. So Spirit just play around it nicely, and it's also why Na'Vi probably are second guessing every move they're making, because they don't want to put too many resources, into a move, to then lose that position, and then suddenly Medusa's got an extra 2,000 gold, right? It's kind of like a balancing act, but I would argue Na'Vi are doing too little on the map. They are kind of really giving Spirit everything. Like, there's too much respect right now from Na'Vi.
Yeah, way too
You
much.
could argue that you're waiting for the Helm of the Overlord, right? It is about 200 gold away.
Trying to get
And
the
Tornado.
nine,
Boom's
not
also
gonna
getting run out
happen.
again. Lars back down here. Tornado, EMP.
They need to help him, but no one's going to be even remotely close by to help out. So Boom is just going to lose his life again. They get middle tower, they get a kill on Boom at the same time. Team Spirit just being ultra efficient with their plays because they're just not being punished.
Nope, not at all.
There's nothing to stop them from wanting to do this. And like, sure, Lal is like super poor because of all of this. He's been playing so active and making plays and stuff. That's absolutely fine. He's got 2 teammates who are just farming their little pants off, having a great time.
I mean, Malik's playing it the correct way, right? Oh. Back
Yep,
to mid
like
lane.
this.
Now jumps in.
Flying on in again, like there's a half-hearted attempt to try and save Sanctity, not going to work. They'll lose Kaori as well. Team Spirit just continue just taking whatever they want. We'll see QBFY. QBFY trying to make his way out of this one. Should be able to chase. I mean, they're not super interested in him. They can get the lane instead. Looking to see if he can start this fight with the Cold Snap Tornado.
Dire's bottom
Boomer's got to be so careful here. If he dies before this Helm of the Overlord's online, then it's not going to feel good.
Ooh, his 4th death of the game. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He has the money, but he can't get to a secret shop, so he's just sitting down here awkwardly being like, can we...
bottom tower
Can we have access to this area, please?
And it's gonna be a butterfly Medusa in like less than like a minute. That is.
Yeah. That doesn't feel great as we move once again onto the Templar Assassin Sanctity, just getting so low. And we'll be losing his life.
Nice tornado.
Yeah, great catches. That'll set them up for QBFY. It'll be the second death in the middle lane. Two more brought down. Where is Boom? Where's his Helm of the Overlord?
Yeah, it's not even Boom at this point. It's just. I think we're 5 minutes past really having to critique it. Like, the mistakes aren't happening now. It's happening, you know, post-laning phase, right? Like, when we see some moments appear, like, it never really came to light. We've not really seen Phoenix Egg underneath Beastmaster pressuring an objective, protected by the Drow Gust or the Lion Earthspike. Like, there's been no layering. Everyone's just farming. And in that farm, Invoker, Ogre, Muerta just constantly looking for that next kill, constantly trying to whittle down their positioning. Like, Na'Vi had a pretty brief window to try and create some opportunities, or the issues in their draft will come to light. And in that moment that they may have had, they squandered it, and we're, of course, are going to capitalize on it. The quality and the caliber of this team, they won't give you any breathing room. And you go from one highlight to another, and they're dead.
It's going to be Shad dead again in mid lane. I thought they might be able to get Shad out of there, but no, once again, just another... Oh my god, what happened to QBFY?
He died, mate, didn't he?
Oh, okay. That explains a lot.
No worries.
Yeah, this one might be another quick loss for Na'Vi here.
Potentially. Most likely.
Definitely. Is TA stepped up again, but this time gets a blink away. Okay. Sanctity's like, haha, fool me 4 times. You shall not. Indeed. Dear Governor. I'll just trying to counter shove into Boom as much as possible as well.
13,000 go at 20 minutes. Like, I'm looking at the items of Spirit. Okay, hold on, wait.
Hold?
They might get him! They got him!
They slaughtered Lal. The man who's given up his entire game for his other 2 cores goes down. Where was the Solar Guardian? Not off cooldown, unfortunately. Supports, they don't care. Poshka, he's buying a Midas. It's the Wild West out here. It's getting crazy. This is a Midas on the way from the Poshka, by the way.
Yeah, it's a very one-sided game. Like,
yeah,
why not go for Midas? In a closer game, go that Solar Crest, but in this game...
Oh, if he dies just as it's coming in. This is what all Ogre Midas purchases deserve. Shad's trying to fight up on the high ground. He's like, you've got a butterfly. This is basically an even fight. I don't know if this works out for me.
To be fair, this is one of those matchups where it's like Eastern Europe is so dominant at the moment that, again, to remind you, 3 Eastern Europeans out of the 4, out of the 4 invited teams to this event, 3 were Eastern European. That's better in English. So, for Na'Vi to qualify, they didn't have to go up against any of like the Goliaths of the region, right? Like, there was no Spirit, there's no BB, there's no Parrot.
Nope.
Arguably, 1W is obviously the strongest out of the rest.
Yeah, maybe VP, but they had issues.
No. VP nowadays not so much, right? So it's like out of all the teams, it's like Na'Vi only really had the best like one big team. So it's kind of exciting to see what it's like them against other teams in the region. But and they now kill Beastmaster. So unfortunately for Na'Vi's sake, their big showing of like Eastern Europe versus Eastern Europe is this one-sided.
Yeah.
We are going to see some more replays.
This is the Tormentor steal we just watched.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it was pretty sick.
It was pretty nice. It's always the small plays that make difficult games feel slightly better. Oh, Lal, leave him alone.
You just take my Tormentor. How dare you? Team FY gun, but they're looking to throw out some shots here, but unfortunately it's Rue who can just ulti and TP. That's exactly what he's going to do. Shadow Sanctity can't do a darn thing about it. Move forward onto Lal instead. Lal, he's good. Just going to run himself way under the cover of invisibility. Oh, hello.
So,
Finds a rune of the better anime. And yes, indeed. It's Roshan, Mapoka, Satanic, and Malik getting to work on the big boy. This is why you're feeling like Sanctity can kind of farm a little bit further out of base. Just go hit some creeps.
That's pretty cool. Sanctity, Satanic is going for the Agsbud, like we just highlighted. A little bit additional control, right? It's your stuns aren't perfect in this game, so when you see a Drow out of position, lock them down for that brief second, enable the dead shot to follow on top.
Yeah, it's really nice, especially with the shard as well. Like, usually when you see the Agspat, just the shard will immediately follow up as well.
Against Lion and Beastmaster, they initiate on Medusa, suddenly they're going to get instantly stone gazed up, and
yeah,
they're going to be in a large spot of bother, but the net worth of Drow plus TA is pretty much barely above the net worth of Medusa. So like 2,000 gold more between two heroes combined.
Yeah.
They're not even defending. This is
no, they're really not.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, the Bloodlust Alacrity Medusa is sort of cooked.
Oh, look at the back door.
Oh, here we go. Backdoor's defending.
Team Spirit are doing it. The
they're gonna hit through it anyway. The Midas giving Mapoka the attack speed to take those barracks. People say it's just about the money. They know nothing. Keep FY is gone. Okay, guys, 10 seconds until the next Midas. How many do you think he's going to get on the wave that spawns? I'm going to go for, I reckon he's going to get 3 times. Oh, hold on, they're actually jumping him right now. No, no, it's just coming off cooldown. Ah, you can't do it to him. Mapoka, he's gone. Midas off cooldown. I sealed his fate with that one, really. Raw coming down onto Rue, just trying to hold them back and allow Sanctity to survive this one. But Malik pops a BKB and just beelines in for the Templar Assassin. Wants that kill and is going to get it. Shad backs off the Phoenix. Unfortunately, going to be dragged right back in due to the cooling. Buyback from Kaori. They need to hold these top barracks somehow. I just don't know how.
Just reset. They have 3 minutes in the Aegis to get your resources, move back towards the top side of the map, and in this moment of reset, Na'Vi, they're going to try and find something. They're smoked up on 3. Again, they don't want to find the Medusa. They want to find a Dawn or a Muerta or an Invoker, get a cheap kill, but again, 25,000 gold down at the 25-minute mark. This is, even if you find a hero, it's probably going to be quite a difficult pick-off.
Regen on Satanic as well. Yeah, good luck. Tornado going to catch out onto the Lion. Kaori also spotted as well. Team Spirit looking to clean up here if they find them. But Na'Vi, they are going to disappear into the darkness. Disappear into the night.
Do you see Satanic? He just drew the line mid. He's like, don't even go top, guys.
Yep,
just
it's
straight
over.
Mid. What a call. Alright. Again, it's not even like a crazy call. They are just so far ahead, they can just do this. Love the confidence. Yeah. See if they somehow...
Oh, AC as well. Look at that attack speed, it's ridiculous. Look at that amount of damage coming out of this Medusa right now. They're just dead. QBF and Sanctity can't do a damn thing. No buybacks available. GG is called. Game number 1. It's quick, it's convincing, and it's clean from Team Spirit.
Yeah, what's it with us covering game 1s that are just so one-sided? Like, if... Again, like in our first series, boom, they were able to like bounce back, right? But this game 1, it was so one-sided, so one-sided, and you know, I'll be honest. I feel like the TA pick was too basic. It was too generic. You know, it's like when you're drafting at LAN against these top teams, we've seen Invoker mid. Sure, you go for a TA, but there's no flex potential with a TA where they pick Dawn and these heroes. There's like no strength of it. So then you force Shad to go, okay, what hero do you want to play that can lane against Stormbreaker? And even if it's a good hero against Stormbreaker, it doesn't matter because your mid and carry will do the same thing. And Beastmaster has no one to play on because he's laning into a Medusa, right? Who's just going to protect her tower the entire time. And even if you do have an early lead, then the Solar Guardian will prevent Beastmaster from progressing the map because he'll die in every engagement. So I think draft-wise, Na'Vi's draft was... It was something that they utilized in qualifiers, but once you get from qualifiers to LAN, you need to step up your draft. You need to like draft into the caliber of teams you're against. And unfortunately, there are like, if we're looking at their draft and calling out glaring issues, Team Spirit have already identified that and punishing it, right? So I really hope for Na'Vi's sake they can find some depth to the next draft, because you know, like I said, the TA response where you have multiple counter picks, then picking a Drow with a TA and then having Beast in offlane, it's like we're not playing in like 2018, 2017, 19 type era of Dota. Like we need to do more in the early game to get your heroes online, and it just did not come into play.
Yeah, certainly
not a fan of game 1 draft.
Nah. I think looking back on it as well, just too much greed, too much kind of waiting for timings and things to happen. Maybe this kind of thing works out if you have a bit more on the front line, but the Beastmaster by himself was never going to be enough, as you mentioned in the draft several times. And that is indeed what came to fruition. Team Spirit, though, very clean game from them. You know, I really like what they pulled out here with Lal, especially just kind of being an extra support, because that's what you can do when you have this Dawnbreaker and this the Medusa, who between each other are going to give you like all of your team fight, all of your damage, all of your control. You don't like all of your front line as well, right? Like you don't really need the Invoker to be like AFK farming, you know, hitting up these big timings. Like just run around, kill shit, you know, make things happen. And that's exactly what you want to be seeing from Lal this game. So like a lot of people wouldn't commit so heavily to the run around and do things kind of vibe of this Invoker play, but Lal's absolutely happy to do that. He trusts his team. He trusts his teammates to be able to pull it out of the bag for them, even after their last Medusa game, and just says, yes, great, we can brawl. And that's exactly what happened. So he ends up with like, I think he was 5th in net worth by the end of the game as well, but that didn't even matter. Like he's just there to play, and that's exactly what his team needed from him.
Yeah, no, I think just the way Spirit played this was just nice. I think also we're showing how Muerta is so strong, right? Like going for Atos and Drum, it's very popular. It's not like a new build, it's just a really, really strong build, but you need heroes to play around with it. And Invoker, like you mentioned, the way he played it, brings more life to Muerta. And then Ogre with his, the fact that he has like multiple points in Ignite, like he wants to keep looking at the map to poke heroes down, like it's just such a deadly, you know, triple threat between those heroes that it enables Dawn to farm one side of the map, Medusa to farm the other. And if Medusa gets jumped, Dawn helps, 3 guys run at them. So it's like, I don't know, like draft-wise, it's such a beautiful looking draft. There's so much tempo, so much map control, so much survivability that even if you do play very split with Medusa and Dawn, the time it takes to kill them, you will get TPs and responses and help. And yeah, it's just super, super well balanced lineup. And yeah, we'll see where Na'Vi goes again. I think best of 2s or 2-game series, my apologies, is the perfect example of how you adapt quickly. You don't have 3 games, etc., to truly develop over a series. You need to instantly respond and say, this was our problem and what's our fix. And that is, again, to reference our first series, Boom instantly, after their game 1, was like, we need to fight them more in the early game to be able to take this game. They did that with the mid lane. It worked perfectly. And I think for Na'Vi, maybe the same logic is going to be applied. They need to take more aggression to the laning phase to not allow Spirit to play behind Lal. Because Lal is a hero where he dictates the tempo, is a monster, right? He does so much that Satanic will always farm, Malik will always farm. Like, the way in which Spirit plays their best Dota is Malik and Satanic are like the scaling side lanes, and Lal is the one that just brings the supports and makes the game feel very high paced. Even though it's like not that quick, but it's methodical enough that you feel like you're always reacting. So I hope for Na'Vi, if this is to be a competitive game too, they need to respect Lal's aggression and make sure their lanes provide just a little bit more into the game, because they just conceded so much way too quickly in this game.
They did. Yeah, it's a game of kind of just giving away too much ground, too many heroes, too many picks, you know, too much kind of play potential on the side of Na'Vi. I just want to see them keep it simple, you know, get yourself some comfort, get yourself in a position where you can play up really easily, and hopefully get a nice exciting game at number 2, because this game 1 I don't think really showed what Na'Vi can really do, and it definitely did not show how they're able to qualify for this event, because we did see some good Dota coming out from them back then. So we'll see what else they've got in the tank. Hopefully they can kind of pull off the reset here and approach this 3rd game. Otherwise, you know, it's already 3 losses in a row, you know, to start off your tournament life with 4 losses in a row. That's stinky.
And you get eliminated as well. This group stage is not one of those ones where it's like, welcome to the playoffs, right? Like the bottom 2, they get sent straight back home. So like, did you really want to fly from like East Europe to go all the way to Bangkok to play 3 days of Dota to then fly all the way back? No, you don't want to do that. So teams will always be stepping up their game. They will be improving, you hope. And we'll see if they can do it. But they're going to be a little break for them to do it.
Yes, I believe we've got a little break available, so we will be jumping to that. And then we're going to be back with Team Spirit versus Na'Vi, game number 2, just after this short break.
put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that.
Na'Vi now 3 games lost for them. They're going to have to change up their act if they want to stop it being 4 in the beautiful city of Bangkok. T-Governor, what do they need to change? What's going wrong for them?
I think we extensively went through it in the post-game, right? Like I mentioned how I think the draft just wasn't to the caliber of the tournament that we're playing. And in regards to how they got there, I think this draft is strong, but drafted in like a different direction. You know, it's like opening with like a Beastmaster. Again, we don't really do that nowadays, but like the logic of this draft is like you start with Beastmaster, you go position 4, you then see a hero, you pick like the Drow, you close TA, right? Like that type of draft would have felt maybe better, but we just so rare to see that style of lineup that, yeah, draft must change. And it's rare to say that. I think it's a cheap answer often because it's like you're not really respecting the gameplay if you just say draft is bad, draft to this. But this time around, I will happily stand on this hill and say draft's got to change, Nomad.
It's got to be done. It's got to be done. Hopefully somebody in the side of Na'Vi is saying that as well, making that read, making that call. Because, you know, you can't just pick what you like. You got to make sure it makes sense. The strategy is sound, and the strategy was not sound for that first game. And didn't look like it was really sound versus their series against Shopify Rebellion either. So there you go. Hopefully game number 2 a little bit close. Sorry, my face is very itchy. I was kissing my cats and I've got cat hairs all over my face. You know how that one goes, don't you, T-Gov?
Yeah, sure. Happens.
No, happens
all the time. There we go. Great segue.
Excellent. So what do you want to see coming out for the side of actually Team Spirit? You know, is there any specialities you want to see them rocking now? You know, we've had the Midas ogre coming out from them. Anything else you want to see them rocking?
I would be surprised if they get their hands on Magnus. I think between BB and Spirit, they both kind of pioneered the Magnus during Blast Slam, which became a tournament favorite, if not tournament winner, you could argue. So I would love to see Magnus, but yeah, again, very unlikely. If anything, I'm down to watch the Rue Muerta again. I think Muerta, with the correct kind of layered cores with it, is so much fun to watch. Just like dead shot after dead shot, ATOS and silence. It really is very, very aggressive. So yeah, I think between Muerta and Magnus, they're the two that I enjoy watching from Spirit. We'll see if they get their hands on either of them. But yeah, it's the... Everyone's in the lobby. Everyone's ready.
Yeah, everyone's ready to go. No delays.
No delays, yeah.
I mean, Na'Vi also played pretty mean Magnus as well. I remember that through their qualifier journey. Sanctity. Yeah, he just feels so much cleaner when he's on these kind of brawly strength heroes. You know, give him an Earth Spirit, give him a Magnus. You know, give him something he can go in and kind of take some swings with. I feel like that should be the first adjustment to be made. Second one is definitely going for an initiating support hero like the Tusk or the Clockwork as well. I think fulfill those two things, and then Boom is going to be able to have a bit more freedom in his game, and that should make a bit more sense for them, in my opinion.
I think something that we haven't really spoke about with Na'Vi is the idea of who is like the pillar to this team. Because when you look at their roster, I feel like it's a lot of like younger players who haven't got that kind of like veteran experience to like lean on, right? It's like Shad, Boom, they're kind of like, they've had good moments in their careers, but they've always been chasing kind of like that next big team. Sanctity, QBFY, relatively new. Kaori's had good success, so it's like between all of them, they're all relatively young in regards to like kind of like their Dota careers. There isn't, so it's like I'm really just sitting back and going, who right now is stepping up and going, guys, let's readjust, let's refocus on this. This is our solution. Because I don't know if Kaori is that vocal. I think, obviously there's someone on the team, but I think that could be one big issue with the Na'Vi roster is in game. like again, like see here, like look at like kind of like the body language, right? Like everyone's kind of just like kind of relaxed. Koyori's off to himself, Shad's there, QBFY's still talking. It's like other teams in these moments, it's like you have the huddle, you have that kind of like the good vibes. Like Mushi after the Booms loss, right? He's joking, he's laughing, he's bringing the team back together, right? Like there's that level of like reset. And from like body language, I haven't seen that, at least with Na'Vi going into the second game in my brief moment of looking at them. But hopefully off camera, there was something that reset them, because like you said, being 0-3 right now, a game away from being 0-4, that is obviously the worst start to a group stage that you can have.
Yes, losing every game is not an ideal situation to be in, and it doesn't show great on the players' faces, but we'll see how they play. We'll see how they respond to it. We're going to go in with a very similar band structure to last game, except Spirit going to take care of the Beastmaster. It's interesting that they ban out the Beast, considering they just beat it so soundly.
5 seconds remaining.
It's also being second pick, depending on Spirit's opening. Na'Vi can open with a Beastmaster, right? And it's like, I did say it's like Na'Vi's logic of that hero combination is fine. It's just the way in which they picked them was very punishing, right? And also, this is another reason, they banned Timber, Beast, and Doom. All three heroes that are very good against Alchemist. Timber's Saw laning phase is maybe not the best compared to the others, but in the game, very annoying. But this is we want out carry. These are our triple threat offlane bans to prevent him from having a hard game. Sorry.
5 seconds remaining.
To love that Alchemist. Getting through the first bans, the first Alchemist we're going to see today on this stream. Why is this hero so damn strong? Why are people loving the Alchemist right now? What's changed with him in the last few months to bring him up in popularity so much?
Yeah, I wouldn't say things have changed. It's just more how strong the lane is, right? It's the idea of you push out lanes of acid spray, you have concoction for the early fight, you farm the camps close to your tower really well, you go for talisman rush so that you're tanky and protect your tower, and then after that, of course, you're just an alchemist, right? So it's like, I think the playstyle of Alch is very aggressive in lane. You always get kills, or you should get kills. You can twin gate rotate and get kills as well, and then you just take over the early to mid game. So yeah, it's really, really, really annoying. And not many offlaners at least punish it, other than like Doom Beast for the game.
5 seconds remaining.
Just Doom the Alch, he doesn't do anything, or he raw him through BKB. So yeah, it's just really nice. It also helps that the like the Shadow Fiends and these big range dominators are kind of out of meta a little bit. Or I say out a bit, quite heavily out of meta.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see. I'll take out the dragon. Dude Spirit, they really like kind of respecting their opponents and just kind of taking out the stuff which they like to run, but it makes sense. You don't want to give them a chance to mimic their last draft, but just like fine tune it and improve the kind of holes. Just force them to come up with something new. So, ban out next, gonna be on Na'Vi. I'm wondering how they're looking at this. They get themselves Naga Siren. It's Naga into Alchemist, a match we've seen a ton of times. Once upon a time, we'd be talking about Radiances, we'd be talking about counters, we'd talk about Naga struggles, but of course, Naga support these days, so the song plus the reel-in, always going to be annoying for any hero to play into. Doesn't really directly counter anything, I wouldn't say. Just transformation heroes a little bit, which Alchemist is sort of one.
Team Spirit's turn to kill.
Mereska has arrived.
Okay, Dark Willow. Na'Vi not trying to show too much here with the double support opening. Of course, Willow can open up for strong offlane combinations. It does feel like Spirit can just run back like the Muerta plus one, right? Like if they really wanted to. I don't really see them being in a position of having to. Actually, okay, you can go like Dawn's Muerta, Hoodwink Muerta. Hoodwink Dawn. But, okay. The fight for supports. You show your supports, I show mine.
Show me yours, you show me
I was wondering,
mine.
like, I feel like Spirit could have potentially held their position 5 here to get better lane value. Because like you've shown your Alchemist, right? So here it's like you pick position 4 and 3, super strong combo, and then Na'Vi has to reveal the off lane, and then Maposh gets like the, all right, I win my lane no matter what because of this 5 pick. But again, that doesn't happen. They go for just the really strong in the meta support duo. Hoodwink still to open up later down the line. Pugner against Willow is really nice, right? Just have AoE damage. Even the Never Ward against Willow and Naga Siren can annoy them a little bit. They do go for the Shadow Fiend. Okay, this is what I've been hoping for. All right, I think Shadow Fiend did get some nerfs. He has less damage on souls. When he dies, he loses the lasting presence stacks from his facet, and it lasts 60 seconds, not 70. So it has got some nerfs, but for Naga to feel good, you need an aggressive carry. Like we were praying for it, hoping for it in the previous series, but now we see it. So Naga Shadow Fiend should be a high kill lane.
Should be. I mean, you've got the setup for sure, so I love a good reel in, then doing the reverse combo. It's very fun. Mars going to come out as well. All right, a lot of fight coming out from Na'Vi here. There's the adjustments we want to see being made. Mars, not a super popular hero at the moment. It definitely has its moments. Of course, with the Willow, always going to feel pretty cool there. You got some nice combos, so we'll see how it works out for them. Next up, Spirit. They've got a pick to make. Time to grab yourself either your mid laner or your off laner. Most likely going to be the off lane here. What are we feeling?
You're going to be against Shadow Fiend in lane. You could go. Actually, maybe your Eidolon's just staying. Like you could go Enigma if you wanted just that type of lane, but you don't have last pick as well. So Sanctity's got last pick on the draft as well now, so he's going to be able to counter pick. So if there's a world that you want a mid, you pick your mid here, and then you cover him with two really good bans. Could be the play here.
Yeah, or you just grab the Dawn like you mentioned earlier. Seems like a pretty good pickup.
Yeah, Dawn's fine, but they go for the
okay. Lina.
Lina really popped off during Blast Slam as well. Like the Ags Aethelens E-Blade build, you find hero, you just blow them up instantly. Like, congratulations, you have Naga Siren, but there is no chance you're going to get Song off before I hit this combination. Like, you die in like a second to Lina. So it's a nice counter to Naga Siren, and Shadow Fiend also plays quite upfront, right? Like he wants to be a like SMY BKB style hero. I walk towards tower and hit it. So there will be chances where he steps up too far, instantly dies down, and also like Decrep plus Lina. We didn't even mention the bonus amps from the Pugner as well. Like Decrep Lina, sorry, Decrep and Pugner with Sharpshooter Hoodwink, LSA Laguna from Lina. Like there's so much burst. This SF needs to be careful. I'd like to see a mid hero that can find the back lane and at least cushion the blow for the Shadow Fiend a little bit. Still, the Dawn is banned out from Na'Vi.
I mean, they do have like pretty decent catch on the side of Na'Vi. Even using the Naga as your setup might work. So I don't really fear this Lina a ton, so we'll see how it works out. Final bans now. Dawnbreaker taken care of. One more off lane. I mean, they really need some initiation from this off lane, so make sure you can get rid of any sort of frontliner who can start fights. Also got rid of Mag a long time ago. Yeah, Primal makes sense. It's always going to be one of those kind of annoying AoE stun or big grab heroes, so Primal or Sanking is probably the two options they're thinking about. So I can imagine Team Spirit going for the Sanking now. Is there any other direction they can take it in? I'm sure there is. Not exactly sure which direction it will be. Maybe there's a... Well, they pick Pango off lane.
Team Spirits turn to Radiant team pick.
Tidehunter. My
He's a good
God.
egg. Yeah. 33 was a again, I keep saying pioneer, but it feels like some heroes were fully unpicked, but Tidehunter, oh bam, he came swinging out into the meta in the last tournament, but yeah, very, very potent. Into Shadow Fiend, right? You have Kraken to get rid of the raise stacks. You still can die, so not knocking that, but you can Kraken off the ensnare. Then when the raises hit, you naturally frontline quite early on. This could be a game where he goes like a Mage Slayer or a Pipe, something like this, just to frontline even easier. But he is going to be the I jump in, I see hero, and then Lina will kind of like maybe even by Shadow Blade to scurry around the corner to then utilize that vision. But Tidehunter is 1000% the damage soak, the run around the map hero to give Alk and Lina free entry to every fight. Actually, I love it. Actually, it's a really, really nice pick. But the issue is for Na'Vi that it's like Dawn is really strong in meta, very good. It would have made this draft also look very nice because you just keep the Alk alive when he jumps in. The Primal Beast also would have gone in with a Blade Mail, with BKBs to then punish the Shadow Fiend standing his ground. And then Tidehunter does the same but through survivability. Like all three offlaners that 2 were banned, one's picked, all would do the same thing for Spirit's draft but slightly differently. Either amping up an Alk, killing heroes, or existing. So it's like, it's a difficult position, I think, for Na'Vi a little bit there because there are so many available, and now Na'Vi get the Earth Spirit, which is nice for the game in regards to, you know, kick back heroes towards Shadow Fiend. You have backline jump for Pugner and Hoodwink, a potential Vessel Buyer, or even just a Blade Mail to annoy Lina. But it's also an Earth Spirit game where if you don't get early rotation kills, you can just fall behind on net worth because you're rolling into a Tide, you're not killing him. You're rolling into an Alk, you're not killing him. And then if you don't catch Lina, she's going to blow you up. So it's like, it's a volatile Earth Spirit game, but this is a much better looking lineup from Na'Vi. It's a little bit more well-rounded. I can see it getting outplayed in fights so hard. If this Tide has a free game, he will just open up every engagement for Spirit to perfectly play on. So I am actually really excited to see how they can put it off. But yeah, the Tide pick, I feel like it's such a beautiful answer to
It is nice.
the early
yeah.
game timings.
And of course, here we see all the heroes picks and everything. I think the specialities we're looking at here is definitely Sanctity on the Earth Spirit. I called for it even before the draft. Shad on the Shadow Fiend, also a big one as well. Unsurprisingly, I mean, it literally starts with the word Shad. On the side of Team Spirit, Lina. I mean, I remember when Lina was kicking off and everybody was playing it. Lal was having an absolutely great time, so he's going to be happy to try and bring this hero back. Otherwise, we've seen a little bit of it in Blast Plan, and same with the Tidehunter, who I'm not sure I'd put it as like a Malik speciality as such, but it's certainly a hero which he used to play a little bit of. And with that, we can get into game 4, game number 1 between Team Spirits and the side of Na'Vi, of course. Team Spirit currently leading 1 game over Na'Vi. Na'Vi, they are struggling today. They lost their first series. They've lost the first game of their second series. Can they bring it back together and get themselves a 1-1 at least to start off their tournament life? We are going to find out right now.
The early smoke. Whoop! You've been broken, the Poshka, run away.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward when you break around mid.
Did you see what he did there, by the way, on the Poshka?
I did not.
He was smoked up. He had sentry, he had boots. He then ran halfway, put the boots back in the courier, sent the courier back to then sell it.
Oh.
Often, again, the tech we saw would be you buy boots, run to secret shop, sell, and then you'd finish it. So it's kind of, again, maybe we've seen it, but again, recently I've not really seen too much of it. I think Bounty Rune plays is often just the kind of very much understood, but that's quite a nice little boots courier stuff. Didn't really work out though because he just ran into an Earth Spirit because he can roll to mid lane. But he didn't even roll because he hadn't leveled it, but he can walk to mid lane. There we go, that's better.
It is indeed.
I kind of, do you know when you say certain things, but it's from muscle memory? Saying roll to mid lane was such a 5-year throwback to Earth Spirit support, where he just triple rolls to mid.
Yeah, just bombed it down mid to get down a ward.
Yeah.
Not even worthwhile anymore. Nobody cares as Boom tries to come in for the bounty rune, but is just going to end up feeding his life away. Down he goes. Satanic getting first blood as well on the Alchemist. So my boy is rich. Damn, look at that money. Woo! Stun himself here, most likely. Oh, gets it off onto the Dark Widow as well, though. That's value right there. That's a ton of damage as well, because Willow's got the facet, which does more damage the closer you are to her for longer inside Shadow Realm. You actually end up like doing a whole chunk of damage to the Alchemist there with that Shadow Realm proc.
You need to be careful. And this is the key lane, right? Like everything we've hyped up about Spirit is built around Malik becoming this kind of like unkillable early game hero.
Yeah, and also everything we build up against Na'Vi is all about Shad becoming this absolute boss Shadow Fiend. So yeah, this really is make or break down here. That's pretty hype. Now
for some reason,
AFK farm.
Do you know, so we hovered on the facet of Kraken Shell, and for some reason I misread it, and I read it as Kraken Shell gains permanent damage when a hero disconnects under the effects of Ankle Smash. I was like, wait, what?
That's interesting. He was just DCing from the game every 5 seconds.
The Spirit Coach is just running over and unplugging the Ethernet cable every time he Ankle Smash. He's like, haha, free Kraken. No, I had to reread it. Like, that's a shit facet if that's the thing.
Yeah. Imagine someone's innate increases pause time for your team. My god, thanks to you, he's just taking so much damage here against the leader at mid. In fact, he might be in some trouble. Gonna roll forwards onto Lal. Kick Lal back under the tower. Oh, it's a very, very aggressive. He's gonna be forced to Fairy Fire and bottle up here. But with the bottle coming out and the water rune spawning, Sanctity will be okay for now. Lal having to bottle up as well. So that was a very necessary play from Sanctity to go for that push back under tower and try to equalize the lane just a little bit. But yeah, top, it's getting started right now. Satanic laying down the stun onto the both of them, and with Baposhka dishing in the damage from the sidelines. My goodness, that Acorn shot with the acid spray is doing so much damage.
That was, yeah. Especially because he contained two heroes on top of each other to then layer the concoction as well. It was...
Yeah, these two heroes work very well together.
Yep. Acid spray for my armor, plus Acorn shot for the damage, then bushback for the concoction. Like every single spell enables each other perfectly. This is the lane we don't really talk about ever, like out Hoodwink, but so much combination available.
Yeah, this is some really good tech from Team Spirit. I haven't seen this before, and I was a little bit surprised to see them flex the poking around like this. But yeah, really good.
Posher does like playing the 5 Hoodwink. He's one of the few 5 players that does sport the hero. Not the best start for Na'Vi, right? Dropping a couple kills early on.
New.
It kind of does boil the question down where it's like, Earth Spirit versus Lina. The reason why Lina became so popular is... I have to hold my breath for a second. Oh, God, you got to kill. Oh, a solo kill in mid lane.
Yep.
But Lina is like... Do you know when you have like flavors of ice cream? She is just like, just a vanilla ice cream, you know? Like... No one hates it, no one loves it. You can't beat it in lane, it just exists. Like she is just always there. And having this type of mid hero is so annoying. Like realistically, what hero would you pick mid to beat the mid laner? It's not like an Ember where you can pick a Huskar or a Monkey King, right? It is just oh, they've got Lina. Fuck. You know?
Yep. Oh no, I have a melee hero. I'm gonna have a miserable time. Usually it's about trying to play on the edge or cut waves or, you know, do something, stack. But Sanctity just tried to kind of skill his way into the game, skill his way into the matchup. Didn't work out for him at all. He's now pretty far behind, and yeah, Lal's going to be a complete monster in this game. Which is concerning.
We'll see how they can react to it, of course. Dark Willow, Naga Siren Mars, these heroes, they rotate quite well. So if Lal does step up too far, then all it takes is one kickback into any TP and you can... Excuse me, sorry, the Lina can potentially go down.
Yeah, that's always... I mean, that's going to be a case in pretty much until the Lina has BKB.
Meanwhile, boom.
Ooh,
Left alone.
yeah, I try to go for the TP out, but that's not going to happen. And now you're dead without TP. Maybe a walk of shame back for Boom as Sanctity getting jumped once again under the tier 2 tower. Kaori TP's in for this, as so does OBFY as well, but UBFY, sorry, but they're not really connecting. So there's just two heroes now just sitting in the middle lane. They're going to try and make the play here, but they actually roll past Lal onto Rue. Lal immediately engaging with the Laguna Blade, but the support's just dealing the damage to the Lina instead. Lina is actually going to go down. Oh, they just get her so close, but the Lina does fall. So good trade for Na'Vi here, considering how the middle lane was going.
Yeah, especially because you're level 4 Earthlit rolling into a level 6.5 Lina, right? If Rue on the Pugna was level 4, he would have a point in decrep, which probably would have kept the Lina alive, but yeah, not to be the case. Na'Vi though, utilizing their supports.
It's pretty bad when there's a level 4 Spirit rolling in though, and the Lina's just Laguna Blades him, and it's like,
he also missed the roll, right? Like he wanted to hit Lina, he somehow hit Pugna. It's like, oh.
Everything about that was very wrong for Sanctity, but that's alright. He's got his level 5 now at least, so doesn't change anything, but actually it kind of does because you can one-shot range creeps.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, level 5's actually pretty big for the Esper. I lied to your face.
I don't like it when you lie to my face. You've
No, I don't either, but you know, it's an affectation.
We'll work on it, don't worry.
No, it kind of
shrugging off everything.
Flooded with illusions here is Kaori. Thinking about it, yeah, he's trying to figure out if he lives in a universe where he steals a wisdom rune. And he's realized that he doesn't. This is not the one. Try the next multiverse. Well, very intelligent, he's just gonna go and poke his nose into the jungle. Just see if there's any creep stacks to be farmed, whether Sanctity's been up to some shenanigans. He hasn't.
Looking for Boom again. They're getting the concoction ready.
Oops, sees it.
They're just going for a pull. And tied up to the bot lane.
Ooh,
He'll
yeah,
go down. That's
very
Enchi
dead.
though, right? Like he's existed here for quite some time and now they get the kill. It's going to feel quite nice for a brief second.
Although, a couple of supports being brought in from Team Spirit here. Now, they do have the number advantage on the side of Na'Vi, but Shad is low. Shad got to go for the ultimate here, though, fearing back both of them. Maposhka finds himself on the receiving end here, and oh, he uses the bushwhack to try and get himself away. I think Maposhka might just live through this. Shad, he can't reach. Doesn't have it. The squirrel lives. Shad will be left empty-handed. The Pugna also was just able to TP out of that one as well, so could have been 2 kills, ended up being 0. Very nice play from Shad, though. Got to give him credit for that. That was a lovely Requiem.
It was, you know, so close, yet you can see that extra spell to get a single kill. Sanctity, though, is sitting there. He has the Magnetize. I feel like he wants to get a couple kills under the belt, but yet to have that assistance. Oh, okay, Mars TP back in. This has to be a kill.
Yeah, it is looking pretty good as well. The arena's down. Oh, the spear goes flying absolutely wild. With the Magnetize down onto the 2 of them. Lal's certainly going to meet its demise. Kaori will die in response, but Rue's life is running out. The Magnetize out, and Maposhka also catching a Magnetize here as well, although Sanctity is going to fly off in the wrong direction, and that'll make sure that Maposhka can actually live through this one.
Radiant's top tower is
Good TP from Boom, though. Great setup with that arena. Sure, the spear didn't quite land, but it doesn't matter. Magnetize comes out, the damage comes in, and they do get the kill. But we do have to worry about the sort of big
let's
red
not talk
line
about
that's sort of
hey. Okay, there we go. Let's
erecting on
look
the
away.
left-hand side of
No,
our screen.
Stop.
Okay, all right.
Let's look at a replay instead. All right, let's look at how the fact that, you know, Sanctity sets up on the mid, Boom misses a spear, but it's okay. You know, you contained, Magnetize, you're getting kills, you're feeling good. Let's just not talk about the complete free farm alchemist.
No, it doesn't matter.
No.
So does a game of mentality, okay? We'll be worrying about things like that.
Oh, okay, let's talk about him. Yep, he's about to complete the relic at minute 10.
Yeah, sometimes I like to see the talisman first, sometimes I like to see the relic first. I think this is
Dire are scanning.
pretty even. argument for both. Although they're looking for him here. They're going to use the Requiem into the sidelines. They need a little bit more damage. Boom is going to be here, but he doesn't have an arena available for another 14 seconds. They're going to be able to turn around and blow up Boom. And now a song from Kaori. And this is probably just everybody leaving. Yeah, indeed. TP out from the Shad. I feel a little closer than Shad maybe realized there. But would love that that ejector seat button you get with Nagasiren in the game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Smoked on
10
Na'Vi.
minutes in now. The assassination
the kills
attempt
top,
was
yeah.
unsuccessful.
But they're gonna go again, right? It's like you try top, you go again. But they're running into 2 supports. It's not as if they're finding a big core down here. Oh, okay, well Malik just TP'd in, so maybe they do find a big
Walling
core.
over, but Sancti's already been distracted by the Pugner in the backlands, which is fair. You want to just try and bring down Rue as quickly as possible, but then comes the Ravage and TP out from Lal. Suddenly, there's 4 heroes hereby, but Boom sees a great opportunity to just go in for the arena. And Shad, he's nearby. He's got Requiems to throw on down here. Actually, he doesn't. He's all gone cooldown, so it's just going to have to be the plain old razors, and that's not going to be enough. Lena still able to keep her ground and throw out these spells and force back the side of Na'Vi. A decent fight proposed, but not really converted upon as they lose their Earth Spirit and only trade it for a Pugner. So, big win here for Team Spirit.
Yeah, to bring 5 heroes to kill a support is not going to feel good, especially because your mid lane, 46 CS, barely above the bottom of all the cores, not even above anyone, just no net worth. It's not going to feel good. 5,000 gold lead, and you can say, oh, but it's an Alk, but realistically, it's the Lina also doing incredibly well. 2,000 gold above the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, Earth Spirit just TP'd top to try and stop this Alchemist from taking the tower, but he's less than half his net worth. That's that down at bottom side. Lar will fall. Malik also in some trouble as well, but there comes that Kraken Shell breaking it up, and now Shad, it needs some help, team. They're not going to be able to give him anything. They're all out of juice. Shad is going to go down in the end. A little bit too hungry for the kill onto Malik in the end.
They finally killed the Lina and was like, you know what, this is our time. I say finally, she has died 3 times, but at least in the last couple of minutes, as felt like she was untouchable to some degree, but yeah. Jonathan overstepping his mark, and Spirit, again, ready to capitalize on that.
And now,
Titanic, TPing in with Concoction.
Again, being jumped here. It's incredibly ambitious from QBFY. I can't believe he tried to make that play. You know, almost worked. The thing, I mean, with this facet, if you do find somebody solo, then your Bedlam damage just does crazy damage in the inside of that Shadow Realm.
Okay. Okay. Do you know when you see item timing, you're like, okay, maybe they make a play. I'm looking at Na'Vi, it's like you got Blade Mail and Earth Spirit, and you have Blink very soon on Mars. So there is a window where they jump, right? Like, I think there's so much pressure on Boom. If he messes his arena, or if he doesn't find Lina, then the fights will be just so difficult. Look, they need to stop her from getting the burst off.
Let's do some maths here, okay? Let's do some maths, okay? They're 6k down on the side of Na'Vi. However, the Alchemist isn't really coming to that many fights at the moment. He's got 11k net worth, which means if they're fighting and it's 4 on 5 and the Alchemist doesn't show up, then you're at a net worth advantage here, so they're going to win. Malik, slowly but surely, ravaging his way out of here, hitting his Boom just to make sure he goes down. That's a Ravage wasted. All right. Yeah, that was unexpected. Ravage wasted is up in the top side. QBFY is going to meet its demise. Thought he could just come in and kind of throw away Defender Tower. Not going to happen when we push through the neighborhood.
I do apologize, but your entire logic is flawed with Alchemist.
No.
Because he went for Blink Dagger, which means he will join in on the fights.
No, he won't join the fights, T.
Right, okay, so farming Blink, yes, of course. To Blink between counts, I get it, okay. Well, that's what Na'Vi have to hope for. That is a farming Blink Dagger, not a fighting Blink Dagger. And,
again, it's a mentality game. Whatever you need to tell yourself to give yourself confidence in these fights.
I mean, sometimes you could argue that you're being delusional. and which might even hurt your ability to win the game, but that's a whole nother story. Ravage is on cooldown. Will Na'Vi try and utilize this? They're smoked up on Willow and Mars, of course. Plenty of damage between the two of them, if they are to find a hero. But if Lina finds you now with the Aghanims, you're going to be sent back to base very quickly. And the smoke didn't really provide anything. They just ran to the mid tower.
Yep. They will take this middle tower, though. Not particularly difficult considering the health it was on. Been abandoned long ago. Lina with these travels just moving around the map, trying to be as active as possible. Giving Satanic the time he needs to come online. And yeah, Radiance, Blink, BKB going to be coming up very shortly as well. 12k net worth at 50 minutes into the game. Almost hitting 1k GPM at this point. People don't say it's very difficult to hit 1k GPM, but I think it's not. It's just players won't do it because it's just a bad way to play at Dota in its current state. Satanic looking to blink in, does find Kaori on the back lines here and immediately going to blow up the Earth Spirit and the Naga Siren. Both of them are just gone. Rue will be losing his life, but man, what an insignificant kill to get in return. Not feel good. Oh, QBFY can't make it out of that one either. Tries to go for the TP, but gets cancelled out. Now, Satanic blinks past the spear. That looked like it landed, but it didn't. And now Satanic has to keep on chasing, and boom, slowly but surely going to be losing his life here. I would imagine. Oh, never mind. Side goes the wrong way. Boom gets away.
He's respecting that Shadow Fiend could maybe have been parked up on the high ground there.
Ah, yeah.
So something that we didn't really mention, right? Lina with the Aghanims, you get magic resistance. So when she throws all her spells into the Earth Spirit Blade Mail, she doesn't really care, right? It's like, alright, cool. Congrats, I've now got, what was it, an old school hood level of resistance.
Yeah, Hood of Defiance.
So just brushes it off with ease, and again, another Na'Vi move that's just met by just a wall of survivability from Team Spirit. Again, the arena just need to be a little bit better from Boom. He needs to find a bigger hero. He can't just jump the Pugna. Oh, concoction on 3.
Whoa, 3-man concoction. The follow-up, is it going to come in? I mean, Kaori pops the song, but Satanic pops the BKB. Going to try and cancel out this song and allow his team to come in, but they're only really going to find QBFY here. Still, QBFY the hero. It would now be done. Oh, and that's a big one on the sidelines as well. Damn, what was the SF doing up there?
He was dying.
Oh, yeah, well, okay.
Do you know when you watch a game and you can just feel that one team just isn't able to play at all?
Yes.
That's exactly what's happening here. And it's 2 games in a row, right? Like, Na'Vi, both games, there's not really been a window where you're like, this is their moment, you know? It just feels uncomfortable. Yeah. We'll see if they can try and find something. But it really boils down to like a Smoke and Spirit not being in position. But if you look at the minimap, like look how close Spirit are playing together, right? Like they're all in this top corner of the map together, in that kind of top quadrant. They're ensuring that if there is a move to be made, then they'll be able to rotate to it. As we look at the replay here, right, it's like Na'Vi up in this aggressive position. Because of Stanic's BKB, he can chase down the Naga Siren. And Shad showed on the way for a brief second, enabling Miposhka to be able to bushwhack him and to set him up. Oh, the QBFY is dead.
Yep, gone again. Melted. Malix, I mean, it's been a bit of a rock this game. Hasn't really needed to do much, but you know, one whiffed Ravage. Rest of the time, just kind of being that big old watermelon on the front line for his team. It really is a Satanic show so far, though. Lol doing very well as well, but yeah, we're watching this out for sure. Oh, what a glorious 2 camps to see as well. The Hill Trolls and the Golems. That is maximum money.
And now Spirit kind of entering that natural position when they have a sizable lead at the 20-minute mark. It's just push out the waves, set yourself up to look towards the 20-minute Roshan. If they do show themselves for a brief second, like the Shadow Fiend in bot lane, you will be deleted. But that is the product of pushing every wave out and always being ready to capitalize on it. Oh, UBF white.
Nice catch from Satanic here onto Kaori. Kaori going to try and use the invis to keep himself alive, but Satanic will let him go. Doesn't want to quite jump up the high ground just yet, even though he does have that BKB available. Knows this team wouldn't be able to follow him and doesn't want to do anything rash. In we go, onto the Tormentor. Take that one away from them as well. And a nice TP out on the top side. From the Mars as they actually go aggressively here, but of course the BKB available from Satanic, so the arena's not going to be able to connect. If you want to get somebody inside that arena with the BKB, then you need to be able to land the Spiff first.
Yep.
Arena second.
Let's say if you speared the arena, it'd been a different story, right? But if you went for the play that allowed the BKB, and oh, they're trying to terrorize into the high ground, doesn't connect. Again,
Yeah,
no
they
arena.
want to try and go for their Wisdom Room. That ain't going to happen. And yeah, they are fighting without all their tools in the toolbox right now, and that means it's going to get very awkward very quickly. Boom's just going to lose his life. Ravage coming down onto two of the BKBs out from Shad as he uses that Requiem, but it ain't going to do a whole lot, especially with the song there to interrupt it as well. So just every ult he used to try and run away. And they're going to get, what, one hero away? No, Satanic wants Shad. Oh my god. Satanic, madman. Going for the SF kill as the rest of the team deals with Kaori. No, he didn't found it. You can't kill him here. Oh my god, that's so rude. They will get the spear back into the fountain. Satanic going for the deep dive, and the tip comes out. A buyback spear back from Boom.
You know the worst thing about that from Na'Vi? It's a split kill, right? It's like it's not even like Boom buys back and gets some like epic bounty of gold. It's like Willow, Shadow Fiend, and Mars. You all take a little bit.
A little piece of the pie.
I mean, if there ever was a time to buy back, that is a pretty good time to do it. But still.
Oh wait, yes it is. It's 620 plus 1,500 shared between four heroes. I mean, it's a bit, but then you look at the gold advantage of Team Spirit and you realize it's not a bit. Oof.
Just a classical one-sided game.
Oh wait, look at that flick. Look at the flick.
Oh, that's the Boom buyback flick.
That's the flick of dreams right there. Bringing it back.
BKBs are coming out though. Earth Spirit and Lena both have one. They are ready to rumble. Now 23 minutes in.
Yarp.
Yarp. They go for bot lane.
20k worth just hit by the Shadow Fiend. Lena, only 6k gold behind him.
It's that I click on Shadow Fiend. I'm not like nothing about Shad, but I'm just not impressed by the like what's he gonna really bring to the fight, right? Even when he gets Crystallis, it's like I want a Daedalus. When he gets Daedalus, I want a Satanic, right? Like in this stage of the game, being down so much gold, you just don't farm as quick, right? As an Alk. Even like a Lena, it's just
No, I mean even watching
it is a long road.
Just super miserable.
Yeah.
You know, you got no attack speed with his build. You got not really much damage. I mean, okay damage, I guess, but
it's just all survivability.
Yeah. Crystallis picked up though, so quite potential. Maybe some potential in. I mean, I think you need to go for this, right? Like they're gonna look, like just go for the song play. They see Satanic here. They're actually gonna be able to get him knocked back, so that will be just straight up
kill.
Dead. Really big kill. Spirit though, they're looking, they're hunting, but will they be finding? Lol is seen on the side, but with that Aghanim's going to be able to shoot you away from that one pretty quickly. And how hard do you want to go for this? Sanctity, very, very hard is the answer. Not really connecting on a whole lot here. Like the Magtize is coming down, Boom whiffs the spear, and that's getting very awkward indeed. Right clicks from Shad from the side, they do hurt. If he lands any crits here, it's really gonna hurt. As there's a Requiem coming down, but Sanctity is dead. Right clicks out onto the Lina. Can they take her Aegis away? She's gonna pop the ultimate, turn around, just blasting into Shad. Shad very low. TP out with the song covering it. There's gonna be the play here from the side of Na'Vi. So we'll get 2 out. QBFY forced to leave on the side, and we'll also be able to escape. So yeah, it does look like it's gonna be a clean getaway from Na'Vi in the end. So all in all, you know, Sanctity dying, not really great. A kill onto Alchemist, very good. The Aegis being taken on Melina, very good. So I think you should be pretty happy about the side of Na'Vi, yeah.
Yeah, you take anything as a positive, right? Like any pickoff feels good. And the fact that like we say, oh, Shad just got Crystallis, right? And now after that those chain of events, he's pretty much at a demon edge, like 500 gold away. And it's like, yeah, pretty positive. That is, if you are a Na'Vi fan, you really are just hoping Shad can quietly get through these next couple of engagements, get a kill or 2, not die. Even if you go like, if you trade a lot of lives for it, Shad has to be the one to last the longest to make sure his economy isn't impacted the most by the kind of the survival fights that they're taking. And now there's no Aegis. Well, Spirit might want to kind of second guess what they want to do just a little bit. Of course, an incredible lead. Like, they are so far ahead.
Yeah, this isn't one of those leads where you're just like, oh, it's just an Alchemist, you know, like, oh, it doesn't really matter too much. No, this is it's a terrifying lead. It's a real lead. It's going to be felt in the fights as well. So yeah, the fact that Na'Vi were able to make something of that last engagement is very impressive indeed.
Yeah, what is it? Well, even using Arena. Okay.
Yeah, wants to try and delay things a bit. Okay. Use Arena, I use Ravage, that's the way it goes. And the Gouda comes in just to finish the job. Everybody else just needs to leave on the side of Na'Vi now, get up to that high ground and do your best to defend. Ooh, BKB. Thanks to just trying to leave, roll himself away. Going in too much danger. Ooh, yeah. You know, this is chill. Shad shoving up the top wave, just trying to be annoying. Kaori doesn't have the vision down to see Lal's Shadow Blade, but he didn't have much time left on it. I think he used it whilst he was TPing, I'm guessing. Very close, Lal, to closing the gap onto that Naga Siren as Satanic gets a kill onto QBFY.
The fact that this game is like one Shad mispositioning from just being over is also pretty uncomfortable feeling. Like, he'll step up, it just takes one bushwhack, one Ravage, one concoction into then Lina, and your carry disappears. He doesn't have buyback as well. He's fully invested into the Daedalus.
Yeah, which I think you should be doing, but yeah,
oh, for sure. But you need to. Oh, wow, that's a very early Requiem.
Yeah, trying to close it onto the Alk, and Alk just going to BKB. Spear obviously not going to do anything to Satanic here. The song is going to be there, but Shad, into the cover of Invis, does get himself away. Another BKB ends from the Alchemist as well. Alchemist is low. They could actually try and do this. They will. They bring him down with the right click. See you later. Mr. Shadow Fiend, though, as they trade carries. And now, Lina, she's seeing a lot of resources haven't been used on the side of Na'Vi, and maybe there's an opportunity for her to get involved, but Na'Vi won't give her the opportunity.
I will argue that this could have been a cleaner kind of close to the game from Spirit. I think there's been a couple Satanic moves that have kind of made the game feel a little bit longer. Like, we somehow got to Mars getting a BKB and like a 4-staff on an Naga Siren in a staff game. Now Boom using that BKB very quickly. He drags his anchor. I didn't realize how much of a thick line that Druid is.
Yeah, you could do some art with that, as Tank Siege's going to get his life taken from him by Lal down on the bottom side. Just 100 to 0'd very easily by Lal.
Lina is just the Nyx assassin from the mid lane, right? Like, with this build. Oh. Spear 223, connecting on Spear 224 in the Abyss.
And Boom's gone as well. Okay, Lal now godlike. I think, I don't think Alchemist is a problem, guys.
I think Lal's a bit of a problem.
Yes. All right, new target. I mean, in fairness, when Na'Vi decide to kill somebody, it tends to work. In the early game, when Lal was becoming a problem.
Oh, Satanic's now back in his
these
hunting
two are
spot.
just dueling again.
Well, I've seen this before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just having a fight, just throwing hands. It's pretty hype. I do feel like Team Spirit could also just, end the game, but maybe they want to wait for Roshan and all that good stuff.
If Satanic got caught again, it's like 3-4 times in a row. Oh. But this time he does not go down. And his team is behind him. So the next Satanic move should, in theory, be covered by the Ravage for protection, all the toolkit that we've been mentioning from Spirit.
And that toolkit goes deep.
It does.
Got a lot of tools, but you need to play with your team in order for them to be used, which has been the critical issue so far for Satanic. Doing a little bit
every
of
man for himself
solo
situation.
roaming. Yeah.
Oh look, sorry, you bait Satanic 3 times by himself. Now the 4th
this
time,
is smart.
yeah, it's not obvious that they're behind him. Diffused.
There is, I mean, the SF is showing no signs of actually coming home.
Oh, well,
Okay, the SF is dead, so he is coming home, just not on his terms and in 60 seconds, so it might be longer than they're allowed to wait, to be honest, as bottom barracks, Nelly are going to fall. Lal immediately looking into the tree lines here, seeing if there's a minute to find. Must be bottom barracks going down. Just Savage into Luna. Okay. Hey, what are we watching here, T?
just an overthrow match.
Yeah, well, Lars put everything into Laguna Blade and is just one-shotting people.
Yeah, he put multiple investments in his ult getting upgraded.
Yeah, feels OP.
Well, luckily for Na'Vi at least, I don't think they're playing any more today. So they are going to be able to take a full break after this pretty rough showing on day one.
What are you saying? Are they hitting the... Oh, hold on, Satanic's in the fountain again.
But not dead yet.
Oh, reel him in, get him back in. Yeah, shit. Oh, okay. This is like,
I don't know why
this
you're
is
surprised
Dota,
at
this
this
is
point.
whack-a-mole. This is literally whack-a-mole.
Just let Lal, yeah. And look at the cooldowns, by the way. He'll do it again very soon.
Hey, want to watch me do it again? Oh. No, maybe not the play.
Yo, hype cast it for the clip, man. Hype, when they do the highlight package, so the Spirit looks like they're really good. Go.
Yep, okay. Shad trying to defend here with the ultimate, but it's just not enough. Lal doing way too much damage. Gets through one, gets two, and that will be the end of the game as Spirit take them all down. Lal just taking anybody he wants. This isn't Dota, this is whack-a-mole as Lal gets through them all. There you go, Edison.
Yeah, good clip farming. Nice. Yeah, so...
Guys.
That was just so one-sided, wasn't it?
It was 35k gold advantage, right?
Well, that was rough to watch, but yeah, it's fine. We have to watch it. It's part of the the brutality of the group stage. There will be teams that aren't able to step up to the plate in the moment, but
I
think
enjoyed watching Lal just go around and bot heroes left, right, and center. Okay, it was a fun time.
yeah. Lina is an exceptionally strong hero. It was first pick in previous tournaments to kind of be ignored a little bit, and there you go, some good emotions being shared there. But yeah, for Spirit, it's kind of like a recovery, right? They lose 2-0 to Falcons, now they beat Na'Vi 2-0, so they're going to be sitting kind of like middle portion of the group stage now, sitting at like 2-2. And then the likes of Na'Vi now sitting at 0-4. They still need to play Falcons, Avalus, and Boom. So, difficult Falcon series. Avalus and Boom, who are kind of like the up-and-comers, contenders. You could argue maybe it could go either way. But it's going to be a difficult road for Na'Vi, as they do have to play 2 more games tomorrow, and then 1 game on the 11th. So, yeah, again, 2 more days of Dota. Probably tomorrow will be the Dictator, but yeah. Spirit.
Yes,
Oof, so clean.
Very clean indeed. Yeah. It felt like it felt like
Decided, that was
Navi
the
had
word.
kind of like wandered into a zone which was way too high level for them in this game, and they were just getting one shot by the leader pretty much everywhere they went. It didn't feel fun, that's for sure. And again, they need to sort out this early game. They need to make sure that they're getting their heroes online, hitting their timings at a reasonable rate. I think like Boom was definitely that anchor for them in that lower bracket run in the qualifiers. And it does take him a couple of series to get online. In the qualifiers, we weren't really liking what we were seeing for the first couple of games they played, but then they started to get it together. So, maybe this is just a day 2 team. Is that ever a term we get to use? Screw it, it is now.
I will find out tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll find out tomorrow if a 2
Let's
team.
not speculate.
If a day
Let's
2
just
team
wait, yeah.
works, that exists.
And no, I mean, again, I think Spirit, when they hit their stride, it feels like they can beat anyone. But then there's always these kind of like these variables of like top teams making constantly good plays. Like in this one, Satanic died 2 or 3 times. These are like kind of the errors where if Navi's draft and early game was a little bit better, those deaths would have been potentially game losing for Spirit, right? But because they had such a big lead, the confidence in which they play, it doesn't really matter, right? It's like, whatever, you can laugh about it, haha, Satanic, you're trying to be aggressive, you die, whatever, right? But I think there is still some polishing required to get the team to its true form, but it's still impressive the fact that like how many roster changes they've gone through since like post TI, and then still to be like contenders is like, of course, testament to Maposhka, to Lal, to the coaching team, to the management, etc. And to bring up so many new players into like their system. I say this every time I watch Spirit. It's like it is so cool to see how quickly they can do it, but they still have some shortcomings which they'll need to work out. But at least in this series, it did not even look close. It felt like, I don't even know how to put it into words. It was just team spirit the entire way.
Yeah, no, it was. I think Navi need to have a serious look at themselves and figure out what they're doing at this event, because so far it has not worked. But again, that's what day ones are about. Hopefully this is just a flicker, and this isn't like the actual standard of this team. I think they're much better than this, and I think they haven't shown what they can do at all. Fingers crossed we get to see a bit more from Navi in the future, and they can show to us that the reason they're here, the reason they took this slot for the region, and what they can truly deliver. Because this isn't it. Like, this isn't the team which qualified at all. So maybe there's a bit of pressure here, like being picked up by Navi. There's a bit of performance anxiety perhaps on the line. Who knows? There's a ton of excuses we can make. Ultimately, only the players themselves know what's going on in their heads. But either way, hopefully it gets fixed in a nice, timely fashion, and we get to actually see them play some real Dota at this event, because it'll be very disappointing to see them bomb out without really seeing what they can do. But Team Spirit now 2-2. I'm going to feel pretty good for them after their series earlier on versus Falcons to get such a convincing win. Actually, I can ask them themselves, because we now have an interview available from Mr. Malik, who's going to be joining us in the interview booth. So a little conversation, a little chat about what exactly went on in this game. Do we have Mr. Malik on the line? No, we do not. We're just kind of recording around. There he is. Hello, Malik. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm doing good. And thank you.
Glad to hear it. How's Bangkok so far?
Decent. I didn't
Decent.
hear
Good to hear it. All right, let's get into the games. That's all right. That's okay. So this series versus the side of Na'Vi, is this kind of what you expected to come out from Na'Vi, or did you think they were going to be better or worse, or how did they match up to what you expected?
No, it was as we expected. We prepared they don't have a lot of heroes, like cheesy first stage. It's like, how to say, dangerous heroes. We just prepared our heroes, what we play and how we play, and it's worked out.
I would say so. I mean, this was a very convincing win. I mean, what were the communications like towards the later part of this second game? Because there was a lot of diving, there was a few trips into the fountain for Satanic. What were you guys saying then?
I mean, second game was a bit dirty, not disciplined, because our youngster wanted to have fun and just running, diving. And he's like, when he died after Mars buyback first time at Fountain, he was like, I didn't want to die in this game. And after this, he just started having fun and was like, when this game is gonna be over and like that, just doing some joking stuff, kid stuff.
Yeah, we all have that, but luckily Lal stepped up. T Governor, you got any questions for Mr. Malik?
Yeah. So you've been a stand-in for Spirit since September. Of course, Collapse, he says he's going to return in 2025. Like, what do you think you've learned the most during your time on Team Spirit?
Not much, because it's like new team and like same things as I'm playing. It's not that much boosts. I would say it's more boost like for discipline and how to treat, how to talk with people. More like it's more about discipline, I think, for me. In my opinion, for myself, and that's it. And in game, it's like nothing new. I'm just learning.
Sure.
By myself and asking Miposhka some stuff, and that's all.
Cool, nice. And on top of that, you're now in SEA, so you get to play SEA pubs instead of Western Europe. Do you prefer C pubs or Western European pubs?
I would like to play European pubs, but I don't know. I noticed that in CA regions, they have just traders who just trading MMR and same stuff. More like in CA regions, they like to just farm creeps. I noticed it, and they wanna farm creeps, split, whole map split. Like they 5 heroes wanna be with items, and one time they wanna just smoke and go kill S5 and somehow you lose it. It's like,
That's the fun of the regions, right?
CA region is funny. Yeah, it's funny.
All right then. Last question from me then, Malik. I just want to know, like, what are you aiming for at this event? What position do you want to get at this event? Are you looking top 3, top 5? Where are you setting your sights?
I will be happy if we manage to take top 4. If we're gonna, learn from game to game and become better, I think we can go higher even. But top 4 is my vision in this LAN event.
Your vision. All right. Good luck in achieving that. I think you guys can do it. I've been really enjoying watching you improve as a player over time as well, and all your different teams and everything. So, excited to see your run here and what's next for you. So, Malik, thank you very much. We'll let you get back to your team. Thanks and goodbye.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks, man. We'll have a good day, because we're now off the clock, Robson. We're good to go. Get to yeah, that's right. Even using the casual name now.
It's 10 in the morning. I'm finishing my day. My girlfriend's just she's been working for like 20 minutes. But it's like her day starts, my day ends. Like, whew,
yeah.
Good old Dota. That's why Dota's so great. Like when we put events all across the world. You're not meant to just have all these events in Western European time zone. None of this. Like, we're spoiled. Like, majority of events is like Europe or it's like East Coast NA. It's pretty helpful. But it's like, I like it when we just send an event to SEA. Really ruin the time zone for Western European fans, because we need to bring Dota internationally, of course.
Absolutely.
So, love to see it.
Absolutely. You were not saying this morning when we were up at 3:45 to start the day, but
you stop that.
I like the positivity now it's come into play. Okay.
All right, I'm leaving. I'm done.
Let's take a look at the schedule for the upcoming games then and see exactly where you want to be for your games, because over here we of course already had Avalos and Navi playing up, and next up we got Team Liquid versus Gaozu. Damn, what a hype series Gareth and Wagner get to jump into, and then Enigma Galaxy versus Gaozu as well. Also could be fun. So
A tier.
It's big names on this stream for the rest of the day. So if you want to bat chest, if you want to pog out, then there's a place to go. You got the All Stars coming up today. So enjoy those ones. We'll be watching from the sidelines, that's for sure.
Sure. I don't know if you wanted to take that one away, but I'll take it. But yeah, it's exciting stuff, and yeah, we'll see if Arme can do it. We'll see if Arme and the Jin-Q return is going to be powerful enough to overcome Team Liquid. I think I saw an interview where Boxy about why he plays Dota. Like he wants to play Dota to create a bit more of a legacy. Like he's won a TI, but he wants some LAN wins. So winning an ESL One, some of the more prestigious events that we have throughout the year. ESL Ones in itself have incredible legacy. So I think Team Liquid would like to hit some stride at this event to make sure they don't fall short in a group stage. But yeah, pretty cool stuff. So many games, it's hard to really say who's the best and the worst at the moment. We'll find out probably in around about 24 hours.
24 hours, okay, then we'll know who the best and the worst is, and that's all you need to watch, I guess, from there onwards is the next 24 hours according to T. Then he'll be able to tell you who's the best and the worst, so that's exciting. And of course, if you guys have your own opinions on who the best and the worst is, then let us know. Hashtag ESL1 on and what's going on? Who's the worst is also what you think Galzi's going to bring to the table. This is a exciting Dota or another Elephant Mark II. Let us know. And meanwhile, the other streams as well. The other series ended. Shopify Rebellion and Boom Esports was 1-1. I don't care. And Falcons versus Avalos is still going on right now. So either jump over to that one or wait around here as we'll have the next series coming up in about 45 minutes, I believe. So we're going to throw it over to a break, and then we will be back with our fresh casting pair, which will be Gareth and Wagamama taking over from here on out. So guys, get excited for Team Liquid versus Galzi. It's been a pleasure to bring you the games this morning and cast a little bit of ESL One Bangkok group stages, and we'll be back tomorrow for a little bit more action. But from today, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys later as Gareth and Waga take over for Liquid versus Galzi.
Bye.
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Couple thousand miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. To remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
So stick around. You're so cool. You're so So stick around. You're so You're so
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment
second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Come in, cross the line. Since a little time in here, trust me, you have got to come in. Take the start. Follow me, but all behind. Welcome to the other side.
Looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
I'm becoming all that I can be. Let me show you something you've never seen. Time to get up and dust yourself down. Not every king wears a crown. So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on running till I get to the top. I'll never back down. I won't ever stop. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die.
to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understand it when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me.
'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're in. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Earth is suffering, trouble is rising, mountains are melting, there's gonna be nothing left to breathe. Raise the sirens now. Break the silence now. Our hearts are trembling. This can be the ending. We must begin to rise. It's now do or die. Raise the sirens now before it's too late. Break the silence now before it's too yeah.
Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, folks, to another beautiful day of Dota here. It's Bangkok 2024 ESL One and day one of the group stages. And Wagamama joining me here as we're about halfway through, coming in halfway through the day. A couple of Dota games already played and waiting for our first one up, which is going to be Liquid against Gaozu as our first best of two game series.
Happy to be here with you, Gareth, and joining you for this as well as we're breaking into Group B. We already had some games being played in Group A and, some exciting stuff happening there so far. Shopify and Falcons at the top looking pretty solid in their performance, but Group B, nothing has been played yet, and we're going to start out with some exciting stuff, Gareth. We got Liquid and Gaozu playing against each other.
Yeah, Gaozu doubleheader as well, as we've got a couple of their series here. Day one, Enigma Galaxy going to be their second opponent. But we can think about this first series for us coming up. Always kind of fun to watch Dota as it happens live. Lots of games going to be played, of course, with these two groups, and lots of simultaneous games going on as well. But yeah, teams vying for this $1 million prize pool, EPT points, tons on the line here. And of course, this kind of round robin 2-game series group stage can often be a bit of a bloodbath. Team like Team Liquid stepping in here, expectations pretty high for them. Gaozu, a star-studded roster, definitely a lot on their plate. But we've got a special bit of video content here about Team Liquid. We'll take a look at that.
Team Liquid has had an amazing year, getting second at Riyadh Masters 2024 and winning TI 2024, among other achievements. Despite that, they amicably decided to make some changes to the roster, and Saberlight stepped in to replace 3-3 as the offlaner.
Suck it!
The rest of the team is the same roster as the one we've come to know and love: Mickey, Nisha, Boxy, and Insania. As teams tend to after roster changes, they've had a bit of a shaky start. 8th place at BetBoom Dacha Belgrade and 6th place at Dream League Season 24 are not results they would have hoped for. Then again, 6th place at a Dream League event is better than average for Team Liquid. They did rebound and look stronger in the qualifiers for this event, however, taking down OG, Gaming Gladiators, and Avulus without losing a single game. They sadly didn't get to play against 3-3's Tundra though, but it's clear the new Liquid roster are still very strong.
Fight this series, but Liquid just too good.
Will the new Liquid keep up their incredible LAN performance and perform up to expectations here at ESL One Bangkok?
Yeah, since winning TI, definitely a team to kind of keep your eyes on, favorites heading into the field here. A lot of expectations always around Team Liquid, and kind of funny that, looking at their Dream League performances, not too hot until recently, and going up against Gaozu, who, let's talk about them a little bit, right? Gaozu, this roster is kind of insane. 2 people coming back from retirement. Ame is there, Jinkyu rejoining, old Extreme Gaming kind of coming back together, or old LGD, whichever way you want to look at it. And a real scary lineup to go up against as your first opponent in a group stage.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a lot of eyes will be on the mid lane perhaps for them, with Paparazzi, who has, not been playing competitive Dota for quite a while, but he has been putting in the work. He's been grinding in those pubs. He's been, I believe he was the first one to hit 16k MMR. He dipped down afterwards, and then we had Yatoro hitting as well. But he's been playing fantastic, so it's going to be very cool to see what they can bring in this team environment, though, and see how strong they can play together.
Yeah, we can take a look at the entire field of Group B and see exactly who they're going to be facing up against and what we've got going on there. Over to the side of the screen, Enigma Galaxy, Beast Coast, Gaozu, Liquid, Paravision, and BetBoom. So some real spooky, Eastern European hot lineups there, with BetBoom and Paravision both looking very good in their recent performances. Team Liquid, obviously super hot. Gaozu, incredible lineup. And then you've got these maybe question marks around Enigma Galaxy and Beast Coast. Definitely teams that can step up to the plate, but will they at Bangkok is always going to be the question.
Yeah, that's going to be the question. It's going to be curious to see how it's going to work out for them. Of course, we have Beast Coast coming out with a bit of changes for them as well in the team, and see how they're going to play. Obviously, we had they've recently been picking up a new sponsor and so on, but they're playing here as Beast Coast competing. If you get confused looking in on wait, I don't see Beast Coast here, but they're recently M80 as well online.
Yeah, picked up the entire organization pretty much. But yeah, thinking back about Paparazzi, it's been a year and a half. July last year was the last time he played serious professional games that we can see on Dota Buff in a tournament, etc. Comes in like a month ago for these qualifiers, wins it with Arme. Incredible kind of comeback story from him, along with this 16k MMR business that you're talking about too. Then you've got, DY coming back out of Dota retirement. We were joking about this before the game started. Kind of a common occurrence, right? Dota blood, you just can't get rid of it. It's in your veins. You're going to come back eventually. And then
it's always like that. It's always, oh, guys, I'm done. I'm out. And then, they keep playing because, they have that fire and then they want to compete and they see, perhaps they watch some of their friends play and they're like, I could have done better. And they want to go back in and, give it a second chance.
Yeah, definitely possible, right? And then JT coming out of that G2IG squad, which kind of collapsed, and Jinkyu, returning to the scene. This is a real scary lineup, especially for a region that has had their struggles recently, because that's another thing to kind of look at here. I was reading up about, what does Gaozu mean? I look at that team name, didn't really think too much of it, started Googling, going on Wikipedia. What is it? Emperor Gaozu of Han. The first, what was it called? The first civilian emperor, bringing around a golden age in China, one of the longest golden ages. Maybe this is what Arme and the squad want to do. Relive, Emperor Gaozu of Han, bring a golden age to Chinese Dota again.
They're going to start the Han dynasty of Dota here. I mean, I think there are a lot of people who have high hopes for them because, like you mentioned, the Chinese scene, it used to be a powerhouse in Dota 2. Early days, it was one of the, it was definitely the strongest single region. The rest of the world was basically competing with China on its own. Now, it's just a shell of its former existence, but maybe they can make a real powerhouse team like this. And we can have a little look at Gaozu, of course, the roster that we've been talking about here, and have a look at them.
I absolutely can. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we used to have literally East versus West, right? Because it was China in the East versus kind of Europe and NA in the West. And that was how Dota was for a long time. We had 2 regions. Then we had, 3? We had 4, we had 5, 6. Now we have 7, technically.
Yeah,
but it feels like we're kind of
how things have grown over the years, right? Because Southeast Asia used to be kind of a joke region at some points, but then it's come back and shown strong Dota, and Sim for South America had a lot of time where they didn't represent the big events at all. But lately we've had South America just surprising and performing really well in a lot of situations.
Yeah, there was that kind of animosity between like China and Southeast Asia, North America and South America. There was always, the battle between Western and Eastern Europe as well. Having all these rosters pop up and now kind of merging together as well. Southeast Asia has become the bigger region than China, kind of absorbing it into their own. As we see, JT on a Chinese squad. We had old G2IG with a bunch of Malaysian players there as well. And now it feels like South America has kind of overtaken North America, right? These smaller, regions that were looked down on now have become the main regions with some incredible players and teams. Nice to see JT with a big old smile on his face, getting ready for this first series of the group stage for himself. Now, do you have expectations heading into this? Because my brain is going wild thinking about, Team Liquid. Do they wake up? Is Gaozu ready? Can they draft against Liquid? Liquid are a well-honed machine, right?
Yeah, Liquid is a team that you have to be ready for. They are so good at doing their research and preparing, and overall I think that Liquid is probably going to be a very tough test for them. You can have a look at, of course, the lineup here. See the boys ready for action. I mean, they are the team to beat this year. They have been looking absolutely fantastic. Playing at their peak, of course. Even after the roster change, I would say they're still looking very, very strong together with Saberlight.
It's like one of those fan cams, when they've got the picture like zooming in with flowers and fireworks popping out behind everyone when we're looking at the individual portraits. Oh, that's good stuff.
It's
Yeah.
such a funny team. The personalities are just really hilarious to follow. You know, I'm a big fan. I know Saberlight was like big meme guy in Team Liquid, but I just love Insania, man. That guy, somehow both really down to earth and just a super funny guy.
Yeah, he's lovely. I mean, Saberlight, and talking about him, big boots to fill in replacing 3-3. It seemed like a difficult task, but so far, so good. Feels like a nice fit for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, he was a very natural replacement, I think, but I don't think anyone can really fill out the shoes that was 33. He was a monster, and you know everyone respected him basically as the strongest in the position. But Saberlight has been living up to it and doing the best that he can, and I think their results so far have been looked completely within expectations for Team Liquid. And this is still early days. They are not far away from when he joined, so more time is needed to really build everything.
You do have to snap
That's what
into
you know
action.
about. Sorry, that's what you know about Liquid as well, right? They're a team that always looks far ahead. They want to build like some stability in the team and have long-term goals.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're not no high turnover. You know, they're no McDonald's. They're not replacing people every 5 minutes, right? They're there for the long haul. But you're just thinking about this tournament in particular. You know, coming off the back of a Dream League with extended group stage where you're kind of safe for a while. Blast Slam recently, where there was no elimination in the group stage, and then you've got this single elimination bracket where you are very safe into suddenly, dangled over a pit or Damocles, daggers floating above you. Now here at Bangkok, what 12 teams, small group stage, small playoff bracket, and in the group stage, there are a couple of teams eliminated.
Yeah,
2 teams per group. 4
total,
teams get eliminated.
4 are going home, and this is what I like, Gareth. I like a group stage where a lot is on the line. You have, fighting for the positioning. Of course, you want to get in that top 2 position, but you also got to keep yourself alive. And these are stacked groups. You have a lot of competition. So every single win matters. Every team is going to play 10 rounds total, 5 matches against your opponents. It's round robin. And, you cannot underperform against any opponent. Oh, you have a strong opponent, you got to try and get a draw at least. You have a weak opponent, perhaps in your opinion, then you cannot slip up and get a draw there. So that's what makes it exciting to me. And it's also a statement. We're now going into the opening here of Group B. So who can claim those early wins and be ahead? It's such a nice feeling to start out good in the group.
Yeah, we should have the draft ready pretty shortly here for Team Liquid against Gaozu, as we can quickly just think about the EPT points on the line as well. Think about winning the group stage gets you EPT points. Currently looking at teams like Falcons, BetBoom, Spirit, Liquid, Paravision up at the top currently, but there's plenty of tournaments to be played and lots of points to be gained as all these teams are vying for Riyadh Masters, EWC later on down the line as that big tournament of the year that everybody wants to qualify for.
Yeah, it's very, very cool to see how the teams are are gonna fight. And I believe is it true for the group stage that it's only the first place in the group stage gets points for it? And I think second and the rest do not get it as well.
I believe so.
You really want to be number 1 in the group. Top 2 is not even all that you're fighting for. It's that number 1 spot as well.
Yeah, I mean, 480 points puts you into 8th place immediately, I believe.
That's a good chunk. It's a huge chunk of points. This is a higher EPT point tournament than we had with Dream League recently. This is stepping up a little bit, and we're going to see more of that as we head later into the TI season.
The draft so far, nothing majorly upsetting or surprising. Terrorblade gone, that flex between offlane and safe lane's annoying. Dragonite, the best hero of the patch, just get him out of my freaking sight, thank you very much. Invoker, Alk, Beastmaster, and then Enigma, that's some Saberlight focus.
Definitely, and it does take away something that they have been practicing as well, because they have also been playing the Zoo meta. They've been playing Enigma and Beastmaster on offlane, so now interested to see what we're going to see there. But yeah, all these bans are very stock standard. Invoker is high rated by both these teams, so it makes sense that they get rid of them. And Phoenix is going to round out the first ban. So we see Monkey King coming in. Liquid, they've been enjoying carry Monkey King a lot lately, and they feel like they can open with it. Obviously, there's potential to flex this hero, but more than likely, this is Mika's hero.
Who were they playing? Was it against Avrilus? They played this monkey against an Underlord or something? I'm just having flashbacks. Gaozu, don't have an offlane hero that gets dumpstered by Monkey King.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it was a hyperactivity going on, and that's where you want to be careful. But this is a telegraphed Monkey King. The difference
That's
here
true.
being that I believe was an Underlord picked early, and then he got punished by Monkey. But when you see a Monkey opening here, you're gonna make sure you have an offlane combo that can fight against it and be competitive. You don't want to end up with a tie to an Underlord.
And then the Monkey pick is also, you're saying this is probably Mickey's hero, but it could be in the hands of Nisha and maybe not blocks, but deters you away from these like Storm Spirits, Ember Spirits mid, which can get crushed by the Monkey King.
Yeah, they you have to be careful a little bit there about the mid matchups as well. Don't end up picking some hero. Like you said, the Earth Spirit can be tricky. He does have some play against it. You can kick under tower, but Monkey has very good armor. He survives the tower hits pretty well.
So like first pick is like a big old question mark. What are you going to do to? It's like a big iceberg in the path of your ocean liner, right? You've got to navigate around it somehow.
Yeah, it feels nice to have a hero that you can open with like that for Liquid as well, where carry Monkey, you know what you're going to get. It's an active carry, but even so, it solidifies their drafting, let's say, because he's not a weak hero by any means in a specific regard. Like Monkey is good for team fighting. He's a strong laner, and he also doesn't push that poorly. The only thing he kind of sucks at is taking Roche. He's not super fast at that.
Man, Paparazzi looks like a freaking supermodel now. You take 9 months off of Dota 2 and you come back looking like a god.
Does wonders for your life. Quit Dota.
Yeah. Oh, holy moly.
Yeah. What not playing Dota and having a bunch of money can do to a man.
I guess so. Phoenix, Murata, and the Morphling all banned out. So Gaozu opening with Ogre Magi, not really giving anything away, just hey, here's very likely a position 5.
Yeah, it gives very little information, but it does tell something at least. It's going to be learning curve Ogre, like almost 100%. That's what people are playing. That's the meta lately. We've seen a lot of Ogre Magi. He's still pretty strong level 1, even if he doesn't have abilities. But the fact that he has learning curve means you're a little bit weaker at rune fights. Like, yeah, you have a big Ogre, but he doesn't cast a spell at you, so... And Gaozu are going to go for what they have been using as well going into this. They've been relying on this Storm Spirits on the way into this through the qualifiers. We had a lot of games of Storm. I believe, looking back, I saw like tons of them. It was almost exclusively what they've been using from mid lane.
It just feels so good, especially, in Western Europe in particular, right? We saw this Storm Spirit Dawnbreaker or Earth Spirit Dawnbreaker nonsense, which just seemed really difficult to combat when you're entering a team fight, and all of a sudden, you've got this global maneuverability from 2 heroes, and now Liquid, they add in a ton of team fight control to try and stop the Storm from having free reign. A Tiny and a Dark Willow.
Teamfight control and also great pickoff for single targets. So now you can set up with either Monkey or Tiny can go first, and the other could follow up, or Willow could follow up. So you have great chain stuns, and this is essential when you draft against a Storm. You want to make sure that you have that so you can lock him down and kill him. And Liquid are addressing it. You can see a very experienced way of drafting from them. And Willow is one of those heroes. She's like, on paper, not good against Storm, but when you pair her with some other heroes, she's terrifying as a Storm player because the chain stun, the Terrorize is just it lives up to its name.
And it all comes from Fog, right? Like you've got a Monkey sitting on top of a tree who starts with Boundless, into a Bramble, into an Avalanche Toss, into a Terrorize, Bedlam, Storm's dead. And now you've been saying this Storm Spirit, a very popular and important hero here, even with the Monkey King picked, still Gaozu going for it.
Yeah, so when you see that type of draft from Team Liquid, Gaozu are now thinking about how they want to play the game. They realize that, okay, Storm is great for pickoffs, but he can't really split push safely here in this game. So you want to add stuff probably to be strong at team fighting. And that's exactly what we see. Magnus, along with Techies, gets added to a draft to make sure that they can go and force initiations, take fights. Magnus, just a hero that's been doing extremely well lately, swap between the +1 and +3 role. So this could be carry. It could also be offlane. I think for Gaozu, it's more likely it's going to be an offlane hero. They have been using it there, but a lot of carry players have been playing Magnus as well.
And then Empower for an Arme hero. Gonna feel good as well. It looks like he's pondering what that last pick.
Yeah. They got the classic like super steroids going on, right? Bloodlust and Empower. You could just have a hero go wild.
And like great counter initiation. So like all these things we've been saying about Storm getting jumped, if he does, they've got RP, blast off, ways to kind of come back in and maybe reset or even just turn the fight.
Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna have you know, some fun and go for like a Candyworks or something. Ame has been playing it a bit lately, but I feel like there are probably safer options. I would love to see an Ursa come out from them. I think it would fit pretty well. You get someone who can jump along with the Storm, but still isn't squishy enough to get bursted by Team Liquid's lineup.
What's going on with Team Liquid's lineup? Is this now? Is it Tiny 4? Is it Primal?
I assume it's just Boxy Tiny. He plays it quite a bit. So seeing this, looks like they might want to put. I think at this point it could be Monkey mid against the Storm because it's a good matchup. It's very possible that we will see. And if it is, then this is probably Saberlight on Primal Beast, and then Tiny +4, and we're waiting for a carry. We'll see what Gaozu are going to ban here, because there are many ways to interpret Team Liquid's draft. And what I said was just one possible constellation that we'll go with. It could manifest in a different way.
Like they could be last picking Insania's hero technically here, right?
I mean, honestly, they could pick probably any position
Anything,
here.
yeah.
You know, like they literally could pick any hero and say that they swap it around.
The Ame Jug.
Yeah, Liquid are banning out the Ame Jug, a hero that has been he's been playing a lot. He's one of the few people who actually picked Juggernaut in the current patch. He hasn't had fantastic win rate on it lately, but he has played really well. He's been shining, but the hero just seems pretty underpowered.
You give him Bloodlust and power, though, man.
Yeah, Bloodlust and Empower, and he's suddenly overpowered, so they don't want any of that. And I guess it's true. It's one more hard to kill carry. And when Team Liquid have this chain stunny nonsense going on, they want to get rid of those heroes that can survive. So wouldn't be surprised to see them banning Ursa as well after Juggernaut.
Yeah, look, they banned some Insania heroes here, right?
Yeah, they did. The ET and the Rubik coming out. So they're respecting catch. They do not want more catch onto their Storm. Do not want more chain stuns coming in.
Is it time to ban the Ame PA as well? Now you get rid of the Jug, get rid of the
so
Phantom
open still. The
Assassin.
Antimage, PA, Ursa. You have many routes you
right,
could go. Some people even playing Stark this patch, but I think that hero is pretty underwhelming. And the Void, we didn't even mention him, but
yeah,
that's true. Faces Void would be a possibility for them as well. Hero that usually struggles with farming, but if you have these type of buffs on your team, you can definitely get strong.
It looks like Liquid knows what they're going for. Headsets are all getting put on, and the Oracle last pick.
It is Insania, yeah. One of his favorites. He is, of course, insanely good at that hero. It's probably his biggest signature hero, in my opinion.
So that makes Monkey King now just invulnerable to any of the catch that Gaozu has. The only worry is like a skewer back. And Gaozu come out with the Medusa as their last pick.
Ooh.
Even more team fight from your carry.
Medusa being added. She is very, very hard to burst, so it really goes into what we were talking about, a hero that can survive the chain stun. If Monkey has a fantastic game, though, if he comes online early, goes through that gate, he could throw some threats to the Medusa in the laning stage. We've seen a lot of carry Monkey Kings make rotations already on level 4 or something, and Medusa could be overrun and shoved out of the lane. If that doesn't happen, though, this Medusa is a tough puzzle to solve for Team Liquid's draft.
What's that lane going to be? Primal Beast, Willow. We've seen some cool stuff out of both of these heroes, though, right? Like Shadow Realm level 1 just to get hits in early, to like harass down a Medusa's mana pool quickly, or like the Primal Beast trampling the creep wave or blocking it to have that, tier 1 kind of push it back.
He's like, I want to have my hood, dude. Leave me be. Can I have my hood? To tell him.
Just let me play in darkness. You're shining all these bright lights in my face.
Find him very relatable, just all these lights, it's too much. I just want to play some Dota.
Just leave him be. Are you leaning one way or the other for these drafts? Because I feel like team versus team, we're both pretty happy with the quality of players and the squads, right?
Oh, of course, yeah. I feel like it's more of a proving ground for Gaozu than for Team Liquid, of course, but teams are definitely, you can't ask for much better. Draft-wise, I think there's just a big target on Insania now that they picked the late Oracle. I know his positioning is really crisp, but you're against Storm, you're against Magnus. I think I favor Gauss's draft. I rarely go against Liquid when it comes to drafts. And it's not necessarily that Liquid have a big weakness, because they never do. Their drafts always are very rounded. But I do believe they might struggle a bit to solve the Medusa if they don't shut her down laning stage. And Medusa laning stage, it's really hard to shut down. She gets a few mangos, you have some mango in support, try and kill her. It's like you gotta go through 2000 HP, essentially.
Yeah, it's super challenging. You might have to see pressure be put on that Storm Spirit instead early on, maybe try and remove some of the mechanisms that Gaozu has to play and fight from an early point. I'm very curious about Jinkyu's techies, because this is a hero that we've not seen a lot recently. He did get played a little bit, I think at Blast or the qualifiers for this tournament. We definitely saw him once or twice, but it's a hero that's been off the radar for a long time. Why techies here with the Magnus and not like any other hero?
I mean, maybe they just want to do some pullback strats, you know? Maybe it's as simple as that. They have Medusa, they want to go late game. If the enemy want to try to end the game and push high ground, you have techies and Magnus defending.
Fair
so
enough.
You can just pull people into mines, you know? Like, maybe it's that simple that it adds lots. You know, if you had some other pulse 4 hero along with the Magnus, maybe it would be stronger in some regards early on, but would it be stronger at defending your high ground? There is no way. Magnus techies is, you know, as simple as the meme is, it's strong. It's very potent.
Oh, it is. Nice juxtaposition there. Paparazzi versus Nisha, obviously heading into that mid lane against each other. Paparazzi seemed very calm, very ready to play another game of Storm. And then Nisha was kind of, you know, eyes looking up to the corner, thinking for a while. Tiny against Storm Spirit, is this a matchup that, you know, Nisha can just win? Is it an even matchup? How does it go?
I would say nowadays Storm is difficult to bully in the laning stage, especially for melee heroes. Yes, Tiny can have a little bit extra range when you grab a tree, but even so, that static slide facet has made Storm a powerhouse on the mid lane. And that's probably why we see him played so much, and why Gaozu has been relying on him through the qualifiers to get here as well. It's just been a recipe for success for them. And I don't know, out of the last like 10 or 15 games of Storm that I've watched or played against or played, hardly anyone loses lane. Like, it just doesn't happen. Storm always gets farmed nowadays.
And then he, from that, always fulfills his role, right? Of finding a target, getting into backlines, hunting people.
It's basically comes down to if the side lanes are in decent shape, then Storm is going to have a good game. So the only thing he needs is some people to play with when he gets his level 6, and he can start activating on the side lanes.
Something that both JT and Jinkyu can do.
Little pause here as we see, of course, Team Liquid with a different move here, level 1 than Gaozu. They smoked out immediately and are fanning out wide on the map to get their wards down. And with boots on Saberlight, we already see him sneaking around. We know at the bottom of the screen, you see him down there. Mr. Primal Beast is wrapping around to cut the creep wave, I believe.
So are they cutting or are they blocking?
I would say he's probably just killing the creep wave immediately. That's what I've seen a lot. Oh, he walked into the Watcher though. So even though the smoke was there, it ran out, and now they know what he wants to do.
Get scouted.
And Medusa also is camping the area. I'm not letting him get through that easily.
Yeah, you got to walk through me. And I guess the burning question as well, Magnus, reverse polarity, not the reverse RP.
Yeah, no RRP. I mean, it's we've seen Ari with his, you know, maybe we should call him RRE or something at this point. He keeps playing that RRP on support all the time. But on core, I think having regular RP is too valuable. So
it feels that way, like core versus support is very much reverse versus reverse.
Oh.
And there's Saberlight clearing the wave with a blood grenade.
Yeah, he blood grenaded on top of it, because otherwise you barely don't kill the melee creeps. You need one auto attack on each. But by throwing the blood grenade, it kills the entire creep wave without any auto attacking. And he gets his level 2 immediately. And now he's doing what I've seen a few people do. I've had this happen to me. You go mid immediately.
No.
I've had this gank happen to me. It's disgusting, dude.
This is nasty.
It is.
What? Out of nowhere, Saberlight comes in with Boxy. So they get level 2 on the Primal Beast, kill the wave, get first blood, and Team Liquid off to a cracking start already.
Yeah, this is the new meta way of playing Primal Beast offlane. People cut the wave, but then realize they have the power spike on level 2. So you have Onslaught to charge in on mid lane. The cooldown is off again on Trample, and you just go for a kill. And mid laners don't have a solution to it. Like, all you can do is back up and not be on the mid lane for the first creep wave. But that's not really a winning play, is it?
Arme's kind of smiling like, yeah, I'm 4-0. I got all my last hits down here. Everything's fine, and they do kind of hold the wave in front of their tier 1, even with that Radiant wave being cut so early on.
Yeah. Can we just highlight one thing, though? That even though this gank happened, Storm missed 1 CS on the first 2 creep waves. What? That's absurd. How the hell did you get all creeps but 1 when this happened?
16k MMR, man.
Guy is good. He's just a solid player, man. He knows to focus on what he can. Since you can't sit back, he focused on getting all the creeps at least.
It's like, if I'm gonna die with going down with something.
Yeah. Die rich.
Already 10-0. Bottle coming. Has some regen to play with in that mid lane as well. While Nisha sits 10-0 himself. Fuzzy Tiny having a happier time in that regen trade battle with that first blood happening. Nisha able to give a good bit of hitting in onto that Storm. Insania, though, dies up top to Jinkyu and JT.
That's the kill potential of the lane. Like, he's so strong on level 2, and Mickey, while he does get a Jenga trigger, still takes a decent amount of harassment as well after that death. 1-for-1 on the water rooms, so both of them getting their refills, but Nisha already taking a lot of damage from these remnants. Shows to be pretty annoying for a tiny lane against him.
Sableye and Boxy playing onto DY bottom with the Onslaught and the Trample to kill the Ogre off. They can't break past the Ogre and the Medusa. 2 very tanky heroes in lane. You've got to pick one.
Yeah, they just take the easier kill. Hard to dive the Medusa under a tower, and Primal instead gets the easy kill. He's going to pull the creep wave now. Doesn't really want to lane against Medusa in her last hitting, so he's going to pull the creep wave, take the bounty rune. And I also see both the Lotuses going the way of Team Liquid.
Slightly better control of the lanes.
Yeah, they're winning out a bit here in the early game. I think the dive bottom as well. Could it work out?
Kill Arme. They've burnt all of his mana down. Pops the wand and maybe a mango there. Gets them back. Arme's still alive, but Boxy into the Shadow Realm. Gonna run away as the Ogre reappears.
That was a lot of mangoes forced out though. 3 mangoes and the magic stick charge is gone. So at least they did some insane prep work. And with the salve on the Primal Beast now, the second dive could be the dangerous one. He just get some resources and then dive in. Medusa could be in danger.
Hundreds of gold worth of value off just a couple of spells. Massive. On top lane, I've been wondering how Mickey's doing, and it looks like he's got a kill on to Jinkyu. A bit of retribution after losing Insania earlier on, and even getting the Jingu stacks up off of this Magnus as well.
Yeah, that was a turnaround, by the way. They pulled Mickey in with the skewer, but Mickey stood his ground, gets healed up, protected by the W of Insania, blocking the damage from the remote, or the sticky bomb.
Boxy backing up Nisha again, but Jinkyu's here. Throws the sticky bomb at him. Keep the Tiny away from the Storm. But yeah, Monkey King 18-10 so far against this Magnus lane, and JT now left alone, going to have some struggles in a 1v2, waiting for Jinkyu to return.
Yeah, this lane doesn't really get much easier as well. He went for that Null Talisman early on Magnus, so he has mana, but that means he has to play the lane without creeps. Going up against Monkey, it's always difficult. You can get run down, and those Tinker stacks, man, they hurt.
Yeah, he just builds them up straight away off the back of a boundless strike.
Also, Insania, he knows his power in this lane. He can remove the reactive taser of the techies, so even he is a possible target for them.
I love how Mickey just threatens there. Jumps on top of the trees, and you see JT reacting like, run away! Don't get leapt upon. Because especially around nighttime, you're not sure if somebody's TPing top. Is there a Tiny appearing? Does this Boxy Dark Willow come through the gate, you know? You were talking about twin gate rotations. Both teams could move into any one of these side lanes with a bit of action.
Yeah, Ogre gonna be the target bottom. A dive comes in. It's pretty tanky though.
Sableye offers a lot of damage with Boxy, but not enough to bring down DY. Of course, Arme very happy with the state of affairs down here. Throws back some damage onto Sableye. While top, Skewer back again, JT. Maneuvers Mickey under tower, but this Monkey King turns and fights with the Jingu stacks and life stealing up. Heal from Insania seems good enough. They've killed Jin-Q, and JT is also worse for wear up here as well at the same time.
Wild fight for the bottom rune. Everybody going haste on
the
time.
haste. Nisha gets the haste. He'll chase right onto this Ogre Magi, kill off DY, and Paparazzi gonna have to use the remainder of his mana to turn around and kill Boxy before zipping away, it looks like. Nisha wants a little bit more, but Jin-Q has arrived. A reactive taser and a sticky bomb gonna be too annoying for Nisha to deal with.
Insania is here camping. Yeah. He's looking for the kill. If he can get some nukes onto him. Not quite enough though.
I think they saw the raindrops and it's like, probably not gonna happen.
So an unfortunate play topped the skewer back on the Monkey King, again backfiring for them. They went just before the Storm hit level 6. If Storm had 6, maybe you would say, you know, screw the 6-minute rune and go top and get the kill instead. But at the end of the day, those skewer backs are kind of hurting them on top lane. Everybody going for this power in the Wisdom rune. They know Monkey King wants to invade, so we see big rotations.
Look at the liquid colors on the map. This is ridiculous. They're going to skew Mickey back into the Storm of the Techies, but Mickey's got so much backup here. They're going to blow up 2, look for the 3rd. Paparazzi zips away. Wisdom rune, though, for Boxy, and Saberlight gets the 2nd. Big wins here for Liquid.
That's the first real big win of this game. Getting a nice advantage, getting both the Wisdom runes, getting some kills, and also pressuring tower. Diving under. Storm should be completely fine, but this does force him to play defensively. Gets back to base. And Mickey even using a salve to keep the catapult alive as long as possible. They want to do tower damage.
Yeah, I mean, what's a level 4 Magnus going to do to you? He's going to run away on JT.
I mean, he's being bullied by a level 5.5 Oracle right now. These supports are looking oppressive. You know they're strong and they're playing around it.
Well, that is some serious tower damage through the catapult wave. Top rune, it looks like Boxy and Nisha both on top of DY. Amplified damage for the Tiny as well. Going to clear out the Ogre Magi again. Final swipe of the tree there is Nisha. He's in Christmas mode. Looks at Paparazzi's Storm with a toss-up and a bit more damage. Force the Storm at least to ball away a bit.
Some tremendous runes for a Tiny to get early. Haste rune first, and then the AD rune, DD rune. I'm not going to call it AD rune. I felt bad the moment I said it.
And meanwhile, in Medusa land, Arme is top of the net worth, 4,200. A good 500 ahead of the nearest Liquid player. And you talked about this Medusa potentially being, you know, a thorn in the Liquid side if she's able to hit her timing. Arme's kind of starting to get there, but the rest of the team just not looking good.
Yeah, instead of shutting down Medusa in lane, they are understanding that they have an easier time just winning the other lane, so they're really hammering down on punishing the Magnus off lane with this Monkey King matchup. This was a first pick Monkey King, but still, the Monkey King is just bowling his lane.
Look at Saberlight. He walks up to this Medusa, throws some spells at her.
I mean, she does not give a single shit about that, though. She has the Arcane Ring, 15 charges Magic Stick. She is so fine down here. And this is just Amish territory. He can free farm very quickly this game. So it's up to Liquid to keep the pace up. They need to make plays around the level 6 timings that they have coming up. Both supports are very close.
Especially since it's free farming lane creeps, right? Not having to go jungle some small
Power
kobolds
dive,
or
it's
whatever.
coming. Tiny, going behind.
Yeah, sees JT. He's got Skewer and 12-1 charges, tossed around inside the Wukong's command and rooted up by Insania's Oracle.
So it's a tower and a kill, again shutting down this Magnus who just is falling behind all the cores. He's looking more like a support on the net worth bar right now.
And this Tiny just enabling them to keep moving so quickly, not relying on any long cooldowns. Nisha's Tiny is everywhere. Coming through to help Insania with Boxy arriving and the nice terrorize there, going to put them in harm's way as Mickey comes in with a nice Fortune's End of the stun on the Storm. They get the bonus kill that they didn't expect to come. Now DY's Ogre's done, a dominating streak from Mickey. And Team Liquid 11-2, a 2k lead, just stomping down on 4 members of Gaozu while Arme is off having a holiday in his bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm just watching Liquid and the moves they're making, and I'm just sitting here nodding along and smiling like everything is on point. They're all understanding where to play and how to utilize their heroes. It's way too fast for Gaozu to keep up with right now. They are the ones who chose to go the farming route with the Medusa, just sitting back and farm. But right now, they don't have heroes to play around. And this was the concern for the Storm Spirit. If side lanes are not strong enough, Storm can't activate. And that top lane is non-existent. So, yeah, you won bottom lane, but what is Storm going to do with a Medusa? So he has nobody to play with. And thus, we see Nisha working towards that Blink Dagger, getting closer on Tiny. 1,600 gold already, and that's a second tower to fall.
And already, the problem is emerging, and I think one of the key elements to Liquid's draft now is becoming apparent. This last pick, Oracle, I mentioned it's going to make the Monkey King invulnerable, but it also kind of makes Liquid invulnerable to a comeback from Gaozu. Because you need this Blink RP, or you need some incredible chain stunning from Storm into a Techies, and Oracle just says no to that. So if Gaozu wants a high priority kill on a Monkey King or a Tiny, if Insane is nearby, he can just alone shut it down.
I think Insania just recognized that this was a fantastic Oracle game, not just because of those highlighted things that you just mentioned, but also your Oracle against Medusa. You can just press W on her. She has Manta Style to dispel once, yes, but usually Medusas don't go BKB. Quite often they will not have Satanic yet either. So one dispel, sure, but only 11-second cooldown on Edict. You can keep clicking that over and over on Medusa, and that's 5 seconds disarm.
That's really annoying.
Yeah, so even if you have a big Medusa, it might be hard to rely on her to carry later on when you have, you know, Liquid really getting this advantage and Magnus being brought out of the game. Not to mention, I mean, the item progression and levels on the supports. We have a 3,100 gold Willow. She's getting close to a Yule Scepter.
Yeah, that is big. And now they've got the Brambles onto this Techies mid. Tremendous damage, and the dive is there. Boxy on a killing spree as TP rotations are coming in from Gaozu. Ogre here, Storm's arrived, but Nisha's Tiny. Incredibly tanky with a shield rune up, you know, you've got like 3,000-4,000 health. But they've got
The thing is, they're not even really threatening killing someone on Liquid yet, because Insania is there, ready to save, and again, they are the ones who go find the Storm, Chainstun is there.
Oh, what is there to stop it? No. There's no Blink RP, there's no Medusa ready.
I think this was the glaring weakness for Gaozu. If their offlane got shut down this hard, which I feel was self-inflicted. They skewered back the Monkey King several times and they never killed him. They didn't have TP ready on Storm yet to punish when they skewered back, and they didn't have enough damage to bring Monkey down through Oracle saving him.
And this is just Team Liquid, well-oiled, moving in unison. Again, stabbing across towards the Wisdom Rune timing into the enemy Ancients. Just need to clear that top wave of the Monkey King to kind of hide the movement from the rest of the team. And Boxy says, nah, I'm just going to walk in. Say hello. Good old howdy. How do you do, Gaozu? A toss back from Nisha kills off JT. Nisha getting turned on, though, by the Storm and the Medusa, who now arrives, but protection and safety from Insania's Oracle.
Oh, no,
Jin-Q blasts in, but the Monkey King, he's ready and waiting. Turns back onto Jin-Q. The damage is good enough to take him down. Follow through on the Ogre as well, while Ame tries to hold the line. They are respecting this Medusa. Team Liquid thinking about retreating, but another toss back in onto Ame. Burn half his mana down. Mickey and Boxy trying to fight through it, but it looks like Ame this time is strong enough to keep that ground held until Sableye comes in from the back. The big old dinosaur from the Cretaceous period suddenly comes out of the ground and says, hello!
Oh, another tossback.
I want to get involved with a tossback from Nisha, and Onslaught again. They've killed off Ame. The Magnus in some serious trouble now as well as he's brambled up. And Team Liquid running on all cylinders here, tossing stuff forward onto JT, forced to skewer away, and he's barely alive for now, but Nisha's there with another round of spells, an avalanche into a kill. Tiny dominating, Gaozu in disarray, and Team Liquid just stellar performance here in game one.
Absolutely clowning on Gaozu. These strong players from the Chinese team not really able to have any foothold against Team Liquid and the tempo they're playing. And even the mine setup here, this is one of the few things they have to play comeback around, is the remote mines, or the proximity mines. And they keep getting cleared. They just walk in and kill them. They can use the Fate's Edict to stay safe against them. And they're just incapacitated. Medusa back to farming, but she doesn't even have a farm lead anymore. That was the one thing they had going for him, is that Medusa had a great start. Yeah. But with the towers taken, with these one team fights, Monkey King is well ahead. And even Tiny's having a Medusa at this point.
This tiny pick has worked out so well for Liquid. Insania's Oracle obviously kind of keeping these fights going too. But the ability for Nisha just to like jump in, go for round one. Like, how many jumps did Nisha have in that fight?
Yeah, I think he jumped 4 times. I think the fight was long enough that he got 4 blinks out or something like that. And always
crazy.
You know, if he didn't get a kill, it was bringing Medusa down from super high mana to being within kill range. And those jumps are also very valuable.
It's like a 2-minute fight. Yeah, Nisha gets like 4 or 5 jumps. Stabilizer that appears out of the back from nowhere. And still very disciplined from Liquid here. You know, maybe respecting buybacks or turnaround potential here from an RP into Skewer. Making sure that they're fine. And back into live, we've got another couple of kills for them. Saberlight and Insania pick up Jinkyu and JT. They've got a Yules to save Boxy from the Storm initiation, then back in again with an Avalanche onslaught. The Storm zips away barely, but DOI not so lucky as Arme held inside the Wukongs with the Pulverize, but does get away with the Stone Gaze and a run away.
He is running, but is he faster than this crew? I don't think so. The mobility of Medusa is not really what she's known for. Quickly run down and disposed of. And also, she can't stand and fight anymore, as the Monkey King does have the Diffusal, so dangerous now with the mana burn coming in. Effectively has way more damage against her. They're trying to make place around JT's Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
But they're bleeding kills everywhere. 2 to 23. We have the reverse 3-2-2.
We do. It really is just all on JT now. But they need Medusa to be alive, and they need JT to not just get caught by Nisha. Sees him through the trees, gets the grab on him. The 2 dire wards here from Liquid working perfectly together.
I think Liquid have just had a perfect read on how to play this game. They prioritized their efforts towards the right things, and Gaozu, they just didn't connect together. You could say it was a little bit unfortunate with the runes early on. The Tiny getting those extremely good power runes early on. Haste into BD was definitely huge for him. But they just haven't recovered ever since they lost the top lane. There was no plan B.
Any silver linings here, Vaga? For Gaozu?
Silver lining is that high ground, Gareth. They gotta start planting mines in base right now. Stop these mines outside base. Check it. Just spend all your time building a big minefield.
Just defend this Medusa with everything you've got. Throw the Storm's body on the line here to defend Arme. I don't know if it's working out. Techies and Ogre will bodyguard the Medusa as she retreats. But in comes the Monkey King. Wukong's command and the Brambles start hold Medusa in place under the onslaught and the trample. GG call. 19 minutes of gameplay. It didn't feel like Liquid even needed 19 minutes. This was over minute 7, minute 8.
Listen, I think they got word from production. They were like, okay, guys, we're a little bit behind schedule, Liquid, so you know what to do.
Lunch times in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Liquid absolutely just looking in form here. This is the TI winning team. This is what you expect from them. The monsters, the big fucking titans of the Dota world right now.
Crushing.
And they just show that they know exactly how to play the game. Gaozu, I liked what they had going for them in the idea of the draft, but that lane top was just not okay. The first pick Monkey King should not be allowed to dominate the lane this hard. Maybe they thought that they had enough damage to bring him down several times, but the offset of the Oracle coming in with that healing, with the Fate's Edict, it just made the lane unplayable for him.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what JT is saying there. You know, watching back or thinking back on his lane, what is he saying? You know, does Jinkyu need to be a different hero? Do we need to change the way we play it, like you're saying, stop dragging back the Monkey King and maybe just be more defensive? Lots of questions for Gaozu after game 1. And I mean, a lot for Liquid to look back on and have some real positive highlights, right? The killing creep wave level 1 as a primal beast to get level 2. Gank on the Storm with Boxy there to like tri-lane mid at the first creep wave. Yeah. Paparazzi definitely had, you know, a struggle there, which he remedied by being so good in lane and getting last hits. But then you just start bleeding out from Liquid's moves.
That's the one thing you can say. Paparazzi, you know, he's looking back at this game. He's like, dudes, I was 3-man ganked level 1. You know, like they focused me. I still was big and strong. How are you guys so weak? You know, it's a mid laner. He's just wondering what went wrong on the side lanes when this was happening. But ultimately, a tough game for them, and Liquid, they're the first teams that I've seen, at least in a pro game, execute the strat. I've seen it so many times in pubs, the Primal Beast move of cutting creep wave into going mids with a coordinated gank like this. But seeing it now make its way into the competitive meta as well, I wonder if, you know, teams are just gonna start addressing this. You need to camp that bottom creep wave. Don't let the Primal Beasts get away with level 2 like this.
That's glorious stuff, isn't it?
Because it's not so much that Storm would be shut down. Like, he could have been. It could have been worse for Storm. But Saberlight just had a fantastic start. You get the first creep wave for free, and you get to be part of a kill on mid. Like, it's just a wonderful way to get into the game.
Yeah, because then Gaozu, you know, putting out fires everywhere. DY has to leave the bottom lane. You've got Xingqiu rotating into mid to help. All of a sudden, you're kind of scrambling, trying to react to what Liquid are doing non-stop. And Liquid just bring the numbers. You know, like 5-man rotation into the 7 and then the 14-minute Wisdom Rune timing. Team Liquid crushed every key moment was them being decisive, ahead of the curve, and just knowing where to be and crushing those situations.
Yeah, they were locked in. They were so tuned into exactly every move they needed to make. It was very swift, just go from objective to objective. And meanwhile, you know, we had this slow draft getting slowed down even more by a painful laning stage from Gaozu. But I think going into next game, Gaozu, they just need to, you know, refocus on what's important. I think if you draft a hero like Magnus, the reason this hero is like really, really strong right now, and one of the more popular heroes, is when he just lanes and auto attacks, he has tons of damage, and it's hard to go and trade with him. But you cannot pair him against something like Mickey's Monkey King. This was a first pick monkey, and it was just too tough for him to go up against, I guess.
Yeah, like a last pick Oracle as well. Like, it was so funny looking at this draft. Where are they going to go? Is it a last pick pos 5? They've got lots of flexibility in ways to kind of change things around. And like, yeah, looking at Gaozu's draft, kind of knowing that they're going to go into that Medusa kind of hero towards the end, having this Oracle against no nuke damage and only one gap close, like Magnus getting blink, yes, I guess counts later on, but nothing could blow anyone up faster than Insania could respond, and nothing could find Insania to stop him from responding. And I guess that's okay, how the game was going made that happen, but it was also a really cool last pick as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Oracle made so much sense the moment you see it here, and you could not ask for anyone with more experience and you know, better at delivering. Insania, this is his hero. He made it work. He was walking with such confidence too, even when he looked like, oh, maybe he's out of position. Not really. He walked super forward, but he had his team nearby, and he knows, like, if you go on me, Tiny saves me. It's a very buddy system once it's in effect. So game 1, Liquid, just fantastic performance, man. What, you can't really ask for more from them.
No, like super crisp, like well drafted, like pristine performance from Team Liquid. Gaozu, definitely a lot to kind of think back and, you know, change the draft here. Maybe, you know, just be more stoic in our lanes, not kind of rush into decisions and kind of reacting to what Liquid were doing. But there's that, you know, other question as well. If you're not, when you are reacting, you got to react as 5. Like, Liquid are bringing everyone to the table, and you're not bringing enough. That's just never going to work out for you.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, important here for Gaozu. It is a 2-game series, so you have to try as hard as you can. Even getting a draw against Liquid would be massive. So even though you lost the first game, it's important to just, you know, detach yourself from that entirely and refocus for the next game. Think about what went wrong and, you know, how you want to change things going forward.
Yeah, maybe think about, you know, respect banning Monkey King or something like that. This is where the drafting stage gets, you know, really difficult, because you want to remove the Dragon Knight and the Alchemist and all this business, but leaving a Monkey, like, you called it, right? First pick Monkey King going into the carry role, very likely, kind of unaddressed, unanswered for the most part, and just looked really, really good in the hands of Liquid. As game 1 wrapped up for a Team Liquid victory. 90 minutes, super solid. We'll have a quick break before game 2 comes your way.
can't out of this. Oh, what a truth. No one talk now. I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud. I get it safe from it. Ooh, oh, what a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down.
Took too long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you on your knees, yeah. Now I thought I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Giving face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream. Vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy.
Welcome back to ESL One Bangkok here. Day one of the group stage, about halfway through as we get into our second game of the third series of the day. Team Liquid taking on Gaozu, and Waglam joining me here. Game one, it wasn't close. That was one of the fastest games I've cast in a long time. 19 minutes.
It really dominant. There was no real chance for Gaozu to stop the momentum that Liquid built from that laning stage. We talked about how that was sort of the pivoting point where it took over everything. And just fantastic play. He made all the moves they needed to from start to finish with the little Primal Beast move towards the mid, getting into a good start. They identified what they needed to do. Instead of pressuring the Medusa, they just hammered down on the one hero that Storm was looking to play with. He wanted to play together with the Magnus, but he just didn't have a game at all.
That was super, super rough. Like, unanswered Monkey King. This Insania Oracle last pick was really cool as well. And even with Ame on a Medusa, who had a good laning stage, right? Just getting undone by all these little moves Liquid are making, contesting Wisdom Runes, playing active with the Nisha Tiny. And I just keep coming back to the fact that Liquid's draft was so well crafted. It dealt with everything Gaozu had, except for the Medusa, and the Medusa's timing later on in the game. And they said, well, we just don't let her get there.
Yeah, there won't be a later.
25 is not coming.
Yeah, there won't be a power spike for you because you're not gonna get to have your Skadi and your Dateless and those things because we're just gonna end the game when you have a Manta style and that's it. So they understood exactly how to break apart Gaozu draft. And on the side of Gaozu, I mean, at least they fall on poor execution on their plays. I guess that's the one bright thing they're going into game two, because they weren't allowed to make any plays is the depressing part about it. But Liquid, of course, they've done what we talked about, getting a good start into the group stage. This is, of course, a group stage where every single game matters a lot. The first place will get EPT points immediately. 480 is quite a bit. And also the bottom two teams will be eliminated.
Yeah, going straight into the upper bracket of playoffs with, 12 teams? That is an immediate nice bonus there as well, because you're 2 series away from grand finals. So if you go to the upper bracket semifinals, you have to win 2 BO3s and you're in the grand finals. That's how quickly you can move coming out of the top of the groups. It does get by pretty quickly.
Yeah, you see, of course, Blitz looking happy, smiling at the boys. He's approving what they did in game number 1 there. Whereas Gaozu, you want to bring in some new dynasty of Chinese Dota, you're going to have to step up better than what we saw in game 1.
The Blitz got the Taylor Swift friendship bracelets on.
The tippy taps.
Good job, Nisha. Great Tiny. Tremendous performance. It was a good pick. Exceptional play. Nisha knows it, and so does Blitz. Yeah, you're talking about plays to be made by Gaozu, and I just keep thinking about Magnus buying Blink, and they're camping that bottom tier 2 tower, and Liquid wrap in behind them as 3. They find the Magnus and kill JT before he can react. Just everything that Liquid could have dreamed and hoped for just came to fruition for them.
They were always on point with their understanding of where to go and when. They were one step ahead of Gaozu, who set up some nice traps and wanted to find some way back into the game, but it was quickly dismantled all the time. And all the mine spots were also cleared out. We'll see what they're going to bring going into this game number 2 between these two teams. This is, of course, a 2-game series. It will not be necessarily. We could have a draw if Gaozu strike back.
Immediately banning out that Monkey King. That's their way, their avenue to victory.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise I think Liquid would have taken it first pick again, so it's a good idea to just take it away, changing the draft and adapting it. Of course, they're banning out Saberlight's Terrorblade as well. Here, that was it. You and I cast him sort of, discovering how OP this hero feels. Him starting to play it, and he was having way too much time on it.
Yeah, got some big Sunder plays out there.
10 seconds remaining. Team Liquid's turn to battle.
Well, the usual suspects.
Yeah, looking pretty similar to what we saw in game 1. The Invoker being removed, and Phoenix, of course, taken up by Liquid.
Remaining.
So, Beastmaster, Enigma still there. Yeah, Gaozu having to ban out all these kind of meta heroes. No focus on the Saberlight's hero pool this time.
Yeah, that that does clear up Sableye to potentially get some of these Sue heroes for himself if he wants to. Gonna ban out the Beastmaster, and they will take the Magnus. And I like this. I like Magnus as an opening pick. Even though we just saw a game of Magnus not working out, I'm telling you, this could be a Magnus. It does not have to be off lane at all.
There's a Magnus picked against Jinkyu with Rubik in the pool.
Jinkyu, you know what to do.
You know what to do. Slam in that Rubik.
Yeah. Well, yes, Magnus nowadays. Yeah, you call Magnus these days. So this is a different beast. You know, this is sure. Magnus does get countered by Rubik, but what if this is a carry Magnus? Then he doesn't rely on making the collapse plays of blinking in with a quick pullback. What if he's just a big farmed hero and he just fights you? Yeah, you can lift him once, but what if he just keeps running at you?
Like, what are you gonna do? Steal in power?
Yeah. Good luck with that one. Exactly. The Magnus doesn't have to play around the big flashy moves. In current meta, we see a lot more Magnuses just be a right clicker. Similar to how Dawnbreaker actually has been shining as a right clicking offlaner. Magnus can do the same from that position or take the carry.
10 seconds remaining.
Definitely got options. Well, out go the Dawnbreaker and Morphling. What's this next ban gonna be? I feel like it should be a Willow or something. Like, Boxy is so annoying on that hero.
Yeah, they do understand how to play up tempo, and Willow is one of those heroes who's always ready to take fights, so it would make sense to get rid of. Maybe they will pick something or block something else if they want to go down the Storm again. Perhaps you respect some more of the instant catch heroes again. Like, that's why they ban out as well the Dragon Knight. Sure, Monkey King could be a reaction to last game only, but it still goes to protect your Storm. And Gaozu, they have that hero a lot.
It's taking a while to think about it. There's a myriad mid-heroes to ban if you want to look at the Earth Spirit, the Storm Spirit, things for Nisha. The Tiny could be annoying. Sableye just lurking behind the rest of his team. The tall man.
Looking like your average laner ready to pounce on some standing there. You're looking. Yeah. I like that they're how to roll up. Don't just sit at your PCs. Actually go up and join each other. It's nice to see some players still feel that. Get the team vibes going.
It's funny the world we live in. You pick Rubik and you ban Enigma, knowing that Enigma's strength now is like auras and Eidolons rather than just the black hole.
Yeah, good Enigma players will still counter you even if you're on paper good at taking black hole. The summons are just incredible lately. Aura builds, drums are so important now in current state of Dota. That's why we see the heroes who have summons usually go for drums early. Masters have been more commonly now going for drums, Oms, or Dominator. This is drums first. Enchantress comes out. Yeah. Another fantastic Insania hero. This time not gonna give himself last pick.
Yeah, and I guess knowing the two supports are already picked by Gaozu, there's no chance of like a Nyx Assassin coming in and being super annoying. Yeah. So Enchantress's kind of strength in the draft increases just seeing the two supports already.
That's also a little bit of a bonus to know that you have a way to get rid of the Bloodlust.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's not a huge component to Enchantress because a lot of times you just don't play around the aggressive enchanting and lanes, but later on, being able to remove them is pretty nice. Contemplating their next hero. They still have plenty of time on the clock here, of course. 90 seconds, but they are digging into reserve time a little bit.
How do we get the most flex out of this situation? Pick our two supports for now.
Well, you can nerf the Boxy Tusk, but it's still gonna happen. Doesn't matter. He's still been playing this hero quite a bit and still has good success rate on it. They nerfed the drinking buddies, but we've seen more of a comeback from the tag team overall lately. Very, very popular.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it was one of those. The classic Liquid thing was that Wind Ranger Tusk off lane when they still had Zai.
Oh yeah, with the Whirlwind, the super buff as well. Something that was played a lot.
A lot of damage and slow and stuff with that tag team. And right now they've got plenty of ways to catch and dogpile onto someone. A decent bit of damage from this Enchantress, who you're kind of talking about the enchanted laning stage. We've also seen some people go for the impetus max and just do damage, right? Just hit people nonstop.
I think Enchantress is one of the most open heroes when it comes to skill builds. You can go enchant early, you can go heal early, you can max your impetus. I think impetus is the most YOLO play, right? That's like dangerous to do because it's high risk, high reward, I think. Whereas just putting points into heal or enchant is always gonna have good impact. But Insania, he knows the hero extremely well, so I'm sure he's gonna figure out what he wants for this game.
And Paparazzi's just like, give me Storm again, right?
Yeah, I mean, quite likely that he wants to play that again. Underlord does give them a little bit of global, and having the Pit of Malice can be a great way to prevent Tusks from saving people.
Whoa. Interesting. So yeah, Pit against Snowball, Pit against the Blink RP business. Firestorm's a good amount of damage. Troll Warlord is kind of surprising me here, though.
Troll is a little bit of a surprise, yes, but I think if they're expecting this to be an offlane Magnus, then he would be good against it. I think there's a potential for Liquid to do something funny here, though. They could put Saberlight on Razor offlane and have this be a carry. That would be the real curveball. This is a fantastic Razor game.
Oh, it really is.
And Saberlight, well. Oh, they're gonna go Visage instead. Yeah, tons of damage. Another hero that's been doing very well ever since the Death Toll facet was added.
So then we have to watch out for level 1 tri-lane first blood kills.
Definitely.
That kind of business.
Yeah, definitely. Supports hanging around for first bloods could be a possibility. And also level 1 moves from Team Liquid can be pretty strong now. Since Gaozu, they have that Ogre Magi, a bit of a liability on level 1, having learning curve. And meanwhile, you have Visage, the best level 1 hero in the game. I do not care what anyone else has to say. It is, is uncontestably the best hero right now. You have a few mangoes, you just spam Soul Assumption, it murders people.
They just die.
Yeah, the DPS is incredibly high, and it's all directed damage to one target. So very, very hard to deal with.
So Liquid still flexing that Magnus. But yeah, looking at like a Mickey hero. Tusk Visage lane, Ench Magnus lane. Gaozu with an Ogre Troll and a Rubik Underlord. So he might be having a battle over the mids right now, as Nisha will be looking for his hero, as will Paparazzi.
Yeah, definitely the lane of focus. So Ember taking out. Tango gets banned. The usual suspects, the active fighting heroes.
I want to see more of this Earthshaker. We've seen Stormstormer play it, and I know there's a bunch of other mid laners that kind of have played it against Puck in the past, when it was that just hero-to-hero matchup counter. But Earthshaker's felt like, I don't know, maybe it's just a Stormstormer Avalus thing, but it's felt like a good tempo hero to play active from the mid lane.
Yeah,
and
he's
pretty self-scaling.
He's doing pretty great right now. Overall, the sort of Shaker in this patch has not been bad at all. It's just, I think, a lot of pressure. Instead, they're going to ban out here one of the, well, definitely the most spammed hero in high-level games. You have the Lilina. Spellcaster is so extreme now, so
She's back
and get rid of it. Yeah. I think she's like doubling the other mid heroes for pick rates in top MMR games. It's not even close.
5 seconds remaining.
And then potentially kind of covering your Storm Spirit or whoever it is as well. As Lina gets very annoying in the lane.
Yeah, she's one of the few heroes who can bother a Storm. Not many heroes can actually threaten him in lane anymore, but since she has so long range, it's a bit tricky to deal with. Liquid. Unsure what they're gonna want to put on in this game though. That's the Tiny. Is it the Puck then? Maybe they want to have a silence against the Rubik and the Troll, yeah. Fantastic hero to have. You have 2 jumpers now where the Puck and the Magnus can go on the back line, and that allows Visage to kind of be that damage turret in the fights. Just stand his ground and have the food delivered to him from Magnus, perhaps.
Nisha just like, I don't want to play Puck again. I played so... Oh, it's a Huskar for Paparazzi.
Wow. Okay, that's a statement right there. Interesting.
That's ballsy.
It really is. I feel like Huskar against Puck, yeah, it is a good matchup. It is really good, but you're a Huskar against Magnus and Tusk later on, and there's a lot of quick damage with Visage potentially. Damn, I respect it though. I respect it coming out from Gaozu. Normally, I wouldn't say I respect the last pick Huskar, but this is not the cleanest game ever to play. It's mid lane will be difficult for Nisha, but if there's one player that I know who can win random games on Puck, it is Nisha. I've seen him beat Ember Spirits. I've seen him beat Earthshakers. Like, he just mechanically wins lanes where he shouldn't. See if he can pull something out. He's going up against Paparazzi, of course, who's looking great lately as well.
Yeah, he does. I don't know. He just like drags one wave or gets one water rune he wasn't meant to, which just like upsets and tips the scales in unfavorable matchups. But yeah, we'll see what happens there. Paparazzi's Huskar will be up against the Nisha Puck.
That's a smile of some team that just knows that, oh, we picked the dirty hero, guys. They're like, they're going to have to deal with this one.
If we win, we'll have to feel bad about this one, guys. It's not a proud victory if we take it. Gaozu definitely need to step up to the plate and get something done after a tremendous game on victory from Liquid there, shutting the door on them in 19 minutes. Gaozu needs something to lift their morale and boost themselves up with an Arme Troll and a Paparazzi Huskar. What more could you be asking for? We're just looking at JT, Magnus had some struggles. Game 1, Game 2, he's playing a slug. Underlord, a very slow, kind of difficult hero to get off the ground. But I'm assuming auras and kind of early active play to be alongside his Huskar, where JT just gets involved all the time.
Yeah, it does, at least for him, look like a much better game than the previous one. Being Underlord against carry Magnus, it's not nearly as volatile as being Magnus against the Monkey King. One mistake and you basically lost the lane there. You're expecting to be able to farm, you're expecting to be able to get something. You might not be able to shut down the Magnus though, and that's the threat of the carry Magnus. He is a pretty strong laner, good at finding kill potential, but also very, very farm acceleration, which is usually what we see. Carries these days, they have to come online early.
Well, there we go. Game 2. And Gaozu all smoked up. Heading his 5 down that mid lane. Liquid. Looks like they're spreading a little bit wider there. As Boxy will meet Q immediately. Faces off against him. And Mickey with Insania. Again, early ward down. Not sure if it was scouted, but either way, they see Gaozu on the retreat. Firestorm thrown in onto Mickey. Boxy, Saberlight, and Nisha wanting to join in here with a shard on Arme. They trap the troll inside. Soul Assumption. Saberlight, can he get it? The final touch. There we go with the bonus goal. Now DY's in trouble as well. Saberlight can just keep these coming. A double kill for the Visage. The level 1 fighting from Liquid. Too powerful as he goes for a third one. A triple kill for Saberlight, but in comes the double for CQ.
Okay. Wow.
He dies at 3 for 3.
I mean, yeah, 3 for 4 even. They get 4 kills total there.
Look at his
Amazing.
gold.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. The amount of gold, but honestly, the Visage also was printing some extra gold there with all the soul assumptions. I wonder if it's showing properly on that, but damn, that is one of the bloodiest bad at level 1 in quite a while.
Goodness gracious me. And it looks like Gaozu get their hands on 3 bounty runes as well. So 4 kills, I don't know, 1900 gold plus all the bounty runes.
Yeah, and they spread out their wealth a lot more. If you look at worth right now, it's actually a very valuable stat to look at. Then the Visage is the richest by far. Fight here again. Visage just sitting on that high ground afterwards and just spamming soul assumptions. I think the advantage here for Gaozu is hold on everybody. A lot of them got random kills here, and it's not just one hero who has everything.
My goodness, that firestorm damage really adds up. Incredible. Well, Visage, yeah, going to get to lane, feel pretty good about himself. Paparazzi Huskar already very low in the mid lane, though, as it looks like Nisha's done a quick job on him.
Yeah, Nisha, as always, just playing so well mechanically on the lane, gets a really good first creep wave, and getting level 2 as soon as possible is so important for both these heroes. And Huskar getting his regen going.
Very puckish from Nisha. Dodging out the spears. And Paparazzi can start stepping forward and get to level 2, 3, 4. You get more and more annoying, more and more damage come out. Heavy burning spears. Bro, I don't know. The question for me is, what does Saberlight do with all that early money? Like, how much, or how oppressive of a force can that Visage be after a good start?
It can be pretty strong. Hitting those timings earlier is probably always kind of to get the drums as fast as possible. And he did immediately convert it into a null talisman, so that has allowed him to play a little bit more oppressively than he otherwise would. Spamming a lot of nukes. Yeah, we can see a fantastic start overall for guys on the lanes.
Yeah, all three of their cores, not just farming nicely, but getting some sweet denies in there as well.
Yeah, in particular that mid lane, of course. So we expected this to be a hard lane. The puck against Huskar it's a horrible matchup for a buck, especially now with level 2 Berserker's Blood. You can't really harass him that much, and he hits very fast.
And you just cannot like whip them down fast enough anymore.
Yeah, tick damage is not gonna work. Like slowly harassing here and there, Huskar just shrugs all that off. You have to kill him in one go, and Puck doesn't have the tools to do that.
And 9 denies. Things get rougher and rougher. So Nisha's just gonna have to like outspam the wave, try and get that kind of creep wave flowing back closer to his tower as he gets completely bullied out of the lane. Does Paparazzi just have this? No, there's another orb there. Nisha with the Water Rune, the Fairy Fire, the bottle. He's got tons of regen to stay alive. But what kind of life is worth living when you're sat at 50 HP in a lane like that? I don't know. Well, down at bottom lane, Insania trapped inside the Pit of Malice and finished off by Xingqiu.
That's a good kill for him to find there. Didn't expect him to go down, but a little bit too close. Also, Malice skill up is also surprising. Sometimes, you know, usually we see the Atrophy Aura coming out early. But yeah, recognizing they can find a kill.
Paparazzi just deny. Come on, Nisha.
It's hard to watch. This lane, it's gonna be rough. Puck just wants to stay in this lane long enough to get level 6. He really wants to play for the 6-minute runes and start playing for the side lanes, because this laning stage it's very brutal.
Like other heroes would like stack the camp, try and farm that out. Even that is kind of challenging.
Yeah, Puck doesn't really clear camps until you have it live. It's too difficult to bring down big camps. And speaking of big camp, we have a stacked pool happening top as well. Nice pool for Dire, getting the creeps reset a bit.
Oh man, DY. Just gonna try and drag back some of these Radiant creeps a bit closer to themselves. Visage having a decent time still. And Boxy holding a blood grenade if they have an opportunity to go. And Mickey down at bottom. Bracer, null. Classic Magnus stuff.
Exactly, this is what we usually see. One null gives you enough mana to keep spamming and power on yourself, and you don't much more. And of course, any stats go a long way on a universal hero. The damage even makes the Empower get more value since you have more base damage to begin with. The pullback. Cute play. They were looking for the skewer, but instead they get caught in the Pit of Malice.
That Firestorm just sat on top of Mickey. The Magnus, barely surviving.
Taking a lot of beating there, though, from the Rubik going in with those auto attacks, and he knows have to be careful about Fade Bolt. Rubik has tons of mana.
He just got a salve handed to him by Insania, one of the crappy little salves.
Yeah, the short duration. That's not going to give you too much HP, though. Insania is looking for a good creep. He has 2 points in the enchant. Finds himself a Centaur, but meanwhile...
Just got to grab on Mickey. And just drag him right back in. And Insania is under vision as well, right?
Yeah, he is. This Observer Ward is very critical because the 6-mid power spike, you know, those mid, you now see that the Centaur or Centaur from Ench is not moving towards it. So that means they can control the bottom rune. Puck is going to find a nice rune. Gets the arc. This could be what he needs to get out of the lane in a decent way. Jumps away.
dodges everything. Paparazzi just showing what it can be made of. Well, Saberlight up at top. There's a snowball save here from Boxy, but I think it's inevitable that Saberlight's going to die to the Troll and the Ogre. Also leaving Boxy a little susceptible, but 21 charges. He'll be fine.
Has to be careful though. The Ensnare could be dangerous if he goes a little bit too close.
It looks like it, yeah. There we go. Netted up, body blocked by DY. The shards and snowball with the thrown axes not going to save him. Gaozu 8-3, 3k lead. Much stronger performance from them here in game 2.
Oh, he's respawning a bit late. They could Wisdom Rune, but like they're playing it safe. They could have walked in both of them and just played for the Wisdom. But of course, Puck would be happy to join that immediately. Anything that is not laning against the Huskar would be a good deal for Nisha.
Yeah.
Give him that easy out.
Liquid even scanning, kind of expecting that move to come. And nobody passes over the bridge. But arguably here, 3 lanes won by Gaozu.
Yeah, definitely. They're off to a fantastic start. And even the Visage, who was #1 net worth after a fight, he is now falling behind a little bit to the Unlord, who has been completely free farming and putting quite a bit of pressure together with the Rubik.
And Insania, yet again, under vision. Liquid getting scouted every step of the way. And Ame with DY. Front in here with a TP from Jinkyu, trying to catch out to Insania. We'll see the Enchantress. Snipe, surely.
They're going in, looking for something.
And now the Underlord's coming in as Liquid turn to try and fight this. But now the Visage is all rooted up and chased down by the Troll. Ame's come in with an absolute fury. JT gets the kill on Saberlight, and now Mickey has arrived, skewering away back to safety. Box is in trouble. Nisha on the left-hand side having to stay shift and try and jaunt away back out of danger. But Boxy's dead to DY, and Saberlight's little familiars, looks like they're all getting cleared up.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward fight there, as we don't have RP yet on the Magnus as well. He is level 6 joining that fight. Probably didn't expect to have to join up. He didn't have a point in it, was opting to level up his Empower. And now it is Gaozu who are bringing the tempo that we saw from Team Liquid in the first game. They're the ones turning up the pace and going for this tower immediately. On the Huskar, Team Liquid can really fight against him. They have to dodge and try and play towards their power.
Yeah, no, first real fight, and they bring 5 heroes. And the strength of this Underlord with that gate. This Huskar is coming in from the mid lane. Insania wanting to make that first step and get the tempo going. But the vision from Gaozu has been spot on. They've seen this Enchantress every move she's tried to make.
Yeah, they also saw the Magnus.
Yeah.
They, even though he came out from behind here, they already knew he was on the way. They saw him on the ward, and he gets dodged. Just like watching some bullfighting or something, and they just see him rise instead.
Wow, Liquid are getting hemmed back on their side of the map. Saberlight and Boxy got to try and farm through these Ancients.
Yeah, getting level 6 getting level 6 on Boxy, I think, is could get enough damage to start bringing down targets. Because Huskar, he's one of those heroes. Either you kill him or you don't. And if you don't, he doesn't care at all. Either lethal or nothing.
Coil mid. Nisha trying to start something here onto Jinkyu. Good snipe onto the Rubik, but there's 2-man Pit of Malice and the Troll's rotation, making life difficult for Liquid. They're trying to escape with a snowball save, but they've got the Troll to kill off Saberlight, and Paparazzi's running under this tier 1 tower, aiming for Boxy and Nisha. Multiple targets being focused down here as Nisha's in trouble, but the RP catches Huskar. Can they get the damage in onto him? Paparazzi stays alive, he toggles back up. Armor is there. Down goes the Magnus, a 5-man wipe. Gaozu coming in with a Paparazzi Huskar and crushing Liquid in game 2.
Man,
Complete role reversal.
Talk about flipping the script from the first game. We just getting absolutely destroyed in, what was it, 19 minutes or something in the previous game? And now 10 minutes into the game, it's 16-4 against Team Liquid. Out of Gaozu showing, the previous game. Okay, it happens. Sometimes you lose laning, play Dota, but this is more what they're about. They got out of the laning stage in a fantastic shape, and now they're finding each other on the map. Look at the activations as well. The Troll coming to there. His rundown was critical. If he wasn't there, they couldn't find all these kills. Of course,
Hey, really?
yeah, the RP was a nice try, but not quite enough to bring down the Husker.
It really is just, so amusing watching this all unfold, though, thinking about how game one went. It could be easy for a team to crumble, but Gaozu, the question was posed to them in game one. Liquid saying, we bring 5 to every fight. What are you going to do? Game two, I mean, they are just bringing everybody through this Underlord gate.
Yeah.
Join in every single battle while you're kind of watching the replays back and you're seeing twice now Mickey's Magnus not there fast enough, but it's like he doesn't want to be there, but he's being forced to be there because Gaozu keeps bringing this tempo.
Oh my god, Xingqiu is bringing stuff, by the way, in this game as well. On his Rubik, he had cornucopia already, so this is not a common build. He's going for Orchid on Rubik, recognizing that he's against the puck and knowing that even against something like Tusk or Magnus, the silence is fantastic. He's rushing it, and he's quite farmed. 4.2.
Paparazzi. I don't know why. He's like making me really scared.
If you're, a veteran Husker picker like he is platinum tier, then you should not have any worry about soloing it. This is the where you see, this is where you can.
Well, look at top. Troll and Underlord just straight back onto Boxy as it looks like Liquid were poking at Ame. Ame says, nah, no poking me. I've turned around with JT and DY. Saberlight gets away from a pit of malice, and it looks like he's just fast enough to slip out of arm's reach of the Ogre.
Pop the drums and run away, but his birds are not going to be as lucky, and he does not have resummon. So that's going to be him without birds for a while. That's also a big timing. 100 seconds with birds is a horrible feeling. It takes away your abilities to go for plays. And of course, Tush dying again with level 6. We're 13 minutes in. It's not common that I see Barvis level 6 at this point.
And now you're looking at Armlet, Blink, Aegis, Huskar. He's just going to be jumping on you.
Yeah, he was buying the BKB, but on getting the Aegis from Broche, he instead bought the Blink Dagger and didn't complete. And now Ame going in and stealing with the help of the Empower. The stolen Empower, we memed about it. It's here.
It's
taking
real.
camps from you.
And they've got a catch on Boxy. Silenced and killed by the Orchid Soulburn from Xingqiu's Rubik.
The scary thing about Rubik having an Orchid is the cast range on a Rubik is, very, very hard to play around as a puck. The extra 120 already.
And Nisha does get the Wisdom Rune here. A bit of Malice and Firestorm, very annoying though, as he continually gets trapped and rooted. And in comes the Rubik with a further silence and stun. And you got the Wisdom Rune, but your life is forfeit.
Dying does not feel good, and Xingqiu keeps snowballing his game quite literally here into higher gear. He's almost overtaking Puck in net worth. There's a quick promotion coming in for the support. Boxy leading the way, going up high ground.
Walks straight into Ame, but they've got a Mickey RP, Ogre and Troll right on top of each other, so it's kind of difficult to focus Ame's Troll, who gets skewered off to the left and then just turns and kills them. And Liquid kind of scrambling and struggling to find and latch onto anything this game. We've already gone past 420 into 422. Meme numbers abound in this series, apparently.
Are we going to have an even faster game than the previous one? Because this is really falling apart rapidly. You went Blink Dagger on Magnus, forfeiting your farm capabilities, going for maybe we can come back by getting a big RP. Used RP, lost the fight again. It just feels awful.
Like both teams trying their best to humiliate each other.
They're doing a great
kind
job.
of entertaining.
Yeah. They're working on highlight reels for each other here.
It's incredible. Like Saberlight's not really been able to get off the ground. Nisha's still kind of lurking in the shadows, trying to find something. Yeah, as Liquid, you're kind of cutting waves and gathering farm where you can, but it's still Gaozu coming in strong, looking to snipe you out. Nisha does get a kill on the Rubik. That's a nice killing spree to steal and take, but you're going to lose 2 heroes in the fray. And Paparazzi the one to grab a double kill.
Very costly that all this is happening. Ame on Troll is free farming rapidly as well, going towards mid.
Mickey doesn't skewer away fast enough. Paparazzi right on his tail, burned to a crisp by the spears of the Huskar.
They're just not even able to show on the map right now. We see Nisha go into creep cutting mode. He's going behind, but he runs into a watcher, so they already know where he is, and he has to be cautious. Rubik is respawning and is on the case already.
Where are you?
Yeah, the silence is coming. He does need a little bit of help to be able to get the kill, though.
Come here.
Is he a cat? The puck.
Oh, I don't know. It's just the generic noise you make for funny little animals, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's a beaver or a tortoise. Come here. I don't know about you, but all of my Instagram and TikTok reels are full of Polish people looking at beavers and animals and swearing at them. You don't have this on your feed? Just me?
I have no clue what you're talking about, but I'm not really on social media that much. All I do is peruse a little bit of Dota patches here and there. I'm an old man.
Just beavers everywhere. Bulbur. Team Liquid gathering up. Oh, they're trying to play as these little groups across the map. Like they're not spread 5 wide. I'm trying to play a little pocket pair here. Protect people behind me. Keep that Magnus safe with Saberlight and Boxy in front. Like top lane's getting cut out by the puck and the Enchantress as best you can. But you've got to be very careful to not get found or caught. As Army was trying to latch on to Nisha.
It's constantly just running away for Team Liquid. They have to just run away from every single hero. Everyone has kill potential on them at this point. Rubik is looking for whoever he can grab. Not gonna find the Enchantress. Barely doesn't see her. Nisha being sneaky, sticking around top. But this is, you know, while they're out on Liquid, they're not really getting that much gold, and Saberlight might be the target bottom.
Ooh. Oh, man. Toes curling, butt cheeks clenched.
Yeah, that was very, very close, actually. Quick TP out keeps him alive. Mid blink with the BKB Huskar.
That's
Not
painful.
scared of anyone.
A blink, the silence. It didn't even need a BKB, did he?
Oh, because of the silence from the inner fire, this is different from old Huskar. He can just jump initiate. Magnus doesn't have a dispel. What's he gonna do? Can't even cast a spell before he's dead. That even makes the Huskar really able to solo kill the puck at this stage.
Puck is still one of those heroes that is tremendously good at playing that deep map, cutting waves, being annoying, gathering farm where you can. Just extending the game is what Liquid are aiming for here, right? Get farm, try and drag this one out a little bit longer. So the 12k lead at 90 minutes, you know, it matters a lot. But if this game, you know, 20, 30, 40 minutes, a 12k lead starts to matter less and less.
Liquid are just hold on until then, but every second they have to fight for it because Puck, again on top lane, gets caught out. Does not have a way out of this, I believe. He has an orb soon.
Well, I mean, with the spears on you.
Yeah, too much burn. While also getting picked off. This is so hard. This belongs fully to Gazu right now. They're doing it, bringing in the dynasty.
The golden age of Chinese Dota happening right now. Emperor Gaozu is here. They retreated to Red Cliff after game 1. Bunkered down, built their defenses. Fighting back against Team Liquid. It really has been a very strong showing here, as it looks like Gaozu also going to go Skilled Tormentor away from Liquid. Close the net in around the little fishies. Liquid, very defensive wards. You know, they have to play this bottom lane, try and hold what little pockets of farm they can. Like, maybe think about contesting next Roshan or something. But even that just feels like a long way away.
Yeah, definitely.
That's Paparazzi Huskar. That's been an absolute thorn in the side. And like the Troll Warlord, who has been a hero I've not seen often picked, was very popular like not that long ago as just a lane-winning hero, right?
Yeah, that's the thing that he brought to the table this game. He was a hero that they could just say, okay, he's gonna be he can, you know, sure, he can farm. It's more so that laning stage, he deals with Visage pretty well, and he can actually run people down. And he played toward and joined so many of these fights. He's been in 19 kills out of the 28 kills as a carry troll. which is pretty remarkable. He's been in more kills than Shinkyu on his roof.
What? God. That's pretty insane, actually. You pointed that out.
Yeah, it's a wild stick, right? But that, you know, all that jogging he's doing, he's just getting out there. He got the SNY, the extra movement speed, even has the basher now. This troll, he's just miles ahead of everyone else in farm. It is disturbing. Think about who's gonna stand next to him in a fight. Like Magnus will just disappear, and the other course, like Puck, disappears on his own. Need to get killed.
Yeah, then the other amazing factor here, of course, still is Jinkyu Rubik with Blink Orchid. 30 seconds
just 400
until Roshan comes.
BKB. Get it and
Liquid. They're going to get a snipe onto Jinkyu. Nice play from Boxy and Saberlight, but you're right, Mickey dying to DY. Armate further down south.
That's a big kill. They got almost 900 gold for killing a support, so that's a good payday. In fact, they did get more souls. Something gold is definitely not added into it. Oh boy, the burns. He TP's base, he's gonna be completely fine though. Got the layers.
Yeah, still pretty tanky. But yeah, that potential contest of Roshan is not happening, is it?
Yeah. So there, you're completely shoved out of the map, so they did what they needed, and taking over was quick and easy Roche, even bringing the troll over as well. I think they might want to put the Aegis on him, perhaps, but we'll see. Aegis on Scar always feels amazing as well. Feels like he can't die. Give it to Oscar instead.
Well, at least for Liquid, and Gaozu kind of take the pressure off a little bit. Insania very deep behind enemy lines in that top jungle, and trying to get what he can, does get kicked out. But it's this next... You go get Roshan, you kind of relinquish control of the map for a little bit, right? Liquid get to push out 2 lanes, you have 1 shoving in bottom, but this is where Gaozu gather up everything else and try and boot Liquid back towards their base.
Yeah, they're just not allowing them to come out. Liquid are doing a good job though with these moves. Getting out on the field, whatever they can get, but this one is not going to work out, I think.
Yes, like they get a kill for Nisha down bottom, but then they immediately lose Saberlight and his Familiar's top.
Yeah, not only that, but the Tusk, he tries to stay alive, but he's been caught as well. Get out from the Rubik and the Underlord. It's not the fastest kill combo. They have so much lockdown between the two of them. He's with his Blink Dagger, cannot really get out of it. Shield rune. This is go time, I think. I believe this Huskar rune might allow them to just go on the high ground. Age almost full eye on the Huskar as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Paparazzi just running it down mid. He's pinging high ground. Team, where are you? You gotta keep in your mind though. Skewer backs, snowball saves. There's ways here for Liquid to outplay you on the high ground.
Yeah, they're looking for what they can do, but Magnus.
Okay, out on the other side of the map. And it looks like Liquid just going to give up this tier 3, maybe even the lane. They're showing Insania and Saberlight in the mid. Nisha and Mickey, it seems like they're just cutting waves, trying to hold them back wherever they can. Liquid not feeling strong enough to meet them head on in a fight into Aegis, BKB, etc. A lot of firepower here for Gaozu to throw into the mix.
See some push coming down to bottom. How can we take the fight? TPing back now on the Magnus.
Paparazzi being pinged. Trying to pop the Aegis here as quickly as they can, and that's job well done. Nisha also finds a bit of poking onto the Armade Troll. Lost Boxy though.
This is a weird spot actually. Doesn't have BKB.
You're right, but he's got Greaves and Battle Trance to turn around and fight, netting up and nearly killing Nisha. Phase Shift is there, though, to keep the puck alive, for now at least, as they turn onto Arme. The snowball across in towards Jinkyu as well. But the Troll Warlord able to withstand the onslaught, turn around, kill off Boxy, the dieback of the Tusk. And now Liquid, maybe they can get on top of JT, but they've got to go back into Fountain and heal up. Nisha and Sable, like the two real damage dealers, now very reliant on a Magnus RP to come out of somewhere, but Jinkyu and Paparazzi was an RP skewer onto the Troll back towards Fountain, but Arme just turns and fights this one. He's got plenty in his back pocket here. Still going to die, though, as the buybacks flurry through from Team Liquid to hold onto their high ground and battle back into Gaozu. Now with the turn from Paparazzi, the Huskar's coming to play. A triple kill for him onto Nisha as well, as the puck will die. Buyback out of Nisha, but it's Paparazzi with an ultra kill. Clearing through pretty much everyone, and a lot of expenditure required from Liquid just to stay alive.
He wants to go again. We can see it. He's looking for the angle.
Round 5. Paparazzi's hungry. And Nisha, he's just blinked in. He's blinked in aggressively. He's silenced. He is Yules. Can they disable him one further time? He's got another orb and a waiting rift. He's rooted up inside the Pit of Malice. The snowball doesn't buy him time here, but Nisha to just about get away. Oh, but it's Magnus. Mickey, he's dead, and so's Boxy with a stolen skewer. They've grabbed Nisha back into the pit. Jinkyu gets tipped by Mickey, and well deserved. Gaozu dives back into his raging face, looking for Insania to finish off the Enchantress, and with 4 dead, Liquid out of options.
Yeah, I believe that's gonna be it pretty much. We see Jinkyu playing Nisha here, but back coming in, they're gonna kill the Rubik at least.
And Paparazzi really feeling himself. Nisha dips back to Fountain for another brief moment of respite here. Insania, I feel like, is the last buyback they've got. Down at bottom, they're onto JT with the impetus damage, but Arme has arrived on the scene of the crime, back into action. JT is still alive, by the way, somehow, as Paparazzi's BKB keeps him out of range of any further Liquid aggression.
Looks like they have they've finally got the back out on Gaozu. Not gonna keep going with the non-stop aggression. Just back up, get some timings. They're extremely close to have panic. Of course, he did pick up that Shadow Blade as well. Liquids, you know, I guess there's about 28 lead for Gaozu. It's all but over here. They need a miracle. They need the fountain. The skewer was to win, but it wasn't into the fountain. You could see the move and the attempt, but it was.
Yeah, I mean, you use 5 buybacks, right, as Liquid, and you still don't, you know, resoundingly win anything. No area of the map, no big team fight. A couple of kills are nice, but you can just imagine here with a couple of lanes of barracks down, Gaozu come back in to clear everything up. Get the Tormentor first, and then we can just look at this top lane where, you know, Gaozu can play from the Radiant Ancients, play through mid and into top.
They have all the tools at their disposal. They have so many items coming in. The double Satanic is going to be ready for the next push. So Liquid, you have a few, you know, or a few seconds here, perhaps even before we end. And I don't know what items they can complete. It's coming for the puck. So yeah, he has the entire Parasma. That's a bit of damage output. Maybe they can get some key kills with that. Maybe. You gotta look for, you know, whatever way you can bring down the Troll or the Huskar.
Yeah, I mean, that Troll was pretty out of position on that high ground push. And they found a way to kind of, you know, nibble away at Arme. Whereas Nisha down the bottom is having some struggles here. Trying to blink over and pass Jinkyu, who just gets straight up RP'd by Mickey. Arme and DY turning towards Insania, but Liquid, a quick little in and out jobby. Kill the Rubik, lose your Enchantress. Boxy.
And she doesn't have buyback too. It's a long death timer for him. And she's out of business. And again, this is pretty much the shoving move. The question is if Gaozu are gonna go for the Roche afterwards. It could respawn in 30 seconds. They're just gonna go. They feel strong enough. They have all the tools at their disposal.
Boxy, knowing how desperate the situation is, doesn't go back to base to regen. He goes, grabs an illusion rune, he's dragging waves, trying to push out mid. But Arme and DY there straight onto this tier 3 top. No amount of cutting and split pushing is going to stop this. A skewer back into tier 3s might hold JT back for long enough, but Paparazzi steps up to defend his buddy. Protecting against Saberlight and Nisha, who both jump in. JT with another pop of heal and the Greaves. Pipe already spent, so Underlord stays alive while the Huskar bullies them back. Paparazzi does have to BKB there, but it means he dodges the skewer, and Mickey trying to run back to Fountain as they lose the Mega Creeps. Foxy being just destroyed by this Paparazzi Huskar. And Liquid, 2 heroes down, trying to hold on for dear hope here against the 5 of Gaozu. Another Pit of Malice, very irritating for Nisha and Saberlight to try and walk through or past. Not much they can do except walk back and watch their tier 3s die.
They just don't have it. Now with no BKB, his 20 seconds cooldown RP, he gets caught even.
Yeah, they've got Saberlight, the lift up, the Pit of Malice, everything is working against Liquid here in game 2 as Gaozu come out with a Paparazzi Huskar to tie up the series 1-1.
Just absolutely dominant in game number 2. It did not beat the first game in terms of speed, though. At least Liquid, they were the ones who speed ran it between the two. But the dominant takeover by Gaozu was basically the same thing that Liquid did in game 1. All how I expected this series to go, by the way.
No.
But, you know, a start for Gaozu still, I would say. Drawing against Team Liquid, you can't feel too bad about that. But after game 2, you know, they really wish that they could have won the first game as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, coming into this, you know, I kind of expected Liquid to 2-0 this, maybe with some longer games, you know, some close-fought battles. This has been 2 very one-sided, kind of draft-decided stomps. In game 2 in particular, that Huskar last pick definitely undid the mid lane and just skyrocketed Gaozu into a position where they were untouchable.
Yeah, that was a good recognition of the matchup as well, knowing that Huskar has a great time in the lane, and then they played around it in such a good run of Gaozu. Basically played the way that Liquid did in game invading, not just looking at your own lane or looking at your own farm progression, like Troll in particular, TPing to mid and joining early on the fights. As we see, you know, highlights here. I almost want to call it just more of a beatdown, right? Like, they were just all hitting modes. They didn't really have a chance to go for too many moves.
It's like, I don't know if you had these in Europe much, but in like America and England, we had a TV show that always plays Saturday night, where it's like, you know, America's funniest home videos, where it's just some dad getting a rugby ball thrown into his nuts, right? That's what it felt like this was. It was just a highlight compilation clips of like fails of the week, I guess, is what it was back in the day.
It truly felt like that. And, you know, to have this happen to a team like Team Liquid as well is just so impressive. Gaozu, they just did a great job with the takes game. And Liquid, of course, they didn't go out without a fight, tried their best to resist the pushes, but the lead just kept building.
Yeah.
Even here, we see 24,000 lead at 26 minutes. 26 even, there you go. Just 1,000 gold per minute.
Like, how much of this comes back to that level 1 fight? Like, thinking about how this game started as well, with Visage getting, what, 3 or 4 kills, but then Gaozu... Well, Visage got 3 kills and Gaozu got 4. But Visage didn't really feel like he could convert that early lead into laning stage victory, whereas the money spread across the other Gaozu heroes did a little bit better.
I mean, that did work out way better than I thought for Gaozu. They got so much value from the Underlord. Underlord reached the match with the Firestorm, and when you spread out the on a team like that, you just end up having a bit easy, and that turned into a lot. Obviously, the Puck would have loved to get some kills in that first blood. If it's, you know, Visage getting everything, then maybe that would help Nisha get into the game somehow. But laning against Huskar, and you need all the help you can get. You live off food stamps on that lane.
Because if, like, think about the actual items that were bought, right? It's like boots and null and wand on the Visage. Cool.
Yeah.
But then the other heroes get, you know, like extra tangos or a bracer here. Or
magic sticks here and there, you know,
yeah.
Pushing you to boots earlier. It all makes a very big impact on the side lanes.
It absolutely does. Just thinking about JT there, you know, going from a very rough game 1 to being unkilled in game 2. 7-0-31. 38 of the kills he was involved in. Tremendous stuff from this global Underlord, right? Why the reason we've seen Dawnbreaker and Underlord perform so well is because they do bring this dogpile, group up nature to the game.
Yeah, as long as an Underlord can work, he is a hero that I hate. You know, this slug hero, I'm not a big fan, but if he has a lane like against Magnus here, that he can really just bring the extra reinforcements to all those fights no matter where. And that makes it hard for Team Liquid, who are already on the back foot, already weak, and then always being outnumbered too.
Always nice to see, Arme bring out some of his kind of flavor heroes, right? Thinking about the Juggernaut that got banned previously, his Faceless Void that got banned. Now we get to see the Arme Troll return. He is one of those players that has this nice little pocket of kind of flavor picks that you don't expect, but they just come out so strong. When they're in the right position in the draft, where it's like, here's the Troll. What are you going to do with it? Very difficult to contend with. As I think we've got an interview lined up with Jingqiu that we can pop into in a second here. Jingqiu, congratulations on that game to victory. It looked very good. My first question to you is, how easy was it for you to pick the Rubik against the Magnus? And how different is it now playing Rubik against Magnus compared to, against Team Spirit at TI years ago?
首先，新 Q 恭喜你们成功的拿下第2场。然后呢，就想问你现在是否碰到猛犸还是秒选拉比克呢？包括现在跟当年在 TI 时对战那个雪碧战队的时候，这个拉比克对战猛犸的这个英雄的克制的性质是否还一样呢？
一样吧，因为很多就是大家的理解是差不多的，然后每个队伍选猛犸都会选拉比克，然后。 可能从当时就开始了吧。
It's still pretty much the same. I think most teams out there now have this common understanding that if you're gonna pick Magnus, you gotta either ban or pick Rubik as well. So the fact that they managed to let Rubik slip through, not sure what they were thinking.
That's good. That confidence is still there as well. Waga?
Yeah, congrats on the second game. That was very impressive. I want to ask, this is a new name that you guys have for the team, and I wanted to ask if you can bring some insight into what made you guys choose the name. Yeah, where it comes from.
Q 哥就想让你给外国观众讲解一下你们这个高祖战队这个名字的来源。
就是。 它是一个中国历史上很有名的一个故事，然后在这里细讲的话就太长了，然后他就是你要知道就是很厉害的一个人，高祖。
Well, it's a really long story, but the gist of it is that it's a reference to a very prominent historic figure in Chinese history. It's basically a very powerful kind of head of a state, where and there's a lot of background story behind it that's way too long to be explained on stream. But basically, it's just a reference to a very powerful figure.
Yeah, very good. We were doing some research and trying to learn about Gaozu of Han and try and figure out where the name has come from. It's been an interesting trip for us down that road of history. So yeah, brilliant performance. Do you think this series is an indication of what we should expect from ESL One Bangkok? Because Game 1, Team Liquid was very kind of ahead of the curve, and it was basically 2 stomps in a row, right? Liquid won Game 1 very convincingly. Game 2, you guys did the same. Is this like down to draft? Does it matter? Do you guys have a good read? Why do you think the reason is?
就想问 Q 哥，就是你们这是你们第一次亮相的，在国际赛场上面亮相的一个表现嘛？然后就想问，是否这个表现呢，就是我们后面就能一直看到你们战队的一种发挥呢？包括你们这次，因为你们第一场，因为2把都是比较碾压性的，第1把你们被李逵战队速通了，第2把你们也是算是把他们也给速通了。就想问，只是纯粹一个 BP 上面的问题呢，还是比方说你们本来就是这么强，发挥的那么好？
我觉得就是 BP， 我们互相就是把对面碾压了1把吧。然后实力的话，我们这正在慢慢的找到比赛那种感觉。然后就是我有跟队友说，因为我们从来没有赢过森尼亚的神谕者。然后我说，哦，对，我们有聊过这个事情，然后后面就忘记了，因为太久没有打职业了，然后就忘记他那个神谕者带给我们的恐怖了吧。
I think it really boils down to the draft. I feel like Game 1, they completely outdrafted us. Game 2, we completely outdrafted them. For us, at least our performance, how we are doing as a team. We're still trying to get into the zone for tournament games and trying to find our footing as a team. And we are also steadily improving in that regard. For, I guess, game one, honestly, we just kind of forgot about, because we haven't been playing pro games for a while, and we kind of forgot about how good Insania's Oracle is. And when they picked it, we were like, oh shit, this is just going to be Insania's game.
Very cool. Yeah, nice to hear that insight as well. Well, we'll let you go, Jin-Q. Good luck in the future. We're going to be casting your next series as well, so we'll be excited to see what you cook up for us there. And thanks to our translator as well.
Bye-bye.
谢谢 Jin-Q.
Thank you. Yeah, see you later on. Yeah, kind of cool there to think, it's just kind of a draft issue for both teams in game one and game two. Day one of the group stage, kind of expect that, and lots of room to improve both in terms of play and drafting. But it's kind of funny he points that out. It's been a while since we've played at this high of a level. Paparazzi, 9 months without real, on-stage pro performances. Jin-Q and DY both kind of going into retirement or semi-retirement and then coming back. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's very cool to see that they have what it takes, though, to come out here and just absolutely demolish Liquid in game two. So that brings high hopes for them going into their future games. And honestly, I think most of the Dota world probably are them to do well, because it would be a Chinese real powerhouse again. It's been a while since we've had it, and give them a chance to cook here. The boys are just getting.
Yeah, I mean, apparently there's like another meme with Gaozu's name. I'm not sure how true that is, but hopefully, talking about the old emperor, if they can, create a new golden age for Chinese Dota, as we can take a quick look at the standings here so far, getting 3/4 of the way through day one of the group stage for ESL One Bangkok. And already Beast Coast, BetBoom, Gaozu, Liquid having a couple of games under their belt already. Of course, we just saw that 1-1, but Beast Coast taking a victory already early on. Good sign for them.
Yeah, definitely nice to see. And, we will see if Vision and Enigma can bounce back as well, as they're starting out here with a loss. But we're very early, every team games total. So a lot can definitely change. But first result, always nice as well, get a bit of a boost of confidence. And I think Gaozu are going to be feeling good about this start.
I mean, what was that? BetBoom against Paravision, so a 44-minute game there. Beast Coast against Enigma Galaxy, another kind of 41-minute game or so there as well. Some longer matches on the other streams, and of course, plenty of Dota to be played out here for the groups too. As I'm super excited to see how this all develops. Gaozu could easily have been a team that comes in and just flops, but going up first and having that 1-1 is definitely a nice solid performance for them. And join the conversation and tweet with #ESL1 or comment on our Facebook and Instagram pages to join that conversation as well. As lots and lots of Dota to be coming our way. One more series though here on the Ember stream. We've had a pretty quick one. First series, so I think a bit of a break before the next one. Give Gaozu a chance to catch their breath as they take on Enigma Galaxy in a little bit.
my suitcase. Headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road. I'm headed to LA. Headed on my way. I'm headed on my way to LA. Headed on my way to
it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made right. Closing on the moment, know it's gonna hold me down. Getting
Got my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Like a moth to the flame, I'm attracted when the doubts start saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world, I know it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stare fear in the face, that only I give to me. Now I'm running this race, yeah. Stallions couldn't catch up to me. I'm running till I get first place. I'm running till I get everything, everything I ever wanted in my dreams. No, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me.
unsafe.
Welcome to the other side. hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether we're wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the
what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line. 'Cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you on your knees, yeah. Never thought I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Giving face, giving it beautifully, yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream. Vulnerable and strong, yeah, we feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy.
Earth is suffering, trouble is rising, mountains are melting, there's gonna be nothing left to breathe. Raise the sirens now. Break the silence now. Our hearts are trembling. This can be the ending. We must begin to rise. It's now do or die. Raise the sirens now before it's too late. Break the silence now before it's too late. Raise the sirens now before it's too late. Break the silence now before it's too late. Raise the sirens.
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, folks. Here we go with the last series of the day. Day 1 for ESL One Bangkok. The group stage well underway. And Waga, the next one up, Gaozu against Nigma Galaxy in a 2-game series.
Yeah, we get to follow Gaozu and their journey here. We, of course, just have them playing up against Liquid and to have your first get absolutely stomped in game number 1. But Gareth, they came back big in game number 2. So Gaozu, they actually did tie against Liquid just before and played some really and fast Dota in game number 2.
Yeah, and Shinkyu, the interview at the end basically saying, yeah, game 1 we got outdrafted, that insane your Oracle was the thing that kind of undid everything for us. Then game 2, we, or Gaozu, outdrafted them. We can see maybe how that developed going through the group stage here, going up against Nigma Galaxy. Kind of one of these situations where, Liquid are the team to beat. There's a lot of tape on them. You do a lot of research going up against the big teams, right? You think back in the day, Gaming Gladiators, Team Liquid, you want to try and,
of course,
figure out what they're doing, how are they doing it well, how can we replicate it. Nigma Galaxy kind of off the radar a little bit, but you mentioned, right, Gaozu going up against Liquid and going 1-1 and getting a stomp in there as well. Nigma Galaxy 1-1 Beast Coast. Definitely not the same caliber of opponents.
Yeah, the same, but we'll see kind of fair between them. Take a look once again at Gaozu and the players that we have on their team.
Gaozu. Who the hell are these guys? Well, you might not know the name, but you definitely know the players. A Chinese powerhouse team built of 5 legendary players, Gaozu are absolutely terrifying. They got the dynamic duos Xingqiu and Ame from Extreme Gaming, JT from G2IG, and lastly Kikyo, formerly known as Paparazzi, and DY, who decided to unretire. How very surprising, who could have seen that one coming? Their road to qualifying for this event was long, but they made it look easy. They started off by winning the Chinese Open qualifiers, and then swept through the upper bracket of the closed qualifiers as well, beating Extreme Gaming in 2 series back to back.
Gaozu. They may not have had Lu in anything but name. They will be going to Bangkok here come December. Congratulations to them.
Honestly, it's hard to say what to expect out of this team. They've certainly earned their spot at this event, and on paper they look like they could be one of the few Chinese teams to be able to contest the strongest teams of other regions right now. Will they actually manage to live up to their expectations? We will see here at ESL One Bangkok.
Definitely some expectations around the players there, but yeah, kind of a new team, a new squad put together to be the kind of shining stars from the Chinese region, and already showing they can go up against the powerhouses of Western Europe and get a stomp against Team Liquid with that kind of momentum. Wind in your sails a little bit, heading against Nigma Galaxy as their next series. Nigma feels like they've got to step up to Gaozu's level.
They really do. I think Gaozu, they have a lot of it in them, and sure for them, to get there a long time. Even so, I would still say they're going into this, in my opinion, the favorite up against Nigma, because Nigma, well, they have some moments look really strong, and they perform really well at times. We just haven't really seen that that reliability from them, the good results from them.
Definitely need to find themselves some kind of consistency. Of course, Nigma Galaxy, no strangers to our screens. Of course, with Miracle, Sumail, Noob, Mr. Omar, and of course, GH, the tail end of the squad. It's been a hard few years. It really has, for Nigma Galaxy fans, for Miracle fans, for Sumail fans.
Yeah, but this is supposed to be the team.
How many times have we said that?
They picked apart, and they picked apart the region here. They've brought out some different stars, the old quest lineup being added in here, and now this version of Nick, if they can all just operate on the same wave, they have few teams that could stop them. The thing is, sometimes it feels like I'm watching just a team really on the same page. Games where either Miracle will tap off, but he's kind of just doing it on his own, like it's not really like the games we just watched, where Gaozu went up against Liquid and it was so quick. It really has been more individual performance from Nigma. We really need them all to just gel and come in at the same power, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing in music or entertainment, right? You think about like a jazz band. You don't just want a sick soloist. You need that rhythm section. You want that call and response, that back and forth, the kind of underlying ebb and flow of the music playing while Miracle does a bit of a funky jazz solo and pops off a bit, or Sumail goes a bit wild. You still want that machinery underneath to be well oiled, like you say, all on the same page. Get drilled together. And of course, Nigma Galaxy going up against Gaozu. So we can take a look at their squad, their lineup. As we saw earlier on today, them face off against Liquid.
And we see the players already. Any team that has Xingqiu on it. We got the pleasure of interviewing him earlier as well. A very, very happy fellow. Of course, they can go ahead and bring a new dynasty to the Han dynasty.
The golden age.
Yeah, bring the golden age.
We've definitely got the players to do it.
Yeah, you can't really ask for a team with more experience and their skill level individually. Even with limited experience playing as 5, look like they can take the game to these stronger teams.
And Paparazzi, 9 months kind of off the circuit, comes back looking as good as ever with his Huskar performance against Liquid. Xingqiu had his Rubik against Magnus moment already, something that these teams will have to be wary of in these drafts. You can't let your opponents have a Rubik when you
Point
tag.
Also, making a statement in the first or first 2 games you have there in the groups to already have Huskar. It is something to keep all the people playing against you going further. I'd be ready for it.
Yeah, it's in your back pocket. It's up to you whether or not you want to release it. We'll get ourselves into the draft here. Game 1 of a 2-game series. Day 1 of the group stage. And coming to a close with this series. And Nigma Galaxy, they've already done it. They've banned Huskar. First phase, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's not in the back pocket if we just ban it first ban. Absolutely not looking to get cheap one. And you know what? I respect that from Nigma. Just
Fair enough,
get rid of it. Fair play. You don't have to think about it. Because we do know that Gaozu have the last draft order. And, if you're going to...
And then the Sniper. That's an interesting one. Nigma Galaxy's specialty.
It's a hero that's, we don't normally see attention early on. They're also respected a little bit, perhaps because they have played it competitively, but they have played it a lot in their pubs on Gauss. So I guess they recognize the hero cannot be ignored.
Something that looks like Sumail's played a little bit here and there. And I guess, Gaozu having their players played with XM not too long ago, right? XM, the sniper specialist. Maybe something that they've kind of learned against
the
Nigma
Chinese
Galaxy.
sniper, the big one. He's the most in the Chinese pro scene, at least by far.
Most known sniper in the known universe. So Sniper, DK, Alk, Phoenix, Huskar. So we've been left with like Beastmaster so far in the pool.
The summon heroes, not just Beast, but Enigma as well. Also still out, and
Monkey.
Yeah, there are a few fighting heroes still. A lot of supports available that are still very strong, right? We have Tusk. We have a hero that we haven't really seen attention. Maybe he'll be recognized in this game because I still think, Bush and Falcons previously have shown us.
Yeah, then you've got kind of backup plans or other directions with like Nyx, Shadow Demon, Bat Rider, Lion, Dark Willow. There's just so many of these support heroes.
So I'm ready for this draft to go any direction, by the way, because did you see
you mean
what
Rubik, right?
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say something more about what Nigma have done. Did you see what they did? They played carry shaker.
Oh, that was a carry shaker.
Yeah, shaker. Yeah, it's easy to look at the replay and be like, okay, draft looks kind of normal, but when you realize that they against the Beast Coast did not actually pick any regular carry, they put a last pick 24 pick carry shaker. They lost, but, you know, still that to show you a little bit that Nigma are out there when it comes to unorthodox drafts.
Interesting. Okay. Well, this time around, we had Jinkyu talking in that interview after beating Liquid. He didn't quite understand that they'd left Rubik in and picked Magnus, and it looks like he's got a little wry smile on his face now, thinking, oh yeah, another Rubik game where I'm against the Magnus. Feels good.
He's just in his comfort zone. He's like, yep, I've done this on a bigger stage than here. You know, I've done before. And of course, last time their success was that Magnus in the laning stage hard. And played this one. And as we mentioned previously as well, Magnus has a lot of flex potential in the current patch. Both off lane and safe lane could even be put mid, to be honest. He's just able to play any of the core roles currently. I think mid is probably the least viable or the hardest to fit in because he's a little bit slow tempo and a bit farm heavy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mid heroes have to really come online early. And I think this is like one of our least have the greedy mid players are with the pacing of things. You really have to
unless you're an invoker player.
Yeah. Yeah, he can get a lot, but that's because, you know, he farms while he fights. He's just so hard to gank.
It's like Global Sunstrike. He farms while he pressures.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to lane into him while he's farming in lane. And definitely an outlier.
The double Wraithband Mage Slayer, but it's just so difficult to kill as well. Hard hero to protect. He is in the pool still. A hero that we could see show up.
And there goes the bat.
Dire team pick. Radiant team.
And the pretty immediate, puck ban into Invoker pick. There he is.
We're gonna get to see it. Invoker. These are two fantastic heroes to have against. Not just Rubik. Obviously, we've covered time and time Invoker. You have the quick cold snap can be Magnus. You have Tornado can be fantastic when he jumps in. You have that instant reaction, right? Magnus blinks in a quick tornado and suddenly he's stuck in a bad spot.
Yeah, no matter what role he's in. And Loki kind of undoing him there alongside the Rubik. So Magnus answered.
This is the same thing. He's like, hold up. Haven't we seen this before? He's laughing right now because we had the Ogre Magnus before. He's like, is it Medusa? Medusa coming as carry?
We picked this. We lost with it, didn't we?
Yeah. This is a little bit of a throwback to game 1 for Gaozu.
I'm curious to see what direction they go. I guess there's no DK or Alchemist, which are usually the big ones. Medusa, you're kind of joking about it. But I guess Monkey King is out there as a potential pick here as well, with both the Empower and the Bloodlust, and the Monkey King can really buff him up and make him very scary.
Yeah, there are a few directions they can go still. There are a lot of different options, so we'll see what they want to ban out. They can, you know, take out the ones that are going to be the hardest for them to go up against on the side of Gaozu, but no matter what, Nigma should get a good hero to buff up and steroid, basically, with the Bloodlust and Empower.
Okay, for now, a Pango.
Yeah, I think the carry hero will come even. As you already see the Invoker, they focus the mid instead.
So we expect a Pango into mid, Magnus off lane.
Yeah.
So we need a pos 4 to lane with a Magnus now, which maybe a Willow or something.
Yeah, I like Willow. Batrider would, but they banned up themselves. But yeah, we might see a Willow come out here. They can play around with the Magnus pullback. Also, always a nice thing about having Willow and Magnus is you can actually skewer people through multiple brambles.
Yeah.
And it just does a ton of damage. It's an underrated combo.
Time to bring back Lifestealer or Juggernaut or something.
Yeah, those carry heroes who don't really care so much, but they're just not that strong in the current meta.
God, I was watching the ESL Birmingham video. Was it unmuted? I can't remember what they've called it. But
yeah, the True Sight version. Yeah.
I was reminded.
Was it good? I didn't get to see it then.
So I watched about 70% of it before I had to go and do something else. I'll catch up on the rest later on tonight. But I got to a point where I was casting at that tournament and I forgot there was an offlane Lifestealer BetBoom mispicked in one of their games. And it just cracked me up remembering like that whole situation of like every analyst trying to like analyze and seriously think, lifesteal off lane if they pick for this or that or what or who.
It was
like
a mistake.
Yeah, it's like, no, we meant to ban it, and we picked Lifestealer by accident.
Oops.
So like Miero had to play offlane Lifestealer, and then you get to hear BetBoom's comms of, like people I don't know, Miero's teammates kind of flaming him, like, what are you doing? Why are you doing? And he's just like, I'm playing Lifestealer. What do you want from me?
Yeah, I'll take it. Whatever. That's fun. Yeah, I mean, pro players are only humans, and mistakes happen. Sometimes silly ones.
Like people are kind of complaining about itemization, or this should have happened, that should have happened.
Yeah.
And save just goes, no matter Deso or Radiance or what, like we're not winning that game. Like he's just very clear. It's like that game was lost at picks.
Yeah, I mean, it's a test. It's a team if you can adapt when a curveball comes, when a mistake happens. And it's a little bit of a curveball, perhaps, as they pick the Pango, the Bloodseeker comes out, the counter pick. And there goes the Pugna as well. Here I was asking about, start lately. Also great at saving you against Pango. I think Pugna versus Pango is very underrated. It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredible kind of double pick there. Bloodseeker against Pango, something that's often forgotten. The Rupture into roll, Decrep against Swashbuckle, and against this Magnus, who, you kind of want to blink RP a very key target. That target gets decrept, your physical damage is lacking, and you already know this is building up to kind of a physical damage draft with Empower, Bloodlust, Pango. You want people to be right-clicking and punching people. And now you're having to deal with, Tornado, dispelling stuff off, decrep's annoying, stolen spells from the Rubik. And go for a Terrorblade now as Enigma Galaxy, so that is their hard-hitting hero to be the carry. But we're now left with Magnus flexing to 4?
You say, but, the potential for the carry Magnus, I still actually think that are likely in my book, but either is possible, obviously. It's nice to have a carry TB against Bloodseeker, though, because that's a great. You don't care about the Rupture compared to a Magnus, where Magnus, if you relies on the mobility from the Skewer, the Rupture could be very debilitating for him. But yeah, I think there's still very potential that this is an Ogre Magi plus Terrorblade. And if you Ignite plus the Reflect, you're not feeling too good about yourself right then.
So then we're last picking a position 5.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it worked out for Liquid earlier with Insania
Oracle,
Oracle coming out.
It looks like Ganzo, banning out support heroes, so at least reducing the options. And then we need a JT hero last. Unless this is a Bloodseeker for him.
Yeah, I wonder how they want to run it. It does sound like it would be nice for them to have a more traditional offlaner, because they're lacking a good frontliner. They're lacking a good caster on the front line who can set up the team fights. Well, yes, Bloodseeker can be good for, blocking down one target. You really need that A.
Maybe what if we ban out Underlord? Who are we left with? Like, I guess there's like Enigma out there still.
Yeah, it's an option. What they have gone
Darkseer.
Wait, they actually have a ban out on the Beastmaster this game.
Oh yeah,
he's still there. Well, that would be okay. There we go.
No, he's not.
Never mind. Yeah, Nigma, same thing. Like, hold up.
Hang on a second.
There's a very good offlaner still make that away. Makes a lot of sense. I'm very curious what they're going to pick for themselves here, though, Nigma.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, like, is it GH Ogre? Is that a world we're living in right now?
It could be. I think maybe Venge or something would have fit nicely. Oh, okay.
Magnus 4?
Yeah, either that or TB.
Oh, the support TV, you reckon?
Yeah, so many flexes,
But is TA carry Pango mid?
Yeah, that's how I would lane it at least. Looks the best. But they don't know the offlaner yet, so we'll see what offlaner comes out for Gaozu. Oh.
Yeah, is it just that Underlord again? Do we slot in the Enigma?
I don't know if you can pick Underlord even, because the T demolished that in lane. Brewmaster comes in, that's pick.
Cool.
That's a good read. Brewmaster kind of solves.
Dispel?
It's more dispels against the buff an ogre. So a hero that lanes pretty well. If it lanes up against TA, you don't really know much about it. And the dispel TB illusions. I think this is just a fantastic Brewmaster game.
Yeah, because thinking about like how a fight's going to start, right? Ideally for Gaozu, they rupture Sumail's Pango, they cyclone, you know, the TB or the TA, and then they focus somebody else, right? That third core is isolated because of the kind of catch and control they've got.
So it are on Magnus, and we have Noob on TB. It makes a lot of sense. I'm not a fan on support terrible patch. I think the nerfs to reflection kind of out of support role, whereas offlane is just really. It all comes down to the farm speed and the impact you get the shard.
Yeah, just big question mark for me is Bloodseeker a hero? What does he do? What do we build? Where do we go with this guy? Everybody else pretty mainstay heroes in the patch so far, and Bloodseeker just a response to Pango, but is there more to it?
It's mostly I think Bloodseeker is not a bad hero. I'm actually a big Bloodseeker enthusiast myself. So there are amount of experiment in this patch. And we'll see what he can do. There are really two schools of thought. Traditionalist, which is just the normal way of building him. Radiant isn't really popular anymore or anything like that. That's too out. He only arms really fast and becomes a lot of damage output later on. And then there's the build, which is for the unneeded, it's the Dagon Bloodseeker. Seen it from the actually, which is to see.
Interesting.
But yeah, they're playing against Nigma, who played Carry Shaker. Wilder things can happen.
But is he a hero that you still kind of want to get early? Like, he was a guy you picked against either Pango for your Rupture or like the old Blood Rage with that pure damage against like Timbersaw or someone, right?
Yeah.
Do you still want that fast shard on a Bloodseeker here, or is it?
Shard is not prioritized very highly. It is still, but it's sensitive and not percentage damage anymore.
Right.
People don't really touch. It's better for farming than it was before. Against every, apart from the Grand Knight Golem, and I think it does more damage than it did before. For fighting, it's just a lot weaker than the old shard. You know, those high HP tanks are way too strong.
Pretty deep dive ward there. But Arme still going to get harassed out by Noob and Omar. Get themselves 2 bounty runes each. It looks like Nigma Galaxy kind of setting up for aggressive play down bottom as well. Waiting on the staircase to see who comes up. JT and Jinkyu both just bypassing it. Yeah, GH Ogre Magi, man. Remember the days of him playing, you know, Earthshaker 4, Rubik, Io. Now, I press Bloodlust. I click E on you, my carry.
Yep, you buff up, but also that Ignite, the learning curve level 2, come in with the double point Ignites. You get to actually bully people. You just right-click the enemy and chase them down.
Noob Terrorblade. Seen plenty of this position 3 pipe TB. Spam reflection. Be annoying in lane.
Yeah.
And then kind of split push and become a third carry.
Annoying in lane, yes, but the problem is here, he has a Magnus support. And yeah, pulling the creep wave, but going up against a Pugna, you're taking a beating. And already we can see by just laying in those attacks. A lot of armor on Terrorblade, but there's a limit to how much you can take before lane gets difficult.
Yeah, apparently it's like 8. DY just got like 8 free hits in there as Noob's trying to hold a creep in front of his tower. Omar starting to drag waves now. Manipulate that equilibrium just to get something out of this lane. Double melee off lane. And definitely could struggle, but DY equally has to be careful with his own positioning. Decrep buys him a little bit of time. And the speedy skeletal man will back up and away.
Even with the blood grenade available on Omar, no, they can't really catch this boy.
No, it's too fast. And Sumail in the mid lane, 7-3. Paparazzi already 9-2.
It should be a claim for both of these heroes. They shouldn't be able to really find a kill, but Snail just doing whatever damage he can, use the spam ability of the shield craft. Usually when Invoker hits level 4, it becomes a hard lane for heroes.
Yeah, it's like level 4, 5 Invoker, double Wraithband, that nonsense. Although it looks like he's not going for the double Wraithband. Thank God. Somebody changing things up.
Oh, a null talisman?
A Wraith and a null.
That is... someone stop this man. What a radical change.
A null talisman on Invoker. No.
This is just not what the convention spoke about.
Miracle so far. So good for him. 14-1. Bodyguarded by the Ogre. Brew and Rubik lane. Very classic Chinese Dota, honestly. Omni Rubik, Brew Rubik. These kind of tanky brawling heroes backed up by a ranged support. A lot of harassment coming out of Jin-Q, and then that brawling nature of JT. Might be used off here onto GH to guard the Lotus Pool. They'll let the Ogre take it, and they turn quickly with Miracle's damage onto the Rubik. Jin-Q trying to dip back into the trees, but with no mana remaining, he's got nothing left to give. Except First Blood.
All that harassment just can't do enough to bring down the tanky. Uses the Lotus, stays alive, and TA with boots quickly joining there. With a 1 point of action, 1 in meld. Damage.
Good strong start. Good TP out from Noob up at top. No stuns means he is safely back to Fountain. And does leave Omar here to try and drag a wave away from DY.
Like that's all he's done so far in this game, is just pull the creep over and over. So Mac isn't in time to connect that creep wave. Hold the while now. Top lane is starting out quite well for the side of
Loads of denies here for Enigma Galaxy. 10 on the Pango, 6 on his TB.
Mid lane
stage looking good.
Much better than expected. 11 denies on the Pango against Invoker is surprisingly high.
Yeah, usually this is when the Pango's like, bring heroes to help me.
Man, I'm telling you, the double would never have been denied like this. Well, the Invoker does have his gloves now, so time Pango stacks up, he gets hit times.
Yeah, we'll probably see some kind of movement around that 6-minute active rune. JT and Jin-Q have that full wave at their disposal, while Miracle is going to track back on the Rubik and see what he's up to. Paparazzi just throwing some spells onto Sumail mid to keep him on his toes. Shield crash makes it so Sumail can just stay in the creep wave pretty happily. And Noob now with raindrops and 1 charges, not too bothered about what DY is bringing to the table. Omar does have to be careful of these blood rights and that ability to move forward on him.
Chase at the TA, mirror pretty far to its tower.
And yeah, Ogre is nowhere to be seen. GH kind of pulling the small camp miles away as Miracle just gets lifted straight back in towards his Brewmaster. They do turn onto Jin-Q there. The damage from GH barely slays the Rubik. Well, up at top lane, Metamorphosis and a move from Omar here. They've got a Skewer and a Lotus, but they move Ame further away from the TB, but Sumail is here. Claim the life of DY.
Good first for Sumail. Gonna be happy kill for himself, and then back towards the mid lane. That kill bottom was really clutch for getting enough attacks out before he died, making sure they get a return kill.
Now Ame, he stepped up here. I don't know, trying to defend the Lotus Pool, but he's killed off by Omar.
I think he just didn't respect the Metamorphosis enough going in. In laning stage is a Bloodseeker, but not that strong.
That was without any real twin gate rotations or anything like that. Laning phase breaks down with just a swift movement from Sumail, leaving a lane he doesn't want to be in anyway. And gaining quite a lot, but that's a nice glyph from Gaozu there to keep the creep wave alive through the swashbuckle. Catapult wave with this Nether Blast spam. And a cold snap on the Ogre with blood grenades thrown at him. GH about to get zapped down, but Omar's here. Some retribution to catch out DY, but a decrep, it buys him time. Safe on this tier 1 as they just keep pressuring Leaderboard Galaxy to return fire, retaliate in some way.
Tower is falling. He wants to roll Invoker, but he's already running to safety. No nearby either. Invoker's going to be complete.
And that's now Tower dead. Jungle, ease of movement here, basically, for the Invoker to go wherever he wants. That's like Arme. Push that way forward a little bit. It does have the jungle to fall back on. And Wisdom Runes going 1 for 1. Omar. You see the juicy target, he's thinking, oh, this DY. Pogna could be someone I can go in and kill, but Paparazzi here to try and turn back, gets into Invis, but the sentry's down, and the Invoker getting caught out with his Rolling Thunder of Sumail is about to be finished off, even with the Decrep saving him. Invoker dead, and DY still in trouble too. Enigma Galaxy bring the numbers up north, fighting around Sumail's Pango perfectly.
Yeah, getting 2 kills quickly as well, and looking like they want to do something more as well. It's having quite a bit of damage. Metamorphosis coming off soon. Seeker
bottom.
Already leaving.
Onto Miracle. Trying to get Miracle out of here, but yeah, Arme makes the rotation through that primal split of JT. And they need to give Arme this kill with a few swipes. He takes her down.
And thought GH as well. He might be in trouble even. They're slowly running after him. Have telekinesis, but he's gonna juke. Stay safe, Ogre. He has boots. I think boots chase. Now you do get him. Not gonna be worth as much time invest.
You see him on the fringe of the fog there, full HP, and you're just like, nah, never mind.
Yeah, like, what are we doing, guys? We could be pushing something to chase her in the wood line. It's not what you want to be doing.
Yeah, while you set up and try and push down bottom, that top tower falling quickly, and Miracle has also rejoined around his twin gates down south with GH, but Arme, JT, and Q turning to fight. They lose the Bloodseeker, but Miracle's dead twice in quick succession. Invoker with a nice tornado to try and hold them back, but Enigma Galaxy once again bring the numbers and take down the Invoker. 3 for 1. Enigma Galaxy just really not being respected by Gaozu. The numbers they bring are tremendous.
Yeah, good in there from Enigma, bring people in as well, making sure to ping that fight back down Bloodseeker and Invoker both huge for Enigma. Now looking for a move top. They have a roll available.
That's kind of incredible that he didn't have to use it bottom. He comes in to save Omar with his Rolling Thunder. They'll get the kill on his Magnus at least. Q waiting for his moment to strike as well, as Noob drops low, has Sunder ready. Tornado sends him skywards, down into the silence of the Blood Right. Tried to Sunder, but couldn't quite.
A nice control onto him there. They knew to cast it, but of course, Disable's coming in. A bounce from the and Cold.
Now a bit of a
Volker already burned. We're seeing the old classic like Coswex skanking involved. It might just be dead to that alone.
Yeah, it looks like it, huh? Oh, zapped for his mana. Paparazzi misses the tornado though, and GH is still alive. Paparazzi getting turned on with a swashbuckle damage out of Sumail. Scary stuff.
Yeah, bit stick there. Missing the tornado quite hard. But some patching. He gets healed up. Topped off by the Pogna. Rupture top lane. No, he doesn't.
No, he's dead.
He TP'd in. TPing in against Bloodseeker. It's the cloud mistake.
So yeah, why Spirit Vessel for Invoker? You say it's a bit of a departure away from like Dragonlance, Witchblade scaling items. What is Paparazzi just not with the cool kids, not with the times?
I mean, the reason for it is perhaps they think the Cold Stern combo actually against the Magnus and Pango. There's a lot of value chains running. But yeah, usually with this build, but with the pace of the game, it works as long as you can keep finding kills early on. This build is really great. The thing is, he's not spending a lot of time. He's just acting as this is like top scene style Invoker, right?
Yeah.
It's not the right-click farmy, I want to have Dragonland type. This is I only want to go to where the fight is. Leave Brewmaster and Bloodseeker to the farmers.
And he can run around making them work for it.
And so, I mean, we haven't talked about it too much, but he has a so this Radiance time Brewmaster is going to be very, very early.
Yeah, super farmed. And thinking about the opposing offlaner, Terrorblade, we kind of talked about him. Hang on, we'll come back to this in a second, because Paparazzi RP dragged back into GH where he's chain stunned down. The deep life drain, though, keeps him up and running, and they turn on this Terrorblade with a tornado to take him down. A deafening blast will finish him off. And Sumail, well, he's rolling and TPing back to Fountain, was ruptured up, but he'll be fine.
Wow.
Magnus might not be. Cyclone into the blood right, but he does skewer away. Is that enough space?
He's gonna be fine. He didn't get the purple spell. I don't know what the spell is called. This
drag.
Yeah, pull. Not get it off. Otherwise, he could have followed up with it. Maybe not gonna get +1 kill, but it was pretty close to a tier 2 tower, so maybe for it.
He's the grabby, draggy panda.
A lot of plays with that one. It's very, very gimmicky. You see a bit of a replay. That was a nice start. RP Invoker in. But look at the sacrificial support. DY. They've been there.
Denied himself as well. I didn't
He
even
did,
notice
yeah.
that. Not often we see that nowadays.
Yeah.
Well responded by Gaozu, right? They've kind of been fed this notion that Enigma Galaxy are going to bring numbers all the time. Gaozu bring the 5. They win the team fight. And they're pretty strong doing it, defending their objective.
Here, being contested a bit as he's trying to farm. Get the 2 super.
Right, so I wanted to ask about this Terrorblade and the item that he was building when I last checked. Because it's not the pipe, it's not the manta, it's not the normal array of items from the TB, it's an orchid.
Yeah, he's good, which I was thinking about as well when I looked at it. And I think the reason is you're again Master. If you don't go orchid, how do you kill Brewmaster in this game? You can with Ogre Magi, or sure.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have Chainstone. You don't have a way to kill him. So I think this is specifically designed to deal with her. If you just stun him with Ogre with the silence from T, you can kill him during that duration. So maybe it does mean that the T is a lot squishier, otherwise would be, though.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
So, and would be really nice against this Invoke Radiance from the Brewmaster. Have that damage mitigation now. A good thing, I guess, is that you can always reflect the Brewmaster in some Radiance or something.
What's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine. It looks like Enigma Galaxy getting ready for something as well. 2 of their supports have smokes at the ready. And really, they've just been kind of using Sumail as a platform to launch themselves off every fight. Like, Sumail has had a tremendous game so far, I want to say. He's the one that's kept Enigma... I don't know if I want to put it like that. He's not kept them in the game, but he's been the driving force of Enigma Galaxy so far.
I mean, makes sense. Driving force, Gareth. He does drive the car. The rolling thunder comes in. So, delivering. I think Sumail's rotations have been on point, and, you know, he's 3-0-2. He has the Diffusal. I'll go, and he will have Blink Tango as well. And that's probably when they want to sleep, opening up the game. As it stands out, they're falling behind a little bit in farm speed, with that Brewmaster getting so much and having a bit of a lead on the also Bloodseeker. Fantastic game.
Ogre and Roshan synchronizing their claps there, it looked like. Roshan hits the gate as he goes through. Ogre starts clapping at it.
Yeah.
Paparazzi shows up top to try and slow down this noob Terrorblade, who is always kind of shoving out waves and being annoying. Omar trying to get to his Blink Dagger. Xingqiu just gets to hold out on that mid lane for now.
And,
up at top.
Mail?
Invoker. Barely back in Fountain, while Sumail getting ruptured and killed down bottom.
He rolled... I thought he was rolling in to initiate, but it was a little bit weird. He didn't really have vision. He just popped the roll to go for a roll, but punished by the Bloodseeker, of course. And that's why we see that counter pick. I wish it would do this. Bloodseeker is really, really technical. It's so annoying to play against. He didn't blink. No.
Well, yeah, we used to have, I guess in the old drafting mechanism, or whatever you want to call it, we had that period where, like, Panga was, first picked by, Gaming Gladiators, the Quinn meme, over and over again. And Bloodseeker was very often, like, first phase or quickly banned in the second phase to kind of protect that Pango.
Yeah, and they were also seen at times, so it was like, Pango beams baiting out the block, then not going Diffu or anything like that, but just building a first item Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah.
And out really well. And that was the Universal Hero even. Lincoln's is a really good item for Universal Heroes, so a little bit see that he doesn't get that second item. Obviously, Blink great, and so is Diffu, but it ruptured. What does it matter?
GH under dire vision. Scouted by the Observer Ward, which has just expired. And killed by Paparazzi. Are we going to have to start calling him by his new name? Because he was Paparazzi, then he was Eurus, now he's Kikyo.
Kikyo? Yeah, I mean, if you want a name change, I'm down for it. You know, Paparazzi is a mouthful anyway to say. Kikyo is fast.
I mean, does this name give him invulnerability from roster swaps? Like, don't kick me, kick yo. Just kick yourself.
That's great. That's fantastic.
He can't be dropped. He's come back after a 9-month wait, and now he's invulnerable.
He was thinking that
the man's
time he was
untouchable.
plating how he can make himself a permanent stay in. And
all these other people renaming for fun and memes, you know? Big Daddy No Tail. Rebranding himself to Big Daddy. Who else have we had? We had effing Mad, you know, rebrand to Seb.
Well, you know.
Amar the F.
Amar the... Rebrand's happening.
Q going to grab himself up all the lotuses on the pool. Oh, mate. Farming Ancients as he tries. It does get protected by Jinkyu as well.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, it seems like Waga's still having a couple of issues with his mic coming out onto the broadcast. Not broadcast, what's causing it. I'm trying to sort that one out. As Enigma Galaxy go straight into the Roche pit. Now, looks like this is uncontested and swiftly dealt with as Gaozu start to move into position. JT's nearby. Roshan's about to die. There's a move with an RP skewer right onto the Bloodseeker. Rolling Thunder connects, crashing down onto Ame. Now JT is stranded in a lot of trouble. The Broodling's getting cleared out quickly. Sumail tries to chase forward. JT does barely get out of danger, but Gaozu is still being chased out and harassed by Miracle and Noob, who quickly dispatch with a DY. That pings onto JT now, looking for him. Omar's not going to get a skewer back on anyone. Paparazzi slipped out of harm's reach for now. Gaozu. Some severe losses there. Carry dead, Aegis lost. Miracle holding the 2 lives now with a Blink Dagger ready. Really can offer Enigma Galaxy a lot of aggressive potential. And Noob's Terrorblade. A pretty scary prospect right now. Nice Orchid. Just with 1 stun, can pretty much kill anyone. TA's gonna have her blink soon as well. It's gone from Gaozu being the ones who have felt kind of in control this game. Through their plays, the itemizations felt good, they hit their timings. Still left an opportunity for Enigma Galaxy to come straight back in, and we get into maybe an awkward period now where we're waiting for these Mantis and BKBs from the Dire team. They really try and fight back. Easy Tormentor. Omar gets his shard. Improvement on the shockwave. Let's see if we can get Wagamama all fixed up. About 3 minutes left on Aegis. Looks like so far Enigma Galaxy just using this time to push out all the lanes. That classic Dota rule. Push out 2 lanes, let your opponent have 1, and go and sweep through and cut them off. Kind of been given that top lane to farm with 3 heroes up there. But Enigma Galaxy start to bring their numbers to maybe match that and fight back. And there's the jump. Omar Tries to get a catch on Paparazzi. The Decrep's there, but that leaves DY exposed. Hang on a second. He's invulnerable now as well. Turn the Miracle to bring the heroes into the TA. He just used, but Arme onto the Sumail Pango, but they've got the Miracle TA all locked up and held in place. Very well responded to by Gaozu. It looked like Nigma Galaxy were getting there, but I mean, Omar with his whiffed initiation really fell short. And now a lot of open space for Gaozu. It looks like Nigma smoking up with TB Magnus Ogre. Now, they could connect on a core and kill them. Let's see if Paparazzi can sniff this one out because he's been scanned. Oh, he's in trouble. Silenced up, reflected. And in all sorts of danger here. A good pick off from Nigma Galaxy after losing one of their own. A lot of hustling to try and control that northern part of the map. I think we've got MLP joining me. All right, Mike? Oh my god, I can barely hear you. Hello? Hello? We've lost Margaret, now I've lost Mike. Oh no, hello. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, Gary. How you going, mate?
One by one. Yeah, not too bad. Just lost Wagga for a little bit. You're coming in here to fill in.
That's
where you see the feed?
Right.
You got everything in front of you?
I'm watching the feed, mate. I'm a bit late to the game, but I'll try to fit in, see what I can say about this game number 1.
Right, how do you want to do this? Do you want to both play at the same time?
Oh, look, Gary, I'll let you do the work, mate. I'll just sit back and, just comment where I can until Wagamama, fixes his issues. You'd think with all the coaching money that Wagamama receives, you'd think he'd have the issues sorted, mate. But apparently not. Apparently not.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's his problems that a shark has bitten a cable that connects him to Malaysia or whatever has happened. something wonky's gone on. I could hear him perfectly fine.
That's all right, Gary. It happens.
Anyway, it does. It does. So we just had a kind of weird series of events happen. Nigma Galaxy kind of stole the Roshan, and then lost the fight, and then got a good pick off. There's been a lot of back and forth in this game, and I guess the kill score and the net worth lead indicates that there's nothing between them. But so far, Gaozu have been the ones pressing the buttons and making the move.
Yeah, oh, here we go.
And they've got a, oh my god, I say that, and they just blow up JT. And an RP. Omar is in there on the 2 supports. Pressing buttons and making moves. Nigma Galaxy just turned it on its head. 2 in a row, and Jinkyu is attempted to blink away from this, but Miracle closes the door on him.
I mean, it feels like the Spike, right? Like into the mid game, they've got a TA, they've got a Terrorblade, they've got a Mag. Like they should be very, very strong right now. And the dire side, I mean, it feels like with a Bloodseeker carry, you're probably going to start falling a little bit behind at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely got into a bit of a waiting game for BKBs.
Certainly did. Oh, he's still farming zone.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy, even without like, holding Aegis, kind of losing a bit of momentum, just coming straight back down the mid lane.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, Tier 2 tower already gone. Looks like the map's going to open up quite nicely for Nigma. Now, if you are Nigma, I mean, this is around your timing where you want to start to play a little bit more aggressively, I'd say. Apologies, Gary, by the way, in case I keep talking over you. It does seem like there's a slight delay between our voices, considering the location issue. Look at that. They've jumped Sumail top lane, Gary.
They have Mike. Look at him. He's dying. The Sunstrike from Paparazzi secures the kill. But Ame's walked into an Ogre and then runs swiftly away. Paparazzi still trying to move forward here onto Miracle. With Jinkyu in tow, they've got a good amount of damage, but the meatball's off the mark, and Miracle's made his swift escape. While Omar is still being chased by JT. Radiance burn, that does the trick. The neutral Ogre's not able to take him down.
You have to forgive me, Gary. Does Miracle have a BKB? I can't actually see over his hero right now.
He does not. And it doesn't look like he's going for one.
Oh. Interesting.
Oh!
I mean, fair enough. I suppose it probably would help, but... Oh, see what he does
Blink,
do with that.
Deso,
I mean,
Dragonlance.
Okay.
And he's trying to
maybe
build
just
an
looking to blow
MKB.
people up, but it seems like now this dire side, they're just going to start running down through the top lane. And awkward times for Nigma. It does feel like a BKB will probably help Miracle out right now, but you know, maybe he's just taken a book out of the a page out of the SCA book.
But do you see where I am with this game, though, right? Like, one moment it's like Gaozu running forward, pressing buttons, doing good shit. Next moment, Nigma Galaxy are finding their opening. And it feels like this game so far has been lack of BKBs, and whoever has the vision to jump people, just go in and blow them up. Like, DY right now is being an absolute pest staying alive.
I can't make this up. My screen turned off for a good minute there. I couldn't see anything. Oh, here we go.
Well, you can't see Noob anymore.
Sorry to break the fourth wall.
They've both been destroyed. The chase is on from JT towards the Ogre Magi, dragging him back with the Purple Panda, and Paparazzi trying to give chase here. Omar can't really defend GH, so they'll lose their Ogre, but Miracle's come back in for round 10 of this fight to take down Paparazzi's in Vogue with a massive Meld Strike. Now JT's on the run, Jinkyu TPing home, gets to safety for now. And it's just so much back and forth. The amount of like reinitiation from these teams is insane.
It certainly is, Gary. Very entertaining style of game. I mean, I've only watched the last 5 minutes, but it has been very entertaining thus far. I mean, Miracle's certainly blowing people up at the moment. No need for that BKB indeed. And seems like he's going for even more damage now. I don't really know what to expect here from this dire team now, considering how the game state is going. Like, Nigma just... They go straight for the next Roshan. Maps opened up for them. I feel like you have no real choice. You have to contest this Roshan play. But I don't know if they can really pull it off right now against 5.
Yeah, I mean, we're in like, I don't know, round 20 of this boxing match. They're all bloody broken nosed and everything. They just want to keep fighting, it looks like. Brewmaster thinking about the primal split. Roshan's still at like half HP and have taken down Omar. Magnus has buyback. No RP yet. And Noob having to BKB and try and stand his ground here. Dishing damage into DY with a good Rolling Thunder connection. In comes the rest of Nigma Galaxy to try and rally around Sumail, but he's being cycloned up, held in place. The Pango's in trouble and he's dead. Meanwhile, Miracle has been killed by Ame's Bloodseeker. Wait, what? Ame just runs in, kills off a couple, and moves into Roshan. This has gone from can't contest to we've got Roshan for ourselves.
Gary, I promise I'm not joking when I say this. The screen literally turned off while the fight was happening, so I saw literally nothing. All I saw was Nigma. We're all dead by the time it came back on. So, Gary, I'm here to analyze for you, sir, but I've seen absolutely nothing of that last fight. I've got no idea what happened. I can't make this up, Gary.
Really old.
This isn't a joke. I promise.
You're pulling a bit on me. What's the guy's name? There's an old Sky News English football commentator who does the exact same bit. You know what I'm talking about? Are you pulling a fast one on me? You're probably.
I've literally got the executive producer fixing the issue right now, Gary. Literally right now. It's being sorted.
There's some like Sky News football commentator from, I don't know, the early 2000s where someone asked him, like, did you see the goal? Did you see the red card? And he's just like, no, I've not been watching. I've not seen a damn thing. I didn't know that was happening. That's Mike right now. Not a clue what's going on.
This is classic.
Don't worry.
This is classic.
You're not missing anything right now.
Everything goes wrong.
Oh, the tech issues.
The TV's back.
Well, Noob has BKB
We've got the screen back.
Very good. Ame's Bloodseeker has BKB and Aegis now. So I think Gaozu firmly in the driving seat once again.
TV's back off, Gary. TV's back
The little whimper from Mike.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are tuning in, this is history. You're listening to the first blind analyst providing some analysis here for Gary B. Gary, thank you for joining me for this historical moment.
Yes. You're just doing everything through audio cues. If you hear, you're just going to listen for the rupture.
I can't even hear the game, Gary. I can't make it up. I can't hear the game.
There's the Ignite, the Nether Blast, the Glyph. Oh, the Glyph on the tower. Well, Gaozu, they're pushing high ground, Mike. They've killed the tier 3. They're looking at melee barracks. Enigma Galaxy have 10 seconds to wait. Oh, the skewer back. No way. I was going to say they have to wait for Magnus to respawn. Gaozu don't because they've got a Jinkyu Rubik. Just skewer the TA into her death. Gone for 70 seconds. It might just be game over at this point.
It might be. I did catch that one. Jinkyu Rubik, of course, absolutely fantastic with the skewer back plays, and I can give some little bit of inside information. Oh, in fact, hold that thought, Gary. They've jumped in.
Yeah, they've got to catch the man to the BKB and the Primal Split all used up. Noob having to BKB, trying to get a Sunder target and run towards them, but he's bashed and killed. Arme too strong. And that was your chance with an RP skewer. The Xinkyu's going to skewer another one back into the waiting arms of Gaozu. Sumail in trouble, dead with no buyback. Enigma Galaxy just very quickly getting turned on their heads and taken down in game 1. No buybacks available. Racks are falling. And Gaozu, it feels like they've cracked it.
They certainly have here, Gary, in tier 4 towers as well. There's no way to defend, surely. I mean, they're actually trying, surprisingly enough, but that's GG. It's all over. That's my expert analysis here, Gary.
Spectacular. I mean, really on-the-button analysis. Hot topics being discussed here by Mike the Phoenix himself.
You're very welcome, Gary.
Enigma Galaxy not one to tap out too early on. The throne will fall. Game 1 to Gaozu. A very, very back-and-forth match, Mike. Wouldn't you agree with everything you saw there in game 1?
Yeah, I saw about maybe about a minute worth of gameplay here, Gary. It was a fantastic match for sure. I can't wait to see how game number 2 goes. I mean, Enigma, it felt like they kind of had a good opportunity to make that one work, Gary. I'm going to be honest. I mean, it felt like it should have worked. I don't know what happened in the last Roshan fight, in fairness, so I don't know what went wrong, but what can you do? Things happen.
Yeah, they do happen. Things do happen. I mean, I guess my take on it was Magnus had too many jobs to do. They lost track of Arme's Bloodseeker because they're trying to jump the Invoker. Gaozu with too many cores, and Enigma Galaxy with kind of just the one in Miracle's TA. Not enough to withstand against a Chinese squadron of absolute gods of Dota.
Absolutely, Gary. Before we do head off to a break or anything, I'd love to ask you: was it better solo casting or was it better casting with me, Gary?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yes, I do, Gary. Yes, I do. What's the answer?
I mean, both of them have their upsides and downsides, right? Cast was you made me smile. You brought a bit of life to a cast which could have got boring very quickly. I think the viewers themselves would prefer us with a delay to just me droning on about stuff I have no idea what I'm talking about. But
I don't know, Gary. I might have picked at the chat.
delay
I don't
hurts.
think they were too happy. It does.
No?
What can you do?
Two play-by-play casters on the mic. What can you do? Can you see the highlights, Mike?
I can see the highlights. It's minimized at the moment, so I'm going to have to squint to see them. What's going on here? I see Kikyo dying. No, he doesn't die. Look at that.
And then Sumail just like ruptured and rolling. He spent half of his game just ruptured and rolling away.
He certainly did.
So this was the first Roshan take?
Fight that I missed.
So that was the first one where they took it, and I think this is now the second one that you missed. Or the end of it. So they lose track of Arme. Where is Arme? Arme just like sweeps in, runs past everyone, and kills them all on the left-hand side. Like we're watching Sumail die, and Arme just like runs into the middle of 3.
I can't make this up, Gary. I really can't. The screen turned. I didn't see what happened in the fight. I can't make this up. Oh, Gary, I'm so sorry.
Xinkyu is a better Magnus than Omar
today
is.
For you, Gary, but I've caused more problems.
It's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. I've had to deal with harder things. I've had to change a graphics card mid best of 5 on a 2PC setup. I've dealt with some difficult stuff in my time, Mike. You've made things a joy. So much easier.
Oh, thank you, Gary. That's what I.
I've got the scoreboard.
Where's Wagamama? Where is he?
I don't know.
Where's Waga? Don't worry about the scoreboard, Gary. Where the hell's Waga?
Disappeared. He's busy setting up his camp again.
Okay. That's all right. I'm here, Gary. I'm
But
here
yeah,
all day. Don't
game
you
one for
worry. So I'll
Gaozu.
be happy to cast with you all night.
Can someone please get him off the stage? Oh my god. But it was Jinkyu. So we've had 2 games today where Jinkyu has been able to pick Rubik into Magnus. And I kind of feel like that's something you can't let happen, A, and you can't let happen against Jinkyu, B. You pick Magnus and you let him have Rubik. It's illegal.
Yeah, we've seen this
Oh, look, it's
before.
Mike.
Certainly not a very good idea. Oh, look at that. I'm on camera here. Gary, excuse me. I'll start standing up straight. Certainly, you can't do that against Xingqiu. Not very smart to hand the man a Rubik when you are picking Magnus. I do agree with the points you've made here today, Gary. Again, I have very limited access to the footage of that game, number 1, but I'm sure it's an absolutely banger of a game. And can I just say as well, Gary, you are looking rather fantastic, and your casting has been superb.
Thank you so much. I was going to say, where'd you get your shirt? I'm a big fan of those kind of Hawaiian style shirts.
It's the only shop that fits me, Gary. That's why I go get these shirts. So they're the only ones that fit. I'm not gonna lie, Gary. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm in the same boat, I think. After sharing the contact, where do you buy these shirts? It looks wonderful. But anyway, we're ready for a break, Mike. We can let you go. The despair will end here. Mike, thank you so much for jumping in at short notice, and we'll try and get Wagga back in a bit. See you all after the break with game number 2.
Please.
So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
like we're tired, but really we just about to get wild. Loving at the speed of light. Your body, I can help but admire. I'm on fire from the dopamine of all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Secret in the light, involving your energy. Ride it through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it.
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Gaozu, the winners of game one there in that 2-game series. Enigma Galaxy, a lot on their plate to try and come back with a bit of oomph in game number 2. And it seems like we've sorted out the issues with Wagamama joining us here on the broadcast. Thanks to Mike again for hopping in at short notice and saving us a little bit as Waga comes back for game 2, as we saw Jinkyu again being allowed to get Rubik against Magnus.
Yeah. Gotta have some production ghosts happening, I guess, when you have a series. But, you know, I had a blast watching that game when I only got MLP's audio, so I was listening to his perspective. And that man is 90% laugh. He's just such a happy guy, even when he doesn't have a screen and he doesn't have the same audio quality as you. He was on like a 5-second delay, but, you know, he's still just always happy.
I think just enjoying the Dota, you know, chuckling along.
Yeah. I mean, it was some pretty exciting Dota. I got to watch the game. I have no actual issues over here other than the audio being weird, apparently. But the game was pretty damn fun to watch, and we saw some high tempo coming out with this, again, Bloodseeker carry there. Joining a lot of fights, the Rupture plays, even the stolen Cures there coming out from Jinkyu. I feel like I always see that when he plays Rubik against Magnus. He always turns into the better Magnus.
Yeah. It's kind of wild. Like a ruptured TA getting skewered back into a Bloodseeker is going to be painful for Miracle and Enigma Galaxy in general there. You've definitely got to head into these games if you're planning on picking Magnus, whether it be position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, yes, it's a flexible hero, but he has counters. And Rubik is like a noticeable, I am going to screw your game up so hard, you'll wish you never picked Magnus kind of counter.
Yeah, definitely. And we see what they are going to bring to the table in the next game as well. You know, the first game worked out really well with the Bloodseeker counter from the side of Gaozu, but Nigma, what are you going to do? How are you going to adapt to this? The boys sitting, deliberating here about what they're going to do. And of course, we've been following Gaozu. You know, they even though they're a new team in terms of this 5-man constellation and seem to return here onto the pro stage from Paparazzi, they're working out really well, I think.
Yeah, they have. Like bringing the Ame flavor of like Troll Warlord, the Paparazzi Huskar came out to play. The depth of experience and the wealth of hero pools that Gaozu have make them a very scary opponent to face. I'm just thinking about, like, Nigma Galaxy's draft in game 1. The Pangos seem to do very well. Sumail had a great laning stage against Invoker, who can be a hero you struggle against. Ogre TA seemed like a solid lane for GH and Miracle. They did well. The question mark was always around that off lane, right? The flexible heroes are flexible, yes, but have the downside of, if you haven't picked them for what you wanted them for and you're having to shoehorn them into another role, yes, they can go there, but do they want to be there?
Yeah.
Did this Magnus TB want to be in that lane together? Not really. Did the Magnus want to be against the Rubik? Not really. Did the TB have to buy Orchid? It felt like they wanted to keep that tempo up, but...
Yeah, I think the fact that he went for the Orchid, like, it's, in theory, nice, but I think they really lacked the pipe in that game. Anytime you go up against the early Radiance builds and even just the overall spell damage in that game, if you don't have a pipe, you're going to struggle to put up a fight. And the entire idea of offlane TB is that you're supposed to be hard to kill. You have tons of armor, you build maybe a pipe or something else that's tanky, and you end up being this difficult to deal with, super speedy, strong hero from the offlane. But the Orchid kind of just, I think it cuts your resources a bit short.
It makes you kind of a one-dimensional killer.
Yeah.
I guess you're out there killing,
It's good offensively, but what if the enemy go on you, or what if you don't have a clean initiation for silence into metamorphosis and auto-attacking? So it became a bit tricky, but either way, that game is in the past. It is important for them to be able to, refocus, go into the next game, and still, they're going to ban out the Huskar. First phase here. Nigma do not want to get cheesed.
No, you absolutely don't. Especially when Gaozu, again, have this ultimate last pick. But,
any guess on the hero?
Am I watching a replay from game 1? No, this is happening again, huh?
We're in a time loop. We've seen a lot of this today. The Magnus into Rubik.
Yeah, I mean, we've had 4 games, and 3 of them have had this opener.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I mean, I guess it is Gaozu, and they're going to pick the Rubik if given the opportunity against the Magnus like this. They're showing that they're happy to do it, and I think that they get a better trade in that first pick scenario. They're comfortable with this.
I'm kind of curious. I want to go back and rewatch that interview we had with Jin-Q. I want to try and... I can't remember the exact words he used, right? We asked him about how easy it felt to pick Rubik against this Magnus. Is it the same as it used to be with, like, a TI against Spirit, right? Then Magnus of Jin-Q against Collapse. And he was like, yeah, still kind of the same, still kind of a counter. And his general was, I can't believe they let me get away with it, right? Like, they kind of left it in, surprisingly, was the way he kind of put it, right? So it's a surprise to him that people are allowing you to have Rubik against Magnus.
It is super powerful. It is the instant catch hero, and Magnus is just not fast enough to get away with it. We talk about how Rubik is great against heroes like Puck, because you can actually catch a Puck, but Magnus is slower. So it's so easy for Rubik to catch a hero like Magnus. But yeah, we see them just really playing their own style and their own comfort zone. And again, man, we see the Magnus Ogre coming into play again, and the Razor gonna join them this time.
That's a different one.
Yeah, a little bit of a change now, finally.
And now it feels like you've got now a nicer threat of flexibility.
Yeah.
Like, Magnus can still be carry, could put this Razor mid against the Invoker if you want to, but this Razor... Basically, now Magnus needs to be threatened by Gaozu, and Razor is already pre-threatening the carry of Ame.
Yeah, it limits the carry pool, if nothing else. It makes it hard for him to get away with certain heroes. We saw the Troll earlier, right, being used against... was it against Magnus? It was, yeah, I think against Magnus as well. It's overall, Razor is the anti-carry. So this is going to put Gaozu in a position where they have to think, like, oh, is this a Razor off lane? Is it going to be safe lane? But first, before we get to any of that, Gaozu have to bring their own cards to the table. Right now, they need frontline. I think Tusk makes a pretty good case for himself here. You have Blink save with Snowball later against the RP. You can throw the Ice Shards to keep the Razor from chasing people down. I think that stands out as the most obvious one. Other than that, you could go for Clockwork. I mean, they're like cousin heroes, right? Same thing.
Yeah, I guess my fear would be... Maybe not a fear, but my thought process would be, what's a DY hero? It's like, I don't know, Tusk, sure, but...
No, it would be tiny.
I don't know,
right?
Yeah, or I see DY on, like, Undying or something. You know?
True. Yeah, that's a hero you could play as well. I just don't really like Undying so much against the Razor, since once he gets ulti, he just stays next to Undying, and Undying, for all his HP he has, eventually just melts due to minus armor. And I would love for them to have a little bit more control with either Cogs or the Ice Shards. They could mess with Razor. These type of things are really, really important to have. They're gonna go for Snapfire.
Okay.
So not really the same way of controlling, but there it goes. The Pit of Malice is going to have the same effect.
Yeah, tons of control, loads of damage now from Snap and the Underlord. But yeah, I was kind of just looking at the hero pool of DY, and Phoenix, Shadow Demon, Bat, Pugna banned, and Ogre picked. Pretty much left him with nothing left in the pool. And he's played Snapfire, I think, once on this team.
Yeah, I mean,
Where he goes next.
He's experienced enough to be able to play something that he hasn't played too much in the team at least. But yeah, Snapfire Underlord coming out. So if it is a safe lane Razor, he's not gonna be very happy. That's a pretty tough lane for him. You can't really run down a Snap Underlord that easily due to control. But of course, Ogre Razor is strong. Once you get the Ignite going, you can lock people down.
Enigma Galaxy. Let's see what they go for next. You've got to show something. You've got this double pick. So you've got to pick into double ban here. You know what the enemy mid laner is. You know what the off laner is. So you're going to be banning carries.
I would probably say that like Willow is the hero in my eyes, because it gives them a lot of control. And again, I like the Magnus Willow combination. And you kind of need a range support. You already have the Ogre Magi, who's a bit limited, that he ideally wants to lane together with Razor no matter what. Ooh, they go ahead and pick the Morphling.
So then we're going to be seeing...
We might see the...
Offlane Razor, position 4 Magnus, right?
Yeah, yeah.
We're keeping Omar's Magnus in play?
Yeah. Definitely does seem like it.
So this now poses the question of, if we get this carry pick into double ban, we cover the Morphling, what do you pick to deal with him?
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky to find the one hero to deal with him, because usually carries are not fantastic at shutting down Morphling. The heroes that he's worried about are usually the mid heroes, and he already sees Invoker. Sure, Invoker can be a bit annoying, burn your mana or whatever, but you don't normally just get outright insta-killed. And they even ban out one of the best options. The Drow Ranger is fantastic against Morphling with the ulti at least. And also a very meta carry, but not going to be available for Gaosu.
I can't wait for the Arme Spectre Orchid Rush to come in.
You know, Spectre is pretty high tier right now as well. It could be played. I don't know how likely it is here, but we could see it.
If there's anyone that's going to pull out, like, maybe not off meta, but one of these specialty heroes, it'd be Arme.
Yeah, definitely. He's a strong believer in his own ideas. He has his own vision for carry Dota, which is really exciting sometimes. Hoodwink band as well. He's the classic Enigma Galaxy hero. So they're kind of covering their bases on Gaosu with the Pango ban and the Hoodwink. They're saying that there is flex potential. This could be a mid Magnus. They could want a support. They could want a mid hero. I don't know about Ogre and Magnus support duo though. That makes me think that mid Magnus might make more sense here, and that they just last pick a support on the side of Enigma Galaxy. Because it can be hard to orchestrate the ganks and the movements when you have double melee supports.
And one of your supports is desperately waiting for Blink to play the game.
Yeah, exactly. One is waiting for Blink, and the other guy is starting the game waiting for his learning curve.
Yeah.
Both are just a bit slow. Okay. It's a Mars, so it is double support Magnus Ogre then. Mars comes in.
And Razor mid?
Yeah, I mean, this is... I'm thinking maybe it's a Sumail Mars? I don't know. Like, there are so many ways they can run this, but I think I like the idea of Mars as a tempo hero more than I like the idea of Razor. And laning against Invoker, like, Mars can do fine against it. I wouldn't really want to be Razor. You just get like right click from far away.
Choose your hero.
Ame.
Ame Terrorblade picked into Morphling and Razor.
Yeah, he's gonna get double reflection on him. We'll get some extra control. Or reflection and bully from the Razor. The TB also against Mars. I don't know, man. This is a wild draft. I don't even know where to start with this one.
Because, I don't know, in my head, usually you pick Razor and Morph to deal with the TB.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I guess this isn't an off-lane Razor, it's a mid-Razor. But then Morphling has always been like stealing Metamorphosis and stuff.
I did not see this being a TB game. Because you point out that, but same can be said about Mars. Mars is usually used to counter out Terrorblade because you block all the ranged projectiles flying around. You just put down the arena. And it's super easy for your team support to stay alive because you just hug the wall of the arena and the TB attacks won't land on you. Or just go on the other side. And I don't know, this Terrorblade pick is crazy to me. I don't know if there was no other better carry, but it does give Miracle just an easy time turning into a really strong hero in the TB morph.
Yeah, I guess maybe the thought process is here, Underlord is global, Invoker is going to be able to join fights in like Alacrity TB. We've got Rubik Snap as range supports to offer protection. We needed a hero who can just get gone on, stand his ground, and turn around with like Sunder into Metamorphosis, into like maybe early BKB from Ame.
I mean, part that. The way I see it, this TB pick, the only justification I can see is that they're saying, okay, you know what? We want to be able to group up and push and do stuff as 5. And what other carry hero are you going to pick with DK banned out? Yeah. What other carry hero fits the bill for taking those tier 2 towers, for going together, for grouping and pushing? A lot of them are just a little bit awkward.
It's like, yeah, I guess that's the end goal of what my thought process was, right? Like, TB gets gone on, the turnaround is there through Underlord Global, and then after the team fight has been swung or held, then the TB still has Metamorphosis going and you go Roshan or you go Tower.
Yeah. Yeah, this does give them the ability to take objectives, which can be big. So, a word placed by Sumail. He was still under smoke when he placed it. Not gonna get dewarded. Chinkyu with a Quelling Blade, by the way, on his Rubik. Ready to cut some trees early on. Wants to have vision in the lane.
Just to see the Ogre and where he's coming from?
Yeah, I think he doesn't want to be snuck up on in lane. So by cutting down the trees, the Ogre can't really close the distance. And he can abuse the fact that he's a ranged hero.
Well, Ame chasing Omar away.
He's just running in here.
Back in, but he's skewered under 3.
Ame?
And Ame is just going to be dying here, looks like. Body blocked up. Static Link drains all the damage for Sumail to find first blood.
I mean, that was just shameless behavior, going up and taking the Watcher under his nose. He kind of asked for that.
Against the Magnus.
Yeah. I don't know. Ame not respecting the Magnus at all.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
I mean, he had the read that they were fighting for bottom rune, so I guess he thought that there weren't that many heroes up top, but 3 heroes was enough. And that also means, yeah, 2 for 2 on the runes at least, so even trade there.
And a good solid start for Omar up in that top lane now alongside Noob. It's double melee again, and you're playing into Snapfire plus TB with Metamorphosis later on. But Enigma Galaxy, level 2, level 3 is very strong from this off lane. Spear back and skewer back, the displacement tools they've got is pretty scary.
Yeah. Also, Omar is pulling the creep wave, and if you start running in trying to contest the pulled creep waves, that's when these displacement tools become dangerous, right? You're close to a tower, you could get pulled in. He's getting zoned a bit by Terrorblade, also pulling the creep wave, so he has to go all the way around. This does mean that he's going to miss the connection between the tier 1 and tier 2 tower. Going to park in front of the tower instead.
Yeah, right near the large camp that's been pulled into. Big old wave appearing here. And Noob taking some hefty hits from the Hellbear and DY's Snapfire already. Doesn't have to dip back. Yeah, this means Ame gets the kill off the tomato and the melee creep, it looks like.
Yeah, it's going to be they actually come in and steal. The tomato goes the way of Mars.
Thievery. And a spear back and a skewer back. Might put Omar in a bit of danger here. Some hits from the Metamorphosis do land. And they're both pretty low right now.
Yep.
But the wave is in such a weird place.
Yeah, the creep wave is still very, very favored for Radiant, and they forced out the Metamorphosis without anyone dying. So this is a good start for the off lane for Radiant. Looking more towards the mid lane, we have Invoker at 9 and 0. No denies to his name yet, but the 12 and 1 Razor winning out this lane a little bit.
Yeah, good pressure from Sumail there until the tower aggro decided to go onto him and not the melee creep. Took 4 or 5 tower shots on his way back. And the third lane that we've not really looked at too much. A lot of action top. Nice fought battle in the mid lane. But down south, Morphling 9 and 0. And Lord 10 and 4. So JT having slightly better time here. And a wide open battlefield, as you mentioned, with Jin-Q just cutting all the trees.
Yeah, there are no trees in sight, so GH has a hard time getting close. He does get the Ignite onto the Rubik, though.
Yeah, some good damage. Jin-Q tries to lift back Miracle's Morphling, but the damage was done.
Yeah, and while this lane has started out well for the Unlord CS-wise, I think it will become harder and harder against the Morphling once he gets towards that lifesteal as well. If he gets the Morbid Mask, he's going to start bullying this lane.
Yeah, we had a lot of these lanes over the past couple of years. Like Magnus off lane, Underlord off lane, into a Morphling. Morphling gets to like level 4 or 5 and just spams this adaptive strike on you, hits you over and over again. Can't be harassed, lifesteal's back up.
Yeah.
He's an efficient laning machine.
Yeah, it used to be the high levels of adaptive, and nowadays it's just skilling stats early. Because you get extra stats on Morphling whenever you skill them. You get double stats. Mid lane, some fun stuff happening here with the dive from Sumail. He has the Invoker following him. He knows he's following him.
Well done by Paparazzi to get that last hit. Under his tower against the Razor. Right under his nose.
This is a very good start by Sumail, though. He's outplaying the Invoker quite a bit. The matchup is not necessarily heavily Razor favored, but Sumail is getting the better end of the deal here.
Yeah, having a great old time. Controlling these runes very quickly as well, as both him, Omar, and GH come around to the water runes at minute 4. Paparazzi knows something's up. His Dire Observer Ward further to the north, I believe, has seen the Magnus.
Oh, yeah.
Not going to stop GH from arriving and diving here. And Ghost Walk buys some brief respite from the dangers.
Yeah, the sentry did actually see the Observer Ward before it died, so he pinged out like, oh, they saw me here. But that ward is also disappearing in 45 seconds, so I'm not sure they have time to deward it. Magnus does have a sentry coming out. He might get it in time.
He's trying to get on top of Paparazzi with a shockwave skewer across towards GH. Tornado holds them away for now, but Sumail's arrival and the damage coming quickly. Is Paparazzi, well, hang on a second, the turn and the heal. He's been kept alive under tower. Sumail and GH now turned on as Omar has died. He wants a plasma field here, Sumail, but can't find the opening onto Paparazzi. Maybe now he'll clip him on the edge, but misses, and Sumail's going to get run down. The Razor, the one who's won out this lane, forced away. No kills for Enigma Galaxy. And good reaction again from Gaozu.
So in the end, nobody really dying. They just get back as well. Well, I guess Magnus had to respawn, but out of the deep dive here, the Invoker lives, the Razor lives as well. Some crazy save with the Snapfire attack speed slow. And look at him still camping Paparazzi here. Another dive.
They really want to go for this Invoker. But Paparazzi, like, you know, spell lifesteals back up off of the EMP, the Cold Snap. Sumail couldn't quite close the gap.
This
betraylating, minute 5.
I mean, if you're a mid player and you have this happening to you, just like, what is going on? Why do they have 3 heroes mid for 2 minutes straight? But this Invoker...
What's their problem?
Yeah, Invoker's not even too bothered by it, though. He knows that, meanwhile, this is pretty good for his team. And, you know, gives space for his team to make a little bit of stacks and play towards scaling.
It does shut down some of Paparazzi's progress, which he showed in game 1 with this Invoker. He can play pretty quickly off that Spirit Vessel build. He's going to get run at again. Ignite Plasma Field offering a lot of slow. Static Link and a skewer across should put an end to Paparazzi for now. DY and Jin-Q left to try and deal with the onslaught, but a Plasma Field and a follow through from Enigma Galaxy to finish off the Snapfire, and the tower push can continue.
Rubik looking for Fade Bolts to try and push off the creep wave, but the tower does look like it's gonna fall. the repeated pressure towards mid lane is going to yield them a tower, so ultimately well worth it.
Yeah, meanwhile, Noob not really struggling top, constantly under his own tower, farming away quite nicely. And then Morphling, like you said, kind of a free time down bottom.
Morphling, the side lane's feeling very happy on the side of Nigma overall. Same can be said for JT though. He's getting quite a bit of farm on the Underlord.
But who wins this? Who wins this fight? GH against Xinkyu.
Oh boy.
Oh my god. The Ogre Magi. He's overstepped, overplayed his hand, and Xinkyu's the one to get the kill.
Yeah, he thought he could maybe run him down, but nope. The Windlace boots Rubik kites for a bit, auto attacks a lot.
I think if JT hadn't used the Fiend's Gate there, Ogre chases and gets the kill.
Yeah, probably. But the little Archer came through as well. The Fiend's Gate Archer, the Necrobook.
The Necronomicon unit.
Still alive.
All the new players like the what unit?
That's what we'll do on the newcomer stream that we're gonna have later. Yeah, the Necrobook.
Yeah. You could level it up to 3. And I'll never forget the days where we had Tusk, position 4 Tusk, rushing Necrobook.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, there was a day where you played it on every support, some Undyings or whatever doing it.
Damn, what was his name? He was a Danish player, but he always used to play with like Eastern European teams. Skinny guy. My brain's saying Vanskor, but it's not Vanskor. He was like similar to Vanskor.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, but I'm blanking on the name. I remember. Top lane though?
Well, we've got an arena top. DY, skewered and speared up against the side of that arena. And Sumail's going to arrive here to make short work of him. Arme, though, has arrived with Metamorphosis to push the Razor back. And JT's Pit of Malice with the Firestorm catching up to Sumail and the Ogre Magi.
Wow, good punish there. Quick reaction coming in. Gonna keep their tower
Beaver.
happy and healthy. Yeah, Beaver, that was the player.
That was him.
Trying to remember. I just couldn't find
My
the
brain
name.
was saying Skitter. My brain was just like Skitter,
Similar?
Skitter, Skitter, Skitter. I got there eventually.
Yeah, I actually was thinking Skitter as well, so funny. The names are too similar.
Well, it's because everyone had this argument, like we even asked him back in the day, like, do we say Beaver or Biver? And he said he didn't
Yeah,
care.
yeah.
And the same with Skitter and Skeeter. No, he doesn't care.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of pro players like that. They're like, yeah, just call me whatever you want, you know, and just as long as it's easy for you, it's fine.
Yeah, he was famous for his Tusk Necrobook. Anyway, that's a bit of a tangent.
Bit of a tangent, yeah. I think my favorite
Gone
pro
wide.
player who doesn't care about what you call him is Malrine. You know, it's supposed to be Malrone.
Malrone, yeah.
But, you know, it's not, because he's now Malrine to everyone. Miracle being pressured bottom, but he does have power threats and Vladimir's. Getting this Morphling booted out of bot lane is not easy to do because they don't have good silences or any way to really burst him. So instead they're gonna look for a play somewhere else. Chasing down the Mars instead.
Good tornado. Paparazzi with the help of the kisses. Find Noob here with ease. Arme sunders off an illusion there because GH and Noob actually returned fire pretty heavily.
Yeah, quick heal up, so nothing really lost, but that was dangerous for him. GH gets caught in the Cold Snap Urn combo.
Yeah, good closing move by Xinkyu. Try and cut him off, but it looks like GH is tanky enough to just walk away from it.
I think this is a bit worrisome for Grausu, though, the way the game is going. The fact that they can't crack open bottom tower. And top tower, you know, yeah, you've kept it alive for now, but eventually it feels like they're gonna make a play around this arena top. We even see Omar sneaking behind with the gates, looking to activate around the Mars.
It's like a game where Omar has been allowed to flourish a bit more as well with those moves into mid. So he's like 1,000 gold away from a Blink Dagger. They're going to have the arena ready with the Morphling able to go through Twin Gate if need be.
Yeah, I think
and
that's...
Gaozu kind of waiting for kisses to come back up because that's the majority of their firepower right now is Snapfire ulti.
Yeah, they don't have the best spells to take fights if Snap doesn't have ulti available. Like, Rubik will be happy with whatever he steals, but it's not really the same. Invoker is trying to make a move top, but sort of difficult with all of Nigma just staying close together. And meanwhile, Sumail just farming. Every minute that goes by, he gets closer to a BKB.
Gaozu playing into the Mars. In comes the Fiend's Gate. They've captured Noob and killed him off. Again, good move by Paparazzi to start it off with a tornado. Enigma Galaxy kind of taking their foot off the pedal a bit. Getting greedy, trying to stack camps and fall back. And Gaozu just exploiting the moment.
Yeah, it's a bit of a difference from the mids, right? The Racer wants to farm BKB, whereas the Invoker wants to just run around and fight. We've seen how he wants to play this. Earn Vessel build coming in. Almost has the entire Vessel, just 400 gold off. Once he has that, they have a little bit of a timing where they can make a power play on the Morphling as well, before he gets Manta style. The moment Manta is up, then Spear Vessel kind of countered again. They're going for Morph. Gating behind.
Underlord has Rod of Atos. Don't know if that's coming on Courier or if he has it now, but that is a massive tool.
Mars
to catch
stepping under a sentry.
See him? They've caught him in the pit of malice and rooted up forever. Noob does throw the arena in, trying to allow Miracle and Omar to get a good RP down on the Invoker. Enigma Galaxy actually able to turn that one, as it felt like the arena kind of just opened things up for the kisses, but DY missed them all.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an awkward situation. They didn't have quite enough damage to bring him down fully. In top lane, Sumail taking a big chunk of damage.
So Field return back onto them. Oh, he needs Sumail. Turning back with Miracle though, and Jinkyu's the one to die.
Wow. And he used his Sunder as well and didn't get very high HP. Oh no.
He's dead. Skewered back in towards Miracle. Sumail gets the kill. Arme gone.
Omar at
and
the
yeah,
right
you're
place.
right, Gaozu.
Right place, right time there, coming in from behind, and now opening up the top lane, Miracle activating. And the timing, this is also what I was worried about with the Spirit Vessel. The timing for a Spirit Vessel to shut down Morphling is very rapidly closing. Only 1,000 gold to go for the Manta style. And there we see the recap, of course. The gate play. He used his Sunder as well and didn't get very high HP. Oh no.
He's dead.
Yeah,
Skewered back in towards Miracle. Sumail to them. Oh, Blink Dagger and stuff as well going up for this Mars. So Enigma Galaxy are going to have much better options at entering or even just resetting a team fight at this point.
Yeah, they're basically getting their tools assembled. They have BKB on the Racer to stay safe. They have the Blink not too far away on the Magnus. And of course, as you mentioned, the Blink on Mars is going to be what they can already play around. As for the side of Guozu, have to use the Underlord lock now.
Oh, they kill GH. Miracle stepped forward here. They're so scared of him, though.
Yeah, they know a lot of people are off map, and they are right to be worried. They're smoking towards top. Mars ready to jump. Can he get?
And there is that two-man catch in the arena. Good spear, and the focus back onto DY here with an RP to boot. We'll take the 2 kills up in the top lane. I'll try what? And swarm into a tier 2 push? Well, Arme and Jinkyu doing a bit of a shove down bottom. Sumail wants to put a stop to that. Arme immediately turns and returns fire. BKB sped by Sumail. Lift up and kill on Omar, but Arme is burst down by Noob. And now slow to a crawl, pummeled by Miracle. Morphling picks up a dominating streak, and Paparazzi just running away.
Wow, they're getting so much out of the timing of their items here. Noob's Blink Dagger is paying off. First catching Hero's top, and now catching the Terrorblade as well. And quickly trying to get a tier 1 tower out of this.
Kill Noob. Scatterblast missing. And a kiss is landing. Paparazzi the final bits of damage out of the Spirit Vessel. They got him. DY claiming it. While GT, he's come back into this hot. Finding a catch on the Ogre Magi and reclaiming a bit of territory down here. So Gaozu showing that they can punch back, but if Enigma Galaxy are the ones stepping forward, they can't really meet them head on.
Yeah, no, they can't. And those were some good kills, but it's not the most impactful kills. It's not the ones you want. You want the Racer, you want the Morphling. Morphling's yet to die in this game, and killing Mars when he doesn't have his ulti ready, it doesn't do that much anyway. And he's still having a very good game. I think he bought the Ogre Club right before he died as well on Mars, so he's not even losing that much farm speed. And overall, we can see
Paparazzi right now kind of
Enigma are just owning more and more of the map.
Yeah, it's weird seeing Paparazzi just, I don't know, sit behind the Magnus. You know, he's kind of relegated to this holding role. While Miracle, pretending to be an illusion, just stays there and hits the tower a bunch more, knowing there's not much to stop it.
That's so much tower damage done already. Getting the tower really low. One more play like that and he will kill the tier 2. And this is the danger of the Thompson style Invoker. The run around, look for kills with the Spirit Vessel or early fighting commitment item, is that you might fall behind. Right now, look at the course. He's 2,000 gold behind the Mars, who's the least farmed out of all the other cores. So if your rotations don't work out, you just have nothing.
He's invested into a meme stock.
Yeah, he's all in on the cryptocurrencies.
He's all in on GameStop. Saw all his friends doing it. It's like, this can work.
Time enhancement, brother.
I mean, he needs something big to happen. He needs the market to shape up right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, is Paparazzi going Midas next? He changed his mind. He had it queued for a bit.
Yeah, I wonder. He changed his mind to the Shard, so looking for a fighting option. He put back the Midas again. We're really considering it. I think he has to go Midas.
I feel like he's got to go Midas.
He has to. There's no way you can commit Shard, because then you're doubling down. If you don't have good fights, you are absolutely out of the game. You need a way to get back and become a core. Because right now it's that bad. You barely even feel like a core hero. And Morphling is enormous. Razor is pretty huge. He has Yasha, BKB, and they're wrapping around. Look at them using the vision they have. They saw the Underlord. Gonna pull him out of tower with the skewer, perhaps.
Just RP shockwave skewer towards Morphling. Chain stun him with the Ogre. JT throws a few spells before his inevitable death. Now, yeah, a mad scramble for Gaozu to try and push down bottom, shove in mid, get whatever they can. Because they've lost that tier 2 top. It all belongs to Enigma Galaxy. And then once they take an objective, they come down to kind of consolidate the land they control at the same time. Noob, though, is under vision. Scouted by Jinkyu and DY launching their kisses at him. Noob still being chased by Paparazzi as well, but he'll Arena and Spear try and catch the Invoker here. Drained of damage, but the static link of Sumail into the Ghost Walk, but there's dust. The carry, he's carried reveal. He finds the Invoker kill, and Sumail's going to try and turn onto Arme now. BKB'd up, and with the help of Miracle, turning into TB form and catching out Arme. A lot of damage coming his way, but he's got protection. Back up from Jinkyu and DY. In comes JT with a 2-man pit of
Magnus,
Miracle trapped inside, but they want to try and grab the Razor as the skewer back. It's going to kill off Arme. Well done by Omar to give his life to kill the big core. Now JT's trying to run away, but he can't get through the gate. Stunned up with a adaptive strike. Miracle looking to finish him off, but he does in the last second get through the portal to hell all the way into his own fountain.
Keeps himself safe, get back to base, but you lose again. Your pos 1, pos 2, both dying, and that was just good vision. You know, sometimes tunnel vision, we talk about it being a bad thing. This was a good case of tunnel vision by Omar on the Magnus, just staring at that kill. He was like, how can I get it? With a blink Magnus, just waiting for his skewer cooldown. Finally, he got it. Pulls the Terrorblade into his demon, kill him. And now things are just looking very rough for Guaosu as the BKB is up on Morphling as well. They're starting to patch up these, you know, the holes, the weaknesses. Can I just say I was happy that Mars died, by the way? He didn't use his Seeds of Serenity. He had it for like 20 seconds.
I was going to say how slow it is watching Gaozu kill someone. It takes them, you know, like 30 seconds to kill a target, whereas Enigma Galaxy can just come in and slam someone in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, which is weird because normally you think of Razor as kind of a slow killer. You know, you want to static link for a while and build up that damage, but yeah, they have tons of damage very rapidly, especially from Miracle on this Morphling. He's been a key part in these fights. Look at the Shard at least. Rubik, yeah, just more full agi right now. Don't go back to strength at all. Just print full agi and stay there.
Is that what he's got? Well, JT's going to be the first point of contact. Immediate kill. Just look how quickly they can kill, like, the tanky offlaner in JT is dead in 3 seconds.
Yeah, the damage is definitely there for them. The cores are really, really big and strong. The damage reduction, or armor reduction as well, coming in from the Orb of Destruction. And tower is just going to go down very quickly to a Morphling. No signs of defense coming up for Guaozu as the Underlord is too important.
One RP. Omar's found a grab onto Paparazzi, and here comes Sumail. Plenty of damage. Finish off the Invoker. DY was his backup plan, but that's not going to work out. So Enigma Galaxy, they sweep through bottom, get objectives, they carve across the Ancients, get a pick off mid, Just every single thing seems to be going their way.
Just bleeding way too much here. Guaosu can't really stop losing more and more control on the map. This is the final tier 2 tower, already down 21 minutes into the game, and in complete and firm control of the map. The only sort of, you know, silver lining is that they took their own Tormentor before losing every single tower. Things are looking very tough right now for them. And of course, Roche gonna be bottom for another 3 minutes, but I don't think he's gonna be alive for another 3 minutes as they're already moving towards it. Impossible to contest, I think, but they're gonna smoke. They want to do something about it. Are they in time to do this?
I don't know, man.
I guess they could set this up, but question is probably more if they can take a team fight. Still no BKB on the Terrorblade. Invoker has that Midas, but that's it.
It's like one of those questions, you know, what do we do later on? This Morphling is 5-0-5. Miracle hasn't been touched this game at all.
The thing is, you're against...
And Enigma Galaxy under their vision.
You're against triple BKB timing now. If you're Guaosu, you're playing into 3 BKBs on the side of Enigma. They're gonna try and steal the Roche. That's the only play they see.
They're scanned.
Yeah, that's not gonna fly. They're gonna have to back out.
Their vision's going to get cleared out as well in a second. You know, Observer Ward dead. New vision placed in lane, watching Miracle, but they don't see Noob or Omar, the big players in this teamfight game.
I mean, even if you see them, how do you kill anything? It basically has to be telekinesis into Snapfire Cookie with enough damage to kill them during that as a chain stun. That's a lot of ifs, man. That's like a perfect chain stun of that is 3 seconds. And I don't know how you...
How and if, but... And the first question is who?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really matter who you go on if you don't really have enough damage, I think.
You are dead. Yeah, I'm just saying that if you go on the Ogre, you know, you kill an Ogre for what? You get RP'd and arena'd. If you go on the Morphling, same story. It's like you have to find Omar or Noob or both. So you need some hero that just runs in and scouts.
Yeah.
But Invoker doesn't do that.
You need the big team fight spells removed. You gotta go on the Magnus ideally if you get a perfect fight, but yeah, now with the Aegis on the Morphling, he can just sit behind the Morph and play around him. And Morph almost has the Butterfly coming up soon as well. Not too far off. 18,000 net worth at 24 minutes. Miracle just a beast here.
Oh, his courier dies though.
Oh, well, that will happen sometimes. That will set back his Butterfly 2 minutes.
I'm just going to tab into chat and see how many Miracle bat chests we've got going on. Mention his name. They will spam.
Bat chest.
JT thinking about shoving waves top. Quickly retreat to his side of the map.
I mean, look at the positioning from Guaosu right now. You have Underlord farming the safest area of the map. You have Invoker farming right next to him. And then you have TB farming right next to him. They're all just hiding. You have zero agency over where you want to play on the map here. Enigma just hunting. Safe to say they own about 85% of the map, which is crazy at 25 minutes.
Yeah, Gaozu just bunkering down in their base. We've not really seen the same flair from the Rubik against the Magnus this time. Omar has been very patient this game. It's cat and mouse, right? You're waiting to see one, waiting to see the other, waiting for a spell to be cast. And Jinkyu has just been on the losing end of all these engagements because, again, you know, they don't have this big team fight spell. They don't have a hero to break vision.
The bloodlusted Morph is knocking, and the tower is gone.
Knocking down the buildings. He's not knocking on a door. He's just crushing it.
Like a machine gun meets a battering ram. Combine those two.
Arme does pick up a kill on Omar on the far left-hand side of the map. Spear was coming, but not fast enough.
That's a good kill to find, at least. They get something. And the Morpheus was committed, so perhaps they want to play on his timing.
Aegis down. JT stepping up. Hit of Malice and Firestorm overhead. Miracle BKBs and walks back. Waveform ready in a couple of seconds. Enigma Galaxy having to retreat there. Giving up a very strong position because they kind of filtered back and tried to deal with a bit of a noise that Gaozu were making across the map.
Yeah, some key play by Terrorblade, split pushing there and finding that kill together with the, I believe the Sunstrike was used as well for it. They managed to get out on the map, and immediately they're gonna try and go for a smoke. Guazu, they wanna expand even more. Get something. There is a BKB cooldown on Morph, so if you could snipe into him, he is a potential kill. But there are so many heroes nearby.
Too many heroes nearby, no vision. Tier 1 mid is still standing.
They're keeping Underlord close to the TB right now, so that they're ready to use the Fiend's Gate to come in if they connect with the smoke.
They get an initiation onto Sumail, forcing the BKB. Paparazzi TPing out. Sumail going to try a TP, but he's been caught. Trying to fight back, but well done by Paparazzi to try and set that up and kind of bait Sumail into a weird spot.
Yeah, just slightly late on the BKB TP out there. He didn't really go for it early enough, and the tornado clipped him before he the TP finished.
He's probably thinking like, oh, Paparazzi's shown here. Maybe I can turn and hit him a few times. Like, in an ideal world for Sumail, he would just immediately BKB TP, right?
Yeah, I think so. But he, thought he could go for a little bit more. Just want to see if he can find a kill. He did force out the TP out, but loses his life in the end. Now, Nigma are the ones with the smoke going towards bottom. They know the Wisdom timing, but a little bit too late for the Wisdom rune.
And Miracle still is the big carry in this game.
Yeah, he's
going to farm through a few more camps.
He's looking pretty enormous. DY is just going to run away as the Magnus is chasing him. And support's pinging out the Tormentor. Actually, it was Course. It was pinged out by Sumail. I think he's saying he can solo take it with the Racer. Maybe just asking for a little bit of help from his Ogre.
No problem.
You can do it. Actually, I'm taking it without the Eye Over Storm, so they keep that for a next team fight instead.
And Shard for Noob is a good one.
Oh yeah. Yes, Hex as well, by the way. 28-minute Hex.
DY is just out here trying to get a bit of warding down or stealing Lotuses. Walks into the guy.
Yeah, the guy you don't want to see. The last guy. The Crystallis Butterfly Morphling.
He's the dude.
He sure is. I mean, he could morph into any dude, I guess. He's Mr. Morph.
And now he just runs down top. The rest of his team setting up into the Dire Ancients. There's no tier 2s or anything to get here, so this is prepping.
Yeah.
For a team fight on a high ground, to maybe think about next Roshan, think about high ground push onto tier 3 again.
Could be a little bit of a chance for Guaosu. The D ward wasn't really there for Nigma. See how they put their sentry? They don't see the high ground vision from Guaosu. Question is, can they fight even though they see them? They're still
swift.
Far behind in items.
Range back down. So Arme left his illusions out on the map. Hero returns to base.
We talked about the Invoker Midas. It's been a long time. It's been cooking, but still don't have an extra item yet. Hex is on the horizon.
And meanwhile, the Mars already has a Hex.
Snapfire ulti is going to be pretty much wasted, as well as GH just casually 4-staffs and walks it off. Yeah, big item update. So many items coming in. There's Alt Cuirass on the Racer as well. Just looking tanky as hell.
One minute till Roche fast spawn. That's going to be ticking over in the heads of Gaozu right now. How do we get to next Roche? How do we defend our base and keep Nigma Galaxy at bay for the next couple of minutes?
Because Nigma have no intention of going high ground without it. You put Aegis on the Morphling and then you go high ground. Only then will they actually make that play. And Morphling now has a full Daedalus. Never mind Kanda, Kanda, that's old news. It got nerfed a little bit. He says, I want the big damage numbers. And 600 damage per hit before critting. I think this Morphling got it.
Really does. A little bit. 1350.
Gonna steal the Tormentor as well. His teammate to back out. He can solo this.
Down he goes. GH now with his shard. Could prove useful.
Ogre Shard is one of my favorite things in Dota. Not because of its current state, but because it used to just not work at all. It used to just be bugged to not lob any fireballs at all, and it was still purchased first item on Ogre all the time. Every single pro Ogre would rush it, and it just didn't work.
She didn't do anything.
It blocked the damage, but the fireballs that's supposed to throw didn't work at all. And no ogre player even recognized that that was the case. Nobody ever talked about it. And we even had an interview, and someone was like, "Did you know that it didn't work?" And he's like, "What? What do you mean it didn't work?"
Because we had that long period. It was like Ogre Medusa, right? Where you would put the fire shield on Medusa, and she was just untouchable.
Yeah, protection. Oh, big moment here. Scan being used to smoke out and around.
Long Roche spawn though.
Yeah.
Omar is in a good position here.
Omar sees them all.
Smoke. Is he going to see DY? Gets tagged by the scatter blast. High ground ward plays. Miracle waveforms in. Aggressive movement from him. DY stays alive. The arena offers protection for Miracle, but the damage is coming. Forces his BKB while they kill off JT. In the arena, in the pit, they don't care. Now looking at Ame as a potential target, but the buyback and the gate comes in. JT's trying to catch up, and the tornado does clip the Morphling here. Sumail's BKB spent. Nigma Galaxy in full retreat mode. A buyback from JT seems just enough to keep them in the running for this. Pit of Malice thrown back in here.
They're so fast.
Trying to keep them at bay. Is that a miracle one that he holds them out with?
The Bloodlust, they're too quick. You can't keep chasing, along with the Pit of Malice as well. That was a completely whiffed RP from Omar, by the way. He looked for a catch on the Terrorblade, but he only got the illusions. Ooh. So that's why they reset. But good play, good shout to Nigma here. They immediately realized that, okay, this fight doesn't favor us, let's get out. And look at Miracle back towards mid, forcing people home, not allowing them to set up on Roshan. Good heads up.
And still holding position in the triangle.
Yeah. They also could deward this ward on the cliff. They haven't seen it. They have sentry vision there, but they don't have actual vision on the ward. We can see a little recap here. We'll see. Look at Magnus. He goes on the illusion, sadly, during this.
Well done to just clear through JT. And then the swift buyback and turn. Like you say, well understood by Nigma Galaxy.
Back into live. We're going for another smoke.
Run.
Another move by Guausu.
1 minute until nighttime comes in. Roshan is about to spawn. Miracle's going to get scouted by TB Illusion and the Forged Spirit.
I think Miracle is impossible to initiate into, though. Like, how do you start on him? You have Hex, sure, but there's the big teamfight spells that are going to save him. You have to go on the backline somehow.
I guess there's no RP for a bit?
Yeah. I mean...
So maybe if you can find Noob?
A few seconds, but it's off cooldown now. 3 seconds, and the RP is back.
Oh, you're right. Well, Sunstrike will give a bit of vision into the pit. So they see 2 there, and this backstab could be good to start onto GH. Mortimer's Kiss is launched in.
Okay, they're forcing them into the corner. Could be a hard spot for Enigma to fight.
And the Necronomicon units, they're coming out to fight. Hexing up the Morphling. Razor runs straight back in to keep Paparazzi's Invoker back. Can they catch up to him? The answer is no. Omar now has to deal with Metamorph's TB. Arena's there to catch out JT. They turn to Arme, trying to deal with him. Terrorblade's strong and tall, shiny and golden. He's got Sunder ready as well, but needs a target who's not BKB'd yet. Can he get it in onto Noob? Turns with a Sunder play. He's still hexed up, though, a cookie away. They'll turn onto the Morphling now as Gaozu. They've killed one and they've got everyone alive. A Miracle's in trouble. Stolen waveform into Sunstrike. The damage of Gaozu isn't enough to kill him. They've lost Paparazzi as Sumail and Omar coming to clear him out, and Miracle takes down Jinkyu. Arme gave up on the chase. He didn't want to keep going, and Gaozu lose 2 heroes because of it.
Somehow, in the end, Nigma actually come out ahead. They get 2 kills, they hold the position, and I can't believe that fight actually, in the end, worked out for them. It was so impressive how Guausu positioned themselves, and the patience from Ame on that Sunder.
I don't think he had a choice. There's 2 BKB guys running at him.
Yeah. He could have gone for Sunder on an allied unit nearby or on a teammate even. He had illusions as well, but...
Jinkyu there, yeah.
But he wanted an aggressive one, so there was a level of patience still happening. Roche.
The Hex on the Morphling, the Sunder's his turn. Yeah, very
Roche
nice
falling back in live. He's being contested though. They snatched it! They stole it!
JT's got it! He grabs the Aegis. He's going to die for it here. So he's Ghost Sceptered up, trying to stay alive, but Omar's going to skewer him off the left-hand side. DY is dead.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
JT.
He's definitely dead twice. There's no way out of this one. His friends already, started saying, oh, he was such a good slug. He was one of the best. The finest of us. But dead for 80 seconds now. It was a good steal on that Aegis, but they know he doesn't have buyback, so this is just go time for them. Even without Aegis, I think you just go high ground with Morphling, and what can they do?
Yeah, and Ame's courier got killed as well.
Oh.
Which had a demon edge on it, I believe.
Oh, I see. Well, he still was a little bit short from the entire MKB, I guess, if that's any consolation somehow. Probably wouldn't have the MKB anyway.
It's an indication for Enigma Galaxy to be like, hey, we've taken a hero with no buyback, a courier with a pretty big item on it.
Yeah, definitely. You're right. They know that it's time to go in. They are straight up on that high ground, both Sumail and Miracle. They have the banner down. Creep Wave is not gonna die to the Mortimer Kisses. Gets pulled though.
Just get dragged away from the banner. The barracks crumble quickly though.
Top lane gone. Already lost your range racks bottom. Mid lane now looking like a snack for this side of Nigma.
20 seconds for JT to respawn.
They do need him. I don't think they can fight without the Unlord.
8-0-8. Really beautiful performance out of Miracle on this Morphling. And dodges away from everything they throw at him. Everyone's got BKBs ready. And they'll start with a bit of poking onto Miracle here.
He can poke, but racks are already gone.
JT in with a Pit of Malice and a meatball. Miracle does get off the BKB thanks to a bit of displacement there out of a 4-staff. And does waveform away from JT as well. Ame trying to run past the arena, but there's no catching up to Enigma Galaxy at this point. You've spent Metamorphosis, and Enigma Galaxy just full retreat. Get the hell out.
Yeah, Enigma are backing up. They're gonna wait for Morphling to heal up as well. He morphed 6,000 HP in that fight, so he needs some time to try and Satanic back up to high HP, and there's a DD rune. What a better way to close out a game. Get the DD on the Morphling. He was already hitting for like 700 damage before having this. Now we're looking at like 1,000 damage before critting. Oh dear God.
Yeah, just insta heals off a single hit on a creep. Yeah.
And he has a Hex as well in his backpack. He's gonna swap it in.
With the Morphling?
Yeah. He wants to be able to pick off someone.
Oh, Luke gets Hex. Tried to make this jump without Arena.
They have Refresher.
Paparazzi.
He's just gonna go again. Refresher on Mars.
Invis. Back to Fountain. Who's left over here? It is Paparazzi. And completely caught out.
At least he has buyback, so you can still put up a fight, but it's looking pretty rough right now. Terrorblade, 15 seconds. He will have his MKB coming off the courier. So then they have the damage to kill the Morphling, potentially. He is moving up. Here goes 840 damage per hit. Dear Lord.
Good luck stopping this man. Amanda out of the danger. Arena offers protection. Now looks like Enigma Galaxy fearing the response with the buyback out of Paparazzi.
Noob is just on point.
Respecting.
Never giving a big spell to Rubik. Like every time he tries to steal from the Mars, it's always Bulwark. Not what he wants.
And we've not had any skewer or RP steals really to speak of either.
It's a desperate move. They're smoking towards their own vision. They see Magnus.
They see the two targets they have to go for, but Noob refreshes BKBs and Arenas to run away from the TB. Morphling though, oh Miracle, Satanic healing back up. He's turned and fought through this, but he's run out of gas a bit. Has to man to waveform down to low ground, while Razor, Sumail, BKB static link going to work, kills off Shinkyu, who buys back immediately, and Sumail's still not dead. He stood in the middle of a million TB illusions. Surely he's going to eventually die, but
there's no way.
Cloak, the invis into TB, oh, and he's away!
What? He's just fine. Just casually run away. Used the Trickster Cloak, the MVP of that fight again for him. Just sneaking away. I swear, this tier 4 item is so good. So many situations you can find yourself living only because of that item.
Look at him. Yeah, have a good giggle.
Yeah.
How did you get away with that?
He's definitely feeling good about it. That's a buyback again spent over on the side of Rubik as well. And there's no stress in Enigma's team right now. They can just building. They have everything they need. It's just one racks left to take. And how much more farm can you get though is the question. Level 24 on Miracle, just about to hit level 25. With a Hex, BKB, Satanic, Manta, Daedalus, Butterfly. boy is huge.
Completely stacked. At least now some tier 4 items for Gaozu. A trickster cloak for the Invoker now.
It's almost like insult to
I'll be
injury
honest,
there.
forever.
Like, yeah, you remember this item that you just snuck away with?
Yup.
And right now, looking at the net worth on the course, both Underlord and Invoker are just so far behind. None of them are bringing any damage to the fight, so it's all on Terrorblade. Ame is feeling the weight of the world basically in these team fights. If he doesn't kill something, it doesn't die, is basically where we're at. So you can basically just follow Terrorblade in team fights and see his point of view. If he doesn't have a clean connection, then that's it. Fight's over.
Everybody here is set up or save. Or both.
Yeah.
For the Terrorblade.
Yeah, and meanwhile, on the side of Nigma, they have all these ways to deal with them. Double arenas to block the ranged attacks from the TB. They have the RP coming in no matter if you're in BKB or not on Terrorblade. It's just so tough, man. And then the Hex. You know, he has to actually worry about the Morphling waveforming forward with the Hex. Oh no. when your course and your supports together are failing to take Tormentor, the Terrorblade is just shaking his head like, guys.
Yeah, that's what you meant to do.
I'm just gonna point out, that's Underlord for you. Useless hero. Never pick this hero. The anti-Underlord
Big slug.
campaign. I always bring this up. I'm not a fan of this hero. Never mind that we saw an Underlord go like 7-0 and 31 earlier. And that was also played by JT. So.
It's a different game, isn't it?
It definitely is. The wraparound, looking for an angle.
I'm surprised Gaozu have held on. Like this, 10 minutes ago, it felt like the book was closing. Enigma Galaxy have been kind of held at arm's reach.
Noob is
and
in.
now they're looking at the last barracks, and Noob is there with an arena straight onto JT. Buyback is available, but your buildings don't have buyback. They've got a glyph. That will offer protection for a couple of seconds. Now you've got a buyback which you'll use, but in comes Noob again. Straight towards DY, saw the kisses coming, trapped in the arena alongside JT with Summel going wild on him. This Underlord, and yeah, you go into ethereal form and try and hide away, but Miracle with his BKB is running towards your Terrorblade, forcing him back into Fountain. JT turned into a little puppy dog there as Summel walks the dog. Barracks all down, Mega Creeps coming, and Paparazzi behind enemy lines there, dead for a minute and a half. GG called, and a bit of an anticlimactic ending to a game which Enigma Galaxy did a tremendous job in shutting down Gaozu.
Celebration RP.
Comes in with a celebratory RP onto nobody. But the big glaring question for me, we looked at it at the end of the draft, and I'm sure everyone's going to be pointing fingers at it. Terrorblade last pick into counters was a rough decision to make, and it didn't pay off.
Yeah, I mean, that's the rough thing. Like, it just looked like an awful TB game to both of us when we saw it as last pick. And this is a game where he had to do everything, because his Underlord and his Invoker both didn't really have a game. So if you have a tough mismatchup and your other players do not have a good game, it's basically just impossible. Like, how are you going to carry this game?
Invoker gets run at by, what, 4 heroes mid?
Yeah, for how long? That's also a thing. It's one thing to get ganked once, but they just stayed. What is going on here?
It's tickle time.
It's tickle time, yeah. Celebration of the win. And is this the pondering phase of maybe Terrorblade wasn't the pick?
You know, kind of pointing at it and saying that that was the problem is definitely a reductionist way of looking at things. But you said it was, was there a better option? Could they have found a better hero? Maybe if you give them 10 minutes of thinking time. But they had like 20 or 30 minutes to seconds. They had 20 or 30 seconds to consider that last pick when they were having to deal with a Morphling and a Razor and contend with all this nonsense.
Yeah.
And Enigma Galaxy had a very well formulated draft.
They did. It looked much more clean for them. Even though their draft is honestly on paper really greedy, like the farming Razor, farming up his BKB in the early game there, taking a bit of a slower pace, it worked out for them. The Invoker was running around looking for fights, but he didn't really have a lot of clean connections. And there we see the unfortunate little bit late BKB TP. Getting cancelled just barely.
Like rough moment for Sumail, but it was an incredible force in this game. Coming out of that mid lane with a decent advantage and basically just running wherever he wanted to and forcing reactions from Gaozu.
Yeah, I will give
Sumail gave a lot of room to Miracle.
I will give a lot of credit to Sumail. I think he outplayed mid lane a lot. I think he won that matchup when, or he dominated a matchup when you're not even supposed to really win it. I think mid lane Invoker current patch against Razor is not bad. But yeah, he was like tower diving, making big plays. And we have a bit of a funny moment with the cookie into the Aegis steal. Unfortunately, it didn't really turn the tide of the game in favor for them.
A bit of head scratching from Paparazzi, like, well, what could I have done differently? Could I have gone for that Dragonlance Witchblade build? My Urn didn't pay off in game 2, but it looked good in game 1. It's this thing where you do the same thing and you expect the same results, but Enigma Galaxy reacting much better, putting more pressure on you. So as a hero who wanted to leave the lane at like level 7, level 8 with an Urn,
I think
there was no lane to go to.
I think the thing about Urn on Invoker is, at least Urn is fine, but if you commit fully for the Spirit Vessel, it's a bit of feast or famine type build. It's great.
You're invested.
Yeah, it's exactly. You're doubling down on it, and it's fantastic when it works out, but it's a big gold investment. It's more expensive than even buying a Mage Slayer, and you're not always gonna get something. 2,800 gold invested, and if you don't find the kills, then that item is basically just dead weight in your inventory for a while.
Yeah, it is. I mean, a rough one for Gaozu in game 2, but incredible signs of life here from Enigma Galaxy going up against this Chinese squad, which have a lot of expectations, taking a game off them in a tremendous fashion like this. I think we've got an interview with Omar lined up, as we can potentially jump to him and ask a few questions about this, because there's a big burning question for me, which I'm definitely going to ask him, is how does it feel to win as a Magnus against Rubik? Omar, thank you for joining us. How are you doing? Oh, he's not got headphones.
Yeah, he can't
hear us. You might want
us.
to put those on before he can hear us. There we go. Hello. Congrats on that game 2 victory. Beautiful stuff. And I want to ask you, how does it feel to be able to pick and play Magnus and win against the Rubik?
Oh man, since I am a player of both heroes, it feels so good because I kind of feel comfortable playing in both situations. So I'm happy if I'm playing Rubik into Magnus or Magnus into Rubik, because I enjoy it.
Oh, cool. So we had an interview with Jin-Q earlier on, and he was kind of surprised people were letting Rubik through when they're picking Magnus. So you feel like there's a way to kind of back and forth play both sides?
I think it's definitely both-sided. I mean, of course, there's the edge that if Rubik gets a big spell, he might just turn the whole game. But it's always there when there's a Rubik, It's like, kinda cannot take that out of him. It feels like Rubik players just need a reason to pick Rubik, I'm one of them. But I think, in general, like, the ability to just, BKB stun any hero in Dota, it's a bit too strong too, so it's kind of a fight against, like, two big concepts against each other. So it's just about who applies them better, I would say.
Did you feel confident, like, at the point that the draft ended? What did you think about the carry approach that they had going for the Terrorblade here? Because we talked a little bit about it during the draft, but obviously you guys are the pros here, so I want to hear your insight as well. Do you think TB was the pick, or was it a problem in the draft from their part? Because we just saw the Arena blocking a lot of damage, and, Morphling Razor. You all seem to have tools against him.
I mean, to be honest, I'm not that much of a drafter, but from my point of view, they needed a hero to play fast into our heroes because we have more Fraser. Like, they will never outscale us, no matter what hero they will pick. It's super hard to pick a hero to outscale us. So I think they just thought, like, the TB is a good hero. It's a mix between good laning, fast hero, slow hero, scaling. So he's kind of everything. I think we just had a good hero, a lot of good heroes into it.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much, and congratulations on a very good game too. That was exciting. You guys were in a very strong lead already from the early lanes there. What point did you feel like this game is over? We got it in the bag. Was there a turning point where you felt like, oh yeah, this is over?
I don't want to sound too much here, but to be honest, we were confident from even before the game started, like even from first game, because the two drafts were pretty similar. So we would have guessed that it's kind of the same approach. It would be the same approach this second game. If we play as good early as we did and we just won't fuck up the team fights later, we're just going to have an easy game. Because first game was also easy. We just fucked up team fights. I mean, me, basically, I fucked up 2 jumps. But yeah, that's it.
All right.
Game one was very back and forth. Like I was struggling to have a read on who's ahead, who's behind. Both of the teams are fighting a lot. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us, and congrats on the 1-1 against Gaozu, as you guys looked pretty damn good. Thank you, Omar.
Thank you, Omar. See ya.
Thank you.
Kind of cool to hear him kind of reiterate that point where Gaozu needed a hero to try and fight early, scaling into. Like it's so funny having this Razor guy come out from being a lane winning hero into a hard carry now. Is that what we're calling him? Is Razor a hard carry? Because he used to be the anti-carry.
Yeah, I mean, he can definitely become a hard carry if the game plays out that way. But it's more so that he can play the greedy style from some roles that you don't expect it, right? Mid-racer in this game. Normally, mid-racer, we expect really aggressive tempo, but Sumail showed good understanding of this game that, you know what? The stress is on Invoker. Invoker is the one who has to make stuff happen, and if I just farm my BKB, then I'm not worried about his spells anymore. So, yeah, I think they had a very good read on how they could win this game, and like he said, they felt confident from the start.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I mean, tremendous day one of group stage. We can take a look at the standings through day one as we wrap up here on the Ember stream and see exactly where we're standing in Group A. And these are games that we've not had the pleasure of covering, but so far kind of expected results up at the top with Team Falcons. But then you get to Shopify Rebellion, they perform. Team Spirit down near the bottom. Avilus maybe picking up some wins.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think this is pretty much how I expected the group to shape out, seeing so far. Obviously we have a long way to go. The teams have only played 4 matches each, and there are 10 matches total to be played. But of course, Team Falcons, we kind of expect them to be there at the top.
Yeah.
And we can take a look at the Group B and see, what we've been casting as well, but we've had more games there. So for Groups B standing, this is what it looks like right now. Paravision, they lost their first game, but then they won 3 in a row after that, I believe. Sitting at the top of the group.
I have BetBoom right up there with them. I mean, Paravision and BetBoom, been doing very well all the way since the most recent Dream League through to Blast, etc. Team Liquid, they won Gaozu earlier on, right? Who did they play to get 2-0'd by?
Yeah, let's see. Who did they face up against? Liquid were against
BetBoom.
Oh yeah, BetBoom. They got 2-0'd by. Exactly.
By BetBoom.
So BetBoom very comfortable then in 3-1 and already having played against Liquid. And
Paravision, right? Liquid and Paravision, you've already played them, so you've played the 2 on paper hardest opponents so far. Like Paravision, because they're in your region and one of the best teams there. True. Liquid, one of the best teams in the world. BetBoom probably going to be cruising on a high right now and looking at that first place spot for EPT points.
Yeah, not looking bad for them. They do have to stay sharp though, of course. We have seen the potential of Gaozu, right? They took down Liquid hard in that one game as well. So don't sleep on them when you go up against them. And also hard against teams that you're not ready or have not had as much prep against.
Emperor Gaozu of Han, bringing a golden age to Chinese Dota. We'll see if that continues though, as we of course just wrap up day one here. 3 days of group stage. We can look at the schedule, I think, for the next couple of days, at least for tomorrow, and see what games we're going to be having here. Team Spirit, Avilus, Boom, Falcons, Nigma, BetBoom, and Liquid versus Nigma are going to be the main schedule.
Oh yeah,
up for tomorrow.
Nigma BetBoom looks really exciting to me, but I'm also, always keeping my eyes peeled for the Avilus games. So Avilus versus Team Spirit can be a pretty decisive game, as of course right now you have Team Spirit and Avilus sitting tied for points. So it can be a very decisive matchup.
And then the schedule for our stream, for the Ember stream, see what in particular we'll be having. Of course, plenty of cast pairs throughout this tournament. It's Nomad and T, I think, the ones that take the earlier shift. So they'll be on Na'Vi versus Boom, Na'Vi versus Avilus. And then it's me and Waga for Paravision Liquid and Gaozu Paravision. So we get the Paravision double header at the end of the day.
Yeah, we get some exciting games there. I love that. The Paravision versus Liquid is going to be exciting. And getting to see Paravision go up against Gaozu as well, see their approach. I'm excited, man. Tomorrow's games are going to be bangers.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely should be. I mean, Team Liquid maybe some proving to do, as they did lose a couple of games to BetBoom, so that should be a tight fought match between them. And like we're saying, tons of streams, tons of games. And we've got the main stream, Ember stream, Storm stream here. Shopify against Falcons. I mean, Shopify so far, what, 3-1 against Falcons, 3-1? So that's one of those, it's like a Swiss stage, right? You've both done very well. Now fight against each other.
Exactly. This is the winner-winner. And the winner would just be the winner of it all. Yeah, that's going to be a titan of a match as well. Definitely keep your eyes peeled of that. That should be some high-level Dota.
Because we've been talking about the regions and stuff, right? Shopify, one of the last remnants of North America. They've got a lot of pride to fight for just for the region.
Yeah, definitely. Shopify Rebellion is a lovely mix of different nationalities within this team, so always fun to see them go up and fighting.
What do we have? Peru, Philippines, Ukraine, Belarus, Philippines, and United States. Yeah, definitely good old mixed team. Beautiful stuff. Beast Coast Gaozu and Beast Coast Bet Boom towards the tail end of that. Do we have another stream? Is there another one? No, we've run out of streams. We've run out of games. We've run out of schedules.
There is a Void stream as well, by the way, but I guess it's not here as well. But I saw there is a Void stream only in sneaky situations. Sadly, not for this tournament, though.
There's loads. Yeah, there's Tango, there's Clarity. I think there's like 15 streams or something that they made up and named for all the beautiful Dota we've got to watch. But yeah, that wraps up day one of the group. Some real exciting Dota, some, one-sided stomps, outdrafts here and there. But overall, we are looking at the best teams in the world fighting it out to try and vie for that $1 million prize pool spread out across the teams, the EPD points as we head towards EWC as that wraps things up today. And we'll see you all tomorrow. See you then.
you decide? How do you decide? Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Another phony lie, something you keep selling me, something I won't buy. I know that you keep telling me how to live my life. I won't believe it, I won't believe it. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? Will you ever let me be? Or will you just keep judging me? Keep judging me, yeah. Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Am I wasting time? Cause I'm already gone so long. Can you stay the night? Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity.